Trust me when I tell you, this thing opens at fine and then just refuses to stop leveling up. By the 15-minute mark, the battlefield sequence has already gone full peak cinema, like absurdly good. On top of that, it stacks some of the absolute units in the genre, namely the Fairy Commander and a certain Muscle Mommy. And I only bring it up because this isn't the usual manhwa where the lead is already untouchable before chapter 3 even lands. Here's the thing, our boy's been swinging a blade since childhood, picking up swordsmanship from a washed-up mercenary back in his village. That mentor flat out said Encred was scary talented, and that being this sharp this young meant knighthood was on the table. And just like that, the dream kicked off. Specifically, the dream of becoming a knight strong enough to end an entire war solo. He walked out of the village carrying that dream, but cut ahead to some tavern. A few guys are cracking up about how hilarious the rookie turned out to be. Like, how do you get spooked that easily, yet still dream about becoming a knight? That's the day the kid learned the brutal truth that his talent was painfully mid. But quitting just isn't in this guy's wiring. The years roll on, and he's convinced that with enough grinding and sweat, he'll claw past every limit eventually. He sinks his blade into one more beast and racks up a little more combat know-how. The plan was to rise into this so-called end knight. Then one clean swing later, somebody knocked his sword clean out of the air. The point catches him in the gut and the dream collapses, because this little 12-year-old had only just started studying the blade, and yet the kid was already beating him without breaking a sweat thanks to absurd natural gifts. That's the moment it clicked that all his sweat and grind had counted for nothing. He crumpled in despair, wondering if there was truly no path forward. But come on, mental fortitude is this guy's whole brand. So the very next morning, he was right back on the training ground grinding extra hours. This man is basically that shonen kid who drills until he literally collapses. If that drill till you drop kid swapped to swords, hacking at a tree thousands upon thousands of times a day until the steel itself was humming, and dawn broke, he'd just scoop his sword right back up and dive into training again. If being the strongest was off the table, then he'd settle for being the single most battle-hardened of them all. And now, 3 years down the line, he's running an utterly average squad as its commander. A whole lifetime of devotion, and this is the ceiling he managed to reach. He asks a buddy to spar since he can feel a massive battle barreling toward them. We're talking a sea of thousands of blades, and his crew sits near the very bottom of the food chain. Skip ahead into the thick of the fight, soldiers howling and losing it everywhere. Just as our boy finishes off a downed enemy, another lunges to skewer his face. He cuts his eyes sideways and slips the attack like it's nothing. A second guy goes for his back, but the shield eats the blow. Then he glances over and spots one of his squad mates screaming his lungs out. He clocks that an arrow's dropping out of the sky to kill the man, so he steps in front and takes it on his guard. His teammate's still stunned when yet another enemy lunges from behind to stab him, but the MC shoves him clear and lops the guy's head off. And right then, he catches the exact scream he's been bracing himself for. A body slaps the dirt and the guy lifts his sword. This is the bastard he absolutely has to put down. They square off eye to eye, and our boy vows that this run he's killing this man and walking away alive. A flashback hits. One of his squad mates once told him that surviving means keeping your eyes wide open even when steel's already kissing your throat. Like a beast that's never even heard the word death, he shouldn't fear it until the final heartbeat. The enemy across from him drives his sword forward, and the MC just watches death close in. He's not allowed to flinch, because death is what's been sharpening him, so he ducks the strike clean. For the very first time, he's actually got a shot at this guy, so he spins for a counter, but the man flips into a weird grip and rams his blade deep into his throat. Blood erupts, and then his body drops to the ground. The next instant, a fairy glides past him. Death tells him to throw in the towel, calmly own how weak he is, and step aboard. But he grins and says that day's never coming. And with that, the loop reboots. Because see, that duel wasn't his first crack at the guy, or his second, or third. It was honestly the 20th time he died on this exact battlefield. Even as the weakest of the bunch, he's the one soul who flat out refuses to bow to death. The first time he died and woke up, he wrote it off as deja vu, like he'd just dreamed his own battlefield death. So he marched into the same war and ate it again. Second, third, fourth time. Every morning kicked off with the same dude banging pots, and the feel of enemy steel sliding through him never once faded. The day just kept looping. He was stuck dueling the same man over and over, and after death number 12, he climbs up and warns his buddy there are bugs in his boots. Our boy announces he's taking another swing at it. The story snaps back to the fight, and now he's already deep into his 33rd life. He slips the thrust once more, but when the soldier wheels around to keep pressing, Encred tries to evade and he's still a beat too slow, so his throat opens up. He buckles to his knees, and as he goes down, a necklace slides loose from him. Encred flashes back to his mercenary days, when he cut down monster after monster. One time, a tiny village came begging for help, and he said yes, because shielding the weak is exactly what a knight does. Afterward, the village elder admitted they were broke and handed him something instead. Turned out to be a charm. For gambling his life, it felt like a punchline, but the elder swore it could grant one desperate wish. Ankrid starts piecing it together, wondering if that charm is the reason he's chained to this day. The soldier who gutted him says he must be in agony and offers a merciful end. The MC's like, mercy my ass, the guy is obviously having the time of his life killing him. Then he puts Ankrid down for good. The pots and pans go clanging all over again. This round, he tells Rem that he planted the bug in his boot personally. Rem asks if he's already lost his mind this early in the day. Our boy tells him to quit hollering and step outside. He's after the beast's heart, the technique itself. Rem cleaves with his axe, and Ankrid keeps his stare locked on it and slips away. Rem's thrown for a loop, asking how the MC suddenly stopped flinching. The MC just says he trained. Rem isn't having it, insisting nobody transforms that fast and that there's zero chance someone leaked his family's technique. Ankrid claims he just stumbled onto it by accident. Then he snatches up some weapons and asks for a spar. Rem sizes him up, then smirks and says, yeah, that works for him. He strikes and Ankrid dodges it. After a bit, Rem asks how long he intends to just keep slipping away. Even pushing forward, he glides under another swing. He says the only style he's got is the Volin mercenary technique, the one everybody writes off as a cheap gimmick. Ankrid starts losing his balance and Rem pounces. Our boy steadies up just in time and braces for the leap. Rem catches that, and just like the soldier, Ankrid always fights back. The MC stabs his sword toward Rem, but Rem swats it right out of his grip. The blade goes skidding across the dirt, and he says that for even a fleeting moment, he mimicked that bastard's thrust. And Ankrid says his body's already got it memorized. Rem tells him a move like that should have left him bleeding. Of everything our boys put on display so far, that stab was honestly pretty solid. Rem even starts feeding him tips to fine-tune it. He warns that if Ankrid keeps second-guessing himself, nothing good's coming out of it. Instead, he's got to lock onto the next move, rather than his own fear. That's how you keep a grip on your sword, even if he phrases it in his own blunt way. The MC looks at him and admits that even a sloppy explanation landed perfectly. The gap between his thrust and the soldier's came down to confidence. Ankrid didn't believe in his own blade, and the soldier drops him yet again. Once more, the guy spouts that mercy line and rams the sword home. Then it's back to drilling with Rem, who knocks his sword flying all over again. The soldier kills Ankrid one more time, and he marches straight back into sparring with Rem. He says he'll keep grinding through this brutal loop, one stride at a time, even if those strides are microscopic. He dies again, and by this point, he's deep into his 111th life, but it still isn't enough. Then it skips to his 123rd life, where that sword's parked at his throat once again. On the next go, Ankrid roars as he charges Rem, and this time, he genuinely drives Rem's axe back using the very thrust that kept killing him. Rem just stares and asks if he's actually insane. Ankrid's hand starts gushing, and Rem points out he's bleeding everywhere. He asks why our boy's cackling like a madman, but the guy's ecstatic. He finally nailed the stab. Now he's back on the battlefield, squaring up against the enemy he loathes the most. The MC stabs at the soldier, and now that the move's locked in, it grazes right across the man's helmet. The soldier thrusts right back, and his blade still buries itself in Ankrid's throat. He says his first exchange with that stab flopped, but he flat out refused to blink or ease his grip. He drops to the ground, sword still clutched in his fist. The soldier stamps a boot on his chest and smirks, saying he looks like he's in pure agony. Then he trots out that same line about offering mercy. Ankrid tells him tomorrow's the day he kills him. The soldier laughs, saying dead men don't get a tomorrow, and finishes the job. A bug skitters out of Rem's shoe, but Ankrid stomps it flat. He says he watched it crawl in there. Rem thanks him, and our boy says if he's truly grateful, he can cover guard duty. Rem wonders why he's being bossed around so casually. Then we run into another squad mate, Big Eyes. The MC tells him to grab a shield, armor, and a dagger. He'll square up the cost later. Big Eyes is floored, but goes along with it since Ankrid's his boss. Rem asks if he's always been this pushy, and Ankrid says they all dump their chores on him anyway. More squad members trickle in, and Rem says our boy is genuinely acting bizarre today. He's normally nowhere near this wound up. Before long, Ankrid's right back to hacking at the tree. He says every single death came with unreal pain. He wonders what's even left for him if victory keeps slipping away after attempt number tens of thousands. Could he just bolt and live? If he ran, would tomorrow finally arrive? Or would this same day loop right back around? He even toys with just settling for the strength he's banked. But then he snaps at himself to quit being a wimp. He's never throwing in the towel. He'll bust through this wall and finally see what's on the other side. So he punches his blade into the tree over and over, vowing not to squander this gift of replaying his life. At last, he cleaves the tree clean in half. After that, he gears up head to toe and braces for the battle. Dead certain today's the day he wins. The war horn blares, and Ankrid marches his squad into the fight. As the clash erupts, the MC says the only reason he's gotten this far is luck, prep, and a level head. An enemy charges him from behind, but Ankrid blocks and takes his head off. A second one goes for his leg, only for his shin guard to shrug off the hit, and he caves the guy's skull in. A third man hurls an axe at his back, and our boy dodges it, then chucks his own weapon right back. He says he can only pull any of this off thanks to all the lives he's replayed here. He catches Cry's screaming and blocks the arrow aimed at him exactly like before. Then he drops the attacker. Now it's finally time to face the wall standing in his way. The soldier shoots a glare right back, and a razor-tense standoff sets in as their stares lock. Then the soldier comes charging. Ankrid blocks, but his shield shatters apart. He flings it away and presses in, catching the next strike on his sword. The MC says the soldier's gifted, basically a prodigy, but he's short on real combat mileage, so he's easy to bait. Ankrid headbutts him hard. That's exactly why the Volan sword style, loaded with dirty tricks, is perfect here. He kicks up a boot full of dirt and flings it into the soldier's eyes. As the man flails in panic, he lunges in. He blocks the move and lunges with a thrust of his own. Our boy weaves past the oncoming blade. The soldier lands out of the haze and instantly spins for the follow-up, but Ankrid's locked and loaded too, because by now he knows that stab inside and out. He smacks the enemy's blade and shatters it. An archer draws his bow and looses an arrow streaking across the battlefield. The soldier drops the splinters of his busted sword as Ankrid closes in to finish him. He figures he's won, but that arrow's still incoming. A heartbeat before impact, an axe knocks it clean out of the sky, and Ankrid plunges his sword into the soldier's throat. Rem stonewalled the arrow. He says he'll wreck the archer, but Kreis tells him not to burn his energy on it. The soldier starts to crumple, still gaping in disbelief. He sweeps his gaze across the battlefield and sags to his knees. Ankrid heaves for breath and looks down to see the soldier shaking in fear. He lifts his sword and says, "This is mercy," and severs the soldier's head. Ankrid grins. And just like that, he's finally cracked the wall he could never get past. But then somebody boots him in the back, a guy sporting a ponytail. Ankrid groans in pain and Rem comes sprinting over, yelling that it's a frog. Turns out that ponytailed striker is one of the frogmen. While the MC's down, the frogman says he poured everything into that soldier and can't wrap his head around the loss. Apparently that soldier went by the nickname Pervert. The frogman swings and screams for Ankrid to die, but an axe stops it cold as Rem steps in to back him up. Rem brings his axe down in a chop, but the creature stops the blow dead. The two crowd in close and swap blow after blow. Another enemy tries to finish Ankrid, but Kreis dives in and takes his head clean off. Rem springs back and the frogman mirrors him. They both pause and Rem informs him that putting down his commander requires permission first. The frogman asks how a weakling like Ankrid landed the commander spot instead of him. Rem lays it out. Frogs are bred for war, and to kill one you either torch it with magic or drop it in a single clean blow. The frogman studies Rem and wonders why a guy like that is stuck on such a dinky battlefield. He says killing Rem would cost him his own life too, decides it's not worth the trade and strolls off. Rem brands him a coward. Kreis bolts off hauling Ankrid and Rem walls off the soldiers in their way. Another enemy tries to give chase, but yet another squad mate cuts him down. A whole row of soldiers folds when one more ally pitches in. Ankrid's vision starts smearing, and when the retreat order rings out, he lets his eyes fall shut as they pull back. Then it's back down to the underworld for him, and the boatman tells him he eked out a single extra day, nothing beyond it. Sooner or later, he won't be able to shoulder the walls thrown in his path. Surrendering and drowning in despair is meant to be his destiny. Ankrid drags himself upright, throws a look at the wall at his back, and informs the boatman that walls like these are only there for him to scale. The boatman smiles and says he'll be standing by for the day the greed and ambition in Ankrid's eyes finally burn out. He comes around swaddled in bandages and Rem fills him in. This is the infirmary tent, and he'd been unconscious for 2 whole days. Rem tells him he's the reason he survived the frogman. Our boy is floored and says if that thing really was a frog, he's stunned he's still breathing. Rem asks if Ankrid recalls calling him his best friend. The MC says he never once called them friends and blurts out that Rem's a noble hunter. Rem slaps a hand over his mouth and frantically scans to see if anyone caught it. He says Ankrid can't just go broadcasting other people's secrets when they've got nothing to do with him. He says he figured they were best friends, then it dawns on him that he's finally clawed past that cursed day. We also find out Big Eyes is actually named Kreis, and he says our boy now owes him triple what he laid out. The MC wonders why Kreis is even around and points out he was nowhere to be found in the battle. Kreis just grins and says he'll knock it down to double as a little discount. Christ strolls into the infirmary too. Ankrid asks what he wants and Christ lobs something at him, telling him to use it morning and night. He notes that Kryze despises sharing his personal stuff, and yet he handed it over anyway. We learn the towering monk goes by Auden, and he's weeping while he prays. Ankrid tells him he's still breathing so he can clear out already. That night, our boy puzzles over why they keep rotating shifts at his side. Are they genuinely worried about him? Then another squad mate strolls in. Spotting Ankrid stretched out, he's stunned and wants to know what landed him in the infirmary. Turns out it's Ragna. He ducks right back out, and our boy figures there's no chance Ragna's actually concerned. The guy's pretty much always breezy about everything. Aside from him, 2 more soldiers are parked inside the tent. One's a platoon commander forever spoiling for a scrap with Ankrid, and the other's some soldier he's never met, just gazing off at nothing. He starts asking himself what business that one has being here. Footsteps sound outside, heads swivel, and in strolls a long-haired elf woman wanting to know who runs the 444th squad. Ankrid's lost, and the rival platoon commander labels her a fairy. She quizzes him on his unit, and he announces he's Vancento, 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. She wonders aloud whether his company taught him to introduce himself by flagging someone's species. He mumbles an apology, and Ankrid reckons she's gotta be the fresh 4th company commander. Then he pipes up that he's the commander she's after. She says word is he's wrangling that nightmare squad nicely, and she'll be counting on solid results. Our boy can't believe she trekked all this way just for that, and as she pivots to go, she asks the young soldier his name. He says Kryze, though he sounds shifty about it. Ankrid suspects he invented it on the spot, decides his attitude stinks too, and starts pegging him for a noble. The commander shoots our MC one final glance before heading off. He's got zero clue what's going on. Later, he mentions the worst of the ache has lifted and weighs whether to get back to training. Vancento asks where he's off to, and Ankrid says the training grounds. Vancento brands him a moron, snapping that a bottom-tier grunt has no business strutting around. The noble keeps his mouth shut. Our boy says he's got to run that last fight back through his mind. He coughed up a fortune to learn that move as a kid. Then he chews on how his final swing flopped. Staking it all on a single hit is way too much of a gamble. He likens it to the way Rem's strikes are everyone built to kill. Then the noble from the infirmary remarks that he's been putting in the work. Blindsided, Ankrid admits he doesn't totally get it himself. His hands wouldn't stop twitching in the barracks, and now he keeps spacing out. He clarifies he was drilling his grip while rerunning the duel. When the man asks the point, our MC says it's so he doesn't die. The noble asks if he figures surviving will turn him into something. He'd rather dodge the question since folks always crack up at his dream. Even so, he raises his head, lifts his blade, and says he wants to be a knight. The noble's floored, and Ankrid clocks that this is the first time anyone heard the dream without a laugh. The man says he'd let it slip his mind, but that just jogged a memory loose. Now he's clear on what he's got to do. Ankrid watches him leave, and the man tells him that if he genuinely makes knight, he should hold on to his name. Back at camp, a bard's crooning while the soldiers chatter about Cyprus, the battle's big hero. Vancento gripes about breakfast, demanding to know if they mean to starve the lot of them. Ankrid takes a stroll instead of training, and Jackson checks in on how his wounds are healing. Our boy says the medicine did wonders and thanks him. Jackson tells him that if he's so grateful, he can hustle on back. That night, the noble bids him good night, and our MC says it right back. Vancento wants absolutely nothing to do with any of it. Ankrid sums up the whole day as one big nothing burger. Then the bard drifts in again, and he wonders if the guy was around this morning too. Vancento spits out the exact same grumble about the morning rations. That's the moment it clicks. He bolts upright, going, "No way, not again!" But Jackson asks after his injuries a second time, and Ankrid feeds him the same line, only to get the identical answer thrown back. That settles it. He's trapped in the loop once more. He flashes back to the boatman bringing up the next wall. Then Ankrid wonders if he quietly died in his sleep and never even clocked it. He says it stings worse than going down on the battlefield, but it only stiffens his spine since he's been handed another test to crack. That night, round 2, he digs into who offed him and what for. The only person who could possibly slip inside is a knight, so he figures it's an assassin lurking in their ranks. He recalls the commander noting a fairy's light and fast, ideal for killing on the sly, which gets him thinking maybe she dropped by purely to case the place. He resolves to test it. There's a single way into the barracks, so if he catches her, he can shriek and rouse everybody. All he's got to do is lie in wait for the assassin, and then a needle jams straight into his throat. He spins, stunned, never even glimpsed them coming. Agony rips through him, and all he manages is a strangled noise before tumbling off the bed. He works out it's a paralytic poison, then spots Vancento with a needle in his throat too. There's someone looming over Kryze as well. Ankrid at last makes out the assassin, who raises a blade over Kryze and plunges it down, killing him on the spot. Then a second figure slices into the tent, assassin number 2, and Ankrid glances up to see the commander, realizing it really was her all along, the head of the 4th Company. He jolts awake to the bard's tune yet again, noting this is already attempt 3. He still couldn't pick them up at all, so this is going to be brutal. And with the company head in the mix, even shutting down the first assassin gets him nowhere. No chance he beats her afterward. He feels totally powerless. It mirrors how cornered he felt days back against the pervert, yet he carved out a way and put him down in the end. So if he just keeps grinding, he'll dig up another route to victory. He rips the blanket off Vancento, who barks that he's out of his mind. Ankrid says his mistake was only watching the inside of the base. They've got a guard against strikes from outside too. Vancento sneers, asking if today's drill is squashing cockroaches. Says that fits a lowlife like him perfectly. Our boy says he's touched Vancento cares this much, which only winds him up more since the whole thing was sarcasm. Our MC sighs and says yeah, so was he. Kryze asks if they're bickering again and offers to swing by later. Ankrid waves it off as fine, and Vancento flops back down. He says Kryze is plainly the real bullseye and wonders who he actually is because something about him reads off. Still, he'd rather not dig into Kryze's past if Kryze wants it buried, same as everyone else in his squad, except now he's roped into this mess too. So Ankrid just comes out and flatly asks what he is. Kryze locks up and our boy instantly worries he botched the phrasing. Kryze says, kind of stiffly, that it's not something he can put into words. Ankrid asks why, and Kryze just tells him it's a long story. Our MC takes a beat, then says fair enough. Vancento blows a gasket, demanding why he'd swallow such a trash answer. If he was going to drop it anyway, why bother asking at all? He throws in that Kryze obviously isn't from this kingdom, from his manners, and asks which country he's spying for. Kryze simply stares at him and Vancento clams up. Kryze closes the gap and says he is not and never will be the kind who sells out the kingdom. Ankrid says he can read it in Kryze's eyes and the way he moves. There's something like a knight's aura on him. Vancento asks if that's any tone to take with a superior. Kryze chuckles and says he can't be a true knight, seeing as he was just as useless against the assassin. Even so, he's clearly sitting on a secret. That night they trade goodnights again, and Vancento clears his throat like he's awkwardly chiming in. Ankrid wonders if that's because Kryze spooks him. He keeps his eyes glued to the tent flap, figuring if assassins pour in, they're all toast. He sits up, and Vancento asks why he's up instead of sleeping. Ankrid warns that assassins are about to hit, so Vancento had better pitch in if he wants to keep breathing. Vancento gives him a revolted look and says he's flat out cracked. Kryze grins at the whole back and forth, and our boy says yeah, that's roughly what he figured. Then a voice wants to know how he figured it out, and a poison needle rips through the tent wall right into his throat. Ankrid's stunned. They were already inside. He grabs for his sword, but the assassin barrels in and cuts Vancento down, then runs Kryze through the chest, and Ankrid drops too. He wakes for round 4 and realizes that without proof, nobody's going to back him against these assassins. So he tries tipping off the brass, but one of them tells him to can it and clear out. Next, our MC decides to nail down the exact second they strike. Then he catches a scream, the entrance flap stirs in the breeze, and he wonders if this is it. He yells assassin and gets stabbed in the throat anyway. The blade tears free and blood gushes out. Then they storm in through the front flap. After that, he realizes he's got to hit them first before they can move. Snag is, how do you fight someone you can't even pick up on? In the next loop, he posts up inside the tent yet again, and sure enough, they sneak up from his blind side and spear his throat. He gets that nothing else matters until he can dodge the needles in the first place. Then loop number 20 kicks off as he wakes. Even now, he still can't lay a finger on them. Then he chews it over and smirks. Hey, he's only died 20 times. First, he needs a workaround for the poison needle. He spots Jackson sitting close by, polishing his dagger, and wanders over. This is the linchpin. When Ankrid wonders aloud about that perverted wildcat label Rem slaps on Jackson, Rem just says the guy's a complete creep. He always strikes from behind and melts away just like a sly wildcat. Jackson clocks him and asks if his injuries are mending. Ankrid figures Jackson would mop the floor with the assassins, but he can't drag him along. He's got no rank to boss him with, and this is a wall our boy has to scale solo. So he asks what it'd take to keep himself from getting assassinated. Jackson mulls it and says he's got no idea. Nobody's ever walked away from one of his ambushes. That tells Ankrid he's knocking on exactly the right door. Then he asks again, if a guy like Jackson tried to gut him from behind, how could he block it? Jackson turns it over and lands on the same answer. Nobody's ever survived that, but our MC still looks dead set on cracking it. Jackson keeps stewing, then heaves a long sigh and says Ankrid would need eyes on the back of his skull. He asks what on earth that means. Jackson says the timing's spot on and asks if he's noticed the wagon behind him. Our boy asks where, and Jackson points past the tents. Ankrid marvels at how he caught something that far off, asking if he really has got eyes in the back of his head. Jackson says the wagon's seconds from falling apart, and then the wheel pops off and it topples. Our MC's floored and asks whether Jackson sees the future. Jackson says nope. He's just spent way too long around that barbarian. Told to drop the jokes and spell it out, he does. Jackson taps his ear and says it's sound. He picked up the axle groaning. If you can hear what's around you, you can guess what's coming next. Ankrid's amazed. He hadn't heard the wagon at all. Jackson explains you don't need eyes to feel out what surrounds you. You keep listening, hone your senses, and learn to fish one sound out of the noise. Our boy admits that was actually a solid breakdown, especially coming from Jackson, who used to be too lazy to give him the time of day. Jackson says that's just who he is, but lending a hand beats having our MC stuck to him like glue, and lately he seems way too bullheaded to give up anyway. That night, Ankrid lies in bed and says he's slammed into his second wall. Death with no face. If he can sense the assassin, he gets to live. So he zeroes in on his hearing and picks out the patrol's footsteps in the snap of torches outside. The assassin rushes in, but Ankrid still doesn't catch him. He wonders which direction the strike's coming from. The assassin touches down, but he still senses nothing. Then the assassin vanishes. A needle suddenly drives into Ankrid's throat. He snaps his eyes open, already knowing he blew it again. Come morning, he's jolted awake by the very same cypress chant once more. He says he hasn't budged an inch forward, but his body banks every single attempt. That covers drawing out the beast's heart and the exact feel of that stab. Jackson explains sound tells you plenty. From how loud it is and where it's coming from, you can place a thing. And once you can grab faint, far-off noises, your ears start doubling as a second pair of eyes. Jackson snaps his fingers and says sound's just a wave fanning out in every direction, even in the quiet. So with thousands of sounds smashing together, he's got a single one wave out from the pile. Ankrid starts snatching scraps of everyone's chatter and realizes how snarled it all is. He's got to pull those sounds apart and file them. He says all the flags blur into one giant flag, then tries to recall how many there really are before sliding his focus to the nearby footsteps and feeling out the sounds around him. Starting with the ones he recognizes, then graduating to the unfamiliar ones. Kreis calls him Enchi, and Ankrid opens his eyes while Kreis asks what kind of training this is. Our boy asks about the nickname, and Kreis says it's just a clipped version of his name. He's not a fan, but he lets it ride. Then he asks what part of this even resembles training when he's just parked there like a lump. Kreis says he already knows Ankrid isn't the type to burn time. That night, another needle whistles in and lands in his throat. He turns just in time to watch Kreis take a blade to the gut. The assassin strikes again, making Kreis cough up blood. By now, this is the 33rd loop, and the 34th plays out identically. He still hears nothing, and Kreis dies all over again. It just keeps repeating. Ankrid plants himself over and over, forcing his ears to work. He says this wall won't crumble from racking up more experience. There's no miracle coming, no lightning bolt answer. He just has to run it again and again until he can hear the bird. A bird settles on top of a flag and he hears it. If he can nab that, then the assassin's footsteps should be within reach too. He opens his eyes to Kreis, who says he's amazed Ankrid didn't notice him creeping up. He points out he'd been standing there a while and reckons our boy's drilling his senses. After all, he's not one to fritter away time. There's a different glint in our MC's eyes now. The assassin cocks his arm and hurls a needle at his throat, but he dodges it. He snatches the blade tucked under his pillow and slashes back, knocking the assassin off balance into a panicked tumble. The man breaks into a sweat, and Ankrid smirks that he's not some faceless death anymore. The assassin grinds his teeth and charges, branding him a rat. Our boy realizes this one isn't on the pervert's level, so he can manage him. He glances over, anxious about the others, and sees Vancento with a needle in his throat. But Kreis is still breathing. The assassin lunges again, and Ankrid dodges, reminding himself not to ease up just because he's still up against a trained killer. Then a dagger comes hurtling at him. He barely twists clear, but it still rips his chest open. Refusing to waste the opening, the assassin bolts straight in. The tent suddenly slashed wide, and Encred looks over to spot the company commander, realizing if he doesn't strike first, he's dead, so he stabs at her. The assassin shouts that our MC's got a bodyguard and sprays poison needles all over. He turns, but by then it's too late to keep them from flying at Kryze too. The company commander vaults over Encred's thrust and uses her cape to swat down every needle. It dawns on him that killing him was never her goal. She came to shield him. Either way, this is his shot. He drops low and dives at the assassin. The assassin tries to throw up a guard, but the blow bats his hands aside. Teeth clenched, he decides to bolt. He knows he's got to get out right now. Encred doesn't give chase. He just says he can't believe the guy bolted like that. Kryze sits up and says the assassin was almost certainly hunting him. Our boy says he knows, and Kryze asks how. Encred says nobody'd shell out for an assassin to kill a nobody like him or Vancento. The company commander nods and says he catches on fast. As her hand drifts toward her sword, our MC realizes that even though she helped them, she can't let word of this leak. She means to leave nobody alive to talk. He tightens his grip on his blade, but then Kryze steps between them and asks her for a favor. He says he doesn't want a single person dying today. Encred's utterly baffled when she bows and says, as he wishes. Kryze tacks on that goes for Vancento too, since he's not dead yet. She says they've got an antidote, so he'll pull through. Our hero figures she must know her poison's cold if she can name one on sight. Kryze points out they have to scrub the scene since word of an assassin showing up would spell trouble. Encred asks whether erasing every clue is the goal, glances at the campfire, and says there's a simple fix. Moments later, the tent goes up in flames and soldiers come sprinting with buckets, yelling that it's burning and that two people made it out alive. Encred notes that now there's nothing left of the assassin and the cleanup takes care of itself. Afterward, Kryze is standing with the company commander, who tells him that if the MC hadn't stalled the assassin, Kryze would be a corpse. Then she asks if that's what made him reconsider. Kryze says it did and asks if she'll admit the guy is intriguing, but she just turns her gaze away. Kryze says he'd been dodging this whole thing, then thinks back on how brutally Encred drilled every single morning. He grins and figures the MC's relentless hustle must have worn off on him. They'll cross paths down the line, each playing their own part. A scythe breaks the water's surface, then vanishes just as fast when he spots the ferryman instead. The ferryman tells him their paths will cross again, and Encred replies, whenever you like. He says he made it past the second wall and woke up the following morning. He can read almost anything now, yet the commander still slips past his senses, so the road ahead is plenty long. Encred adds that thankfully the wounds were light, so he can turn back immediately. Vancento asks if the MC pulled him from the blaze and why on earth he bothered. He's baffled why saving the man earns him a bad attitude and why Vancento despises him this much. He just says it's because they're brothers in arms. No further reason required. Vancento glances off, a little ashamed, and mutters that after all the grief he's given the MC, that answer is way too generous. Then he asks if the MC is heading back to his squad. The MC says yes, and Vancento warns him tough luck. The vibe over there is rotten. He asks why, and Vancento says rumors are flying that the entire camp is cursed. Someone from the MC's own squad is screaming at Rem, calling him a half-grown ape and giving him a shove. Rem looks delighted while everyone else takes off yelling the squad's brawling again, as Rem hoists the guy overhead and body slams him onto a table. The man swings at Rem, but Rem ducks it and fires back a vicious right cross, then whips out his axes and promises to redecorate the guy's skull with them. The other man bares his blade and vows to split Rem clean down the middle. Encred finally shows up and figures maybe the camp really is cursed, because these morons sure feel like a personal curse. He exhales and orders them to cut it out. They say they figured he was dead. The MC says nope, but the two of them might just push him over the edge. 4 days back with the squad, he's lying in bed, opens his eyes, and finds Jackson looming over him. Jackson says he was sneaking out quietly and asks if he woke him. The MC says no, he was up for training anyway. Jackson notes the MC only picked this up recently, yet he's already a sharp listener. The MC says he's been grinding at it, and Jackson tells him to keep going because it'll pay off someday. Battles are scarce right now, and with winter creeping in, the smartest move is to throw everything into pushing his body harder. While cranking out one-arm pull-ups on a tree, somebody greets him. Encred looks down and sees a boulder, and pinned under it is Auden. He asks if the guy's back from his morning workout and says he's keeping plenty busy. The MC drops the rock and says this suits him just fine. Auden starts to stand, towering over Encred, and says a conditioned body is a weapon all on its own. It ought to shrug off a frog's kick, but the MC's still too scrawny, so he can't ease up on training. He says Auden's just freakishly enormous, but he'll give it a shot. Auden begins explaining that training method he brought up earlier, but then noise erupts from the next tent. Rem is booting out the same guy from before, calling it his sacred duty and ragging on him for still being passed out. The man crawls for his sword, snatches it, and swings while telling Rem to kiss his backside. Rem swings right back, and Encred wedges in asking why they're at it again. Auden tells them violence settles nothing. Rem says this idiot's trying to starve the lot of them. The MC says if it's his cooking shift, just cook, and Ragna says fine. Rem tries to hand him an apron, saying none of this drama was needed if he'd just do it. Ragna swats the apron away, complaining it reeks. Rem takes a sniff and says it smells fine. Encred asks if he's so bored he's now picking fights over literally nothing. Rem cops to it. Yeah, it's that obvious. The lack of fighting is melting his brain. The MC tells him to quit hassling randoms and come throw down with him instead. Later that day, Encred eats a kick to the ribs as Rem tells him he's got to absorb hits better, charging in again with his axe and batting his weapon aside. The MC plants himself with the heart of the beast, and when Rem comes back in, he deflects it and reminds himself to lean on his hearing to read incoming strikes. He keeps cashing in everything earned across hundreds of deaths and drives a stab at Rem's face. Rem slips it, though he grants it was a respectable attempt. Then he traps Encred's sword with his axe, pins it, grabs his collar, and turns the MC's own momentum to dump him on the dirt. He says he was expecting more given how much Encred's leveled up lately. Still, he wonders why it suddenly feels flat. He's seen that exact thrust 100 times, so what else has he got? The MC hauls himself back up and says he knows he's changed. He can run the same motion hundreds of thousands of times. Locking eyes with Rem, he tells him to come again. This time, he'll flatten him. Rem reflects that even though the MC's technique still stinks, that bullheaded glint in his eyes never gets old. A grin spreads across his face as he says Encred can run his mouth once he lands a single hit. Then the rain starts coming down. Both of them glance up, thrown off by how out of nowhere it is. Back inside the tent, Encred says the rain shows up and clears out whenever it pleases. Rem cracks that any longer out there and mushrooms will start sprouting between his toes. Ragna's out cold while Auden's deep in prayer. Another soldier strolls in asking how many duels he has to scrap thanks to this rain, and says he's half buying the curse rumors now. He asks what the guy means, and the soldier says he hasn't heard. Encred pauses, then says Vancento did mention something about it. The man explains the weather's gone bizarre, casualties are climbing, and folks keep getting hurt, especially Jackson and Ragna, both banged up. That's why people started calling the place cursed. He doesn't buy it, but the deranged weather made the rumors spread like wildfire. Encred says the brass isn't going to let something like that slide. The man asks why he's out in the storm, and the MC says that's exactly the point. Rem asks if he's some kind of stray cat and what this is even supposed to accomplish. Jackson says it's a smart idea and tells the MC to stick with it. Rem just scoffs, then starts hollering, demanding to know what Jackson's been drilling into him and since when he gave a damn about the squad leader. As the squabble kicks off, Auden notes you can still drill from inside the tent, flat on your back even. Ragna offers to look over his stance again. Rem spins and jabs a finger at them, saying just look at these guys, and they all keep right on staring. Jackson peeks over, Auden smiles, and Ragna keeps his eyes locked on Encred's back. Rem says he's clocked it. The MC keeps glancing out of the tent. Elsewhere, inside a war room, an officer orders the assembled commanders to keep their troops on a tight leash. He says they need one more scouting run before winter and asks for suggestions on who can plug the open slots. The ferry commander puts forward the 444th squad leader. A man instantly pipes up that Encred is kind of an idiot and would only drag the scouts down. She counters that he might turn up surprises, and he asks what makes her think so. She says it's just a ferry's gut feeling. The next day, the MC talks to her, asking why he's getting tossed onto the scout team. She just shoots him a glare. It cuts back to the earlier guy asking whether Encred somehow got on the commander's bad side. He asks what he could have possibly done, and the man insists he must have done something. Why else would she single him out? The MC wonders if she's out to get him killed now that Kryze is gone. Rem asks if he's seriously going, offering to help him wriggle out of the order while gripping his axe. axe. The MC says he can hardly swing an axe at a superior, and unlike Rem, he wouldn't dream of it. Rem says that's not what he meant, and the MC warns him not to pull anything either, not with his rap sheet for violence. Auden prays they won't haul him off and wonders what's gotten into everyone. Ragna sits up and says he could go in his place. The others give him a funny look since they all know he gets lost in about 2 minutes. Jackson says that if Encred's scouting through tall grass, he's got to track changes in the blades and any sign they've been touched. That's step 1 to surviving an ambush. Rem butts in, saying he told Jackson to quit feeding the MC this weird junk. The MC sighs, figuring that once he's gone, nobody will be around to break up their fights. Part of him questions whether walking away from them is right, but deep down, he knows no one's better suited to this job than he is. After joining up, his lousy skills kept getting him shuffled around to fill gaps. This squad was the one spot where he finally counted for something. When Jackson and Rem both lunge at each other and Encred plants himself dead between them, catching both off guard so their strikes freeze, he tells them to knock it off. Rem asks if he's brave or just dense, and Jackson says he should be thankful, or he'd be sporting a hole in his chest. Encred says they're both far too skilled to lose, and next to them, he'd barely dent their fighting strength. This isn't some out-of-nowhere pity party. He's clear-eyed about his own level, and there's still a long climb in front of him. Soon, he sets off through the woods with the scout unit, headed for the front. One of them spots the MC with his eyes closed and tells him to lock in. He says they may hold the same rank, but he runs this scout squad, and if Encred's got a problem, they can hash it out in a fight. Turns out the guy's name is Andrew. Another man laughs and asks Andrew if he honestly thought the MC would challenge him, sneering at the MC as an outcast. Andrew smirks and says if he does try, he'll be careful not to rough him up too badly. Then he barks at the group that a squad only runs on its men, and if they meet the enemy, they'll crack their skulls open. The MC complains they're making a racket and questions whether this crew even grasps what scouting means. In his eyes, Andrew is way too green for this. They find prints in the dirt, and Andrew calls them fresh, harmless tracks. He decides they'll trail them and have barbecue tonight. Encred points out that fresh moving groups run at least 20 strong, so if Andrew genuinely wants to fight them, what's even going through his head? Another man laughs and says that's no group at all. Turns out it's a gazelle. He catches the MC glaring and admits Andrew can be a pain. His name is Henry. Henry used to be a hunter and didn't think much of Encred at first, but after a chance conversation, the two warmed up to each other. He starts teaching him hunting fundamentals, which helps a ton, and explains that animals usually carve separate trails across the fields. He promises more lessons tomorrow. That night, Andrew keeps swearing it was definitely a group and that he needs results more than anyone. While the MC watches him the next day, the squad heads out, and as they reach the fields, Andrew says this is the zone they're meant to scout. Green Pearl, otherwise known as the ridiculously towering grass field. Andrew says they'll push through it, find the enemy band, and drag them back alive as prisoners. The men answer yes, and as they move on, Encred asks if they're really going in there when they're only supposed to recon. Encred reminds himself it's the squad leader's call. As they wade through the grass, the MC thinks this won't be a cakewalk. He figured Andrew would bail fast, but he doesn't. That part's a shock. At least Andrew's treating it seriously. Encred notices there's almost no animal droppings and wonders if that's a bad sign. Encred concludes, yeah, if there's food everywhere but no animals around, something's off. A paw suddenly rears up and crashes down. A shiver shoots through Encred's spine as a panther tears through the grass right beside him. Their eyes lock and the MC instantly shoves Andrew's head down, warning everyone to get low. The panther was bolting from something else. A heartbeat later, two men take stray shots to the head and Andrew shouts it's an ambush as enemy troops materialize. He orders everyone to run, and the squad scatters. One man gets pinned down, and Andrew is taken. Encred takes a blade to the chest and turns to find the enemy tightening in from all directions. By his senses, he's boxed in completely. Encred keeps sprinting while a crossbow is leveled behind him. He catches the sound and thinks Jackson's listening trick really does pay off as he twists away from a bolt at his back. But then the noise around him swells into too much. He can't even untangle all the racket. In the end, it still helps, right up until spears come whistling in and he's run through fast. Since the ambush was a foregone conclusion, trying to dodge it only makes sense. He recalls trying to warn Andrew, only for Andrew to snap that he should mind his own neck. That drove home for Encred that nobody would hear him out, so maybe he needed a way to break off alone. He keeps yelling that it's an ambush and they have to run, but fresh enemies wall off every exit and Henry goes down as well. Even so, he reassures himself it's okay. Another route is always there to try since the loops have his back. Then a firing line appears. Then arrows punch into his chest. Roughly 20 crossbowmen nail him from the east and load him up with bolts. He tries cutting north to escape them, only to slam into a wall of spearmen. He claws at the dirt, dragging himself ahead with arrows lodged in him. Even when he slips one threat, they keep on hunting him. Their green uniforms make it obvious they planned for this. Ankrid wonders what could possibly be so precious in a spot like this. As he keeps crawling, he spots a fire and a banner. Then his head comes off in one clean stroke. As his blood pours out, he keeps turning over what they're hiding here. The loop snaps back to Andrew, telling the squad they'll cross the field and seize the enemy. Ankrid's heard this on repeat. Every time they go in, they die. So the enemy is plainly guarding something. He has to find out what.
If he just drops the whole thing, he won't have to die. Henry calls out to him, jolting him back, and the MC realizes that steering clear of this would end the loop. Still, he decides he can't keep fleeing this wall. Andrew calls over, asking what he's waiting around for. One soldier tells Ankrid that Andrew may be a jerk, but he ought to roll with it, since Andrew's carrying his own baggage. The MC asks why he'd bother, since his patience for an idiot's garbage only stretches so far. Then he asks if the man's sick of brown-nosing Andrew, and that lights his fuse. He barges past him and says he's through playing nice. Andrew goes for his sword and asks if he's defying orders. Ankrid realizes he's got to flip the whole dynamic, so he says he's not defying, he's taking over instead. Andrew gets heated, and the MC points out that the ones who survive longest are him, that other soldier, and Henry. The Scarface soldier is every bit as lethal as he looks. He's the deadliest man here, yet he sticks to Andrew like a guard dog or a babysitter. Andrew draws his blade and says Ankrid can have command if he beats him, then tells him to draw. The MC says an ordinary soldier wouldn't come with a bodyguard. His footwork also screams proper training, so Andrew's surely from some wealthy noble bloodline. Yet a man with that backing wouldn't be this starved for results, which makes him a fallen noble in Ankrid's read. Andrew shoots back that the MC's pathetic skills and high rank make him look like some pampered brat coasting on family money. Ankrid says whatever Andrew is, he can't keep taking his orders, and Andrew starts insisting he's nothing like him because he's got a mission he has to finish. The MC tells him to come on already, taunting that he sure talks a lot for easy work. That sets Andrew off, and he charges. He knows he'd usually be in trouble here, but Andrew's underestimating him, and that brand of rage breeds mistakes. Andrew stabs at Ankrid's head, and the MC bats the strike aside with his bare hand. He knows one sloppy move is the best window he'll get. As Andrew's arm gets knocked off course, he realizes too late that he blundered. The MC steps in and buries a punch in his gut, making Andrew gag and crumple to the ground, hacking. Ankrid and Andrew's babysitter are both floored that a single punch did it. They had him pegged as weak. He announces that from here on he runs the squad and asks if anyone's got an issue. Ankrid's left speechless while the babysitter mulls it over and glances at Andrew, who's furious with himself. The man heaves a sigh, and Ankrid says this is only the start. As they push through the field, the others wonder what the MC's scheming. Then the MC asks Henry what his dream is. Henry's caught off guard and asks why Ankrid cares, but admits he wants to marry a gorgeous woman who runs a flower shop. He tells him he'll have to stay breathing first. He asks another soldier who says he just became a dad. The MC gives him the same line. Staying a father means making it out breathing. He keeps going down the line. One man wants to launch a business, another just wants to go home. When the MC asks Andrew says he wants to honor his mother's wish by rebuilding House Gardner. Ankrid says everyone's carrying a dream, and chasing it means walking out of this field alive. He halts and tells them this isn't about trying. They're going to guarantee that every man capable of escaping makes it out. Ankrid throws everyone off. He says each of them has to move on their own initiative because nothing pushes a person harder than the hunger to keep living. The enemy will turn up soon, and his plan is to punch straight through. He points into the grass and tells Henry to loose an arrow there at head height. Henry says there's nothing there, but Ankrid cuts him off and orders him to shoot. Henry lets the arrow fly and it sinks into a hidden soldier's face. The enemy shouts that they've been ambushed, stunning Henry and the rest. Ankrid draws his sword and tells Andrew to stay tight behind him. Andrew grits his teeth and rushes in. The MC says he had it backwards before. Owning the advantage means spotting the enemy before they spot you, and landing the opening blow. He drives his blade through one man's back, then pivots to the next target. The enemy panics, screaming for everyone to kill them. Andrew rams his blade into a man's throat. Ankrid says they need to ride the chaos and cut down as many as
as possible. He brought Andrew along precisely because the bodyguard would tag along too. When an enemy closes in from behind, the babysitter instantly takes his head off and hacks him to pieces. The MC knows this is their prime opening. As he shears off another man's arm, he clocks that the enemy force has dropped from 12 to 8. The others are closing the distance, and right on cue, the rest of his squad shows up. He gives the order, leave none of them breathing. The squad charges. Grass this high makes it just as hard for the enemy to keep eyes on them. There's a reason Encred spotted them before anyone else did. The panther streaks by once more. A startled soldier takes a swing at the beast, but Encred slides in from the flank and buries a blade in his belly. Encred clocks it. Last time they were chasing that panther, and that's exactly how they stumbled onto his squad. This time they're so locked onto the hunt that they walk straight into his ambush. Things are finally clicking, so he's not about to let the beast get killed. Penn reports the area is clear. Andrew's gasping for air while his babysitter coolly cleans his blade. Encred says they move out this second, the panther silently eyeing them from the rear. One man down leaves 6 standing. After all these loops, Encred still can't keep everybody breathing, but this is the most lives he's ever held on to, and he's hungry to go even further. A lone sentry keeps watch, and Encred takes his head off before he can blink. The loops mean he knows exactly where the enemy sits and how many. Straight ahead means 30 crossbowmen turn them into pincushions, so it's a hard right instead. The spearmen who run them down in every single loop need to drop fast, or the whole getaway crawls to a halt. Hit fast, fall back, repeat, and that's how they thread their way out of the ring. Andrew puts down one of the enemy. His babysitter cautions that he's burning himself out, and once night falls, finding the way out gets 10 times nastier. They have to punch through before the sun's gone. Encred orders them to keep going. When someone questions why he's heading deeper in, he insists this is the only correct route, and he's not taking complaints. Just shut up and follow. The babysitter is not a fan of any of this. Then Penn freezes when the man levels his sword and declares he won't be marched off to die. If gutting Encred is the price of survival, he'll pay it. Encred fires back that even this guy has to know there's no turning back now. With all the racket they kicked up, the retreat road is already crawling with enemies. The man demands to know why on earth they should trust him, and Encred says there's one thing he wants on the record. He wants to walk out alive too. Andrew had pegged him as the same useless garbage as his own father, the man who threw in the towel on everything and burned through whatever was left of their house. But Encred is nothing like that. If anything, the guy brings Andrew's mother to mind. She'd told Andrew that even with the house in ruins, she still held out hope he'd grow into the kind of person who could lead his people. To pull that off, he had to earn their faith and rebuild the bloodline. Andrew confesses being her is all he's ever wanted. Watching Encred now, he sees a man who pries the road ahead wide open. Encred tells them to put their faith in him. They're walking out of this alive. Andrew steps up and says he's in. He trusts him. He calls Encred captain, and when the babysitter starts to argue, Andrew shuts it down. He's the captain now, and a squad obeys its captain. The babysitter is floored, and Encred tells everyone to drop low until he signals and to keep tight. Step 1 of the escape, grab the lead and blast through with an ambush. Step 2, while they creep through the grass, they catch a rustling sound. Enemy soldiers are passing close by, and there are a ton of them. Encred says the one thing dozens of loops taught him is that only at this precise moment and spot can they let the enemy stroll past without a fight breaking out. This is the single real exit they've got. Everyone holds dead silent, strung tight and on edge. Encred pushes his hearing to the absolute limit, and once not a single footstep remains, the rest wait for him to call it. He tells them it all played out exactly to plan. That's his plan, now the final piece. The second the sun drops, the field becomes a death trap to cross. Encred announces they've hit the crucial spot, and Penn gawks and blurts out that there's no way. One of the others just face palms. After busting their tails to get here, they've somehow landed dead center in the enemy camp. Encred explains the Aspen soldiers are butchering every last person out in that field, so a secret buried here stays buried. Whatever the secret is, not a soul can be allowed to find out. Smack in the middle of the camp sits a shrine draped in flags and ringed with bones, and Encred muses about what happened if something more urgent than the hunt suddenly grabbed the camp's attention. Then he says it's go time. Move in now and a way out should crack open. Matt can't process it. Encred wants to torch the enemy camp. To him, that's flat out lunacy. He warns they'll get boxed in and die. Encred cuts him off and finally asks the man's name. So at last we find out the babysitter goes by Mac.
Ankrid lays it out for Mac plain. He won't tolerate anyone defying him. Mac starts to bite back, but Andrew slams the brakes on that fast. He orders him to zip it and falls in behind Ankrid on the spot. Mac mutters that he doesn't need Andrew lecturing him. With clouds smothering the night sky, none of them find the way out solo. So like it or lump it, they have to bank on their squad leader. Ankrid slits a tent open, and Mac is convinced this spot is their grave, but they duck inside to find nobody home. That only cranks Mac's suspicion higher. Ankrid knows this place way too well, and strolling smack through enemy lines still feels insane. Even weirder, they haven't bumped into one single soldier. They're unquestionably within the camp's bounds, yet where is everyone? Ankrid finally calls a stop when they hit the shrine. He tells everyone to hold position, then he drops the bomb. He's slipped into this place upward of a dozen times. The first time, he clocked that flag and gave it a touch, and the entire camp came down on him. So that's the thing the soldiers are guarding. The flag is priority number one. Now he's curious what happens if the camp goes up in flames too. Mac is floored. How would Ankrid have any clue the flag sat here? His head starts racing. Did the ferry commander tip him off? She was the one, after all, who handed this so-called nobody the reins. He says once the fire's lit, the soldiers will scramble to save the flag. Maybe that's the whole reason he grabbed command and steered them into the camp. Like he's running some secret assignment. While the camp's in chaos, they make their break. From here, they split up. One team plays decoy, the other lights the match. Mac volunteers for the bait team, and that throws Ankrid for a loop. He's been griping non-stop, so this out-of-nowhere cooperation is a shock. But Ankrid figures it plays right into his hands. He's marched people in here loads of times, but never with a group this big still breathing at his side. For Ankrid, this is the best run he's had, and for once, it actually feels doable. Then one of the guards eats a rock to the skull. They catch sight of Mac bolting and start hollering, sending the others charging after him. Ankrid tells himself this is the time he finally makes it. He reaches for a torch, certain it's their finest chance at living to see tomorrow. But from nowhere, a hulking man appears at his side, swinging his blade down in a brutal arc. The torch splits clean in two, and ice runs through Ankrid. He never even felt the guy approach. Grabbing his sword, it hits him that no previous loop ever featured this man at all. Still, one glance says it all. This guy is lethal. He wonders where someone this monstrous came from. The man sneers and calls him a rat. Ankrid just tells him they're too late. The man asks what the hell he means, then spots a tent already going up in flames. A panicked soldier sprints out shouting while others scatter hauling barrels. The big man barks at everyone to kill the fire. Ankrid realizes Mac pulled the bulk of the soldiers away, and Andrew used that gap to set the tents alight. Now Ankrid just has to make it out breathing. He sets his foot down, telling himself all power comes up through the earth, and lines up a thrust. Push off the earth, fire forward, and aim straight for the gap in the man's guard. Ankrid lunges while the man's looking elsewhere, but the man snaps around and his gaze nails Ankrid in place, slipping the strike with flawless, effortless motion. A heartbeat later, he's behind Ankrid. Before Ankrid can even move, Ankrid knows he's in trouble the instant he feels his gut open up. Clamping a hand over it, he knows that was the absolute best thrust in his arsenal. He turns back toward his opponent, who labels him weak. Ankrid can feel the canyon between them. Right now, winning isn't on the table. He clawed through endless ambushes just to reach this point, loop after loop, watching every single ally die but himself. He'd assumed every hurdle in this run was behind him, but the reality hits now. This man is the genuine wall. As the man lifts his sword, Ankrid figures if he's dying here, then next time he'll grab control earlier and run it all back until he can topple this monster. Instead of losing it, he starts laughing, which throws the man completely off. Then the man bristles, wanting to know where the joke is. Grinning, Ankrid aims his blade dead at him. The man growls a promise to slice him apart and throw the scraps to his hounds. Then he swings. He drops low and steadies his sword, swearing this barrier is going down. And he actually catches the strike, sparks exploding off the clash. The man bats his blade aside, gliding along it with a slick parry. Ankrid is caught flat-footed. The man instantly links into another attack, and when Ankrid wriggles past it, the next swing's already there. He just barely ducks that one too. Stunned, the man could even come from that angle. But the onslaught doesn't quit. Ankrid snaps his eyes upward and barely gets his guard up against another crushing blow. He feels the raw power behind every hit, and there's zero opening to swing back. The gulf in skill is just too wide. Ankrid backpedals a step and rips out a throwing knife, flinging it his way. As it arrives, the man lazily bats it aside using just the back of one hand. Ankrid did not see that coming. The man surges back in immediately, driving his blade straight at his chest. Then someone shouts that the fire's spreading and the
attack grazes past Ankrid's face as the man's focus slips. The shrine's ablaze now, and the fire is creeping steadily toward the flag. The robed man from earlier shouts to his commander, asking whether he understands the stakes. The commander realizes Ankrid isn't the type to die quietly. Not a trace of fear shows on Ankrid's face, so the commander addresses him, promising they'll cross paths again, then turns and strides off. Ankrid is floored that he's just walking away. Maybe the actual wall was someone else entirely, but wall or no wall, the loop still needs clearing, and at least he now knows he can keep climbing higher. Then Andrew's voice cuts in, screaming that they need to run right now. Ankrid throws one final glance back toward the commander as Andrew keeps hollering for him. The commander pivots and their gazes meet. Ankrid itches to keep swinging, but he finally slides his sword home. Aware the wise move is surviving, he orders a pullback while the enemy scrambles around the burning shrine. The soldiers rush in to beat down the flames. They start screaming for backup. As the squad sprints out, Ankrid notes one man who split off another way never returned. Down to 5 now. Mac asks whether that's the whole crew left. No pursuers coming? Ankrid says no. Then Penn starts hacking and lagging behind, and a small pack of soldiers comes after them. The others spin back to guard Penn, and Ankrid takes one down with a tidy slash across the throat. Mac buries his sword in the next man's neck, and Andrew mirrors the move. Ankrid tells them not to flinch, just keep moving. As Andrew drags Penn along, Ankrid says the enemy can't follow into the field's fox and snake country. Andrew wonders if that terrain won't drag them down as well. Penn grins and claims there's a secure way through, the hunter's path. Ankrid tells him the whole squad is riding on him, guiding them true. Pressing further into the field, he clocks that the footsteps trailing them have gone silent. The chase has dropped off. Thanks to the stunt Andrew and Mac pulled, they ditched the enemy quicker than expected, and without Penn's tracking, they'd never have shaken them so fast. It took every last one of them to get this far. When dawn starts to break, Ankrid shades his face with a hand, and it dawns on him he's made it into the next day. They keep sprinting until their own camp finally comes into view. A soldier there asks what on earth happened to them. They're drenched in blood and totally wiped, and Penn mumbles he's about to pass out. A beat later, he's on the ground. Ankrid cracks his spine, and it lands that he's finally beaten that loop with the bulk of them alive. He's free to head into the next day at last. Over at the shrine, the flag remains upright, but nearly everything surrounding it is wrecked. Someone questions the robed man, who replies that the whole thing has to be set up from scratch. He never figured the famous Greyhound would lose to a handful of nobodies. The company commander known as Greyhound admits none of it adds up. Those soldiers were supposed to be elite, yet a few enemies broke in, lit fires, and walked away. The Greyhounds are an independent company, basically guns for hire. The name comes from Aspen's Greyhound, a beast notorious for sinking its teeth into whatever prey it locks onto. On the battlefield or freelancing, the Greyhounds live up to it. Once they fix on a mark, they never release it, which is why folks dub them the obsessed lovers. Greyhound turns to the man from earlier and asks whether his opponent had any real skill. The man's name turns out to be Mitch. He claims that without the fire breaking out, finishing Ankrid would have been effortless. Greyhound says Ankrid got lucky, but luck still counts for something. Mitch swears it won't happen twice. Back in his tent, Ankrid can't shake the thought of that wall he hit and couldn't get past. Part of him wanted that duel to drag on, and he's certain a rematch isn't far off. Mitch feels exactly the same, fully committed to putting Ankrid down next time. Rem spins his axe, bored stiff, wondering why his scouting trip still hasn't sent any update. He snags the axe and sits up, figuring Ankrid might be dead. He admits Ankrid did get better, but says he's still a small fry, so dying wouldn't be a shock. Oddly enough, Rem actually took a liking to him. He sighs and figures that if Ankrid's gone, well, that's just how it goes. Ragna stirs awake too. He spots the weird way Rem's sitting and asks just what he's gawking at. Rem just waves and says morning. Ragna waves back, then Rem smirks and says he's suddenly got the urge to kill him. Rem tightens his grip on the axes while Ragna begins unsheathing his blade and brands him a rabid dog. Later, the company commander interrogates Ankrid over the scout mission, chiefly how it wrapped up with the place burning down. He says he simply made the smartest calls available and got fortunate. She fixes her stare on him, repeats that word fortunate, then orders him off to rest and mend. A little useful was what she'd counted on, not anything on this scale, and she starts puzzling over his true identity. As Ankrid heads out, he admits he has no read on what's going through her head. Then Andrew hails him, him, dips into a bow, and says sorry for the way he behaved early on, crediting him with the fact that he's still breathing. He asks whether they'll meet again. Ankrid offers a light wave and says perhaps, should their paths line up, then heads off. Andrew grips his sword and bows to Ankrid again, and the others follow suit, paying their respects. Ankrid mulls over getting 4 of them back alive, yet questions whether even that was genuinely his ceiling. A pair of them still died, and the thought nags at him that more strength would have spared those 2 as well. The loops let him keep grinding straight through his limits. One day he'll quit just scraping to survive and start moving toward his real dream, becoming a knight. That's the whole point of these loops, and to ever escape living the same day on repeat, he has to grow vastly stronger. Then his squad's shouting reaches him, warning that the 2 of them are at it once more. Ragna and Rem are already swapping strikes, both with expressions way grimmer than the norm. Ankrid says this is a first for him. He's crossed swords with them endlessly, but never once saw those faces. One soldier grumbles that they're not even human, they're animals. It hits him that fighting him never once forced them into full seriousness, which means it's time to get serious himself. Their next bout, he intends to pull those exact expressions out of them. Ragna turns aside a swing from Rem, then catches sight of Ankrid off to the side. Rem tells him that if he's back, he ought to actually file a report rather than lurk around yet again. He roars at the rest that anyone unwilling to fight him can buzz off. Ragna spots that Ankrid's wounded, but he shrugs it off as nothing. When Ankrid tries to grill him on the techniques, Rem shuts it down and just tells him to clean up and crash. So Ankrid swivels over to Ragna and pitches the same question to him. Ragna gives him a long look and asks if he's actually being serious right now. Ankrid checks whether he caught him at a bad moment. Ragna glances off to the side and mumbles that it's nothing. Our boy senses there's more on Ragna's mind, but he lets it slide for the time being. Pretty soon, everyone's breaking camp as the battalion commander hauls the entire force closer to the tall grass field. On the march, Ankrid's injuries mend up nicely, and he can't stop replaying his training in his head. The redhead asks if he's seriously grinding right now, reminds him they march tomorrow, and wonders why he won't just rest. Ankrid says he's only slipping out for a quick bit. Rem clicks his tongue and warns that pulling this stunt night after night will plant him in an early grave unless he starts resting. Come morning, Ragna jolts awake to the whistle of a blade slicing the air. He spots Ankrid's bunk already tidied up and figures the guy's off training again. Ragna stretches, scoops up his own sword, and thinks back on how the blade always came naturally to him. Getting strong was effortless, and he even had everything it took to make knight. But honestly, the whole thing just bored him stiff. He never stumbled onto a single reason worth burning his life chasing that road. Aimless, he drifted off his own purpose, which is exactly how he washed up in this squad. Then he watches Ankrid hammer out swing after swing. Every strike rips a pained grunt out of him, and he crumples to his knees, still nowhere near healed. Ragna notes the protagonist's fundamentals are an absolute train wreck and says you've got to lay proper basics from the ground up. If he keeps papering over garbage technique with cheap shortcuts, he'll never actually get anywhere. Even so, Ankrid hauls his sword back up. His eyes blaze with resolve, and Ragna genuinely can't figure out why he's grinding his body into dust, so he just flat out asks. Ankrid tells him he wants to get stronger. Ragna asks, stronger for what? And the MC says he wants to be a knight. Ragna scoffs that a knight is just a guy who's good at swinging a sword, and asks if the title's really worth all that. Ankrid says the knight he pictures is a man who judges right and wrong on his own terms, and raises steel for honor, for the powerless, and for the people he's sworn to shield. That one lands square between Ragna's eyes. For him, strength had always been nothing but a tool, and a knight nothing but a sword. Now he actually starts wondering what he wants out of any of this. He takes a step forward and admits maybe he won't know until he goes digging for it. Then he hollers over at Ankrid, asking whether he's serious about taking up the blade properly. The protagonist fires back instantly, obviously. Ragna just stares, then heaves a sigh, muttering he probably should have kept his mouth shut. He's already getting roped into something. Again. Still, watching how dead serious Ankrid is, he admits this might actually be fun. He asks if Rem already drilled him on the heart of the beast. When the MC also name drops the Volin mercenary technique, Ragna says all of it has to go in the trash. Everything except the stab and that one beast technique. He circles back to that Volin mercenary technique. Ragna says especially that one. If Ankrid won't ditch it, every new skill he picks up will just collapse back into old habits. And if that's the deal, he may as well not bother. So he lays out a choice: dump everything and rebuild from scratch, or stay exactly where you are. The protagonist doesn't even blink before saying he'll start over. Ragna's thrown by how fast that came flying out and asks if he's really sure. Ankrid just asks what he should tackle first. Ragna mutters under his breath that this guy is genuinely not wired right. He says the MC's body is rock solid, but his weapon's a toothpick, so he hands over his own sword and shows him the grip. The MC asks if he's really cool lending it out, and Ragna shrugs it off as no big deal. He sets his right hand above the left, then catches how hard he's white-knuckling it. The protagonist explains it's so the blade doesn't get away from him, and Ragna asks who on earth taught him that. When Ankrid says it was Rem, Ragna clicks his tongue, writes Rem off as useless, and tells the MC to take his stance. Then Ragna raises the sword overhead and chops straight down at him. He blocks it, but his hands rattle and he yelps that it hurt. Ragna deadpans that yeah, obviously it did. If he stays locked up stiff, it only gets worse. Right now he's planted like a fence post. Ankrid wonders why every single guy in this squad talks in these bizarre riddles and tries to crack what he even means. Then it clicks. Ragna's saying he's tensed up because he's crushing the grip too hard. He's got to stay loose so the sword doesn't seize up and his motion can actually flow. So the protagonist loosens his hold, and Ragna keeps raining strikes on him. Then he sweeps Ankrid's legs out and tells him to mind his balance while he's at it. The MC takes another crack at it, and Ragna demands to know which direction his feet are supposed to be facing. He bats the blade aside, snaps that it's still way too stiff, and tells him to redo it before he snaps his own wrist clean off. The second he swings, Ragna jeers at him, asking whether he signed up for a waltz. This grind drags on the entire day, right up until the protagonist is sprawled flat in the dirt. Ragna sighs that he honestly didn't expect it to be this rough. Ankrid's got zero fundamentals, and that's not the kind of thing you patch overnight. The MC is running on fumes, but still cinches his grip on the sword tighter. Ragna studies him, clearly turning something over in his head. Then Ankrid asks if they can go one more round. Ragna lets out a long breath and draws his blade, saying fine, they'll start from square one. Then Rem rolls up, asking where the two of them vanished to all day, and whether they're out here skipping meals for some cute little picnic. He jabs a finger at Ragna and asks Ankrid if the guy's giving him trouble, offering to handle it personally. Cue the usual bickering. He clocks that Rem's all dressed up and asks what the deal is. Rem mentions they've gotten the call up. Enemy troops are massing on the horizon, and everyone scrambles to gear up for battle. Then it cuts to the company commander posted up on a cliff above the soldiers. Ankrid's whole squad is kitted out for the fight. Ragna's already starting to regret teaching him. The protagonist just picked up this style, so he probably can't fight clean yet, and that's a great way to get killed today. He rests the blade against his shoulder and figures he's stuck playing bodyguard for the MC start to finish. Ankrid wishes he'd squeezed in more training. Some of the soldiers start asking why the enemy line's set up like that, fanned out in that weird pattern ringing the flag. Then the enemy spellcaster stretches out his hand and announces this is the end. A vicious wind starts churning out from where he stands. Leona, the fairy commander, realizes it's a spell. Everyone fights to stay upright as a thick fog comes pouring across the field. Ankrid glances around and says he can't even make out the men standing right next to him. The fog sends panic tearing across the ranks, and then a sound reaches his ears. The others catch it too and ask what that sound is. Dread spikes fast, and Ankrid shouts that they're arrows. They come down like a downpour. Arrows skewer soldiers all over the field. Leona knocks them away and warns this fog is unnatural. Nobody could have called this tactic. She barks at everyone to throw up their shields, then realizes they've walked into a trap. The spellcaster bursts out laughing, bragging about how brutal this spell was to brew. He used the blood of countless animals and dragged in oceans of water with rain magic. Now that it's live, the fog blinds everyone. Only the ones planted under the spell's markers, the flags, can actually see, turning the whole thing into a one-way massacre. He christens it the Fog of Annihilation. Mitch remarks that he looks mighty satisfied, and the man replies that naturally he is. If that flag hadn't nearly gone up in flames, this would have been a cakewalk. Mitch flashes back to Ankrid and curses his name while the protagonist scrambles to outlast the arrow storm. A second volley rains down, and the MC barely twists past one. A voice at his back tells him to keep his head down, and he knows right away it's Ragna. Then Rem snarls that this is magic, absolutely seething.
Ankrid says he knows Rem is planted right ahead of him, yet he still can't actually spot the guy. And fighting well while this blind is flat out impossible. An arrow thuds in right by his boots, and his breathing goes ragged. His whole body cinches up, and even dragging his legs forward turns into a chore. At this rate, he can't pull off a thing Ragna taught him, though he never figured he'd nail it on the first go. Back in training, Ragna had warned him he'd backslide into old habits for a while. Until he fully owned this, better to stay out of the fight. But if he sits out the battlefield, he's dead anyway. He clocks that, then shuts his eyes. He locks back in, reminding himself that death doesn't spook him the way it terrifies everyone else. With the fight screaming all around them, Ragna orders him to fall in behind. But the MC says he's already cracked it. If one clean attempt won't do, he knows precisely what move comes after. He charges headlong into the fog, and Ragna howls, asking if he's lost his entire mind. A spearman erupts out of the mist and rams his spear clean through Ankrid's throat. The MC gurgles as the spear stays jammed in him. Then he smiles, saying now he gets to rewind and keep studying under Ragna. The soldier flinches back, calling him a lunatic. He rips the spear out of Ankrid's neck, killing him on the spot. Back at camp, Ragna asks if he actually got what he meant. He says, real talk, Ragna's a garbage teacher. Being a genius, he can do it himself, but he's hopeless at pointing out what's wrong. Ragna says maybe this is just what it's like to get something, but have no clue how to teach it. Then he simply tells the protagonist to swing down, asking if that's honestly so hard. The MC says he's not clowning him, he's seriously lost, and asks where his center of gravity is supposed to sit. Ragna stalls, caught off guard, then tries to actually reason it out and asks if he means something like this. Ankrid says, yep, called it. Naturals like Ragna can't even explain the mechanics behind their own talent. Ragna might be hopeless at explaining, but no matter. Ankrid's whole strength is observing and absorbing. He'll etch Ragna's form into memory however many attempts that demands. Cut back to the arrows hosing down. The protagonist lifts his sword and swats one aside, but his hands shudder and he realizes he's still way too stiff. Another spear rockets at him and Ankrid doesn't even bother to dodge. He reassures himself it's all good. Dying just resets him for more lessons and lets the point bury itself in his throat. Back to training, he shifts his feet and ducks under Ragna's blade. This is loop 31, and he can finally move with a little slack in him. Ragna says that footwork was pretty sharp and asks where he picked it up. With that much down, Ankrid's ready to start on the real basics. Ragna lays out the 3 sword fundamentals: cut, stab, slash. To defend, you put the edge to work, and on a quality blade, even the flat sides earn their keep. The straightest path running from you to your foe is exactly your line of attack. Sword work comes down to smothering their attack line while extending yours. Lure them close, then welcome them onto your edge. Back on the battlefield, the spearman lunges, but Ankrid watches it skim right past him and notices his feet feel light now. He can slip this no problem. Then 4 more spears stab out all at once and drop him where he stands. Still, he notes the loops are inching forward. Over in training, he actually deflects a strike from Ragna, leaving the man stunned. Ragna asks if he seriously just parried that. The MC stays locked on one thing. He'll keep grinding. Even if the gains are microscopic, he'll keep running this cycle, and he follows it up with a diagonal slash at Ragna. Ragna admits that move's got nothing left to correct. He sounds honestly thrown, but Ankrid points out that tiny increments pile up into serious ground. As he bolts through the fog, Ragna shouts at his back, and the protagonist drops dead once more, still grinning, still vowing that so long as he's getting better, he'll keep eating deaths for as long as it takes. In training, Ragna hoists his blade and brings it down. Ankrid slips inside and brings his own sword up, batting Ragna's strike away. This is loop 100. Ragna gapes at his sword in pure disbelief, then snaps back to the MC, demanding to know what the hell he even is. He can't read his own captain's moves anymore. Ankrid notices Ragna doesn't look at him the same way now. He'd always assumed his talent had a ceiling, but as he tears forward again, Ragna calls out to him. He keeps moving, saying he's blown clean past his old self. He slips the first spear and tucks in tight against it, breezing straight by that enemy and leaving him alive because his eyes are on the prize, the path to knighthood. He punches straight into the spearman's rear ranks where they run him through again. Even while he's bleeding out, he grins and says this is such a blast that he might genuinely be cracking up.
Back in the training yard, Ragna hits him with the same line. Does he want to take up the blade from scratch again? Ankrid says he'll do whatever it takes to get stronger, grinning like a man ready to die as many times as the goal demands. Utterly baffled, Ragna insists nobody should be improving this fast, and asks whether the protagonist had been deliberately fighting like garbage all along. The protagonist says nope, but Ragna keeps rolling, saying he's already got the fundamentals and mostly just needs reps now. Back on the field, more arrows pour down. Ankrid says this is now attempt number 200. An arrow comes screaming for his skull, but he digs in his heel, tips his weight forward, and ducks clean beneath it. Today, he wants to see just how far these techniques can carry him. The usual spearman lunges, but Ankrid ghosts under it and swings back, shearing off the man's arms and head. He already knows exactly where enemies will pop out of the fog. He pulls a throwing knife and figures that blind or not, he can still bag a couple of them. Then he flings it and fells another soldier. The enemy starts to lose it. One soldier scans around through the fog, baffled at what's happening since he can't see a soul, and Ankrid carves off his leg. The crossbowmen start panicking too, yelling about what's going on. One swings up his crossbow to fire, and the MC remembers Ragna telling him to watch closely. Read what's coming next and move your feet to match it. He drops under the crossbow's line, then rams his blade clean into the guy's chest. Ankrid breaks into laughter, saying this feels like night and day, like he's a totally different person from the guy who didn't even know the basics. He plows deeper into the enemy line, hungry for more and more of them to come at him. He pushes farther in, but then a cluster of crossbowmen take aim together. As they lock into a firing row, one of them praises him for making it this deep and wonders aloud just how he expects to walk away alive. Ankrid, lungs working overtime, walks forward and says he'd rather hash it out blade to blade, like men do, still pushing his own limits. They call him insane and then completely blow that off, loosing their bolts and killing him where he stands. Then it cuts to the spellcaster, who calls Ankrid an idiot for strolling straight into his own grave. He asks if the guy's brain is broken. The protagonist wakes up startled, saying it's been a while, and wonders if the man really turned up just to talk trash. Then Rem asks what he's doing after catching him zoning out. Then Ankrid remembers something Rem said once. Rem had dubbed it a spell back in the day. During his previous loop, the enemy lined up like they were circling the grassland flag to protect it. So the MC asks whether Rem knows a thing or two about spells. Rem questions why he's suddenly bringing this up, and Ankrid says he's just curious to hear whatever Rem knows. Rem goes along with it, then asks if Ankrid knows the difference between magic and spells. The protagonist says magic's the more common one. Rem says that's half right, but spells need a medium. Beyond that, the medium is the whole ball game. Strip it away, and the spell simply can't be. The MC chews on that and realizes the fog came out of the enemy's spell, which means the flag has to be the medium. Wreck it and the fog should evaporate. He asks if Rem's tribe dabbles in spells too, since spells came out of the west and that's where Rem hails from. Rem grins and admits he's run into them. Then he adds that genuine spellcasters barely exist. The bulk of them are nothing but hexcasters. Ankrid waves that off and Rem asks where he's headed. He says he's off to train. Ragnar remarks that their training routes seem pretty similar. Then he asks if the protagonist knows of a certain legendary sword style. He explains that 500 years back, a once-in-a-million prodigy was born. As a kid on a sword farm, he wiped out 12 bandits with nothing but a fireplace poker. Orphaned at a tender age, he picked up the blade early on, and eventually a noble who'd heard the whispers brought him into his house. That prodigy went by the name Leona, but however gifted he was cursed in equal measure. His strength began draining away at age 10, and by 12, he was completely paralyzed. And just like that, history seemed to swallow the great prodigy whole. But Rem says that by 20, even fully paralyzed, Leona carved his name into swordsmanship for good. He pored over every blade discipline across the land and slotted them all into 5 categories. The righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leona rewrote the history of the sword, and because of it, his family rose to become the Empire's greatest house. That legacy still lingers, since modern swordsmanship is built straight on top of it. Ragna says the northern heavy sword and a ton of other styles exist, even eastern ones that channel ki, and the style he learned traces back to the northern heavy sword. He fumbles to recall recall Rim's lesson and guesses it was the conscience of the beast. Rim sets him straight. It's the heart of the beast. Then Ragna says the thing he's about to drill into him is even handier. Fix everything onto one single point. He tells the MC to tune out everything else and zero in on nothing but his sword and the enemies. Then drops into his stance to demonstrate. He wonders what Ragna's about to pull. Then Ragna thrusts dead straight at him, just grazing the side of his neck. Incred is floored. It was even faster than Rim's axe. He nearly died, and Ragna asks if he felt anything. Off to one side, Rim brands him a degenerate and demands to know if he's actually trying to off their squad leader. Ragna says people focus sharpest with death right in their face. He's just helping. Rim snaps back that Incred can't learn a thing if he's a corpse. He asks how long Rim figures it took to learn the heart of the beast. Ragna says of course it dragged on forever with a dumb barbarian doing the teaching, and the protagonist butts in to declare that the pair of them are equally hopeless instructors. Rim shoots back that his own people live farther north, which should make him the bigger barbarian. Ragna denies it, insisting Rim's from the southern barbarian tribe. As the bickering drags on, Incred cuts it short. Time to move out, he says, because he's standing by for the order to march. On his way out, Ragna tells him to bottle up that razor-edged feeling he just had, the one that hit him a heartbeat before dying. Lock everything onto one single point and the rest of the world drops away, and the blade goes exactly where he wills it. Out on the field again, Incred notes it feels like the heart of the beast, yet it's a whole other animal. The heart of the beast numbs your terror of dying. This one does the opposite and hones you to a point, and he can only crack it through actual fighting. He needs reps. He scans the field and clocks the flag right as the fog creeps in. Our boy decides to tack a second objective onto just farming experience. He's taking down that flag. He bulls ahead and lops off a soldier's head, figuring it'd be a breeze with Rem and Ragna along. But he'd rather solo it, and he carves down another enemy on the push forward. He flicks the blood off his edge, buzzing to nail this new trick, and Christ reminds himself he's bitten the dust this often precisely for lack of readiness, which is exactly why pinning everything to one point carries so much weight. To outlast the assassin, he sharpened his ears. To survive the fight, he picked up the heart of the beast, but this fresh method just won't snap into place for him. Ragna jabs his sword straight at him once more and freezes it inches from his nose, asking if it's clicked yet. He says if it had landed, Incred should have felt the blade tip drag, or something along those lines. Incred shakes his head and starts wondering if the heart of the beast is jamming him up, but he's skeptical. Ragna tells him everything but the enemy's blade should blur out, and he ought to trace where that blade is headed. Then he asks whether he's ever brushed up against a feeling like that. Incred figures leaning on his fear of death might be the wrong road here, and asks how Ragna picked it up. Ragna says he never had to pick anything up, it just showed up on its own. The name spells it out. Lock onto a single point. Incred breathes out, accepting he's getting nothing useful from him and will have to untangle this on his own. Even so, he can't force the pace. He'll grind it on the side, but the headline objective is dropping one of those flags. He wants to spare his side the bleeding and punch a clean hole through the enemy line. When the fog seeps back in, the whole unit starts to lose it, but Incred barks at them to hit the dirt. This round they drop instantly, and he calls for shields up. Arrows pour down, the shields swallow the volley while Incred runs the show. He's cycled this loop north of 300 times. He's got every incoming strike mapped, no need to even look. The fog rattles the enemy just as much, and he milks it, ghosting past one man and punching a stab through the side of his skull, then chaining a swing that puts down two more. The enemy shouts that he's one guy, they can box him in, but their own keep folding in the fog, and when the next cluster pushes up, Incred draws back and mows them down. There's only one thing on his mind now, the flag. A soldier hollers for everyone to lock in and shut him down. He smiles as the gap shrinks. He's genuinely enjoying this. His sword comes crashing down and an enemy parries, sparks spitting off the meeting. Incred plows through it regardless, hammering hard enough to snap the blade clean in half. Then he seizes that soldier and rams him into the pole, cracking it. He says it cost him 10 loops to even touch this flag. As it finally gives way, he says that's the whole thing he was after, but the fog refuses to lift. The instant he stalls, the enemy pounces and skewers him. One of them laughs, saying Incred's got a little spell knowledge, but he got played, and it clicks for our boy at last. Only one flag is the genuine article, the rest are bait. He's got to sniff out the real one. The loop resets. Ragna asks what the plan is as Incred bolts in solo. He says next attempt he's running 1 in 5 odds. Out front, he yells for everyone to drop and raise shields, but he's too far off for the words to carry, so they freeze up. Ankrid spins and watches the arrows streak by, completely baffled. He throws up his shield and stops the shots meant for him, but his soldiers get erased. He puzzles over why they tuned him out this time. Maybe his timing was junk, or maybe they needed a beat to reset. He wrecks another flag, but it's fake too. Wrong flag once again. A breath later, his head leaves his shoulders. Down to 4 now, we watch him bust another, and it's still a fake. The enemy drops him again. That burns 5 more loops. The 4th flag eats 7 more loops just to reach, and even after he splits it, he dies the exact same way. Just 2 flags remain. Now he reckons if he's going on instinct, one of them is the obvious pick since it sits farther out than all the rest. And planted right next to it is the robed figure from the camp. Ankrid drops to a knee and orders everyone down with shields up, and this time they actually obey. The arrows get stonewalled again, and he tells Rem to ride with him. Rem asks if he's lost it as they barrel through the arrows. Ankrid says even at distance he can't blow all his juice before he hits the flag. When they reach the spearman, our boy doesn't even bother swinging. Rem's right there and drops one with a hurled axe. Ankrid says the play is Rem soaking up the attention while he threads past. Rem grabs a soldier and barks at him to reveal who worked the spell, but the guy's already a corpse, brains on the ground. So Rem chucks him aside and says he'll grill the next one. He keeps plowing through enemies while clocking that he's been stuck replaying this loop for over a year. He sprints at the flag and lifts his blade, telling himself this ought to kill the fog. But the second he swings, his sword gets stopped cold. A half-familiar voice wonders aloud whether he's dreaming. Turns out it's Mitch, who swats Ankrid's blade clear of the flag. Mitch says heaven finally picked up his calls. He's been itching to kill our boy with his bare hands, and he's been holding out for this exact shot. Ankrid just stares at him, not from fear, but because he hasn't got a clue who this guy is. That throws Mitch, and then he sours, asking how Ankrid could blank on him after just a handful of days. He's puzzled because from where he's standing, it's been a lot longer, so he flat out asks Mitch who he is. Mitch hoists his sword and says our boy will jog his memory soon enough. Then he charges, saying maybe a stab will shake the memory loose. Ankrid spots the blade inbound and torques his body clear of it. He shoves off hard and dives in with a counter. Mitch skips back, rattled by what he's witnessing. In just a few days, Ankrid has gotten ridiculously stronger. It nettles Mitch that our boy nearly clipped him in a single step. While Mitch wavers, he eats the distance and brings the sword down. Mitch blocks and their edges throw sparks. Ankrid sizes him up, sees Mitch leans on textbook righteous sword, but laces in flowing style to swat strikes off course. Ankrid soaking it up on the fly. Mitch tries to shove him back, but our boy won't budge. He slaps Mitch's sword wide and tells himself to pin every sense onto whatever's right in front of him. Mitch hefts his weapon and lunges. He knows if his focus cracks for even an instant, the entire balance collapses. He's got to wipe out the flag, the outcome, even the sword styles. The rest of it has to vanish until nothing's left but the swords. They both strike together and the points slam into each other. Mitch clenches his jaw and bears down harder, knocking Ankrid's blade offline. Our boy gets caught flat, and before he can react, Mitch runs his sword clean through Ankrid's chest, coughing with the steel still buried in him. Ankrid lifts his eyes and says it's coming back now. He's the one posted by the flagpole out in the grass. Mitch reels off his rank. Platoon commander of the Greyhound Squad under the Aspen Principality. He answers in kind, calling himself the Nolalia Kingdom Squad commander. A couple of soldiers ask Mitch if our boy's an enemy. Mitch says yeah, and that he's slick at staying hidden. One of the men grumbles that Ankrid's a strange one, and when Mitch glances back down, he's thrown. Why on earth is Ankrid grinning right now? He says Ragna had it backwards. It was never fear of death he was missing. What he was actually missing was a fierce rival, someone willing to bet it all and drag him higher. Maybe he's genuinely unhinged because he tears the blade free from his own ribs and says that's not a high he's reaching for. That snaps him back to Ragna preaching about locking onto one point again. Ankrid cuts his eyes sideways and says he gets it, but Ragna reads him as tuned out and maybe ready to quit. Then Rem strolls over and says they've been ordered to move out. Our boy tells Ragna it's time. Ragna says Ankrid actually seems more lit up than usual. He's off today and maybe he ought to grind harder in warm-ups. As the fog rolls in, Ankrid yells for everyone to drop and throw up their shields. A volley of arrows pours down. Before Rem can drop his usual line, he talks over him and tells him to keep up. Rem asks what's the deal, and Ragna says he's rolling along too. Rem snaps at him, asking if he took a knock to the head since the pair of them are acting bizarre. Ragna tells him if he'd rather not catch an arrow in the skull, he'd better keep his eyes forward. The enemy's already on them, while Ankrid slides clean through their lines. Ragna and Rem don't get the same luck, stuck and have to bash a path through. Our boy wanted to crack the lane open like before so he could square off with Mitch again, and before long the two of them lock eyes. Ankrid radiates pure psycho vibes, saying it's great to see him, calling Mitch his buddy and begging for a fight. Mitch asks if he truly came out searching for him, and he fires back asking whether Mitch has never confessed before, because for him it was love at first glance. Mitch says he's normally the one doing the finding. This is the first time anyone's tracked him down. Ankrid asks if that gets under his skin. Mitch just lifts his sword and says, naturally not. Our boy cops to it, that hitting that headspace again where only the sword exists is tougher than he banked on, and right then Mitch buries the blade in his chest. Mitch says he didn't figure Ankrid would crumple this easy and can't say why he thought they'd get a real fight out of it. That's when it dawns on him his angle was wrong. He can't muscle it, he's got to sink into the fight on its own. As they clash over and over with each loop, he resolves to run this duel again and again until he finds that feeling. Come the 18th loop, all of it but the blade finally melts off and the feeling resurfaces. On his 28th go with Mitch, he can flip into that state on command. By the 48th meeting with Mitch, Ragna's offering to walk him through the trick again and jabs at Ankrid like always. This time our boy is dialed all the way in, eyes glued to nothing but the blade. As it creeps toward his eye, the rest of the world dissolves, and at the precise beat, he raises his sword and turns Ragna's thrust aside. Ragna is left without words. Then he asks if Ankrid honestly just deflected that by locking onto one point. Ankrid keeps it to himself, but he realizes pure focus means total command of both body and blade. He's leagues ahead of where he stood before he ever met Mitch. When Ragna asks where he's off to, he's already walking away, saying it's time to go meet the platoon commander. Finally, he's about to put this loop down for good. Then it jumps to the ferry commander asking what he's after. Our boy says he remembers picking up a few hints of sorcery while scouting, and she presses him on what he means. He explains the Aspen soldiers were calling some odd man their spellcaster. That hooks her, and she tells him to keep talking. Ankrid says he's handed her everything she might need to win, and right then the fog starts creeping in again. He barks the same order at his men and tears ahead, leaving Rem and Ragna in his dust. Now all he can do is bank on his commander to handle her end, because his job's dead simple. Lock onto what's in front of him, and sure enough, Mitch is parked by the flag. Ankrid says the mission is to beat him. Mitch clocks him, but our boy says Mitch's name first, which visibly jolts him. He says he's wanted this fight from the jump, and today he's walking away the winner. Then he charges. He drives his sword down, but Mitch slips off to the side. Mitch pivots his hips and swings back across. Ankrid reacts in a flash, turning his blade flat and propping it with his arm to eat the hit. Mitch is caught off guard by how rock solid his guard is. Our boy fires back with a thrust, and Mitch barely wedges his blade in the path before swinging hard enough to bat Ankrid's sword aside. They slam into each other once more, sparks scattering. Mitch asks if our boy was sandbagging his real skill. He says yep. Mitch asks his name and our boy hands it over. Then they keep swapping blow for blow. Mitch says that name's getting filed away. Ankrid tells him not to sweat it if he forgets. He'll jog his memory. Then Ankrid zeroes in, watching nothing but Mitch's sword. He catches Mitch's weight tip onto his right foot, the tell that a diagonal slash is loading up. Ankrid steps off the line, saying every one of those loops drilled it into him, and the piled up reps now let him predict where Mitch goes. They both stab for each other's throats, just missing, but each one carves a cut. Mitch glances down and clocks that he'd carried the swing all the way through, which made Mitch dip beneath it with no time to spare. Mitch figured this would wrap in a few exchanges, and now he can't fathom why he's getting bogged down this badly. Steaming now, he grinds his teeth and clocks it. Ankrid's righteous and flowing styles are gold for parries, so he needs a true kill shot. Mitch settles on the ultimate technique he trained for exactly this. He plants in and swings diagonally, starting low and ripping up in a massive arc, the wheel cut. As Mitch loads the heavy strike, Ankrid finally spots its line. He's died to this move countless times because he could never pin where it kicked off or when it launched, but not today. As the blade rises, our boy smiles, glad he gets to see it once more, and he actually parries the wheel cut. Mitch's stomach drops. How did Ankrid even see it, never mind block it? Then we get more on Mitch's bloodline. It's one of the three great houses lording over the Aspen Kingdom. House Hurrier was all about raw force and scooped up anyone with sword talent. Mitch was drafted in from a regional branch on those grounds, and after claiming the Hurrier name, he climbed quick, downing a pair of grown knights at 15, topping a town's best at 18, and by 22, reigning as champion over an entire city. On talent alone, he ranked among the Greyhound's top 3 fighters. Hardly anyone could touch his gift. Watching the others train, Mitch wonders
why they even bother breaking their backs. He used to puzzle over why anyone would swing a sword till their hand split open, when it took him a handful of tries to nail it. He was content with that and way too sure of himself. That arrogance was his undoing. Mitch slipped for a single second and Ankrid cashed in. He dives in and runs his blade through Mitch's shoulder, seizing the fight. Mitch scrambles to recover, but our boy rips the sword free and resets his stance. Then Mitch folds forward and hacks up blood as Ankrid steps toward him. Mitch finally clocks that he read him all wrong. He was sure that attack would seal it. Even now, he admits he still comes up short against him in power and skill. Our boy nods along, but points out he beat him anyway. Mitch grits his teeth and knows it's true. Ankrid raises his sword to finish it, saying he had a blast. Mitch curses being smug and trusting his talent alone. But then someone shouts for Mitch to be shielded. Mitch watches our boy's blade dive in to end it, only for Greyhound to wall it off. He instantly springs back. Mitch's men pile in and start patching his wound, and Greyhound orders them to haul Mitch somewhere safe. He cops to not expecting one man to kick up this much chaos and lifts his sword, promising Ankrid an agonizing death. Our boy reminds himself enemies are everywhere. Greyhound up front, crossbows at his back. His real target hasn't changed. Smash the flag and bust out. That's the wall he's got to clear in this loop. His stare goes cold and Greyhound shouts for his men to let loose. Bolts come screaming straight at Ankrid. Our boy charges dead through them, knowing he can't slip every one, so he drives ahead anyway. Greyhound raises his sword, floored that he'd be this reckless. He swings it down and Ankrid blocks, but his sword cracks. He realizes Greyhound's style is brutally heavy. If he wants to topple him someday, he's going to have to die a whole lot more. But right this second, winning means wrecking the flag. So he hurls a knife at it, betting even a nick should foul the spell medium. Trouble is, the wind keeps nudging the flag around. Greyhound curses him and swings for his head, but Ankrid ducks and slings another dagger, this time targeting where the flag joins the pole. It lands precisely on his mark, slicing the flag's upper section clean away from its pole. The fog briefly thickens even more, and the fairy commander says she flagged the spell to command and begged for help against it, but they sat on their hands. The kingdom's rotten to the core, and they even shipped a worthless fool to run the front line. On this trajectory, they were headed for a wipe. Then she catches something off to her side. The fog's beginning to thin. The soldiers are baffled, asking what just happened to the flag. While they're off balance, the fairy commander sinks a blade into one of their backs, calling it their moment to strike. Now that the fog has lifted, the enemy's been left flat-footed and the tide can finally turn. Her side surges ahead with renewed nerve. She says things are looking up now, but wonders who actually broke the spell. Wait, was that Ankrid? He's still on his feet, arrows jutting out of him. Our boy realizes he just blundered hard. Once the flag was down, he sprinted toward where he figured allies, maybe Ragna or Rem, would be waiting. Instead, he runs straight into a wall of enemies. So where are they? Cut back to Rem. He's got an enemy soldier by the collar, snarling at the rest to lead him to the spellcaster, or the guy loses his head. Ragna, meanwhile, has a totally different headache. He somehow wandered back into the allied camp, and every face there is gawking at him like he's gone nuts. He freezes while his brain buffers, then clocks that none of these guys are enemies. The soldiers are demanding to know what's wrong with him and whether he's begging for the chopping block. Cut back to Ankrid. The enemy sneers, calls him a rat, asks why he's even bothering to cling to life looking like that. A soldier closes the distance, tells him to quit, and lifts his blade for the kill. Right before the swing lands, a puma lunges in from the flank and sinks its teeth into him. Ankrid clocks it instantly. The very same one from those tall grass plains. Their gazes lock. The soldiers can't figure out why a wild animal is on his side, so they raise their crossbows. The puma doesn't give them the chance and pounces first. It rips the crossbows apart by snapping the strings, then plants itself in front of Ankrid like a living shield. He tells it to bolt, because the guy across from them is bad news, and Marcus is seething. Then a voice he knows cuts in. A hand drops onto Ankrid's back, telling him to get behind it. It's Vancento. He marches forward, declaring he'll be the one to rescue him. Our boy is baffled, but Vancento throws himself in regardless. Marcus parries on reflex and launches him across the field. Vancento concedes he didn't peg him as that strong, so he barks at his men to just open fire instead, and the crossbows let loose. Marcus keeps barreling in, batting the bolts aside with his sword. While his hands are full, the puma darts in for a cheap shot, but Marcus snaps to and cracks it away with his pommel. Ankrid zeroes in, eyes glued to the very tip of Marcus's blade. Now he can actually see the line. Lifting his short sword, he knows
knows brute force won't stop that weapon, so the play is to redirect Marcus's own power. He bites Mitch's trick and lets the impact slide off his edge. It lands, though the stubby blade still lets the edge nick his arm. Even so, Marcus is rattled. He clocks Mitch's technique on the spot and snaps at him to say where he picked it up. Ankrid lifts his sword and notes Mitch's moves seem to land on him just fine. Then Vancento crashes in with yet another giant swing that accomplishes precisely nothing. Marcus cuts a glance sideways and spots reinforcements pouring in. He clicks his tongue and peels away, warning Ankrid he won't be forgetting him. He tells him to go do whatever the hell he pleases, and Marcus calls the retreat. Vancento dashes over, insisting they pull back, since he's got nothing to bandage our boy's shoulder with. Ankrid says grab the panther too and scoops it up. Vancento calls him a lunatic and tells him to mind his own hide first. Then, while Ankrid is still lugging the panther, Vancento drags him along and orders his men to move out. Ankrid's eyelids turn to lead, and no matter how hard Vancento yells at him to stay conscious, he's bled out too much. Vancento asks whether he finally pulled off what he wanted, calls him one mule-headed bastard, and wonders aloud what actually fuels him, while he and his men scramble to keep him breathing. Scene swap to a tent. Folks are talking about Ankrid, praying he wakes up in one piece. He starts surfacing, feeling something strange brushing his hand. When his eyes crack open, he finds the panther curled up right next to him. Rem asks if he's finally back, admitting he genuinely figured the guy was a goner this round. The whole squad is gathered, watching. Our boy asks what's happening, and Jackson checks how he's holding up. Ankrid says his throat's bone dry, so Jackson passes over something to sip and breaks it to him that he bled buckets. Good news, the medic swears there's no permanent harm. Luck had his back. Ankrid figures he must have blacked out somewhere in the retreat. Jackson says he'll clear out now that he's conscious, and Ragna announces he's off to sleep. Our boy is just glad he survived to see another day. Rem stays silent, clearly chewing on something, so Ankrid asks why he's staring, joking that maybe he wants to pet the panther. Rem says nope, beasts aren't his thing. Instead, he wants to know how Ankrid figured out it was a spell. Ankrid knows Rem would never swallow the truth about looping days, so he weighs lying, then catches himself. Rem's always had faith in him, and he wants to give that back, so he says he once knew a guy like Rem, a settler, and pieced it together from what he picked up back then. Privately, Ankrid figures the cover story holds up perfectly since a settler genuinely was his source, that settler being Rem. Rem exhales and says it's fine if he'd rather not get into it. He just shouldn't go cozying up to spells. He adds that Rem's sharper than he looks. Then he asks what Rem himself was up to during the fight. Rem says he chased down the jerk who planted the flag. Didn't care for his mug, so he relieved him of his head. Our boy says, well, that explains why he never laid eyes on any spellcaster. Kryze tries bribing the puma with food so he can paw at it, but it hisses, and Ankrid warns it'll shred him. Kryze says it'd be worth 10,000 krona even so. He explains the blue eyes mark it as a lake panther, a beast rumored to carry lake energy inside. Every claw fetches north of 10,000 krona, and they regrow. Ankrid does the math, roughly a gold coin, way over his pay grade. After he dropped, their side shoved the enemy back with ease once the flag fell. Still, nothing settled, and ever since, nobody's marched out. Now he's wondering whether he could repeat that parry on demand, but he honestly isn't sure. Jackson warns he won't mend if he keeps fidgeting, but Ankrid insists he's not overdoing it. This much is plenty. Ragna tells him a light stretch is the absolute limit for now, then back to resting. Rem asks if he's trying to spread his laziness to the whole camp, and tells him to quit clogging the walkway. Ragna goes to fetch his sword. Rem asks if he's actually itching for a brawl, but our boy says he just has a question about it. He says he landed a move he never once trained and wants to know if that's even a thing. Rem says it's not all that weird. With the heart of the beast, you can read a foe's motion, so Ankrid could have absorbed their swing and how they channel force. Ragna chimes in that since he already has the fundamentals down, it'd come easier. If he homed in on a single point, he likely saw even more, though luck still factored in. Ankrid takes that, but to him that final day wasn't merely one day. It felt like hundreds of days of grinding. He didn't get stronger just by aping patterns, he bled for it through punishing work. And even with thin talent, he can still climb. Then he turns to Rem and Ragna and floats the idea of a duel. Rem points out that folks already brand him unhinged, yet Ankrid somehow manages to top that. For once, Ragna sides with him and wonders aloud just what he expects to pull off while wrecked. In that condition, no way a duel's happening. Then the fairy commander strolls into the tent. She asks if he was the one who shattered the spell. Ankrid figured command would come knocking eventually, eventually, but he didn't expect her in person. He owns up to it, saying he caught it on patrol because he already knew a bit about that brand of spell. She notes 5 decoys were planted and presses him on how he sniffed out the real one. Our boy claims it was a lucky guess. She still looks unconvinced, then turns to go, and he asks if that's the only reason she came. She says she also just wanted to look at his face. Then she tells him she's fully convinced fate threw them together. Once she's gone, Ingrid puzzles over what she even means by fate. Rem cackles and asks if something's brewing between them. Ragna says he had no idea Ingrid was such a hit with the ladies, and Ingrid tells him to can it. Kreis says he always knew the guy would be perfect for co-running a host bar with him and promises a sweet cut. He just wonders why she's acting like that. Then Kreis drops some actual good news. A squire from the Night Order has shown up. Ingrid hears it's from the Scarlet Cloaked Night Order. The unit he's marching alongside goes by the Cypress Division, christened after a knight named Cypress who serves under the Scarlet Cloaked Night Order. Knights of that order are renowned the continent over. That's why a Night Order is more than just knights. There are squires, attendants, and trainees too. When a knight signs off on a squire, they turn proto-knight, and above even that sit knights who've surpassed ordinary humans. Squires almost never set foot in battle without their knight, so this one is probably right on the verge of proto-knight. Then someone hollers that it's time to roll out to battle. They reckon maybe everyone had been holding for the squire, but now it's go time. Our boy is ordered to hang back and recover, but Ingrid's eyes are blazing with resolve, and Rem catches it. He says he can tell Ingrid is dying to tag along, and there's probably no talking him out of it. He desperately wants to witness the ideal he's been chasing all this time with his own eyes, out on the field. As the ranks form up, he thinks he's finally about to catch a glimpse of that dream. When he rolls up with the rest, his gaze nails one man strolling alone toward the enemy host. He keeps advancing as the enemy raises their bows, and the dread creeps up on him as the tension thickens. Once he's close enough, the enemy gives the call to fire. Arrows go up all at once. The man tips his head up, and before long, the sky is blotted out by a downpour of arrows. As they rain straight down on him, he finally halts and drops to a knee, gripping his sword. A weird aura pools around his legs, and Ragna says he just channeled determination into them. Wind whips upward around him, then he detonates off the dirt, swats the arrows away, and smashes into the enemy front line. Ingrid can't even get a word out as the man pulls up right in front of the lead ranks. In one fluid motion, he draws and carves through them, flinging half the body skyward with a single cut. That's the moment Ingrid grasps just how vast the gap truly is. The enemy soldiers can barely process what's in front of them. The man drops low again, then blasts left with a slash that hurls a whole cluster away, dashes once more and cuts right, ripping the front line wide open. To the enemy, it's a catastrophe wearing a human shape, one guy demolishing an entire army. Their commander shrieks at them to stop him, calling them morons, but he reacts a beat too late as the man leaps up and takes his head clean off. Then he touches down on the commander's horse, and all Ingrid can do is stare, slack-jawed. Rim says the guy's the genuine article. There's a reason they tag him the war specialist. Ragna starts musing that'd be a fun scrap, but Jackson says the enemy had at least 5 openings to stop him, and their commander was a total clown. Auden prays over the dead, and Kreis says this fight might wrap up without their side lifting much of a finger. Ingrid keeps picking apart the technique, first guessing Righteous Sword, then scrapping that since he spots traces of Heavy Sword and Swift Sword woven in as well. He recalls the Righteous Sword is patient and exact, dragging the enemy into your tempo. The Heavy Sword leans on raw might to bulldoze anything and bury the foe. The Confounding Sword baits the enemy and strikes from angles they'd never see coming. The Swift Sword wins on pure speed, and the Flowing Sword gently turns aside attacks before snapping back. Ingrid says even though the heavy and swift swords are polar opposites, he can spot both living inside this one-man style. Then it clicks. Maybe the styles look different on the outside, he thinks, but they all sprang from the same root. If someone nails what all 5 have in common and treats the sword like a living thing, maybe that's the doorway to reaching even a halfway decent level. A fresh understanding starts washing over him, and his eyes slowly drift shut. Meanwhile, the main force surges ahead. Rem and Ragna look over at Ingrid and click to what's happening. Rem grins and says their squad leader is about to bust through some barrier, so nobody better bother him. The others circle up to guard him. Buried deep in his own head, Ingrid says understanding by itself changes nothing. In that eerie in-between space, he gazes up and sees nothing but a wall he has to scale. To him, it stands there to mark how far he still got to go. Even as the army thunders past outside, his mind stays locked on it. He keeps grappling with the idea, straining to truly nail it. Then he begins scaling it, vowing to himself that he'll absorb every last detail right up to the peak. The battle keeps roaring, and Ingrid begins to glimpse light above the wall. At the same time, the allied troops start start shoving the enemy back. As he hauls himself higher and higher, the allied soldiers throw their hands up and roar in victory. Ankrid's eyes snap open and he declares the war's at last drawing to a close, though winter and spring are shaping up to be a grind. Elsewhere, over in the Principality of Aspen, we learn it's run by three great houses: Aspen, the sovereign courier the mighty, and Atkins, the administrator. The administrator says they're hiding behind the frog general as a pretext, and since the frogs have to be handled every single night, nobody can really push back. The king flares up and says the Greyhounds will pay for this. Greyhound fires back that things won't end pretty for their enemies. Back with the army trudging home, Ankrid says that after the drawn-out war, the Aspen forces also fell back, so his side had no option but to head home as well. They make for Border Guard, the kingdom's remote fortress city up against Aspen. It's locked down tight, 1 in every 5 people there is a soldier. The city commander showers praise on the Empire's heroes, above all the Nolalia heroes who carried them to victory. Then he summons Ankrid up and says he'll be rewarded for wrecking Aspen's spells. As our boy steps onto the stage, the crowd murmurs, asking how a worthless squad leader like him could have broken a spell. They brand him weak and say he's surely poaching the credit from his squad. While the chatter rolls on, Max steps up and tells them to zip it. Andrew has his back, saying Ankrid isn't someone they ought to be sneering at. Everyone who shared a slice of his journey grins as they watch him collect his reward, because they know he's far bigger than this crowd has a clue about. After pocketing the reward, Ankrid eyes the money and mulls how to spend it. Kryze asks if he wants some suggestions, and he says sure. He wants a solid shop. Scratch that, the finest blacksmith in the city. On the way, Kryze keeps yapping, saying there's no chance our boy is about to blow all that coin on one sword. His current blade is perfectly fine, and there are heaps of swords left lying on battlefields anyway. Ankrid says becoming a knight takes more than just skill. He also has to put his strength on display, and as he draws his sword, he tells Kryze he's signing up for the soldier promotion exam. His foot soldier days are done. Kryze says he thought Ankrid couldn't care less about rank, but Ankrid answers that he can't camp at the bottom forever, so he's decided it's time to start making moves. The army runs a rank system to keep spirits high. If you outclass the standard ladder, you get flagged as special and treated at that rank. To climb, you've got to beat 3 soldiers of the rank you're after in front of the other troops. For the soldiers, it's basically a show with betting baked in. Kryze starts booking wagers and asks who wants to throw money on Ankrid. His first opponent jeers at him for skipping from dead last all the way up to medium. A single reward, he sneers, has obviously gone to the guy's skull, and surely it was the squad pulling the real weight. Our boy pegs this as the first challenger, a skilled medium rank fighter out of a well-known mercenary outfit. Back to the betting, exactly 1 person backed Ankrid, and Kryze wants to know which fool it was. Then he shrugs and says nobody learns anything till the fight kicks off. And Kryze reflects on how he only got stronger by dying over and over. This time there's no death waiting to bail him out, so he's got to make this one count. He tells himself to stay sharp and keep his eyes forward, even if his skills still feel like they're lacking. Still, he'll prove he knows how to put in the work. Most of these men used to be light years above him. Not anymore. He forces himself to lock in and fight like it's life or death. The opponent bellows and charges in. Ankrid opts to trial that deflection he picked up during the previous fight and use it to bust the guy's guard apart. One swing and his enemy's sword goes flying instantly. As the blade twirls away, he catches sight of the guy's fingers, all twisted out of shape. The guy starts losing it, screaming that he's done for. While he's flailing, Ankrid rushes in and drives the hilt into his face. The man crumples, blood leaking from his mouth. Our boy can only wonder how a medium-rank soldier was that pathetic. The crowd erupts. Stunned, the supposed dud pulled it off. Heads swivel to Kryze, wanting to know whether he'd staked money on Ankrid. They assume he must have known how strong Ankrid was, but Kryze is just as gobsmacked. He says he only put the bet down so the slot wouldn't sit empty. Someone tells him he ought to have more faith in his own squad leader. He figures maybe that guy got sloppy, but even so, he starts wondering if every duel wraps this quick. A halberdier steps forward and tells him not to get cocky. He writes the first win off as dumb luck, lowers his spear, and says he's up next. Our boy pegs the guy as heavy infantry, ranking among the toughest fighters anywhere in that battalion. The man twirls his spear tip around, trying to throw Ankrid off. Then he stabs out of nowhere. Ankrid reacts on pure instinct and shears the spear tip right off. For a beat, he wonders why the thrust started from so far back, like maybe there was a gimmick to it. Then he realizes that's way too generous, because the soldier looks completely shook. Spotting the gap, he decides it's his turn. He buries a kick in the man's gut and dumps him on the ground. Penn and the rest of the crowd stare in shock as Ankrid wins yet again. Twice running means it's no fluke, and now even the lowest rank has toppled 2 medium-rank soldiers. Kryze starts calling for the next challenger, but everyone stalls. Losing to our boy at this point would be mortifying. Vancento calls them cowards and says they're all spooked after running their mouths about him. His buddy points out Vancento did the exact same thing and he shuts him up on the spot. Andrew starts to stand, saying that after his last loss, he drilled with Mac every night and wants a rematch. Mac pushes him back down and tells him to drop it. Ankrid's gotten so much stronger that even Mac isn't sure he could take him now. The two of them keep their eyes locked on the fight. Rem elbows some guy and tells him to get up there. The man asks who he thinks he's talking to, then goes stiff when he clocks that it's Rem. Rem reminds him he was just yapping that Ankrid only got promoted by kissing up to the commander, so now he can go show off his own skill. The man swears he isn't scared. He realizes he got so accustomed to suffering that he never clocked how brutal his past fights actually were. The knife-obsessed maniac from the first loop, the assassin after him, and even Mitch from the most recent one, plus the squad mates he sparred with day in and day out. Stacked against all that, his road has been savage. His former teacher had drilled into him that you never write off a foe. Right then, the loudmouth at last comes forward, asking whether Ankrid's drifting off ahead of the bout. Our boy says, nope. Back then, he assumed that warning didn't apply to a nobody like him. It never crossed his mind he'd become the guy sneering down at someone else. The loudmouth asks what's up with that look. Then Ankrid puts on a smug grin, realizing he's finally gotten strong enough. He says he's just curious how it feels to crush a foe. He charges and the loudmouth seizes up. Ankrid rams his weapon against the guy's blade, and across Nolalia, raw might is what buys you respect. That's exactly why the place wears the title Kingdom of Knights. He raises his sword and strikes again, splitting the other man's weapon. The loudmouth glances up, fear all over his face. Ankrid lifts his sword once more, swings it down, and halts a hair before splitting the man's skull. The guy's eyes flip white and froth bubbles out of his lips. Our boy declares he's made his point. The entire crowd freezes until somebody yells out that the man wet himself too. Someone in the mob shouts the name Spellbreaker at Ankrid. The rest pile on, agreeing he really did wreck the flag and wasn't just coasting on his squad's reputation. Andrew springs up and roars it loud, branding him the Spellbreaker. Ankrid wonders what on earth this is as Andrew won't quit, demanding everyone repeat the title. Without Ankrid, he insists, a good half of them would be corpses. Before long, the whole crowd is roaring Spellbreaker, and just like that, the nickname sticks. He figures there are worse labels, while Christ sprints up shouting he's officially medium rank now. Our boy says hold the party. There's still high rank to climb. Christ just blinks, lost, and asks if he's seriously planning to keep pushing. Right then, a man in the crowd rises and says things just got interesting. As he steps out, folks clock the eagle badge stitched on his sleeve. He belongs to the border guard, elite troops who answer to the crown itself. Everybody's baffled what a guy like that is doing here. The man speaks to Ankrid with courtesy and asks whether he fancies another bout. The pair lock stares. Rem hauls himself up and warns this one's going to be rough. Ankrid knows the border guard is pretty much Nolalia's mirror of Aspen's greyhounds, so this man might be every bit as lethal as Mitch. He muses about what'll happen if he takes on someone that strong before he's died first. Then he levels his sword and dares the man to bring it. The border guard fighter grins, tickled. He notes our boy genuinely isn't rattled, even facing one of the elite. After sizing him up, he confesses Ankrid's way more interesting than he figured. The soldiers break into cheers, egging Ankrid on to flash the Spellbreaker's power. Their chant about infantry ruling the battlefield swells until it swallows every other sound. The man rounds on them, asking if they've lost their minds. They know full well he's infantry too, and this one win has gone to their heads. He says he'll trim that swagger down a notch as he sets himself. Then he explodes forward, eating up the gap. Ankrid dials in. He locks onto the tip of the man's blade and traces where it's headed. With a whisper of a lean back, he turns the strike aside, catching the man flat-footed. The fighter clocks that our boy barely wastes a motion, and that throws him. Then he seizes Ankrid by the collar and goes to slam him into the dirt. Ankrid traps the arm and brings his own blade up dead over the man's head. A cold shiver runs down his spine. Freeze and he's dead. Ankrid hammers the sword down, but the man twists clear and the edge bites earth. He fires back instantly, recoiling and lunging a vicious thrust at the chest. Our boy doesn't bother ducking. He clamps the blade in his naked palm and buries a knee in the man's gut. The soldier rights himself, and just like that, the duel's level again. He charges back in, and so does Ankrid, ripping a throwing knife out of his vest. Both aim for the other's skull, but the company commander cuts in and bats both weapons aside with a single sweep. She calls it, telling them to stop. One more heartbeat, and they'd have killed each other. Both men are sucking wind. Off to the side, Vancento looks like he's about to murder someone. And he's got company. The whole squad's rolled in too. Robert smirks and dubs Incred a lucky bastard. The border guard man tells him to ease off. It was only a duel. He admits he nearly had our boy the second he lost the thread of his moves, and wonders how it'd have ended if they'd kept swinging. Then he owns up that he came in expecting nothing, and now he has to give Incred his due. He introduces himself as Torres, a platoon commander with the border guard. Incred offers his own name and they clasp hands. The crowd's floored. Platoon commander means our boy just traded blows with a special rank soldier. That bumps him to high rank at the least, and the soldiers finally start handing him genuine respect. Incred eyes the cheering mob and lazily lifts a hand like it's nothing. Torres says he digs that attitude and bets they'll cross paths again soon. Tagging him a high rank soldier, he leaves Incred feeling one rung closer. Later, out by the barracks, a man takes another crack at recruiting our boy into his outfit. This is Graham, who heads the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Company, known as the Turtles. Incred clocks this as offer number 3. Maybe it's the new rank, maybe it's the spell breaking. Sign on and he's chained to the army every single month. It was a solid pitch, but he still passed and bowed to Graham in apology. Graham guessed it was about the 4th Company commander and offered to have a word with him, but Incred said that wasn't it. Graham remarks our boy honestly seems immune to temptation. Even so, he'd love to have Incred under his banner. Incred asks if Rem comes too, and Graham says fine, just not that maniac. He adds he survived the last fight thanks to Rem, so he ought to stay glued to him. Kreis asks if that means it's time to clear out, but our boy says nope. Kreis asks why he keeps shooting everyone down when any unit would roll out the red carpet right now. As Incred starts to lay it out, another figure strolls in. They turn to find Torres, asking how our boy's been holding up. Torres cuts straight to the chase. He wants Incred and the border guard wants him. He notes the border guard reports straight to the crown, which makes this a sweeter deal than the turtles dangled. Robert says this is the sort of shot our boy used to only fantasize about. Turning down the others, sure, but waving this off would be lunacy. Torres says he knew exactly what he was after the moment their swords met. He's hungry for a real challenge, and if Incred signs on, he'll throw him into savage training and insane missions. That way our boy can wring out every last drop he's got. Rem figures it's a done deal, and Ragna and the rest agree. They're already carrying on like the decision's locked. After a beat, Incred says if Torres means non-stop hellish training, then he's exactly where he needs to be. What he's chasing isn't hitting his ceiling, it's smashing through it. Later, Rem is trembling under the covers, griping that it's freezing and wishing he could hack the cold to bits with his axe. He asks where Audin's off to and orders him to haul back hot stones. He says now the fighting's done, Rem's completely worthless. Audin says getting moving will warm him up and invites him out to train. Rem snarls back that he'll murder him. Audin then asks our boy to train alongside him too, promising it'll thaw out his frozen body. Our boy says duty comes first, he'll do it after. Rem still hollers after him not to forget the hot stones. As Incred heads off, he notes how fast winter crashed in. At the market, Incred explains the border guard's whole purpose is combat, but with no war on, they patrol the city instead. He's teamed with 2 men, Jack and Bo, and the 3 of them are patrolling together today. He wonders if they came off the recon mission. Those names ring a bell. Jack says it's an honor patrolling beside the famous Spellbreaker, and Bo throws in that our boy even climbed to high rank. Vaulting from rock bottom all the way up is unreal. Incred just shrugs it off as luck. Jack wants to gauge his strength and asks for a duel later. Our boy agrees, and Jack calls it a promise. As the patrol drags on, Jack and Bo keep creeping nearer, whining about working in this brutal cold. He asks why they're hovering so close since he's hardly wide enough to block the wind. Then a robed figure starts shuffling their way. Incred senses something's off right as the figure trips. He moves to catch the kid, but a dagger flicks out, and before he can blink, it's lodged deep in his chest. Blood floods his mouth, and he wonders what the hell just happened. Jack and Bo smoothly cover, claiming he started drinking early while screening him from onlookers. That's the moment Incred clocks they're all in on it. The robed assassin asks if he's rattled, then says a greyhound never loses its mark. Our boy figures this half-fairy killer got sent after him for breaking the spell. The assassin wrenches the knife from Incred's chest, dumping him to his knees as Jack and Bo stroll off. Jack says the job's wrapped and they should bail. Up in a guard tower, another man gives a nod. Incred finally places them. They were the banged up soldiers from the recon mission, the ones Kreis brought up, the crew that found a line to Aspen. As he crumples, Incred realizes it's 4-on-1 and this won't go smoothly. A woman spots him, goes white, and shrieks as blood pools across the street. He figures this could get interesting. Then he snaps awake in bed and chirps good morning. Rem asks what's wrong with him and Incred says nothing. He just wants to kick off the day with a little little pep. Rem once again barks at him to bring back hot stones. Our boy strolls over to Auden, who dumps icy water over his head and boils it to steam. Auden asks what his squad leader's after. Ankrid brings up the body heating trick Auden mentioned. Auden says it's called bare body training, and it matters in winter because it preps your body for anything. Ankrid tells him to teach it to him. He remembers spotting the dagger flash out, but being unable to answer it. His body had seized up from the cold. Auden tells him to start stretching. He says he should have smelled trouble. The instant Jack and Bo crowded him, next time he'll drop those two first. But move too early and the assassin might bolt. Auden jeers that his muscles are pitiful if he can't even hold the pose, and Ankrid says they're already wailing. Soon he's introduced to Jack and Bo all over again and politely says nice to meet them. They wonder if he's freezing without his cloak. He brushes it off, saying he was only drilling. Then they start closing in again, and our boy shows his body still isn't dialed in, even after Auden's training. This should be roughly when the assassin shows, and Ankrid spots him in the crowd right on schedule. Ankrid instantly whips his arms back, cracking Jack in the face, but Bo ducks under the swing. Bo asks if Ankrid figured it out and grabs for his weapon. He sees the assassin and knows the man will either charge or run, so he draws his blades and tries to wrap up these two quick. The assassin abruptly hurls something that lets out a shrill whistle. Our boy barely has a second to wonder what that noise is before the blade slams into his chest. He stares down, stunned. Whatever it was moved too fast to even catch, and from that range, through a crowd, the man still nailed dead center. His aim is downright scary. The assassin trots out his line again. A greyhound never loses its mark. Ankrid realizes the dagger split his heart before he ever saw it. A blade quicker than sound. The same woman as before shrieks that someone just died. Our boy understands he's gotta juggle close-range fighters and a ranged killer all at once. He smirks at death and wonders how he's meant to brace for this. He maps it out. When the half-fairy's near, he stabs from afar. He throws. Simple enough. This wall isn't all that tricky. He keeps stretching. He mutters about death, and Auden asks if that's a threat while perched on his back. He says no. He genuinely believes he's about to die. Ragna asks if this is some torture regimen, and Rem cracks up, asking if it's really that brutal. Our boy tells Rem to come over and find out himself. Right then, Jackson walks in for duty and finds the whole crew stretching and suffering, except Auden, who's beaming and calling this his turf. Jackson looks baffled, and Ankrid tells him to drop that look. They're just training. Then our boy starts scratching in the dirt, saying he needs a way to stop the dagger before it lands. Its speed and aim are on another tier, and the shape's bizarre too. Jackson asks if it's a whistle dagger. He asks if that's what it's called, and Jackson says yes, for the sound it makes mid-flight. Used right, the target never learns what killed them, so the smart play is staying far from anyone packing one. Ankrid says he'll keep that in mind, but even a master thrower can't connect if the attack gets blocked first. So our boy throws his hands up again and swings at Jack and Bo. Jack eats it again, but Bo slips it. Bo asks if our boy caught on, and Ankrid snags him by the robe and yanks him out front as a shield, deciding these two idiots are his best cover against the dagger. The whistle lands too late. He gets stabbed in the gut, and Bo takes one in the back. Jack gets tagged too, the blade punching through his throat. Our boy realizes the assassin loosed 3 in a blink. This guy is absurdly skilled. The assassin grins and laughs as people bolt, screaming murder. Ankrid notes he'll happily gut his own side if they're in the way, or maybe he never counted them as allies at all. The assassin hunkers down next to him and calls it a solid showing. Our boy glares up as the man recites his line about the greyhound never losing its mark. Ankrid says that's actually great news, and the assassin asks why he's cracking jokes while dying. He pulls the whistle dagger free and calls him a funny one. He admits he lowballed this whole thing. As the blade comes loose and blood gushes, he says a wall is still a wall. The killer asks why he's enjoying himself and says our boy should laugh while he can, because the despair waiting at the finish line is what makes this a curse. Ankrid wakes in bed again and heads out, saying that to him, this is no curse at all. It's a gift. He asks Jackson to break down whistle daggers. Jackson asks where he caught wind of them, but our boy waves it off and asks for the rundown. Jackson says the weapon's built from several thin blades stacked together, which is what makes the whistle in the air. They used to call it the dagger you only hear, because human eyes can barely follow it. He asks how he's supposed to spot and dodge one. Jackson says he can't. He then asks what about 2? And Jackson just stares, asking why anybody would need 2. Our boy says he does. Jackson grumbles that Ankrid's being weird again and wonders where he even picked this up. He says watching a dagger after it's airborne is pointless. You read the thrower's hand because the path locks the instant it leaves. He adds a skilled killer can mask the motion, but once you crack the tell, it's easier to catch. Ankrid asks if he can learn it too. Jackson tells him not with his current throwing form. He groans that the roasting never stops. stops. Then Jackson asks if he wants to learn to throw daggers the right way. Our boy's thrown that Jackson offered first, and Jackson says if he's unsure, he doesn't have to. Still, our boy says he'll learn. Back at the market, Jack and Bo are shadowing him again. Incred recalls that the split second a dagger flies, he has to go loose all over, then snap his focus tight as it leaves the hand. Seeing it and dodging it run on the same rule. While watching for the spot where the assassin usually surfaces, he catches only the man's feet before drawing his sword. He instantly takes Jack's head. When Bo grabs for his weapon, Incred pivots and rips through his stomach. The woman who always witnesses his death shrieks, screaming murder as Jack and Bo drop. The assassin starts striding closer, and Incred reminds himself to track the enemy and flip from loose to focused. If he wants to live, he has to guard his heart, and he has to track the exact tip of the guy's hand. A dagger buries itself in his arm at once, and he never even glimpsed it. He looks at the wound, only to catch another blade square in the chest. He swears under his breath, far too quick. It all unfolded in a blink, but he knows he caught something at the start. There was a glint in the assassin's hand, and he's certain of it. The assassin starts into his usual line, but Incred jumps in first and finishes it. A greyhound never loses its mark. The man stiffens and asks how he knew that. He just grins and says he'll see him again, because after a few more loops, he'll know every trick the man's got. On the next loop, Incred whips out his sword and skewers Jack through the throat right off the bat. He drops Bo next, knowing those two have to go as fast as possible. The bystanders start screaming murder, and our boy slides his body sideways while hunting for the assassin. He's done just wishing he'd get better. Then he spots the glint in the killer's hand and tells himself grind can carry him there. The dagger comes flying at once. Incred pins down one point, tracks its line, and blocks the first blade with his metal bracer. The assassin twirls another dagger, calling him insane while a nervous sweat breaks out. Our boy reads it as a head-on strike and figures he has to roll sideways, but it was just a feint. The assassin's still spinning the whistle dagger on his finger. Incred clocks it too late and braces for what's coming, because once the real throw lands, the blade drives through his chest. Crumpling to his knees, he mutters the man can shift his timing off the target's movement, and that this dagger's honestly pretty incredible as he tugs it from his chest. He studies it and says he wants one too. Later, he's trying to spin a throwing knife on his finger and flings it at a piece of fruit, but whiffs. Jackson asks what he's up to. Incred says he's drilling with a whistle dagger, and Jackson tells him that isn't one. He says he'll land a real one soon. As he keeps the knife spinning, the cord finally gives way and the blade goes whizzing right past Jackson's ear, dropping everything into a long, uncomfortable silence. Incred notes that this makes loop number 8. The whistling dagger flies dead at him and he drops beneath it. No way is he falling for that delayed strike gimmick twice. And then a stab of agony lands square in his back. He'd completely forgotten Rotten was perched up in the tower with a bow. Come loop 9, Incred hurls his own blade and buries it in Rotten's throat. The assassin taunts him for glancing away, flings his dagger, and our boy bites it once more. A little later, the very fruit he'd been targeting finally takes a hit while it's sitting in Jackson's grip, and it tumbles to the floor. Jackson gapes at the MC as Incred explains that the arm and hand are only there to aim the throw. It's the entire body that delivers the real power, so he wants to know what part he's still missing. Jackson tells him that's plenty already, then asks if he's worked with throwing knives before. Jackson obviously did teach him, but our boy can't say so he spins a tale about catching some soldier doing it in battle and copying the move. Jackson starts wondering if he's secretly some prodigy, then asks if he's ever heard of the throwing blade discipline. He says a man named Jorg, an assassin, invented it. The whole technique got its name from his signature weapon, the whistling dagger. Jorg's dream was a soundless blade ground to a single razor-thin edge, but it was a nightmare to wield, which is how the modern whistling dagger came about. Incred says the weapon clearly carries some history, and Jackson is floored he's never heard the story, especially since his form is a flawless fit for whistling dagger throws. Now it's loop 10, and Jackson asks where they're headed, with the MC answering that they're walking a different patrol route today. Jackson reminds him they were posted to the market and could catch heat for this. Incred bites back and throws his rank around, declaring he outranks everyone present, so they'll do it his way, and any punishment lands on him. Jackson and Bo mutter to each other about their options, and the farther they drift from town, the closer they get to a hill. He's convinced the market was the assassin's ideal trap, and he's through humoring it. Jackson urges him to turn around, but our boy asks
asks what those two got in exchange for selling out their own people. Jackson and Bo clock that they've been made and lunge in with weapons up, but Ingrid opens Jackson with a horizontal slash and runs his sword clean through Bo, finishing them both. Then he glances over as the assassin crests the hill, Rotten right there beside him. Rotten looks rattled, and Ingrid tells the pair they're late. He's already kicked things off. The assassin lets fly with 3 whistling daggers at once. The MC drops a hand to the dirt and vaults clear of all of them, telling him the count means nothing as long as he can read the hands. Rotten tries to drill him from behind, but Ingrid snaps a knife into his skull. The assassin sneers at him for looking away, but he turns the next blade aside with his bracer. Now the assassin breaks out in a cold sweat as Enkrid slowly pivots back and pins him with a savage glare. The assassin starts trembling and demands to know who the hell he is. Our boy tells him that's none of his concern, then plucks the dagger out of his own forearm. He asks how many whistling daggers the guy has left, and the assassin clocks that Enkrid actually understands the weapon, wondering if he's an assassin too. Then he cops to having 2 on hand. The MC says he's envious since he's only got 1. The assassin says cracking jokes at a moment like this takes some serious nerve and that the MC has to be unhinged. He warns that the instant he lets that single blade go, he's a dead man. He fires back that there's just one way to settle it and they'll find out together. The man can conceal his hand all he wants, but he can't hide the whole arm. Enkrid tightens his concentration, deciding the assassin's stance is the actual secret to slipping the daggers. Right on cue, the assassin's arm swings into view. While one hand keeps the blade twirling, our boy realizes there are really 2 of them. The assassin throws and the MC weaves past both. He answers with his own dagger. The assassin dodges, but it nicks his cape. Enkrid keeps his gaze welded to him, betting he's actually holding more. When he catches sight of spare blades in the man's hands, he knows the read was good. He brings up his own and the assassin's jaw drops because he was sure our boy had a single blade. The MC slips the whistling daggers and lets his own fly, which the assassin only just manages to escape too. The man brands him a liar as he draws a blade and spits out a curse. Enkrid says he pulled the exact same trick, and this is a side of him he hasn't shown before. Seems like there's no law that says assassins have to keep their distance. The assassin rushes in low, and he clocks it as a fresh move. As the man dives, Ingrid sidesteps and clamps onto his wrist, telling him it makes no difference. Now the assassin understands he's in deep trouble as our boy hauls him forward. He raises his sword and calls it the end, then swings down, cleaving the assassin's skull and gouging into his chest. He gasps as the corpse crumples when he wrenches the blade loose. Ingrid says it took 10 attempts to finally clear this wall. He exhales and lifts his head, saying this whole cycle of fighting, dying, growing stronger, and at last winning feels almost too sweet. Then he turns back to the body and wonders if there are more whistling daggers stashed on it. He goes through the corpse, finds a handful on the chest, and decides they're his now. Back at the commander's quarters, the Beast Commander asks if he nearly got assassinated, saying she figured as much once he steered them off course. He claims it was nothing but a coincidence. With the whistling daggers now tucked against his chest, she plainly isn't buying it, asking whether it's also coincidence that he took on 4 men and walked away with 1 tiny scratch. Enkrid says luck's been riding with him, but she keeps drilling into him like she doesn't believe a syllable, while he won't meet her eyes. Eventually, she just orders him back to his post, so he heads off to the others. He swings the door open and announces he's back, right as an axe slices past his face. He ducks aside and Rem is stunned he dodged the ambush. Enkrid asks if he's lost his mind and says he nearly killed him. Rem fires back that assassins are gunning for him now, so the training never stops. The MC tells him to chew on this and chucks a scalding stone at him. For whatever reason, Rem snatches it barehanded and somehow already knows it's burning. Rem grips the hot stone with his bare hand and starts howling. The axe had even clipped off a chunk of his hair. So Enkrid asks Kryze what he'd charge for a haircut, and the two start haggling while Rem keeps losing it over the stone. They settle on 8 copper, and Kryze gets to cutting outside. Our boy still tries to chip the price down further, seeing as they're squad mates. Kryze tells him to go hunt down a town barber if he hates the rate. The MC won't have it, insisting the city barbers are garbage. Snow begins to fall, and Kryze grumbles that it's brutally cold today. Rem calls the snow the devil's powdered filth, while Auden says it's a trial sent by God. Ragna nods along. Jackson keeps quiet
quiet, and he figures the whole lot of them are out here babysitting him. He starts puzzling over how the assassin slipped into the border guard. Then his thoughts drift to Jack, Bo, and Rotten. Were they dirty before signing up or after? Either way, somebody else might be pulling strings. So he asks Kryze if he knew the 3 dead men and where they came from. Kryze says Jack got conscripted after he was caught robbing people. Bo landed here after mouthing off at a noble, which Rem clearly admires, and Encred kind of does too. Then Kryze keeps going. Rotten used to merc for a trading outfit that went under. All 3 signed on within the past year, and Kryze suspects they belong to the same guild. Once he hears that, our boy says only one explanation adds up to him: the Thieves Guild. A guild in name only, really just a den of crooks. And if one of them was in on it, they'd know the city backwards and forwards. He asks Jackson what he knows about the Thieves Guild. Jackson pushes back, wondering why the MC came to him, and the MC says he just assumed he'd know something. Jackson admits he's become far too easy to read, then offers this much: after the guild was rebuilt, his man on the inside went dark. That's everything he's got. Kryze wraps up the cut, and Rem says his barber really tidied him up. He notices his hair shorter, then eyes the falling snow and says it's really stacking up. Jackson announces he'll be slipping into the city tonight. Rem instantly calls his bluff, saying he's just ducking snow shoveling duty. That gets our boy's gears turning. He floats the idea that they all grab a mission instead. If everyone's on board, nobody has to shovel any snow. The second the words leave his mouth, they all pounce on the plan. Even Kryze is in, and Encred can't believe this entire crew loathes shoveling that badly. He says he'll go beg the commander for the green light, and Ragna calls him lazy for not having done that to begin with. They file inside, and even Auden tells him to quit stalling and go ask. The MC can at least respect how unified they are in their hatred of snow duty. So he returns to the commander and lays out the situation. She asks if he's after permission to dig into the Thieves Guild, and Kryze says yes, if she'll sign off on it. She's still obviously wary of him, and he keeps dodging her gaze. Then she zeroes in and asks if this is genuinely just about wriggling out of snow duty. Before she's even finished, he blurts out, no, all he wants is justice. Inside, he's stunned she sniffed it out that fast. After that, he links back up with the others, and they ask where this whole Thieves Guild notion even sprang from. Kryze says he's talking about the Gilfin Guild, and asks if the MC knows anything about them. He says no, which is exactly why they're going to dig. Rem, meanwhile, is freezing solid. Our boy tells Jackson they'll hole up at the inn while he tracks down where the guild is holed up. Jackson asks how on earth he's meant to manage that, and the MC tells him to figure it out himself. Kryze can't believe that's the order he just handed down, but Jackson takes it without a beat. Now Kryze starts to wonder if maybe he's the odd one out here. They regroup at an inn called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup. Kryze asks what the plan is if the Gilfin Guild turns out clean. Jackson says clean or not, they're still criminals. Somebody's gotta stamp them out regardless. Kryze mulls it over, then waves down the waitress, Lisa, and tells her to hang on a sec. She asks what he needs, and he leans in to murmur something to her, and Kryze wonders what he's whispering. But the bigger oddity is that Jackson still hasn't turned up. Even by his standards, he's working with next to nothing. He starts to worry his order was too vague, and almost feels a little guilty about it. Meanwhile, Jackson is parked on a snowy rooftop scanning the street below. He holds dead still, letting the snow pile up on top of him. Then something snags his attention. 2 men are strolling down the street. Back at the inn, the others ask Kryze how he knows Lisa. He says her dad's a shoemaker and her dream is running an inn in the capital. They stare and he shrugs. Pretty girls become future customers. At long last, Jackson comes back, shoving the door open buried in snow and announcing he's found their hideout. Everyone just gawks at him, baffled by the sheer amount of snow on him. Jackson stares right back, waiting for somebody to say something. Encred finally yanks a drumstick out of his mouth and tells Jackson to eat something too. Jackson passes and asks why they're still lounging around. They ought to move now. Rem refuses, complaining it's way too cold. Jackson says he'll warm him up with his own blood. Encred says he wants to go as well, but the snow's slowing them down, so they'll have to be careful. They'll head out once it lets up. Then he peeks outside and realizes that's not happening anytime soon, so he flips his decision and tells everyone to gear up. They point out he just said the opposite, but our boy says he's done waiting. Soon enough, they're out in the snow. Rem is still freezing and griping that the inn was cozy, so why on earth did they leave? As they cut through an alley, a beggar nearby whips out a concealed blade and glowers at them. And he's not flying solo either. More men come pouring in behind him. Rem flings his blanket aside and greets the first guy with a grin. Then he lobs out a mocking jab, cracks another man across the face, and asks Jackson if this one's a buddy of his. Kryze says they're most likely tied to the Gilfin Guild. Jackson says these men will walk them right to the hideout, then gestures at a hatch. The beggar others had been guarding the way in. The hatch is bolted, but Auden tells everyone to back off it. He cocks his fist, says knock knock, then drives it straight through and busts it open. After that, he cracks that they must have forgotten to lock it, so in they go. Rem calls him a brute, which is rich coming from him. Ankrid says he couldn't care less how it opened as long as it's open. As they head in, Rem asks what their first question will be. Ankrid says the questions can hold. First, they bring the muscle. They push down a tight corridor, but the people inside have already gotten the heads up. A pack is lying in wait for Ankrid and his squad. Their leader says filing a failure report would be a pain, so they may as well deal with it themselves. One man frets that this could go sideways, but the rest close ranks around him. The leader just smirks. Why be scared of a few nobodies? The moment those words land, the door blows off its hinges as Auden boots it in and quips that this one wasn't locked either. Now the leader grasps that he might have started a brawl way out of his weight class. Rem says they can just kill them all now, but Ankrid says no. Start with the ones who never preyed on the weak, the ones willing to do their time in a cell, and anybody who'd rather not die can throw down their weapon and step across this line. He scratches a line into the ground and warns the others, refuse and die. Rem asks why they aren't just slaughtering the lot, and Ankrid says he had a change of heart. Truthfully, he just figured that line sounded pretty cool. Rem only looks more lost. The leader laughs and writes him off as just another low-rank grunt, asking if he honestly thinks he can give them orders. Auden says their minds are fogged by demons, and they won't budge until force makes them. He lifts his blade and agrees. Then he asks which of them is the strongest. The leader grins and says this ought to be fun. He orders their top swordsman, Wyvern, to step up. Wyvern obeys and walks forward. He starts figuring Ankrid probably can't even stop his sword anyway. He's never lost. But before that thought even wraps up, he springs forward with a sudden strike. Our boy bats the blow aside and runs his blade clean through Wyvern's chest. He says that's the Volan mercenary technique, talking mid-stab, and he's gotten plenty comfortable with it. The leader breaks into a sweat, and Ankrid asks if that was their best, because he'd love to meet the rest. Wyvern's still shrieking on the floor. The MC hands them one final warning: surrender or die. The others just stare back at him. A few of them seem to be wondering if he's seriously out here trying to look cool right now. They waver. Then a few of them finally drop their weapons and give up. The leader snaps, brands one of them a coward, and takes a swing at him. The man twists toward the blade, but before it connects, a whistling dagger punches into the leader's forehead. Ankrid threw it to save the man who'd surrendered. The leader sinks to his knees and dies right there as the others gape at the body. Rem admits that was honestly pretty cool. Auden and Kreis seem to be in agreement. Jackson too. Ragna just looks irritated. He never got a moment of his own. Ankrid can tell every one of them thought that was awesome. The rest instantly hit their knees, surrendering and pleading for their lives. Rem asks what happens now, pointing out it'd be simpler to kill them than to deal with them again down the road. They beg for mercy, claiming some of them have sick mothers at home. He shuts it down. None of that wipes away what they've done. One bald man steps up and says if anyone has to die, it should be him, because he's Gilfin. Ankrid asks if he means he's the Gilfin of the Gilfin Guild. Then he jabs a finger at the dead boss and asks, wasn't that guy running things? The bald man says yes, but our boy says that ought to make him Gilfin. Nope, that's actually this guy. The MC is completely baffled. Kreis explains the guilds use throwaway names on purpose. The second the law comes knocking, they ditch that person and bolt. Gilfin says the dead boss was a rotten piece of work, but the others aren't like him, so if he wants blood, he should take his. The whole group falls apart, refusing to let Gilfin shoulder this alone. Turns out he's a decent man who looks after their families and helps everyone out. Rem even starts taking their side, asking if our boy really intends to kill them after all this. Our boy reminds him that Rem was the first one pushing for it. Gilfin keeps pleading, offering up the guild's money and whatever else they own, as long as the others get to live. The MC looks down at him while Kreis just smiles. Gilfin says most of the cash is locked in a safe, but the dead boss hid the key. That's not much of a problem with Auden around. He just rips the vault open and exposes the gold inside. Gilfin can only mumble that it's all his fault. Ankrid tells the others to dig in, and they start grabbing what they want. Jackson picks out a knife, Rem snags some warm leather, and Ragna asks why nobody's touching the cash. He starts rooting through the pile too. Then he finds something he likes, a leather armor set that's both sturdy and supple.
He says he's claiming it, and Kryze calls out to him. Kryze says they ought to take the guild over. Ankrid asks if he's telling him to turn thief. Kryze says yes, but the sort that doesn't kill. Even if they wipe this guild out, a new one will sprout up within a month. So Kryze figures it's smarter to leave Gilfin at the top and run the guild through him. Our boy chews it over and says this whole thing feels far too tidy. He starts suspecting it all kicked off back when Kryze was chatting up Lisa, and he reckons Kryze must have tipped her off that everyone would converge here. Kryze laughs and confesses that was the plan all along. He adds that if the MC agrees, the guild can pay him every month and slip them useful intel on top. He says he doesn't really care all that much about money. Still, a little extra coin never hurts, so he agrees. Kryze then tells Gilfin that from here on, there'll be a thieves guild that doesn't kill. They'll cull the worst of the lot, turn them in, and gradually scrub the whole crew clean. Gilfin warns that if they don't disband, they're all going to wind up dead. Kryze asks why. Gilfin explains the dead boss answered to Aspen, and their collector, a man they call a frog, swings by every spring and fall to inspect the guild. If that guy learns what went down here, he'll wipe out every last one of them. Kryze says that won't be an issue. They've got monsters nastier than that on their side, and he points at the others. Ankrid tells everyone that if they got what they came for, it's time to head home. Rem looks over at him and asks if he honestly thinks they're off the hook for shoveling the snow. Ankrid instantly realizes he forgot something massive. He glances outside and sees it piling up with snow. Ragna says there's still some loose ends to tie up here, whatever that's supposed to mean. Auden settles by the fire and says he's going to pray, reflect, and preach a bit more. Jackson says he's got business to deal with too, so he'll be gone until daybreak. Our boy didn't expect the whole crew to be this slammed. As for him, he just flops down and the group settles in for a serious nap. The next day, Inkrid reports to the ferry commander that they hunted down and wiped out the Thieves Guild. She asks if he had a good time dodging snow duty. He plays dumb though. In his head, he's amazed she pieced it together. She then mentions she's heard he never turns down a duel. He admits that's pretty much accurate. She levels her blade at him and asks for a sparring match. Inkrid says yes, baffled that he's getting a fight instead of a scolding. He'd assumed she was furious. A heartbeat later, she kicks his leg out from under him. He doesn't even get a chance to move before he's eating dirt. She orders him back to his feet. The instant his hand goes for his sword, she sweeps him again and dumps him onto his back. Inkrid starts to question what's actually going on here. That lead blade of hers has always been this slender, practically a whip. She just barks at him to get up, then floors him again and again. Pretty soon, he's sprawled out, gasping, with nothing left in the tank. Staring down at him, she notes he used to dodge like he saw it coming, but now he's basically fighting with his eyes shut. She admits she still can't figure out who he is, but one fact stands. He shattered the spell and took down 4 assassins. Then she looks up, notes the snow has started falling once more, and warns him she'll be watching closely from now on. Ankrid can't wrap his head around the idea that the snow is what set her off. He brands himself pathetic. He's drilled with a blade, but never seriously with empty hands. Now the gap is obvious. He needs something that engages the entire body, martial arts. And Auden happens to be the perfect teacher. Cut to Auden doing squats while hugging a full-grown tree. He informs Inkrid that Rule 1 of martial arts is forging a conditioned body, then drops the tree like a hammer. Hard to argue, honestly. The MC chews on that while somebody off-screen screams, demanding to know who uprooted that tree. Auden tunes out the question and says he's got a training method. He brings up the tree again, but Auden just rolls on. This method drives the body past its breaking point, and it's called the isolation method. Grinning, he says it'll hurt so badly that the MC should just pretend he's already a corpse. Death is a topic Inkrid is intimately familiar with, so he says that's right up his alley. Then training kicks off with a boulder lashed to his back while he grinds out lunges. The MC swears he's genuinely about to keel over. Auden explains the whole point of isolation training is overload. Shred the muscle and it rebuilds stronger. As he starts trembling, Auden tells him to hold for 10 seconds and that he reads the MC's limits better than the MC himself does. Inkrid wonders how on earth that tracks right as Auden leans down on the rock. Auden smirks and says the MC has to be kicking himself for not picking this up sooner. He adds there's a ton more bodybuilding to do before any real martial arts kick in. He shuts him down. Regret isn't on the schedule. The past is dead and buried, and he keeps his head locked on the now. Without that habit, he'd never have made it out of the first loop alive. Still frozen in the pose, he looks up at Auden and asks to be taught something more. Auden is floored by just how serious the guy is. Smiling, he tells the squad leader he's earned his respect, and they push on to the next stage. Now with extra rocks piled on, Auden promises Inkrid he'll be crawling back to camp on his hands and knees today. The leopard sits and observes this broad daylight execution. Auden has the MC clutching stones with both arms stretched straight out. He's clearly suffering, yet flat out refuses to tap out, and the leopard just keeps watching. That night, Ingrid face plants right in the barracks doorway, and Rem asks if somebody's been picking on him. He wants to know why the MC keeps dragging himself back half dead. The MC waves it off as training while the leopard moves in to console him. Rem wonders whether he plans to keep the thing, and figures it'll need a name if so. He mulls it over and says it's toasty, so maybe heater. The leopard hisses, so he tries Blackie Blue for its blue eyes, and it loathes that one too. Rem says those names are straight up animal cruelty, but Ankrid still figures Blackie Blue is pretty cute. Eventually, he says he'll keep brainstorming the name. The leopard nestles in at his side as sleep takes him. Then a field of flowers fills his dream, and when his eyes open, he's startled to find himself wandering around on his feet. The sky overhead shimmers with an aurora. He says it's strange to dream and not run into the boatman, and this whole place doesn't even feel like his usual dream. As petals float by, he turns and spots a cloaked woman walking his way. Up close, her eyes are that exact same blue as the leopard's, and Ankrid gets caught off guard by just how gorgeous she is. She says a single word, Esther, and tells him that's her name. Looking down, the MC clocks that Esther has somehow ended up stretched out in his bed. She starts sweating in a panic because it's the dead of night and Ankrid has an arm slung around her. She blushes as he tells Esther goodnight, pulls her in close, and dozes off again. Come morning, Ankrid heads out and Rem asks where he's off to. The MC says he's off to train. Rem makes a disgusted face and asks whether yesterday's beating still has him sore. He says weirdly his body feels light as a feather. Esther says obviously it does. She cast magic on him. She needs him to break her curse, so she can't have him dying while he throws his body around like a maniac. Rem asks if he ran into a priest last night or something. Ankrid says nope, he dreamed about some woman. Rem says he never figured him for that sort of dreamer, then asks for a description of her. The MC recalls Esther's face and says she was seriously stunning. Esther sighs and says, well, at least his eyesight works. She explains that mages can't help chasing deeper magic and mystery, but in her hunt for more knowledge she got cursed, ended up shaped into a beast, and had her powers locked away on top of it. One day, Esther tracked the scent of a curse across the fields, and it led her right to Ankrid. She keeps eyeing his training, and Auden is stunned. Normally, the soreness drags on for a week, yet the MC is already hitting harder than yesterday. After wrapping his set, he stacks the rocks in a tidy pile. He calls out to Blackie Blue. Esther hisses, so he scrambles to apologize, then asks how long she's been watching. Esther explains that names carry weight in magic. If someone keeps using the wrong one, her power drains even further. Running on the last scraps of strength in her, she gave him her true name, only to fumble the whole thing. That slip-up is why she reverts to human at night. Mortifying, though she's grateful Ankrid is too clueless to make it any worse. The way she sees it, he's clearly cursed by something, though the thing hasn't dug all the way in yet. Even so, what he's lugging around is way stronger than hers. A big curse slowly devours the weaker ones nearby, so if she sticks close to him, her power should creep back over time. Later that day, Ankrid spars with Auden. Auden charges in with a knee strike, and the MC slides aside to dodge it, but Auden had seen that coming. He reaches out, clamps a hand on the MC's face, and drives him into the dirt. He tells Ankrid that martial arts demand a body that's ready. Same as sword work, he says, snatching his wrist. None of it counts for anything if he's too slow. He's still slow as a tortoise, Auden says, but his body is unmistakably shifting. What really jumps out is that he never throws in the towel. That's just how dialed in he is. A whole month rolls by, and green shoots begin poking up through the snow. Ankrid pours every single day into training, and by now the entire squad is pitching in. He jabs his sword at Rem, and Rem grins, taken aback by how much he's leveled up. Now he can genuinely hold his own. After that, the MC finishes his meal and asks Ragna for a spar. Ragna tells him to hold off till the food's gone, then mops the floor with him regardless, saying Ankrid still can't adapt on the fly. His fundamentals are decent for now, and his muscle memory ought to handle them on autopilot, but he's still going to need endless reps. The MC just exhales, smiles, and says that's literally his specialty. That night, he examines his blade and figures training with the squad helps, but actual field work would help too. Then a rustle nearby makes him flinch. Jackson lunges at him with a surprise strike, but Ankrid parries it. Jackson says he won't be dying to ambushes anymore, and yeah, he really has improved. Christ tells him to take it outside if he wants to train. Jackson snaps back, asking why Christ is up this early instead of out chasing money. Then Esther sits up from the bed, and Christ figures he's struck gold. He starts hunting for a claw, convinced one must have dropped off again. Easy cash in his eyes, then somebody raps on the door. As Ankrid climbs out of bed, he wonders whether Christ is lazy or a workaholic. At the door stands the ferry commander, who tells the MC to follow her. He figures it's about the snow melting, but she shoots that down as her reason for showing up. There's a fresh job and he needs to take one off the mercenary soldier board.
The MC explains this board runs alongside the regular soldier ranking system. It lets townsfolk hire soldiers as mercenaries. They cost less than standard mercenaries, are usually better drilled and more well-mannered, so the system's a hit. He'd been itching to try it himself, so this is ideal. Nearby, a guy yawns and says he's finally off duty after grinding non-stop and needs something new to occupy him. Then he clocks Encred with the ferry commander. He asks how many people they're after. She says 3 in all, so he should grab a single squad mate. She herself rounds out the trio. That floors him. Why is she tagging along herself? The guy strolling past mentions hearing the two of them dueled the other day, then muses about whether they're actually an item. The ferry commander catches Encred's expression and asks if heading out on a mission with her makes him nervous. The bystander instantly reads it as a romance and starts running with the story. Before long, the whole camp is claiming the company commander and the spellbreaker are a couple and have somehow already got kids. Later, while the MC trains, people won't stop chattering about it. They can't fathom how he landed a fairy with a mug like his, but concede they make a fine pair. And Kreis has absolutely no clue what's going on with these rumors. The moment he's back inside the barracks, Rem hollers, "Daddy's home," then asks how many months along she is, having heard the babies basically due. The MC says everyone's got this totally inside out. Everyone's twisting the rumors, but Kreis tells him not to be bashful. They'll figure it out sooner or later. He point blank says no. Ragna calls it a great deal, urges him to hold her close and stay on the grind, and notes even Auden has started praising him lately, and Kreis says this is starting to feel like straight up bullying. Rem wants to know the date, admitting third wheeling will be awkward, though he'll tough it out for his boy. The MC asks if he means the mission, then makes it clear Rem is absolutely not tagging along. Rem protests that there's nobody else for him to bring, but the MC gestures at Jackson instead. Jackson says he's ready and the two head out. Rem can't believe he picked the dumb cat over him and asks if he took a hit to the skull. He says if Rem got ticked, he'd probably go crying to the commissioner, so no shot. Jackson asks if he's only getting picked for being low maintenance, and Kreis says no. Jackson pulls these jobs all the time, so he'd actually be handy. Jackson says he's got one nugget of advice, warning him not to pour too much of his heart into one woman or it'll boomerang back and sting him. The MC says he doesn't need any advice on that front. When they meet up with the commander, the MC asks when the commissioner will show. She says soon. He glances away, betting she hasn't picked up on the rumors so far and dreading how awkward it'd get if she had. Then she casually drops the bit about the two of them raising children. Encred blurts out no while Jackson fights to keep a straight face. He demands to know if Jackson's laughing. Jackson denies it, yet the MC is dead certain he caught the sound. The ferry commander asks whether her questions are bugging him. He denies it. Then she wonders aloud if it makes him happy, and he answers no before scrambling to switch to yes, growing more rattled as the teasing keeps coming. A carriage pulls up and Jackson announces the commissioner is here. The ferry commander tuts that things were finally getting fun. As she turns away, Encred is floored that she'd been toying with him behind such a blank expression. The mission is to guard the kid of a wealthy merchant while the rogue-freed trading company decides which of two heirs takes over as the next head. Their gig is to keep the heirs from going after each other. Encred braces for some greedy little toad, but outsteps a gorgeous woman who introduces herself as Leona, next in line to inherit the rogue-freed company. She greets all of them politely, then they make their way into town. On the road, Leona murmurs to a woman beside her while the MC rides in the rear. Since the greeting, she hasn't addressed them once, and even the few scraps of communication they get are relayed by her maid, who says the plan is to take an in-room first and wait on the rest. So really, they're nothing more than glorified escorts here. Encred recalls Auden's lesson. Age, build, stance, position, and gaze all matter. Reading an enemy's plan is a skill in its own right, so he starts sizing up the group. One guard favors her left hand, plods along as though weighed down by a heavy load of gear, and his blade instincts mark her as pretty formidable. None of them seem to be at any special rank, but for now, his read is solid enough. Jackson asks if he's bored and pitches a sound game. Jackson rattles off sounds, and the MC has to pin down their source. A crinkling paper bag? The MC pegs it as a woman over at the food stalls. On they go. Then Jackson throws out a tongue click. Just as the MC zeroes in, Jackson buzzes him for being too slow. It came from a guy by the shoe shop. The whole point is locating and tagging sounds at speed, and it's far trickier than you'd think. Once at the inn, a guard informs them that Leona's claiming an upstairs room while the rest of them hang back on the ground floor. The commander joins them, says the game looks fun, and wants in. The MC points out that fairies have far keener senses than humans. They press on. Jackson calls out a knife hitting the floor, and before Ankrid can get a word out, the ferry commander pins it to the second floor right by the stairs. Then Jackson flags a dagger sliding free, and she shoots back without missing a beat that it happened by the inn's front door. The MC gripes that he can't even get a word in anymore. Then it dawns on him that the calls in this game have gotten grim, as if it stopped being a game entirely. Jackson asks where someone is secretly spying on them from. The ferry commander calls it directly at his back, right as a man's hand goes for a blade. In the same instant, the two of them strike and cut down the attackers at their backs. Jackson says they're under attack, and she nods. The other mercenaries freak out as assassins materialize. Another one comes at Ankrid from behind, but he spins and slits the man's throat. Then a scream rips down from upstairs, and he says the commissioner is the priority. He bolts up the stairs, but an assassin yells and hurls knives at him. Jackson swats them away with a frying pan like he's in a battle royale, while the ferry commander shreds the assassins on the first floor. The assassins can't believe the strength on display, so they resolve to swarm them with sheer numbers. Jackson rams a blade into one man's throat while Ankrid sprints up the stairs. The ferry commander points out that each soldier under him outmatches him in strength, and still they obey him without hesitation, so she's curious what the reason is. An assassin barrels at her with a yell, but she merely grins, deems it interesting, and fells him in a single stroke that splits arm and throat. Upstairs, Ankrid skewers an assassin's chest and nails him against the wall, remarking that ever since he dealt with the one hunting Kreis plus that half-fairy killer, assaults like this barely faze him now. Every bit of that training has remade him to the point he hardly recognizes himself anymore. Even with Auden still branding him too slow, the MC can feel his movements have gotten crisper as he kicks one more assassin clean through the railing off the upper floor. Then he spots the female guard get hurled out of Leona's room and crash into the railing. He bolts to the doorway and finds an assassin screaming "Glory to Aspen" while lunging at Leona. Her maid throws herself in front of her, screaming no and telling Leona to duck. Ankrid realizes the range is too tight for whistle daggers, and he doubts he'd even get to them quickly enough. Then a method for erasing distance fast pops into his head. He's seen it pulled off a single time. His mind jumps back to that battlefield evening, and while he knows his skill won't let him nail it perfectly, he commits to the attempt regardless. Even a sloppy version ought to do the trick, and he explodes forward to make it in time. The assassin's blade comes slashing down, and Ankrid cuts in ahead of it. He eats the hit on his back to shield Leona. The blade rakes across him, and the assassin freezes, stunned. The strike didn't punch through. The MC's armor held. Thankful he grabbed it from the Gilfin Guild, he tells the assassin they can wrap this up downstairs. Then he seizes the man, slings him over his shoulder, and smashes out the window with him, both crashing to the ground outside. The assassin hacks and coughs, while Ankrid stands up and says he cushioned his landing with the other guy. Leona peers out the window, dumbfounded, and he tells her the second floor is all clear. This assassin is banged up from the fall, but he still gets to his feet and draws a second blade. Calling the MC insane, he asks if he's a border guard. The MC says no. That only convinces the assassin he can win as he sets both swords. The MC clocks that the two blades differ in length, yet the man handles it without a hitch. He suspects this might be the flowing sword style. Then the assassin promises to gut him first, then butcher Leona right after. He asks if anybody's ever pointed out that he talks way too much. Irritated, the assassin lunges, and Ankrid admits this is his first real scrap in a while, and this guy's no joke. He shifts his back foot, sinking into stance and thinking about what to probe first. The assassin sets one sword to stab forward while raising the second up high. Ankrid figures both strikes will land together. It's a valiant duet. A blade swings at his head, so he veers to the left. The follow-up comes without delay, and he drops under it. The assassin thrusts again, forcing the MC to give ground. With the gap opened up, the man dives in hard, but the MC slips past him to the other side. He ends up at the assassin's back, and the guy starts to suspect he's blundered. Slipping every one of those strikes isn't normal. Ankrid admits to being impressed. That style is beyond him for lack of raw talent, but going off the speed and accuracy, this guy sits roughly at the level of that stab-happy maniac from Loop 1. The assassin charges back in, demanding to know what nonsense he's babbling and calling him a lunatic. He narrows his concentration onto the pair of swords, and suddenly, everything snaps into place. He can finally predict the next angle of attack before it lands. Ankrid raises his arm and drives his sword forward in one fluid motion, precision, sinking it into the assassin's chest with zero wasted movement. Even the MC is a little caught off guard. He says he was aiming for the heart but missed by a hair. The man shrieks as Ankrid yanks the blade back out. He knows he's still got a long road ahead and he needs more reps with Ragna and Jackson. The MC watches the assassin crumple while the rest bolt out the back, screaming that they need to fall back. He wants to chase down every last one, but Jackson reins him in. His fight already pulled too many eyes. Ankrid points out that they're getting away and Jackson says that's fine, leaving him wondering why they aren't giving chase. Jackson reminds him they weren't hired to go hunting criminals. The foes bolted of their own accord, leaving the commissioner unharmed. He grants that the mission has to stay their top priority. The ferry commander praises his work, and he checks whether she came through unhurt. She cocks her head and teases that he must be awfully fond of his sweetheart. Then she says her heart's racing so hard she won't be able to sleep tonight. Ankrid just stares back at her dead-faced. Leona asks if the two of them are together. He says no, so she presses harder, asking if everything that's happened up to now meant nothing to him. Still stone-faced, the MC wonders what is wrong with every single person here. Leona asks his name, and Ankrid gives it as she thanks him for saving her and vows to reward him properly later. He says it's fine. He was just doing the job he was handed. She looks like she's got more to say, but bites it back. A while later, the MC explains the captured assassins were handed off to the army, and reinforcements got called in on the chance of a follow-up strike. Sitting at a table, Ankrid mulls over who those assassins really were. A few were clearly skilled, so this was no ordinary robbery. He pegs the company's other heirs as the prime suspects. Leona heads down the stairs and notes that he's up before the sun. Ankrid tells her he's got a shift to cover. She drops into the seat next to him, scoots her chair in close, and asks him to sign on with her private guard. Stacked up against that, the Rockford Trading Company has every base covered. Its big-name allies include the Wilderness Shepherds out of the Beastlands, the dragon-slaying Black Leather Guild, and the Glacial Rangers who watch over the permafrost. Even their company Atlas, loaded with trade routes and regional goods, could set someone up for life. Walking away from all that is a tall order for him. Leona calls the old owner's sons brainless and says if she's going to defend and expand the guild, she needs talent on her side. Talent good enough to drag her back from death's door and decent enough not to shake her down afterward. Plenty of people would kill for a spot in her guild, and she figures he's no exception. Yet again, she offers him anything he names if he signs on. Ankrid just says nope. She can't wrap her head around the instant rejection and demands to know why. Jackson strolls down the stairs and says pushing after a clean no isn't a good look. The commander chimes in that it's not exactly merchant behavior either. Leona dips her head and concedes the point. Then she mentions the rival heiress lands at noon, so she's got prep to do. Once she heads back upstairs, the two of them wander over to Ankrid. Jackson says he's somehow bewitched a wealthy heiress and asks if high-maintenance women are his thing. He says no, but Jackson plows ahead, telling him to quit charming every woman he crosses paths with. He shoots back that he never started. Then the ferry commander brands him a two-timer and says that one really stung. The MC clenches his jaw and mumbles an apology, suggesting maybe his tastes just shifted. Jackson is floored, and the commander's just as shocked he clapped back at all. The bystanders nearby pick it up and start muttering they can't believe he's the type of creep who'd flirt with someone new right after asking out the commander. She just grins, pleased to pocket the win. Ankrid sits there drowning in embarrassment for going along with the bit. A bit later, Christ says he heard the MC spent the night with the boss lady after only one evening together. The whole crew piles on, saying he bagged a rich heiress and that he's no spellbreaker, he's a heartbreaker. Jackson asks Christ if he also showed up purely to roast him, but Christ says this is about the Gilfin Guild and he needs to keep his ear to the ground. Ankrid says perfect because he's got a favor to ask. He wants Christ to track down the assassins who slipped away and dig up what they're scheming. Then we find out the former boss of the Rockford Merchant Association was an honest man with a razor-sharp head for business. He wanted his stepdaughter Leona to take over, thanks to her smarts and steady judgment, but he couldn't stomach throwing his own son aside, so he passed away without locking in a clear heir for the guild. Across town, a carriage rumbles down the road while the son gets the news that the hit flopped. His men gripe that he should have handed it to them, and that they blew a flawless opening. The son goes by Paulide. The man seated across from him says they'll cook up another angle, and the agreement still holds. Paulid nods along and vows a massive payout if he inherits the whole thing. The third passenger in the carriage doesn't say a word. Soon, they pull up at the inn and head in. Ankrid and the others glance over as Paulid whines the place is caked in dust and sneers that only Leona would drag him to a dump like this. His gaze slides to the black-haired man, and he can tell on sight, just from the way the guy holds himself, that he's dangerous. That man drops his eyes and locks onto Ankrid's stare. Then he glances off like the MC isn't worth a second thought. Paulid jabs a finger at them and barks at them to go fetch Leona. Ankrid figures hauling Jackson along was the smart call, because if it'd been Rem, he'd have pegged the guy as a monster and caved his skull in. Then he spots Jackson reaching for his sword and stops him cold. Paulid snaps, demanding what he's doing and ordering him to move. Leona comes down the stairs and tells him to knock off the shouting. It doesn't suit him and he's running late. He fires back that he's not late one bit, then tells her to put her bodyguards through some training. Leona's reply is a brutal slap, and Ankrid figures not one person around him is wired right. He heaves a sigh while Jackson still hasn't clued in that he's a weirdo too. Paulid hollers, asking if she's lost her mind. Leona says he's the lunatic, picking a fight with soldiers on the border guard's payroll. Does he fancy rotting in a cell for the rest of his days? He hastily claims ignorance, and a throat clearing from the man at his back makes Paulid jump. Shaken, he denies any involvement and asks just who she means to pin it on. Then he rages that some outsider would dare raise their voice at him. Leona owns that yes, she's the adopted one, yet he still can't make sense of a trade route or balance a basic ledger. He says that's exactly why servants exist, and she fires back that were it not for the will, she'd never waste a moment on him. Leaving the succession to be settled through negotiations is asking way too much. Ankrid figures the old boss must have been a softie. By any yardstick, Leona's clearly the stronger heir. Maybe he just wanted to toss his son one final shot. Leona says the one and only thing earning Paulid any inheritance is shared blood. Paulid asks why that should matter, and she clamps his flabby chin in her hand, saying no matter the angle, he's nothing like the late boss. His dimness and his ugly mug have her genuinely puzzled where he even got them. That sends him grabbing for his sword in a rage, and Ankrid goes for his own as well. Then he freezes when the man he'd clocked earlier reaches for both of his blades. In an instant, the guy adjusts his footing as everyone braces for an all-out brawl. He bides his time for whoever moves first, while Paulid starts losing it and his guards plant themselves in front of him. Ankrid clocks that stance. The man is gearing up to use the swift sword. Now he's itching to know just how quick it is, whether it stacks up to Rem's axe or a whistling dagger. So he tells the man to draw on him. As the blade begins to slide free, Ankrid grins and pulls his own. But before a single strike lands, a voice orders them to stand down. The newcomer is Torres. He says he's with the Crown's border guard, and if they don't holster their weapons, it'll be counted as treason. Paulid looks rattled. The MC doesn't look thrilled either. Then he clicks his tongue. Jackson studies him, recalling how Ankrid said nobody here was normal, and decides the MC takes the Crown for strangest of the lot. Meanwhile, Torres says the assassins they nabbed were foreigners, so the border guard is claiming the case. Those men owned up to being on a merchant association's payroll, so it's possible Paulid genuinely put them up to it amid the inheritance feud. The man tugging Paulid's strings cuts in, asking whether any of them coughed up a specific merchant association. If not, there's no evidence. Torres says he runs his mouth too much. Does he honestly think they're that dim? Leona says she's got a proposal. Keep hunting for proof and pin down whoever's truly pulling the strings, and until then, jail both her and Paulid. Paulid instantly says he never signed off on that, and Ankrid thinks it's bizarre that the victim is begging to be locked up. Torres spells out that the ones they grabbed were just flunkies. They knew nothing and only parroted that their boss gave the order. Leona says there are still people left to interrogate since a few bolted from that scene. One of them could be the mastermind, or at least know the particulars, so they need to hunt them down. Torres asks what happens if the mastermind still slips through, and she says that's his headache to sort out. Still, since bickering over thin air in front of the border guard isn't smart, they'll head back to the city as long as everyone returns when called. Ankrid points out they won't be shielding her once they're out of town. Her personal guards are no match for Paulid's people, the rapier wielder above all, so she's as good as dead the instant she's beyond the border guard's umbrella. She's gotta know that, so what is she playing at? Then her maid hands her something.
Leona says she's a merchant, she's never taken on a job without proper pay, and she'll hand this to whoever bags the people who got away. As she starts to unsheath it, Jackson is visibly rattled, and Ingrid wonders what's gotten into him. Leona says it's the 4th piece of the Carmen collection, the Carmen Stiletto. She asks if that's sweet enough to send them after the fugitives. Jackson steps up and calls out that he's taking the job. Ingrid can't figure out why he's suddenly so lit up or why that dagger means so much to him. Even Paul-eyed knows what it is and asks whether she's gone completely nuts. Has she got any clue how much it's worth? Leona says it belongs to her, so it's hers to spend however she likes. The MC wonders aloud whether it's really all that, and Jackson says he can't believe the guy's never heard of it. The weapon was forged by the legendary smith Carmen. Carmen started out a slave, turned assassin hungry for revenge, and fought with 7 weapons of his own making. The 4th of them was this stiletto. Some folks would swap human lives just to land one of his blades. Then Torres announces that with everyone assembled, they're all kept under guard and no one sets foot outside the inn. Ingrid tells Jackson to chill about the stiletto because he already had cries run down the men who escaped earlier, so word should land soon. Paul-eyed seethes while the rapier wielder pivots and sets his gaze on the MC. Ingrid turns too, and once more their eyes lock. This time it feels like the man finally gives him a nod of recognition before glancing away. He keeps his eyes on him the whole way out. Come nightfall, Paul-eyed frets that they're done for should this trail lead back their way. His handler says going up against the border guard is off the table, so patience is the only play. If neither side can nail down the heir, the investors call it, and that's the lever they need to pull. Paul-eyed says no problem, because he's already put out the word. He's promised payouts to anyone who backs him for successor, and if even half come around, he wins. The man with the rapier gazes out the window and catches Ingrid holding planks with stones piled on his back. It's plainly grueling, but the MC just keeps grinding. Once he finishes up, Torres asks what's the point of grinding through such dull drills? The MC asks what Torres is after, and Torres says this looks like the ideal moment to kick back. Ingrid says that'd only track if everyone's time were worth the same. For prodigies and guys like him, it isn't. What they soak up in a week takes him a month, sometimes a whole year, so he's got no time to burn. Then he hoists the stones again and launches into curls, declaring he'll ring out every single day to build a tougher base for the road ahead. One of Torres's men says he's downright bizarre, or maybe they're just slackers. Torres mulls it over for a beat, then stands and tells Ingrid to quit fixating on getting stronger. He's already plenty strong. Their last bout only ended in a draw because Torres wasn't expecting that much out of him. So what does the MC reckon would happen now? The MC looks at him, then grins and nods. Translation: they're about to throw down again. Soon the crowd's roaring as Torres lunges, and both men freeze with their blades a hair from each other's throats. Still, the win belonged to Torres. The crowd roars that it makes 7 for him, and Torres says naturally that's the way it goes. Though they remind him Ingrid has put him down 4 times as well. He says one more round. Torres demands to know how he's still not winded, branding him a monster given they've now clashed 11 times. One of Torres's men says he wants a crack at it, and another jumps in too. They all start bellowing about needing to take the MC down, while Paulid watches and brands the whole lot of them barbarians for brawling at this hour. The next man steps up and slams Ingrid into the dirt, and the second he hits the ground, the rapier user is shown watching like a hawk. The MC wants to know what that technique was and demands a replay. The man brands him unhinged. The rapier user notes that losing doesn't bruise his ego. Instead, he looks like a kid who just unwrapped a new toy, and even up against someone far stronger, he flashes open aggression without a second's hesitation. Still, after Ingrid eats dirt again, the man says he's fallen for the same move 3 or 4 times now. He really doesn't have a lick of natural talent for fighting. This time though, the MC swats the man's hand aside and mirrors the throw, dumping him on the ground the exact same way. Torres whoops and the others join in, asking who's next. The ferry commander watches and says Ingrid is charming everyone in sight, which makes him a bad man. Leona asks whether the two of them are together. A flat no comes back, so Leona figures she's joking, only for the commander to drop that actually they're married. That leaves Leona reeling. The ferry commander adds that they never held a ceremony, but she's pretty sure there's a kid too. That only baffles Leona more, and the MC wishes she'd just gone back inside. Then the rapier man pipes up and asks whether it'd be okay if he joined in. Ingrid turns and spots the guy primed to dive in. Torres wonders what he's scheming, and the man admits the kid's talent is nothing remarkable, but he still wants to coach him and can't help himself. The one who taught the MC the throw says the rapier user is in a whole other league and he should just spectate. The MC waves it off, saying he's been waiting for exactly this.
this. The man looks at him and realizes Ankrid understands, then smiles while Jackson watches from above. He says even if the only thing in that man's grip is a wooden stick, he's still terrifyingly dangerous. He tightens his hold on his blade and says he's gotta stay sharp.
Ankrid lifts his own stick as the rapier man settles into his stance. The two lock eyes. Then the man raises his wooden sword. He says the pressure is creeping through his whole body, like he's been dropped back onto a battlefield. Then the man thrusts, and Ankrid hones his focus. By nailing his eyes to a single point, he can trace the line of the attack. There's a tiny, faint feint baked in, but it's aimed at his neck. He tries to shut that lane down and beat him to it, but then it feels like his throat gets skewered, catching him flat-footed. Ankrid never managed to react in time, and the shock isn't his alone. The whole crowd is rattled too. The man says his read was correct, but his speed wasn't there. The MC admits the swift sword earns its name. It's way quicker than he figured. He thought he'd gotten a whole lot stronger, but not nearly enough. That man's level is so high it feels suffocating. As the man starts to walk off, Ankrid laughs and calls after him, begging for one more go. The man smiles and says his spirit is something else. The MC keeps eating losses over and over until Torres and the rest doze off. The ferry commander is still glued to it, plainly having a blast. Ankrid stumbles, and the rapier man says anyone who's ever held a sword knows the despair of running into someone they can't beat. He collapses, hacking and coughing, while the man remarks he's laid bare a chasm the kid can't yet cross, and even so the MC won't throw in the towel. The MC drags himself upright, and Jackson observes his reflexes are simply too sluggish to read and evade everything. At this rate, he'll never punch through that wall. So Jackson resolves that he'll have to school him more on speed. The man calls it, saying that's plenty. They should grab some sleep since Ankrid's running on fumes. Drenched in sweat, he tells him he's incredible and that one day he'll get the swift sword down too. The man chuckles and says the MC impresses him all the more.
Shame he's just shy of a little more talent. Later, Kryze calls out to Ankrid and Torres, saying they bagged the runaway mercenaries. The men are sprawled out, beaten on the ground in front of them. The MC nods and tells him nice work. Kryze shrugs it off, saying it was just sniffing out a couple of guys in hiding. Leona pegs them as his squad and offers another round of thanks. The armor on him is still torn up from when he shielded her earlier. Torres asks who hired them and leans on them for names. Paulide instantly tenses up, and one of the mercenaries answers that it was Aspen. He says a merchant outfit from there wanted to muscle into the disputed lands. He can't name which outfit, all he received was a letter, with the payout pledged after the deed was finished. Leona says that might be true, but the border guard will decide what comes next. Torres notes she looks awfully satisfied, then asks whether she'd secretly been wishing the ugly fool was the culprit. She says obviously she was, enough to dangle her precious stiletto as the prize. Torres says smashing these creeps is their job, and the Rockford folks are free to clear out. As everyone starts filing out, Jackson whips out the stiletto. Ankrid tells him not to flash it around in public, amazed at how giddy he is, like a little kid. Kryze warns the MC not to fall for Leona because she's terrifying. He says he isn't and asks if Kryze is even listening. Then Kryze says something feels off. No matter how he turns it over, those men were hired by Paulide, but they claimed it was Aspen. He had a run-in the day before after they found them. In that flashback, a man walks into the room with the mercenaries and asks if he's Kryze from the 444th Squad. He says he serves Leona, which leaves Kryze baffled. Kryze fills Ankrid in. They'd already pinned the mercenaries' hideout and had eyes on the Gilfin Guild. The scheme is to bribe the army into releasing them, after coaching them to push that cover story. The MC asks why, pointing out this leaves Leona worse off. If Paulide got exposed, that would have worked more in her favor. At that moment, Leona admits she's glad the blame wasn't his, since it would have tarnished the reputation of the leader who came before. Ankrid clocks that her motive was devotion to the man who ran the guild before her. She figures he likely has little patience for that sort of sentiment. He asks whether she'll truly be okay, given that their guard vanishes the second she's past the border, leaving her exposed if Paulide takes another swing. She tells him it's already taken care of, so he doesn't need to fret. A sizable force is waiting at the gate. At their head stands a knightly man with his unit lined up behind him. He names himself Mattis, captain of the Rockford Merchant Association's Guard Corps, here to see their freshly minted leader Leona safely along. The whole unit bows before her. Ankrid realizes she stalled them on purpose while lining up the shareholders' votes. She's got loyalty, snap judgment, and intel. She's a genuinely scary woman. Leona says asking twice would be beneath her, so she won't ask him to come along, but people just naturally end up rooting for him. She hopes they cross paths again someday as friends. Ankrid glances at her offered hand and shakes it with a "sure thing." Meanwhile, Paulid leaps out of his carriage, screaming at Mattis and branding him a backstabber, asking whether the man's wiped his generous father from memory. Mattis tells him to stop dragging the family name through the mud and flat out calls him an idiot, which rattles Paulid badly. The puppeteer says the plan was a bust, and the rapier man replies they still walked away with something. If nothing else, it's clear the fresh Rockford boss is one cunning operator. He tacks on that an out-of-the-ordinary soldier also crossed his radar. In a flashback, the rapier man tells Ankrid to lower his sword. He says the kid's grit and power earn his respect, but with no talent behind them, watching is just agony. The MC says it's been a minute since anyone told him that, though he ignored it back in the day too, and sheer stubbornness is what carried him this far. As he strolls away, the rapier man is left puzzling over the source of all that determination. The next day in the city, Ankrid tells Rim to get up. Rim grumbles that he only drags him out of bed to train with that cat-like jerk, but the MC says he needs Rim's help. Rim instantly perks up, and Ankrid starts drilling the swift sword with him. He says step 1 is picking the best line. Locking onto a single point, he sets up his thrust, and says step 2 is mastering explosive movement. Each blow has to earn its keep. Then he draws blood from Rem's neck, and the MC is stunned as it trickles down. Rem looks at it, caught off guard too. Ankrid realizes that with this, he's now quicker than Rem. His hammered-in fundamentals, flexibility, and raw muscle all clicking together to forge this new edge. Rem says that one snuck up on him, and he's finally figured out how to swing fast. Now it's Rem's turn to crank up the speed for the first time in a while. Ankrid has no clue what that's about, but he just barely parries Rem's follow-up and realizes the guy means business. The blow lands hard enough to leave his palms buzzing. Next thing he knows, an axe is hurtling at his skull, and he ducks it by a hair, clocking that Rem was always quick, but now he's gotten quicker. Rem swings again, and Ankrid bowls forward to take it head on, fully aware he's nowhere near where he needs to be. Later that night, he keeps drilling and catches something deflecting a strike from Jackson's dagger. Jackson notes his eyes and ears are sharp enough now that he can stop grinding those. Ankrid asks if he hiked all the way over just to drop that line. Jackson strolls off and only mutters, "For now." Our boy sighs and figures this is exactly why Rem keeps calling him a smug little cat. Then Jackson pops up out of nowhere right behind him and slits his throat. Ankrid claws at his neck screaming, but Jackson's already a mile off, saying that's murderous intent, the killing urge a person radiates. If Ankrid can't track attacks by sight or sound, then he's going to have to feel them coming. That means picking up on what lives beyond the 5 senses, the 6th one. Jackson says he'll teach it to him as payback for the stiletto. He's pumped there's even more to chew on and tells himself the good stuff is still ahead. The following day, Jackson lays it out. The 6th sense is basically instinct, so our boy can't lean only on the perception wired to the regular 5. Direction, motion, the hunt itself, those are all weapons a predator turns on its prey, and every one of them springs from instinct. Keep fighting with every sense cranked up, and eventually, he'll start sensing hostility too. Ankrid whirls around claiming he can feel Jackson at his back, but Jackson warns him it won't click overnight. Stick with it though, and that 6th sense will crack open. That night, Rem says the MC feels a touch different. Ankrid cracks that it's the extra muscle, but Rem shoots that down. Auden chimes in that he just smells rottener. Ragna says even that doesn't cover it. Kreis reckons he's gone a little more unhinged than usual. Rem nods along and the rest pile on. He insists he's the one level head in this kennel of maniacs, at least in their eyes. Jackson, for his part, wonders when the guy will admit he's the most unhinged one here. Come bedtime, Esther climbs onto Ankrid's bunk. Rem asks if the guy smells edible, since she always winds up sleeping curled against him. Esther tunes him out and broods over how our boy wrecked his body all over again. Tucked against his chest, she clocks that he trains hard enough to keel over daily. Without her magic patching him up, he'd have fallen to pieces ages ago. And if he dies for good, her curse stays locked forever. So she lays a paw on his armor and pours her magic into it. Next morning, Ankrid stretches and declares that, just like these endless loops, he'll keep training over and over. He'll never burn out on it. And knowing it actually makes him stronger is payment enough. Then he feels someone shift and calls out that Jackson's over there, except he's dead wrong. He tries again, misses again, and the whole squad just watches. They all seem to be running the same thought. thought. Rem says he'd like to take back what he said earlier. Ankrid hasn't budged an inch. Auden says it only felt off because the MC leveled up so fast in a single day. Ragna admits he figured that made him a genius, but apparently not. Jackson says if he still flatlines after all this drilling, then fine, point taken. But Rem pushes back that nothing beats live experience, and the Aspen lot will be quiet for a stretch anyway. He suggests our boy grab a beast hunting gig or something along those lines. The next day, Ankrid stands at the request board and notes all 4 of them are nudging him toward real combat like one big test, though honestly, he gets it. He's plateaued. Then some guy says if the MC can't find anything worthwhile, he could knock this one out for him, and hands over a slip. It's a request to inspect a cobbler's basement. He asks why he'd touch this since it reads like a job for a scout team. The guy says a scout team's no good because the cobbler swears there are undead down in the basement. That snaps Ankrid to attention. He says no way undead are nesting inside the city, probably just rats, but hey, he could use the practice. The guy practically begs, dropping the Spellbreaker title on him. No one else will go near the job, and even if the cobbler runs hot, he's a decent sort. His wife vanished not long ago too, so he's wound tight. The guy begs our boy to at least give it a look. Ankrid says sorry, this request is too much, then folds on the spot and signs up anyway. When he rolls up, a woman warns him that if the job's why he came, he'd best rush down to the basement, since the man simply won't quit digging. The MC grumbles that yeah, word was the cobbler ran hot, and at that very moment, the cobbler beckons him in, telling him this is the thing he was on about. He jabs a finger at the ground and shows off the tunnel he dug up. Our boy is floored that there's a tunnel running under the heart of the city and says no rat carved this. He lights a torch and ducks in, muttering it looks handmade. It's roomy too, which means there genuinely could be monsters down here. Then he halts at a fork of several paths. 6 total, he says. The place was laid out like a maze. The cobbler tells him to listen up. A weird rattle echoes down the passage, and the man figures maybe those undead aren't a fantasy after all. The MC tells him to keep his distance and says he'll lead, so the man needs to hang back. The instant the MC steps up, the entire tunnel detonates in a blinding blue flash. A wall of heat slams over them, and he barely has time to wonder what it is as it barrels in. The light devours them whole, and both of them are scorched to ash where they stand. Ankrid's eyes fly open with Esther still parked on his chest. He says the second that heat hit, he was already a corpse. He didn't even get a step further, and that was clearly a magic trap. Against mages, the wise play is to run. Right on cue, Rem says he and the crew talked it over and decided our boy needs real experience. The MC keeps mulling it. Die fighting a mage and you got off easy. Survive and what follows can be nastier. And that holds for mage-built traps too. He wonders how anyone's meant to crack something like that, since he doesn't even know which skill to grind. Then the board guy pipes up again. If nothing decent's catching his eye, he might as well knock this one out. The cobbler's request, round 2. And Ankrid says this calls for a magic specialist or a hand from up the chain. This isn't a wall he can simply ram head on like the others, and odds are the ferry commander would lend him an ear. But with that hothead cobbler about to descend alone, he recalls how he barely made it in time on the last loop. He bolts off, jaw clenched. He can't be late. He tears to the cobbler's place and boots the door open. The daughter yelps in fright. He asks where her father is. She says the basement, and Ankrid plunges into the hole without a beat of hesitation. Because this run he dragged his feet too long on accepting, and the father's already gone. Sliding down, he realizes he's too late. The cobbler's already up ahead, padding down the center path, and Ankrid sprints after him, screaming at him to freeze. The cobbler spins, startled and confused, but his foot's already crossed the line, and that blue glow starts swelling up behind him. Our boy howls, and the two of them are reduced to ash all over again. In the river of the afterlife, Ankrid says he needs a quicker route. He's got to beat the cobbler there and keep him out of that basement. The boatman says it might have lasted a single moment, but the MC still felt his flesh sear off across his whole body until he was nothing but ash. And even so, he's still set on marching right back into that fire. Ankrid says the agony was exactly as advertised. 1,000,000 needles ripping through him in a single heartbeat. But even that stings less than standing around watching an innocent die. To him, that's what being a knight is really about. He vaults straight out of bed and makes for the door. Rem asks where he's tearing off to, insisting they've got to talk, but he fires back that he's going to save one cranky old cobbler.
Rem just gapes, half wondering if leather boot monsters are a thing now, and why in the world Ankrit is sprinting toward a cobbler. This time, our boy gets there early enough to catch the man mid-dig. He figures he can stop the cobbler and keep him out, but he still can't let something this dangerous slide. He tells the cobbler he's going in solo and not to tag along. The man gripes that it's his house, but the MC shuts it down. Not up for debate, and the cobbler caves. He says scaring up a magic specialist would eat too much time, and they might not even take the request seriously. What they've got is a freaky trap, and at least he knows a little about it. If somebody explores this place blind, someone's getting killed. That someone might even be him or his crew, so he's got to absorb every scrap he can. At least one of these routes is surely rigged, and he wonders whether the only way to know is to tread each one himself. Then he says leaning on the loops alone is the lazy way out. There's gotta be a sharper method. If he can dig up even one clue pointing to the trap, he might crack this thing. Then he starts tallying how many times he's died and what each one felt like. He runs through every helpless second, a blade across his throat, an enemy batting his sword aside, even that first run-in with the creep, where he caught a killer's intent on pure instinct. Jackson's words ring in his head. It's the weight of something that craves nothing but your death, and something glints in the dark and rockets toward Ankrit, and this time, he feels it. He freezes and says he actually pulled it off. Then he edges forward, saying he genuinely sensed it just now, right before the trap shears clean through him. The cut's so clean, his blood still misting before his body splits apart. Even dying, he's grinning. He really did read the trap's killing intent. Come morning, he marches straight back to the cobblers, declaring today's wall is sensing the trap's murderous intent. Standing at the entrances, he says he can't just barrel in. Instead, he has to pace back and forth until he gets a true read on it. Each slow step, he stays dialed in, saying he hasn't set foot on this path yet and he's not picking up anything so far. He asks himself whether this might be the rigged path. He lowers his foot slowly, then whips around, saying that's the spot the blade shot out from. He steps at it again and imagines the blade rocketing his way, but nothing comes, and he admits he didn't actually sense it, he just recalled what went down. The cobbler asks why our boy keeps circling around and jokes he should just go drain the lizard. Our boy tells him to park himself upstairs. He notes this route's still uncharted for him, so he'll keep grinding until the trap registers, probing it over and over, ducking in and out till nightfall. The cobbler finally asks what he's doing down there without so much as eating. The MC says he'll be back come morning and warns him off. The place is wall-to-wall traps. The cobbler begs for help, saying he can't even sleep, terrified he'll lose his daughter too. Ankrit asks if he has any idea where his missing wife might be. The cobbler says loads of people have vanished lately, so nobody really did anything about it. Then he says if he spots a brunette with freckles wearing this wedding ring, he should flag him immediately. Our boy says he's got it. That night at the barracks, the MC sits lost in thought, Esther draped across his lap. He suddenly turns, sure he felt Jackson, but the presence is actually on the opposite side. Rem says he's been acting bizarre ever since hanging around that fool cobbler. He tells him to grab some sleep. It dawns on him this is the first loop he's closed out alive. He's left wondering what happens if a day simply runs its course like any other. Will it roll on to the next day or reset regardless? He figures he'll know soon enough. Then he steps once more into the boatman's domain, those afterlife waters, and comes to the following morning. Rem, like clockwork, brings up that they hashed it out yesterday and think our boy needs more experience. That's the cue that he's looped to the same day yet again, and now he's curious what'll happen if he skips sleep entirely. So he stays up watching the moon dip while the sun climbs. His eyelids get heavy and he starts dozing off, only to wake right back in bed. He swears he only blinked, and yet here he is, planted back in his room. Rem trots out the more experience line once more, and he flat out concedes there's no clearing this loop until he cracks that wall. Still, he's good with that. He never meant to face it before he was ready. 10 days slip by, then 20. Ankrit says plain fear won't cut it. He has to genuinely live it. Easing his foot down over the path, he figures that flirt with death is a thing he's got to acclimate to. He keeps inching his foot down bit by bit. By now, it's been 40 days. He chucks the torch aside, and by day 50, he's still at it. On day 60, he starts closing in. By the 70th day, he sees hands from buried corpses clawing up through the dirt, snatching at his clothes and trying to haul him under. He halts right before committing the next step and cracks a grin. At last, he's got a ballpark feel for what the trap reads like. That night, Jackson lunges at
at him out of nowhere, but Ankrid evades clean. Wheeling to face him, he gets asked whether he genuinely figured this out in a mere handful of days. Now it's day 72, and the MC has his whistle daggers and full kit loaded for battle. Rem asks if he's seriously marching to war at the cobbler's house, and Ankrid says he's not coming back until he's carved through 10 boots. Rem has zero idea what that's supposed to mean, while Esther watches close. 6 routes in total, and his initial bet was that one of them stayed clean. But whoever bored this tunnel is twisted. Every single route is rigged. There was never a safe pick to begin with. Even so, there's still a way through. He just has to keep from tripping the traps. On the very first route, a single misstep reduces you to ash. He exhales slow and raises his foot, creeping onward. The instant he feels the trap begin to wake, he freezes just shy of setting down. He realizes this is exactly how he'll have to move the whole way through. Holding his foot mid-air, he starts sliding it sideways, then sets it down with full confidence. This time, the trap doesn't so much as twitch. He keeps himself dialed in, leaning on his senses and repeating that a single step at a time will do. He just has to hold that slow rhythm, tiny steps, total focus, zero slips. As his senses sharpen, the safe path seems to bloom open in front of him, and he advances as effortlessly as breathing, that sixth sense doing the steering. Then he crosses into a torchlit patch. When he opens his eyes, he spots torches up ahead and says he's smashed through another wall. A ghoul lunges, but Ankrid splits it clean in two and sends a chunk flying. A grin spreads across his face as he's grateful to this loop for the wild gift it dropped in his lap. As more ghouls swarm, our boy says their claws pack a brutal poison. Even a tiny scratch can spiral. Normally it takes a handful of soldiers to drop a single ghoul, but Ankrid charges right in and shreds a whole pack. He torques through the swing, driving from the hips like a baseball cut, and halves the bunch in front of him too. And he's still not done gritting his teeth. He winds his blade back and brings it down in a massive overhead slash, plowing through more ghouls. Next, he springs airborne, blade drawn back, and rips it forward, having one ghoul and shearing the head clean off another lurking behind it. As his feet hit the ground, the corpses come tumbling down. By now, his chest is heaving. He reckons that was a slick bit of fighting, and his squad really ought to have caught it given how they've been needling him. Then he hears barking and more things tearing his way. One glance over and the creatures are straight up nightmare fuel. His first read is Demon Wolf until he clocks the thing's been fused with other beasts and monsters, which makes him dread whatever's stalking the deeper end. Meanwhile, Esther leaps roof to roof, saying Ankrid seemed off today. She can't fathom why he'd visit a cobbler lugging that much hardware, and reckons it'll turn ugly should he go get himself killed on some reckless stunt. Right then, a power seeps out of the cobbler's house, and she catches the stench of a spell on it. Even she looks wary about creeping any closer. Back with Ankrid, he buries his sword in one of the wolves and stands there gasping. Then he catches strange breathing from deeper in the cave. It's barely there, like it might quit any second. He's left guessing whether it's a second demon or the guy who carved out this whole tunnel. But what he finds next floors him. The space is crammed with corpses. He scans them and says he's logged enough battlefields that ordinary dead bodies don't faze him. But this is a whole other level. Then a woman's voice reaches him, pleading for someone to grant her peace. She's begging him to end her life. And then he spots the wedding ring on her finger. It's the cobbler's wife. The description comes back to him, freckled and dark-haired, and Ankrid's blood boils on the spot. A man pipes up, saying he heard a racket and looks like he just scored fresh new material. He doesn't know how the MC got here, but no matter. Now he can give Boomalo a friend. He asks whether all these corpses are the man's doing, and the guy sneers, obviously, who else? Then he writes those bodies off as botched attempts, while the kid at his back, Boomilo, is his actual masterpiece. He adds that he'll turn Ankrid into something gorgeous too. Our boy clocks that the man's a mage, and every instinct screams at him to run. He knows squaring off with a mage is rough should you fall, yet walking away alive can prove rougher still. Even so, the MC's well beyond caring. This man dies, he vows, even if the bill runs to tens of thousands of lives. He whips out a whistle dagger and hurls it first, dead at the man's head, but it pings off a barrier. Ankrid charges in at once, sword cocked back, but then something rams up under his arm and into his ribs, blasting him back like he caught a bullet made of air. He sticks the landing, never breaking eye contact with the mage. Tucked in the corner, Esther looks on and tells herself she called it. The guy's genuinely throwing down with a mage. Her reserves are still thin, but pool every drop together caster, and some second-rate caster like that won't matter. The man raises his fingers, lines up Encred, and fires off another air bullet. That thing outruns sound. He twists clear at the very last beat, though the shot still shreds his clothes. He says sight and sound give him nothing, but the thing still registers. What registers is the mage's killing intent, and the caster's floored that he weaved past every single shot. As Encred closes the gap again, the mage looses 4 more blasts at him. Our boy flashes back to asking his squad how to handle a mage, and Rem's answer was dead simple: just put an arrow in him. Again, the MC barely ducks the attack, though his clothes get sliced. Jackson's pointer was to take the mage out while his guard's down. Auden's call was to crash in close and beat him down. The next 2 attacks come screaming in. Ragnar's line was that whatever draws breath can be cut down, no exceptions whatsoever. Now the mage finally starts to sweat because Encred is already over him, sword raised to strike. He says the mage has got an invisible shield wrapped around him. If the whistle daggers can't shatter it, then he'll bust through with brute force, and he dumps everything into the swing. The mage just smirks and dares him to try. With Encred all in and no way to pull back, the mage unleashes a counterspell. Esther tracks the bolt as it screams toward the hero's chest, and she calls the match for the mage. But the spell slams into the vest Esther had blessed the night before, and the magic just fizzles out on impact. The room lights up and the mage's barrier blows apart. Panic floods his face the instant Encred's sword keeps falling toward him. He throws up an arm to stop it, but that does absolutely nothing. He gets split clean in 2. There's so much weight behind the swing that Encred's blade buries itself into the floor afterward. Absolute unit. Encred's chest starts heaving, then his sword cracks, and he grumbles that at least it was only the blade that suffered. That blow should have torn him apart too, so he genuinely can't work out why he's still standing. Briefly, he asks himself if his armor is honestly that good. Then his gaze drifts back to the shoemaker's wife. She isn't stirring anymore. That faint breathing of hers has gone silent. Even after honing his 6th sense and putting down a mage, all that's left in his gut is something sour. Stepping over the mage's corpse, Esther walks in and flatly calls him a fool. He only lost because he never woke his pet project, a flesh golem built to supercharge a mage's body. A couple of touches and it would have stirred, she says, but she's claiming it for herself. Her paw rises, but before anything else happens, we snap to the barracks, where Encred is talking with the ferry commander. She wants to double-check his story. A mage's tunnel was buried beneath the shoemaker's shop, and a civilian got abducted and experimented on smack in the heart of the city. Let that slip and the whole town panics. He insists it needs to stay buried. She asks why bother, since nobody would ever pin it on him. He answers that the townsfolk come first. He also doesn't want the shoemaker finding out his wife is gone. While the men shovel the hole shut, onlookers ask what wrecked the shop. They're fed a line about Thieves Guild members digging the tunnel. The shoemaker says he can't believe it was thieves, then offers Encred a present. Noticing how beat up his shoes are, he wants to mend them. That settles him a touch, and he says he only hopes the man's wife makes it home safe. The hero studies him in silence, while the shoemaker admits he knows Encred has already done plenty, but he still prays he'll bring her back. Encred tries to keep his expression hidden, and through a tight voice promises he'll do whatever he can. Later, watching the sunrise, he questions whether lying to the shoemaker was the wrong move. Maybe the truth would have served him better, even if it gutted him. He figures that if he ever makes night, maybe he can prevent things like this, though he isn't certain yet. He drives his sword into the dirt and walks away, leaving it behind like a headstone for the man's wife and a marker for a regret he refuses to forget. A while later, demon dogs come swarming the group. They mow them down without breaking a sweat, locking a shield wall while the men inside pick off the wolves. Encred mentions that right after he killed the mage, the squad picked up a monster hunting contract. But next to what he's grown accustomed to, the fight drags, the wolves dropping one at a time at a snail's pace. It's so boring that Rem is practically dozing off, and Encred figures this won't make him an ounce stronger. He decides this pace is just normal for everyone else and mutters that maybe he should have come solo. Rem clocks that it's eating at him and tells him he'll sort that out. He whips out his weapons, ditches the shield, and bolts forward while the rest gawk like he's lost the plot. Rem starts carving through wolves like butter, and one soldier yells at the spellbreaker to rein in his man. Way too late, Encred's already taken off, and they groan that his pack of lunatics has clearly worn off on him. He barrels in with his sword, wound back for a crushing punching swing, then slices through a pair of wolves in one motion. Rem tells him he's got it flipped around. They're the ones who caught his madness. Ankrid wonders aloud if the most deranged person on the field has any right to say that, and Rem can't grasp why the insult landed on him. The hero clamps down on his sword, and he and Rem start ripping through the monsters side by side. The other soldiers can only mutter that neither of these two is wired right. Once the fight ends, Ankrid cleans off his blade, and the men concede that nuts or not, they're incredible at this work. Even then, Ankrid still looks unimpressed, and Rem calls it out. The soldiers tell him that if he's craving real action, he should sign on with the armored units. He asks if they go up against tough monsters, and one says they once charged a whole herd. Then the scene cuts to Bedlam, soldiers shrieking for the archers to step in, but no support comes. Something abruptly dives in from off-screen, and one man glances up in terror to spot a harpy plunging at them. The soldiers get plucked up one by one, herded into a ring, as the harpies haul them skyward and let them fall, killing some and mangling the rest. Rem just remarks that that looks like it stings. Ankrid catches sight of the harpies and recalls that back in his mercenary days, his whole crew got slaughtered by them, people he genuinely loved. He starts pulling his sword, vowing nobody else dies on his watch today. He and Rem charge dead at the harpies. One harpy lets out a shriek that drives the regular soldiers to clamp their ears shut. Ankrid explains that a harpy's scream scrambles your senses. As one swoops down, he says it still beats dying, so he muscles through it on sheer willpower. His blade bites into its wing, and he keeps pressing until the wing is severed entirely. Rem hollers that he's killing it while clinging to another harpy's leg, then suggests they bet on who racks up more before he hammers it into the dirt. A different harpy lunges at Ankrid, aiming straight for the back of his skull. He says they didn't come here to mess around, slips the strike at the last possible heartbeat, and downs that one too with a swing. The other soldiers are floored. They already knew Rem was a monster, but they can't accept that the Spellbreaker is keeping pace with him. Rem dives at another, and the harpy tries to fend him off with its claw, but his axe blasts straight through and pins it to the ground. Ankrid follows up with a rising diagonal cut, cleaving another harpy in half. Torres remarks that the hero has gotten stronger. His men ask whether they should really just sit on their hands when they came to support him, even as he keeps his feet planted. He tells them their help isn't needed anymore. A handful of harpies make one final pass, and one of them knocks Ankrid's sword right out of his grip. Now there's a gap between him and his blade, so the harpies screech and swoop in like the kill's already theirs. A whistling dagger suddenly punches into one harpy's skull. With just one remaining, it charges as Ankrid sprints too. Now it's a sprint, beat the strike to where his sword landed. The instant the harpy's on top of him, he snatches the weapon, then sweeps upward and cuts the thing clean in two. Only then do they register the final harpy shrieking, wheeling overhead and pulling back. The soldiers can't wrap their heads around the harpies running, and figure that if these two spooked monsters off, they've gotta be monsters themselves. Ankrid notes that these aren't the same harpies that wiped out his mercenary crew. He flashes back to a man telling him those people died protecting him because he was too weak, that the whole thing was his doing. Those words stuck with him, and now he swears he'll be the one shielding others. Torres says the harpies are cleared out and asks if they should head home. His men argue that showing up with nothing to show for it would be embarrassing, so they ought to at least take down a couple of dogs. Ankrid and Rem are told reinforcements have shown up and they're free to leave. Rem asks Ankrid what he's thinking, and he says it's way too soon to turn back. At that point, Torres and every last one of his men decide the guy is flat out unhinged. Back at camp, everyone's buzzing about how he bailed out the heavy armored corps. While the hero grinds through his lunge squats, they keep marveling at how much he's changed and how brutally he trains, enough to make them wonder if they ought to do the same. Ankrid snatches another job off the board, and a guy asks, didn't he just knock one out yesterday? Ankrid says he'll blitz this one and grab another tonight. The guy asks if he's got clones. Later that night, he's still out there, grinding swing after swing. A man spots him and notes he trains every single day. He wonders how anybody lives like that, then figures maybe he should give it a shot too. So Ankrid keeps drilling straight through the night. Another day passes by, and once night falls, a second trainee has joined him. Then it repeats, and the following night there are way more than two. A whole crowd going all out till sunrise. When the ferry commander rolls up at dawn, she sizes them up and says everyone's been seeming different lately. One man says they're all copying the Spellbreaker and it's snowballed into a fad. She says she can't keep overlooking it and strolls over, saying they held a long meeting about him. The orders came from up top, so he'd best pay attention. His squad, the 444th Regiment, is getting bumped up to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. Effective now, he's the platoon leader. Ankrid points out he can only field 5 men, so that hardly qualifies as a platoon. She says she'll hand him more men exactly like he requested. He says platoon leader has a nice ring to it, but wrangling all the lunatics politics in his squad is going to be a headache. Then she throws in that if he takes the job, he's off the boring chores and gets more hours to train. He locks eyes with her and caves on the spot, swearing he'll give the new role his all. She says it'd be a waste to wrap up there and asks if he's up for a duel. She raises her hands and says these are her weapons. She wants another go barehanded. Ankrid says that ever since she beat him last time, he's been drilling aura like a man possessed. He drops his sword and says this is perfect timing. Now's the moment to find out how much he's grown. As they square off, he recalls Auden telling him hand to hand is all about closing distance fast and that plain beats fancy. Leona darts in, fires off a strike, and Ankrid blocks it. That was the exact thing Auden had drilled into him. While shoving her arm back, he remembers to lean on his larger frame against her. Once he seizes the edge, he forces her down to the ground and pins an arm to her chest, declaring he's won. She asks is he sure, joking that for a human, that's one pushy proposal. Ankrid can't believe she's pulling this stunt again. Then she snags her leg around his flank, and in one quick motion, the whole position flips with her ending up on top. She says reading a foe's weak points and playing to your own strengths was sharp of him. Then she compliments him for branding himself her fiancé and says he ought to keep that going. He fires back that he's nobody's fiancé and orders her off. She lets him up. As they dust themselves off, she apologizes. Ankrid asks what for, and she says she couldn't help herself. That only leaves him more baffled. As winter thawed, the front line started boiling over again. A full-scale war was on its way. The Aspens were rallying their forces, hungry to scrub away the disgrace of their last loss. A man strides up to the podium to address the crowd. With Aspen prepping for war, Nolalia answered in kind. The speaker presents himself as the freshly appointed battalion commander, Marcus. Christ says that with this guy in charge, they might actually close out the war. This is Marcus the warmonger. He's one of the elite officers serving under the Cyprus division, and unlike the previous commander, he's both skilled and seasoned. Marcus reckons the Aspens are anything but pushovers. The real headache is that his own army's packed with weaklings, save for the heavy armored corps and the border guards. Out of the whole lot, the only one who grabbed his attention was that platoon leader, the Spellbreaker. After everything he pulled off in the last battle, Marcus wants to know whether it was luck or genuine talent. Now Ankrid has to prove he's actually worth deploying. Later, Rem asks if they're seriously being sent to scout near the Panhandle River, and whether the order came straight from the battalion commander. The hero says this must be what Leona was getting at. Christ starts breaking down the region, but a familiar voice butts in. Henry. He says it's close to Crossguard, Aspen's fortress city. It was built for military purposes, a lot like the border guards. Lucky thing Henry managed to slip into their ranks. He adds that if they set out now, then Christ finishes the thought for him. They're only going to collect intel. Rim says Ankrid shouldn't go, but Ankrid reminds him there's no refusing the commander's order. Rim sighs and says he'll gear up too. Then yet another familiar voice turns up. Andrew. He says the battalion commander ordered them to take orders from the new squad leader. Mac is standing right there alongside him. Rim strolls over and drags his tongue along his blade like an utter psychopath, asking what this insect is doing in their midst. Andrew gets jumpy, insisting that as the fresh squad leader, they're obligated to obey him. Auden remarks he can sense the kid quaking all the way from his spot. Ragna asks if this little runt is honestly supposed to be their leader. Andrew declares that whoever's got a grievance can hash it out with fists. He signed up because he wanted to fight beside Ankrid as an equal, and there's no way he's backing down. Rem lifts both axes and remarks that this little insect's actually got some fight in him. Auden cracks his knuckles too, saying he wouldn't mind limbering up a little. Jackson says a single finger ought to do the trick. He warns the others to go easy on the kid, but Ragna shoots back that he'd better worry about his own fight instead. Mac pleads with the hero to call Andrew off, but he says they look like they're hitting it off fine. He even claims a duel from Rem is basically a sign of affection. Mac asks whether Rem truly isn't trying to murder the kid and begs Ankrid to spell it out more. Then he hauls Andrew off while the kid keeps needling Rem. Henry asks if he knows anything about the Panhandle River. He cautions that the place is treacherous and offers to share what he knows before they ship out. The hero tells him to go on, and that night, outside the barracks, Ankrid steps out looking far too clean for a mission. Torres asks if he's heading off for duty. He says he's been running into Ankrid a lot, and he caught wind of the promotion too. After offering congratulations, Torres says they're the same rank now. Ankrid says he can't stack himself up against one of the king's finest, but Torres tells him to ease up. It's not that deep. Then he asks his age, and Ankrid says he's 30. Torres is floored that the hero is older than him and asks how his face stays so young. Ankrid just wonders why Torres looks so weathered. Torres complains that he's the lone one putting on years around here. He repeats his earlier line about easing up, then circles back to ask what the mission actually is. Torres lays out the plan. The pair of them ford the Panhandle River ahead of time, and the remaining details details come once they regroup with everyone else. But the boatman still hasn't shown, so they've got no choice but to wait. Ankrid shrugs an okay, then immediately unsheathes his blade and dives into a training set. Torres tells him to rest, but the hero says this is resting. Torres says Ankrid honestly never lets up. He trains relentlessly. People look up to him. He's got a young face, he's good looking, and on top of all that, he's modest. At this rate, Torres might just hold him under the water. Ankrid senses the killing intent and spins around, only to find Torres welling up with tears. He asks why he's pulling that face. Torres lets out a heavy sigh and asks if the score ended up 14-6, taking comfort that he remains the stronger fighter regardless. Ankrid reminds him that was ages ago. Torres points out that he's been growing too, not just Ankrid, and Ankrid replies that's good to know. Torres swings first, the hero blocks, then snaps back with a deflection. The two start swapping blows right there. Torres says he picked up on it back when Ankrid took on the Harpies. Ankrid has gotten dramatically stronger than he used to be. Gnashing his teeth, Torres bears down and drives his sword toward the ground. Right after, he draws back his fist and throws a punch at Ankrid's face. The hero keeps tracking it closely and spots a concealed blade tucked underneath, so he ducks aside just in time. Even so, blood flicks off the edge. Spotting the slice on his cheek, Ankrid asks where Torres got that weapon. Torres calls it his concealed surprise blade. Ankrid goes completely silent, and Torres asks whether he's gearing up to gripe that the move's unfair. Instead, he calls it awesome and wants to know how the thing operates. Torres mutters that the guy's even more unhinged than he'd guessed. He tells the hero to start practicing on flat stones with a sharp flick of the wrist while demonstrating, though he's a hopeless teacher and can only describe it as a sort of BAM motion. Then the boatman finally turns up and asks whether they're crossing or not. On the trip across, Torres keeps coaching him the entire ride. Once they hit the far bank, Ankrid asks where the meeting spot is, seeing as the plan is to join forces with the recon platoon at that point. Torres says they ought to clean up first. No sense starting out caked in sweat. Ankrid sniffs himself and grants the point. The two peel off their clothes and plunge into the river. Torres warns him the water's icy and tells him to get in quick, only for something to leave him utterly stunned. He labels him greedy and admits his drive to compete has evaporated. When Ankrid insists he's still down to fight, Torres groans that he wasn't talking about fists and calls him a moron. A woman appears and says they came searching because the two were running late, only to catch them dawdling in the bath. The hero jolts and questions just how long she's been standing there, given that he never sensed her at all. She says Crossguard has to be within reach by today, so it's time they climbed out now. Torres asks how exactly they're supposed to pull that off under her gaze, and she shrugs that the view holds nothing worth seeing anyway. Ankrid climbs out of the water and her expression flips with surprise. She quickly says she takes it back. Torres says her stare is way too lecherous. She replies she's only checking out Ankrid's abs. Torres protests that his abs are great too, and she introduces herself as Pen, captain of the recon platoon. Pen says she runs the recon platoon. She shakes Ankrid's hand while Torres glances down at his own body, abruptly losing all confidence. Once they're dressed, they trail after Pen. Before getting into the mission, she runs them through a briefing. Their spy in Crossguard goes by Kitten, and there was supposed to be crucial intel handed off. They should have heard from Kitten 4 days back, but she never turned up at the meeting point and is still unaccounted for. He asks if something went wrong, and Penn says that's precisely why they're here. Their assignment is to slip into Crossguard and pull Kitten out. Crossguard sits right beside monster territory, so enemy patrols are thin. They let the beasts handle security. There are 3 ways in. First, a smuggler's tunnel the guards tend to overlook. Second, scale the walls after dark. It's grueling, but probably the safest. Third, walk in dressed as merchants. That route runs through the front gate, which is dicey, yet it demands the least effort of all. Her platoon moves ahead in case Kitten merely got held up, heading toward the rendezvous. The trio alone will be the ones slipping into Crossguard. Whichever route they pick, it'll be brutal, so she leaves the call to them. Ankrid notes she makes the whole thing sound easy, when she, of all people, understands exactly how brutal it'll get. Torres figures the call belongs to her, given that nobody knows the ground better, and Penn answers, well then, the plan locks in. They head out tomorrow via Route 1, the tunnel. That night, while everyone rests beneath a rock ledge, the hero keeps drilling a wrist flick. He uses tiny stones so he doesn't wreck his hand. It goes miserably, and Torres asks how someone this awful at it even fights with a sword. Even so, Torres reckons he'll nail it down the line and tells him to keep grinding. Penn strolls up, asks how come they missed dinner, and wonders aloud what on earth Ankrid's doing. He calls it training, and she passes him something to eat. Penn tells him food comes first. One of her crew dreams of becoming a chef, and honestly, the cooking slaps. The second they taste it, both of them admit it's incredible. Penn says there's seconds if they want, and mentions the cook's folks run a shop back in Border Guard, so they ought to stop by someday. Then she gestures toward a tree country and warns Encred not to train over there. Before she even gets the reason out, the MC tells her there's a viper coiled under it. That throws her completely. She asks how he could possibly know, and he credits a hunter from his platoon for the tip. Penn admits he's way more switched on than she figured, and says she's into that. Then she asks whether he'd like to train with her too, the grown-up kind. He just blinks, totally lost, so she lays it out plain. She's hitting on him and asks if he's slow. Penn points out she's actually being generous here, while Torres sits there wondering why she's pulling this with him right there. Encred shuts her down flat. She asks if he's already taken, then admits the rumors did reach her. Word about him is apparently making the rounds everywhere. As Penn turns to go, she nods at Torres and says if the MC can chat casually with that guy, he can do the same with her. He shrugs that that's fine by him. She tells the pair they push for crossguard at dawn, so get some sleep. Torres only rates a mention as an afterthought. Encred drifts off, and somewhere deep in that sleep, the boatman shows up again, lantern in hand. The MC's eyes fly open instantly, and he notes it's been a minute since that guy turned up. He figures the boatman's trying to flag a warning about something ahead. Then he flashes back to the ferry commander's apology. Encred smirks. Even with the chill crawling up his spine, this run is going to be brutal. Come morning, they set out. As they approach the tunnel near the town, he says he can already tell this is another monster of a wall to scale. Torres asks why they're moving by daylight when nighttime would be safer. Penn calls him a fool. The guards may turn a blind eye to this spot, but they're well aware of what happens here. Encred agrees they'll be slacking on daytime traffic. Penn says she figured the good-looking one would catch on. Torres just wonders why he keeps eating stray jabs. Penn says she'll lead from here. Scouting's a ranger's job. The MC explains rangers operate as scouts, so they have to stay silent and travel as light as they possibly can. As Penn slips ahead, Encred can hardly pick up a sound from her. He admits that's textbook ranger work and wonders if he could ghost around like that himself. The instant he steps up, a man suddenly barks that they've got them, sneering at them as little rats. The whole thing was a setup. Penn freezes and screams for everyone to pull back, but the guard tells her there's nowhere left to go. Crossbowmen have already sealed the rear. Then he commands his men to wipe them all out. Penn shouts they'll have to carve a path out just as the crossbows let loose. Encred surges in and drops everyone within reach while Penn throws her arm up to stop a bolt. She rushes a man, takes his arm clean off, and moves in for the kill. Torres puts down another one in a blink. Torres drops another in an instant. Encred clocks that both of them are out of their element in this kind of brawl. Outnumbered, they can't bring their real strength to bear. Then one enemy circles behind Penn to finish her, and another pulls the same move on Torres. Encred can only stand there as both of them are cut down right in front of him. As the enemies bear down, he mutters this really is a towering wall, but he's not checking out that cheap. He hurls a handful of whistle daggers, dropping 2 crossbowmen where they stand. Then he barrels in and opens another man's throat before sweeping straight to the next and splitting him in 2. The guard yells for everyone to box him in. One soldier boots Encred square in the chest, dumping him on the ground, and the rest swarm him, stabbing again and again. Even as he crumples, he buries his blade in one of them, his eyes still blazing with raw resolve. But with that many bodies on top of him, there's not much left to do. On the next loop, Encred says a force that size didn't just wander in by chance. They'd been lying in wait, which means the enemy knew they were coming. He puzzles over how he missed them, then figures they must be pros. Penn asks why he isn't gearing up to head into the tunnel. He says the place gives him a bad feeling and he'd rather take the walls instead. Torres backs him, saying Encred reads danger sharp enough that it's worth hearing him out. The MC says it's not really a gut hunch, it's built on what he's already lived through. Penn just goes, sure, but flags that they'll have to hold for nightfall, which burns time. The MC asks if she wants to go around, and she flushes, saying she can't believe he'd suggest that in broad daylight. He hurriedly clarifies he means a sparring match. She says fine, but hands only, no weapons. He agrees to a bare-knuckle bout, and she grins, clearly all for it. As the others crowd in to watch, Encred reasons that since the enemy is already tipped off, a clash is near certain no matter the route, so he figures he'll gauge his team and squeeze in some training too. He offers her the opening move, but she waves him on first. He lunges with his fist cocked, going for her head. She slips under it and rams a knee into his chest, but he gets a block up. As the blow starts to drive him back, she rolls with the momentum and snaps a roundhouse at his head. He barely peels away from it.
The MC decides to borrow the Fairy Commander's playbook, win on size and muscle. He seizes her, slams her down, and plants a hand by her head. Pen tells him that was a mistake. She clamps onto his wrist and locks her legs around him. A heartbeat later, she sinks in a triangle choke and starts wringing his neck. Torres calls it there and hands her the win. The MC admits she may be tiny, but she's solid muscle, and now he sees why she prefers fists over swords. She asks if it's sunk in that he lost. He says she's exactly the sort of partner he needs to drill with and asks for round 2. She smiles and starts going pink, so the MC quickly clarifies he means sparring. She asks how he read her mind, and Torres begs them to cut it out in front of him. As night creeps in, Pen asks the MC if he's seriously climbing loaded down like that. He asks what the problem is. She says he's hauling too many weapons and will gas out from exhaustion before he's halfway up. Torres asks about himself, and she gives him a single glance and says he can do whatever he likes. He starts whimpering that his feelings just took a hit. Ankrid insists he can manage the climb with all this gear. Pen just sighs and calls him green. They're not only scaling a wall, first they've got to climb an enormous mountain just to reach the thing. Torres says that's absurdly high. The MC admits the climb on its own will be rough, but not one of his walls has ever come easy. Before they set off, Ankrid recalls that after returning from the mage's tunnel beneath the shopkeeper's house, he offloaded the loot he'd grabbed to fund a new sword once his old one shattered. Kryze was floored by the magic tools, reckoning a single one of them could bankroll an entirely new kit. He told him to bring the finest swords he had to a man who lives and dies on the blade. A sword is a lifeline, so heading out without one was never up for debate. Holding that thought, he begins the climb. Up top, Pen points out she'd flag the sword as dead weight. Drop every other thing, and that single blade would still wreck him. Ankrid concedes it really is weighing him down, but he keeps climbing regardless, saying worked muscle only comes back stronger. To him, this is nothing but more training, and he keeps grinding upward. He's already smashed through more limits than he can count. As he nears the summit, he says this still isn't enough to put him down. He finally drags himself over the edge and lets out a long, ragged breath. Pen says he's only making this harder on himself, and Torres wonders why he dug in so hard about lugging the sword. Training, maybe, he guesses. Then concludes, surely no one's that far gone. Then wolves start to howl, and they peer down to spot an entire pack. But these aren't ordinary wolves, they're werewolves. The MC labels them lycanthropes. Torres says it's rare to catch this many roaming as one. Pen says that means they'd better stay razor sharp, and then she catches sight of the wall off in the distance. Tucked in nearby, she notes there's almost no cover while the guards walk their patrols. She explains that with both moons hanging full, it's so bright the guards have gone soft. The moment one guard looks away, she says go, and they bolt forward dead straight for the wall. As they close in, the guard turns and looks down, but they've already dropped out of his line of sight. They've slipped right beneath him, and Pen says that's exactly why nights like this run smoother, while Ankrid thinks he locked eyes with the guard and wonders if he dreamed it. Pen smears ash across her hands and says the slums sit just past these walls. Hide in there and nobody will ever track them down. Before they go up, she tells the MC to drop the sword. This wall's going to be even nastier than the mountain. He refuses. Without the extra load, it doesn't count as training. Torres just sighs. He always knew Ankrid was off his rocker. Mid-climb, he admits she chose the safest line. Clear the wall, and slipping into crossguard should be a breeze. Assuming, that is, the wall itself doesn't end them first. Recalling those greyhounds down in the tunnels, he reckons the odds are decent that yet another ambush sits waiting up top. Pen crests the wall first, and the MC asks himself what's going to block them this round. Then someone rises up, and a woman says they put in real work getting here this late, but now it's time to rest. She snaps her fingers, and vines erupt out of the ground straight at them. Pen screams for everyone to drop. They barely scrape under the vines. She orders them back down to the foot of the wall, then flings her axe. The mage halts it with vines and grinds it into scrap. Ankrid never figured on a mage out here. He admits it's one nasty trap. The MC charges, trying to close the gap, but a vine rockets up from the dirt and walls off his strike. He reminds himself he once beat a mage by trusting his sixth sense, so he sets up a thrust and drives it home. The blade streaks at her, and he thinks he's got her, but she just keeps her eyes pinned on the tip. Then Jackson's warning surfaces in his head. Trust your senses, but don't lean on them too hard. Strong foes, mages above all, can trick them. Her vines crash into him, flinging him airborne and binding him up tight. Halfway down the wall, Pen and Torres see it happen. Pen cusses him out, branding him an idiot for staying perched up there. The vines snake down the wall, then run Pen and Torres clean through the chest, killing them on the spot. Ankrid strains to tear loose, but
but the vines are too thick. There's no breaking free. The mage commends him for having the spine not to bolt. He just grinds his teeth and glares at her. She gives her name as Richa of the Rose Vines and raises her hand. Her fist clenches, and Ankrid knows this life is finished. Then a massive blast of magic detonates inside the vines.
The MC realizes mages aren't all cut from one cloth, same as soldiers.
He got cocky. He let his shiny new strength swell his head and rushed in without reading the room. The boatman asks if he gets where he stands now. He calls Ankrid a freak, a guy abusing loops to bulk up instead of suffering the proper way. Against a wall this enormous, he's just an ant. The MC thanks him, saying that little speech relit the fire in him. This is precisely the kind of wall he was after. The boatman says he's already itching to see the third wall. Later, Penn asks if he really wants to sneak in posing as merchants. He says the other routes feel off. She agrees and says they'll blend in alongside the usual traders. He asks for a time and she answers, "Come morning." That stops Ankrid cold. If it's tomorrow, how does that square when he can't let the day slip by without clearing the wall? He wonders what happens in that case. Torres says they'll just sit tight another day, while Penn says they should make the most of the time and enjoy it. She tells one of her men to haul out everything they've got, and the MC wonders what she's on about. Then they drag out heaps of meat and booze. Ankrid can't believe she'd break out drinks this close to enemy lines and asks if she's lost it. He says kicking back this hard is reckless, but she counters that staying too wound up is the real danger. Stay coiled tight and he'll lose sight of the bigger picture. She tells him to have a drink as well. The man's shoulders are rigid as a board. The MC admits he's always shoved himself past his limits and figured that was the only answer, but she's got a point. He got tunnel vision and started believing the only road past the wall was straight through. Stepping forward, he says he'd rather work this out with a level head. Drawing his sword, he says bulldozing through isn't the sole answer. He decides this moment will fuse into who he is and starts training. Penn asks why he's working instead of resting, and Torres says this is what rest looks like for Ankrid. She watches, intrigued, as he starts sweating through all the swings. Penn jokes that he's easy on the eyes. Torres calls that harassment, and she fires back that it'd only count if she were ugly. As the two moons slide over each other and night settles in, they make camp. Ankrid says he had a huge breakthrough today, and that alone made the whole day worth it. By this point, they'd have hit the wall. Greyhounds lurk down in the tunnels. A mage holds the top, and he wonders what's lined up for them this round. Then the lycanthropes start howling, the very same ones they spotted below the cliffs earlier. Penn is stunned, and Torres is too. Ankrid tenses and says he knows those howls. These are the same lycanthropes from under the cliff. Then the entire pack charges. Penn screams at everyone to flee, but the werewolves block the way and box them in from all sides. Torres says it usually takes at least 10 men to put down a single one, and there have to be roughly 20 here. With just 6 of them, they're as good as dead. Penn swears there were no monsters anywhere nearby, and Ankrid says he never sensed them either. That drags his mind back to Richa. Something fooled his senses all over again. The wolves howl even harder. The MC says he swore off bulldozing straight into every problem, but he's not going out this easy, so he dives in. He pours every sense he's got into feeling out where the strikes are coming from. He picks out another one and springs back to dodge it. Their attacks come from every angle with no rhythm, and there are far too many to manage by fixating on one spot. A werewolf springs at him with its jaws wide, and he stops it with his sword. That's when it lands. Locking in too tight is the issue, so he stretches his awareness wide. But all that gets him is hearing and seeing everyone being shredded. The carnage is savage. Torres gets torn open from behind, and Penn dies almost instantly as a werewolf rips into her throat. Ankrid knows none of this counts once the day resets, but watching them die like this still stings. He shoves a wolf off as it bites down on his sword, then slits its throat. Blood sprays in every direction. He raises the sword overhead, reverses his grip, and plunges it down into a second wolf's shoulder. Then a bigger wolf with a scar across its head buries a fist in his gut. Ankrid coughs up blood and realizes this one thinks and fights smarter than the rest. It's got to be the pack leader. It snatches at his arm and with its monstrous strength slings him up into the air. Ankrid looks down at the pack below and steals one final glance at the bodies scattered around him. The boatman pipes up again, saying every wall the MC picks is still impossibly tall. As long as the loops keep turning, he'll stay locked in this same scene forever. Does he honestly still think this is fun? Ankrid says it's definitely not ideal. A loop later, Torres and Penn gawk and demand to know whether he's gone insane. insane. He says there's no reason to throw in the towel. He's fine and they should press on. However high these walls stand, there has to be a way around them. Still, he hasn't cracked it yet. Penn and Torres can each take a Greyhound one-on-one, but once they're hemmed into that tight tunnel, it's over. So the play is to dodge getting surrounded entirely. If he can use his sixth senses to pin down where they're lurking, that might be step one. Then the guard sings out again that he's found some rats, and crossbowmen instantly ring them in, plugging every exit. Ankrid says his senses turned up nothing, and then the spearmen pile on and kill him yet again. He starts to suspect magic here is jamming his senses too. He goes for Richa once more, ducking under a vine. He asks if she's the one who laid the magic in the tunnels. She's surprised he pieced it together and says somebody named Roger must be slacking, so that was likely the Greyhound leader. But once more, Ankrid dies to the vines, still grinding away at that wrist snap technique. He wonders why the blade won't pop out, and Torres tells him he's hopeless with his hands. But the MC keeps churning it over. With a mage involved, ducking the ambush on instinct alone is off the table, and clearing it just dumps them into whatever danger waits beyond. There was no clean way to dodge all of them, and the same went for the lycanthropes. When the few square off against the mini, he'll keep flailing until he finds a way to shrink that gap. He starts charging in again, then jerks to a stop, realizing he's sprinting dead at the problem and clamping his focus down too tight. Inside the cave again, he sweeps his blade, bats a spear away, and severs a man's arm. Then back over with Richa, he tells himself to slow down and stop forcing it. This is a rare shot at training that never runs out. Then it's back to the lycanthropes and one more death by spear. Richa's still the fight where he seems to be sharpening up the most. Actually, scrap that. He's gaining ground on the lycanthropes too, beheading one after seizing its head. He vows not to squander this chance to grow stronger and gets killed seconds later. The boatman's lantern rocks as he wonders aloud just how long Ankrid means to keep dawdling. If he doesn't fancy being stuck here for good, he needs to lock in a wall and climb it. The MC says after running all of this on repeat, he knows each of the 3 walls is superb, almost too good to settle on just one. In another loop, morning rolls around and Torres wakes to find Ankrid already training. He fires off a punch, flicks his wrist, and the concealed blade springs free. Torres stares, caught off guard. He couldn't pull that off yesterday. When did he pick it up? He claims it was roughly a month back, which only baffles Torres more. Our boy clarifies that he's finally got the strength now, and this marks loop number 79. On this run, he's clearing the wall and actually living to see the next day. He points out there's still a window before they hit the tunnel, and requests a small pouch sized to strap onto his wrist. The guy shrugs that it's no trouble, and right then, Ankrid notices something odd about how Penn's boots look on the inside. She grins at him noticing, slips them off, and says she padded them with cloth to muffle her footsteps, since the monsters out here have wickedly sharp ears. Ankrid tells Torres to copy the trick. Torres balks, and even after Penn shrugs that they'll probably never run into those beasts, he won't drop it. The second he tests it, his footfalls go so silent that Penn wonders if he was a ranger once. He says nope, and she notes that cloth or not, walking this quietly is no small feat. The trick? He's run this exact loop over and over and over. Getting out of the smuggler's tunnel alive means he has to catch the enemy first and crack open a gap. Down in the pitch black, calling where an ambush springs from is a coin toss, but lucky for them, they've brought a pro along. He floats a, what if foes are camped inside? Penn calls it a long shot, but says worst case, they bolt. Next, he wants to know what happens if the way out is sealed, pressing for the tunnel's dimensions and whether there are branch paths if the main one slams shut. Torres asks if he's spooked or picking up bad vibes, since he's grilling them way harder than he ever does. Ankrid asks them straight up whether the ambushers carry weapons, because if they do and they're waiting, the squad's already as good as buried. She suggests that a guy this rattled might as well hang back. Anything beats subjecting them to all this doom and gloom. He insists he just wants them sharp, and she can read that he's dead serious, even if the reason stays a mystery. Ankrid clocks that wanting his teammates to march to his tune is one thing, but his rank gives him no power to order them around. He's got to win them over instead. Christ drove that lesson home back in the infirmary tent. A little weight, a steady voice, and he'd land his point harder than 100 lectures ever could. Penn owns up that he's got a point. She's been coasting. The whole vibe shifts, and the moment she switches on, the little details start jumping out at her. Her eyes drop to the ground, and she says something's off. Those footprints? Smudged nudged on purpose. Her expression goes cold as it clicks. It's a setup. They've got to about-face this instant and lock down the exit. Right on cue, figures start creeping up from behind, crossbows leveled dead on the group, while Torres and company dive for cover. Out of nowhere, Ankrid charges them, hollering that he's a runner sent by their boss Roger, the very commander Richa name-dropped. In the gloom, nobody can pin down a face or an outfit, and he just keeps screaming about the city and the monsters. They check whether he's talking about Commander Roger and bark for an explanation. He realizes that name alone has them half convinced he's one of their own. Still chanting Roger's name, he steps in tight and slides his blade free. Get close enough and they'll smell a fraud, but by that point it's far too late and he drops one of them on the spot. The rest go off shouting that there's an intruder loose. A guy barks at everyone to fire, but Ankrid snatches his uniform and shields himself with the man, daring them to pull the trigger. The hostage instantly squeals at them to hold. Our boy taunts the lot of them. Figured Roger's hounds were better trained than this. One dude's got the whole pack paralyzed. Do something! Both Torres and Penn are left wondering what the hell he's accomplishing by baiting them this hard.
Penn frets that if reinforcements lurk nearby, this turns into a disaster and she needs to scout. But Ankrid won't quit yelling, mocking whether those crossbows are purely ornamental and whether their skulls are hollow, leaning on them harder and harder. And then it finally lands for Penn. While he keeps hammering Roger's name like a drumbeat, she ghosts up behind one guard and smothers him out with a rag. Torres clicks into it too and finishes off another. Now Penn sees the whole picture. He carved out the flawless opening for them. Branding him a genius, she opens a man's throat. The soldiers cotton on that they're getting hit from both flanks and start screaming about enemies at their backs. One asks where, and Torres puts him down before the answer ever comes. Ankrid keeps roaring his nonsense about the moon, the dark, and a fresh dawn, and one petrified soldier hoists his crossbow. He lines up on Ankrid, lets it fly, and skewers his own comrade instead. They curse Ankrid out and swarm him. He announces recess is over, but even that doesn't quite cut it. He flings two shrieking daggers and punches both men's eyes out with the shots. Penn shouts that they have to reach the exit now. Then the thunder of more boots rolls in and he wheels around to spot Roger's actual Greyhound unit. So this guy was never Roger after all. He bellows that he's a courier from Richa. The captain locks up and demands to know how he's got that name. Ankrid just screams at everyone to run. The man finally realizes he's been played like a fiddle and orders his men to give chase. Sprinting for daylight, they finally explode out of the tunnel with soldiers breathing down their necks. Penn asks if the pursuit's just going to grind on forever and weighs how to shake them, maybe break toward the creek or up the cliff. But Ankrid insists they head straight for camp. When she presses for a reason, he just says there's no time. She rolls the dice on trusting him and waves the others to fall in. Our boy notes sundown's nearly here, almost time to ring the dinner bell. He recalls Henry mentioning flat, colorful stones down by the Panhandle River. Nasty vipers nest underneath them. He catches the tip of his blade behind one, flips it backward, and a serpent's tail comes lashing out. A soldier swats it aside, scoffing that Ankrid's cheap tricks are useless. Then a viper erupts from the cracked stone, and it's far from alone. Ankrid keeps chucking rocks, whipping the soldiers into a frenzy. Penn asks what on earth he's doing. Make this much racket and every monster around will hear them. Ankrid says that's the whole idea. With ears that keen, there's no way they miss it. As they keep grinding uphill, he says the night belongs to the beasts. Sure enough, werewolves start baying somewhere below. He says monsters don't give a damn who's standing in front of them. All they crave is meat. And then he orders Torres and Penn to push on without him. They ask if he's actually telling them to abandon him here. Hard no. He shouts that he's got a plan, and if they linger, they'll just be dead weight. Then he eases off his pace and pivots back toward the guards. The captain barks at his men to fan out and run them all down. Ankrid figures that once the Greyhounds and the werewolf pack are crammed into one spot, he can get them ripping each other apart. This is the make or break moment, and he's got to hog every eyeball in the place so Torres and Penn can slip free. He unleashes a killing intent so crushing that not a soul can think about anything else. A red aura bleeding off of him. The captain snaps toward him at once, a cold shiver crawling up his spine, and the werewolf alpha picks up on it too. The captain clenches his jaw, knowing how this has to go, and orders his men to gut Ankrid first. The werewolves start scaling the cliff face, vaulting up at his back while the soldiers press in from the front. Ankrid turns, leans on his senses, and threads right past the strike, declaring that friend or foe doesn't mean a thing anymore. This whole place is about to dissolve into chaos, precisely the chaos he ordered. While Torres and Penn run, Torres admits he's not sure this is going to be okay, and figures they ought to double back. Then the werewolf howls reach them and they spin around. They turn and lock up. Ankrid's all by himself, ringed by a full-blown massacre. Torres says they have to turn around this very second. Then he catches sight of something that stops him dead. So jaw-dropping, he scrubs his eyes to confirm it's not a hallucination. Somebody swears, asking why Ankrid's so impossible to land a hit on, as a spear whiffs past him. Our boy explains that even in this mayhem, a few can still taste his killing intent and lunge for him. So rather than fixating on one foe, he keeps tabs on the entire field. He maps out their attack lines and slides past with the tiniest of movements. He says he had to drill his senses all over again, stretching his awareness into spots he can't even lay eyes on. In a brawl like this, one hair's breadth slip is fatal, but he says that slip simply isn't coming. Then grinning, he wheels around. The captain bellows for the Greyhounds to lock into formation. Ankrid knows these are crack troops, and once their formation snaps into place, the lycanthropes start bleeding out. For his scheme to land, the chaos can't be allowed to die. A memory surfaces, something he picked up in an earlier loop. Mid-clash, a soldier had jeered that he was a fool for taking on Roger, the man who never lifts his helmet. So Roger is what the captain goes by. Ankrid can't stop chewing on why Roger keeps his face hidden, so he resolves to find out and bats the helmet clean off. The instant the helmet clatters to the dirt, a wave of unease ripples through the soldiers. And now Ankrid gets exactly why Roger never let it come off. He says there's zero shame in going bald, but Roger is livid. Ankrid's worked out that the guy is mortified by it, so he loudly demands Roger ditch the helmet for good, ragging on him and telling him to flaunt that gleaming bare scalp. Roger fights to stay composed, telling himself not to swallow such juvenile bait. Then Ankrid drags his fingers through his own lush mane, twisting the knife even deeper. Peering down at the bald captain, he wonders aloud if this is the hair Roger lies awake dreaming about. Torres is rendered speechless, and Penn mutters that our boy has officially snapped. Roger gulps the bait whole and charges, vowing Ankrid won't get an easy death. Ankrid just smirks and tells him to go ahead and try. Steel collides and he bats Roger's blade off course. Roger fires back instantly, but our boy traps it on his own edge. Then Ankrid drives a thrust at the captain's eye, and Roger barely wriggles clear. Ankrid quips it's about time Roger got reunited with his hair in the next life. Roger glances up and realizes a beat too late that he's blundered. A colossal hand rips in out of nowhere. The Alpha rips Roger's head clean off his shoulders before Ankrid can land the kill. Roger's head goes rolling away and Ankrid's gaze locks onto the Alphas. The soldiers wail Roger's name. Our boy notes the Alpha struck while every eye was elsewhere. Slick play. Then it blows right past him and plunges back into the throng. Ankrid realizes the thing is hunting by burying itself inside the chaos. Tracking its movement, he understands the Alpha is a far nastier threat than Roger ever was. Its cunning paired with brute power is the exact reason he had to grind this loop so many times. The Alpha lunges from behind, fist cocked, and Ankrid whirls to meet it. This round, he swears, he ends it, then turns the blow aside with his sword. Sparks spray as he barrels forward on the momentum. The Alpha mirrors him. Ankrid hauls his blade overhead and brings it crashing down, cleanly lopping off the Alpha's arm. He chains into a slash across its chest, wrenching a howl out of it. When it swings left, Ankrid drops under it and dives in. He says this is where it ends. His blade rockets out and punches through its chest. In a single beat, the Alpha is done for. With the battle still roaring on, all Torres and Penn can do is gape. They almost pity the werewolf as it slumps over dead. The slaughter was lopsided beyond belief. Ankrid finally lets out a breath. He's pulled off exactly what he came here to do. Penn says they ought to go to him, and the two start calling his name. When he flicks his eyes over, she screams at him to get the hell out of there. He bolts toward them as the soldiers howl for the others to run him down, but the werewolves don't give them an inch to move. They're far too swamped to bother. Penn asks if he engineered this, if he knew the werewolves would crash the party. Ankrid says he just caught a lucky break. Torres says fine, but since when did the guy become this strong? And how do you know the enemy's leader was Roger? Our boy can see they're baffled. They've got no clue about the loops and there's no explaining it right now. So instead, he says there's a bigger fish to fry. The mission's still not in the bag. He tilts his head toward the cliffs and says the wall still needs scaling. Waiting up top is Recchia, the last hurdle in this run. A beat later, they're already hauling themselves up. Ankrid's still got the pouch lashed under his wrist, and watching him climb, Penn asks again if he's really not a ranger. Torres confirms he isn't, which only leaves her asking how the guy's this good. Ankrid admits he's lost track of what he's even supposed to be at this point. Becoming a knight was the whole goal. Yet at this moment, his instincts aren't even locked onto Rechia herself. Her position is something he's memorized cold. She never once shifted it in any loop. Once he tops the wall and tucks behind cover, he flashes them signals to warn them, hostile up ahead. He'll take point, leaving Pen baffled as he tears off down the wall. Rechia spins in shock just as his blade comes streaking for her throat. She conjures vines that wrap his arm and hurl him backward. He carves through a chunk of them, and she demands an answer for how he reached her when her children were already deployed. Ankrid says her kids are a little tied up brawling the greyhounds, then needles that maybe she skimped on raising them right. Seething, she launches another wave of vines at him. He slips what he can and knocks the rest away. Kryze figures that as long as he holds this rhythm, that's all there is to it. A few vines start whirling, so he concentrates on slicing off the slender, lash-like strands as he presses ahead. It floors Pen that he's holding his own against a mage this cleanly. Torres wonders if they should pitch in, but she figures jumping in would just get them underfoot. More greyhounds pour in, yelling that they've got to back up Rechia. One drops the instant he arrives, and Pen vows she won't let a single one near Ankrid. Rechia's fury swells, and roses begin blooming along her vines. Spitting that they're worthless, she launches the roses at him. He says he's already cracked the code on beating her. At the end of the day, she's still flesh and blood. Stab her or slice her, and she dies like anyone else. He just needs one clean opening, and the perfect tool for it is sitting right there in his pouch. He charges once more, laser-focused, weaving past the projectiles and shredding the vines like before. When he carves through the ones guarding her up close, she falters. She starts throwing up a barrier, and he shoves his fist right up to her face. He says his ace was repaired using the hidden knife. Flashback. Kryze had once wondered aloud how to handle the spare magic gear and whether to flip it for cash, then decided to hang on to it. It'd pay off down the line. Now the pouch flips open, and with a snap of his wrist, he hurls one straight at her face. He reveals these are the enchanted gadgets they grabbed in the cave, and they go off in a blinding blue flash, bright as the rising sun. Pen and Torres are both forced to throw a hand over their eyes. Down in the slums, people crane upward and see nothing but that searing glare blazing off the wall. Rechia shrieks in agony and Kryze swings, slicing through her vines and clean across her flank. He explains that the moment he figured out how to loosen his shoulders, he realized committing to just one direction was never required. Every one of the three walls had something worth taking. As Rechia crumples onto the stone, Kryze exhales long and says he forged his own style by fusing all three. Torres hacks down one of the soldiers. The second Pen starts in with a, "What was that?" Torres shuts it down. Questions can wait. First things first, they need to clear out before a crowd comes chasing that light. Before long, guards are sweeping the slums with torches, combing every corner, and Kryze says they've broken into Crossguard. Pull Kitten out and slip away as planned, and this loop can finally close. Pen guides the group toward one house, calling it the final place Kitten holed up before dropping off the map. Inside, the marks of torture make it brutally plain the enemy figured out Kitten was a spy. Pen says that seals it, Kitten's gotta be dead, and Kryze says the enemy's already inbound, and the contact they were supposed to meet is gone, which means the entire plan was an Aspen trap from the start. That letter from Kitten about urgent intel was almost certainly a forgery, cooked up to reel them in and kill them. It dawns on Torres that the whole thing was a setup. Right as guards close by swap a, "Found anything yet?" One says nope, but they've got to keep sweeping regardless. Pen votes to bolt immediately, but Torres warns that's a massive gamble with this many guards on the prowl, then asks whether anything could peel them off. And Kryze says he's got a method that's already paid off once and asks if they're game to try it. One of the houses abruptly goes up in flames. Soldiers scramble to douse it, and our boy says nothing hooks attention quite like a fire. He's run this enough times to bank a few tricks at this point. He jokes that at this rate, his career path is shaping up as pyromaniac, not knight, which is exactly why he plans to grind his sword work even harder the moment he's back. The crew finally clears the walls and tosses their robes. Now all that's left is making the trip back to Border Guard. Up above the gutted house, a man surveys the aftermath. Another reports that the intruders torched the place and slipped away. The man says all their traps flopped, the losses were brutal, and it stuns him that Rechia fell so cheaply. The scheme was meant to annihilate the enemy's scouts and informants and gut their morale in one stroke. Even so, he decides this is far from over. He's still got plenty of cards in hand, so he dismisses the soldier and sends him off. Time to gear up for the next move, and this is Aspen's brilliant strategist, Abner. Later, they make the trip back by boat. boat. Penn and Torres are gasping for air while Ankrid looks totally untouched. He actually says he wants one more bout once they're ashore. Torres calls him out of his mind. They've already gone at it more than 10 times on this trip. Even the boatman's puzzled why these two are perpetually drenched in sweat. Soon the boat slides up to the dock. Torres says the job's done and they should rest, then catches himself remembering this somehow passes for rest where Ankrid's concerned. Ankrid hits Penn up for another round and she shoots him down flat, saying his charms got zero effect on her. Over at the gate, some guy is desperately begging for an audience with the lunatic platoon. Torres wonders aloud what the bald stranger could possibly want. He says to report in first because he recognizes the guy, and the bald stranger turns out to be Gilfin. Gilfin comes sprinting in and shouts that Guildmaster Kryze is in serious trouble. Ankrid asks what's going on, and Gilfin tells him the frogs have arrived. He explains that after the Aspens seized his guild, their boss ended up on their payroll. Each spring, the Aspens would send an inspector to look the guild over, and those inspectors were always frogs. Now, at last, one's turned up again. We cut back 4 days to Kryze saying this bat should do the trick. The crew's about to head out, and it's been roughly a week since he last dropped by camp. The brass scored some goods thanks to him, so he reckons this little arrangement will fly under the radar. Then Gilfin walks in with news. An innkeeper's freaking out, claiming she might have spotted an Aspen spy. Kryze tells the boys to look into it, and if it checks out, they'll take care of it. Now that Gilfin's guild backs up the night watch, they patrol the alleys the border guard reservists never bother with. That boosted the guild's reputation and their cash flow, and with the locals serving as his eyes and ears, Kryze pulls in way more intel. He's even toying with the idea that bumping up taxes now would stretch the guild's reach even further. Give it a year? No, maybe just 6 months and he could own every back alley in town. One guard's posted by the door, and another hooded shape lingers further down the corridor. The guard opens his mouth to ask what the figure wants, but the stranger crosses the distance in a blink and hurls him through the door, right in front of Kryze. Just the outline alone makes it obvious this thing isn't human. Kryze goes stiff, and Gilfin clocks that their visitor has already shown up. Kryze breathes out the word frog. The figure peels back its hood and reveals its face. Kryze notices the frog left his men breathing, which tells him the door is still open for negotiation. Still, his nerves kick in and he politely gestures for the frog to step this way. The frog finds the whole thing hilarious and breaks into laughter. He calls it an amusing reaction and asks Kryze who exactly he thinks he's dealing with. Kryze sidesteps the question entirely and asks if he's grabbed a bite yet. The frog says that's hardly the issue at the moment. Then he backhands Gilfin and instantly slips inside with an uppercut aimed at Kryze. Kryze gets launched skyward, and as Gilfin crumples to the floor, the frog snags Kryze by the collar. He says humans only start listening once they've been roughed up first. That's the lesson he's picked up. Kryze says he'd have talked regardless and asks what the frog's so dying to know. The frog mocks him for still grinning and asks where the previous guildmaster vanished to and where Kryze crawled in from. Kryze tells him the old guildmaster is dead. The frog asks who did the deed, and Kryze says it was the border guard reservists. Then the frog demands a name. After mulling it over, Kryze hands him Ragna's name. The frog runs his tongue over his lips and orders Gilfin to fetch this Ragna for him. But Kryze insists he ought to bring the real guildmaster instead. Gilfin catches the hidden meaning. Any one of those guys will do, so he bolts off to track them down. Trouble is, ever since, he's come up empty because every last one got reassigned. And Kryze, well, Kryze clearly thought this through nicely. Just rousing Ragna from sleep is a chore on its own, so the message had to mean anyone in the squad tough enough to put the frog down. Inkrid figures Kryze never dreamed all of them would happen to be off on missions, especially since they really only take orders from him. Then he asks Gilfin whether Kryze is still breathing after 4 days, and Gilfin confirms he is. And Kryze throws out yet another question. Has he still got all his limbs? Gilfin's baffled, so Inkrid asks if he's being tortured. Gilfin says nope, he's fine. He points out he's wounded werewolves, gone toe-to-toe with the Greyhound's commander, even put down a mage. He's leagues stronger now, yet he still recalls how effortlessly a frog wrecked him before. This round, though, he reckons he can pull off the win. More than the win, he wants this fight to measure exactly how far he's come. Shaking off the crossguard mission should run him roughly a day, so he has Gilfin pass along word that Ragna will swing by tomorrow. Kryze won't keel over just from sitting tight one more day. Ankrid can read that much from the frog
frog's behavior. Folks assume frogs are simple-minded, but like humans, everyone's different. This one's keeping Cries breathing on purpose, biding its time for something, and that's no fool's play. Ankrid heads off to report in. The officer says he's heard the rest of the platoon's already deployed, and asks if Ankrid wants to ship out with them right away. Ankrid says he's running on empty and will head out once he's had a couple days to recover. That night in the barracks, he resolves that if there's a chance the frog kills him, he'll meet it in peak condition, with Esther curled up at his side. He eats his fill and dives straight into training. Eyeing his whistle daggers, he notes he couldn't round them all up, so only 2 remain. There's gotta be some way to get his hands on more. Esther pads over, meowing, and Ankrid remarks she's unusually clingy today as he strokes her and she purrs. He asks if she got lonely on her own and wonders if she'd like to tag along. If she does, she'll have to hang back because he's been really itching for this. He's finally landed a shot at fighting a frog. Back at the hideout, the frog announces he's been patient long enough. He warns Cries he'd better not be lying about someone showing up today, and Cries hastily assures him, absolutely. But first, Cries offers him another bowl, claiming this one's fresher and more to his liking. The frog admits Cries isn't bad at all, and they just might regret offing him. Cries laughs and thanks him, while inside he's desperate for literally anyone to arrive before he's dead. A bit later at the Thieves Guild, the frog's chowing down again, lounging with his feet propped on the table. Cries grumbles that they're late and curses those maniacs for dragging their feet. He'd haul them over himself if he could. The frog merely demands seconds, holding up a gnawed apple core. Cries agrees, all the while thinking this lunatic frog never takes its eyes off him and hardly sleeps. He just needs to last a little longer, because the second one of the maniacs shows, they should crush this thing. Assuming, of course, even one of them actually bothers to come. Then Ankrid starts down the corridor. He readies his whistle daggers, and the frog reaches for another bite right before sensing him. Ankrid blasts through the door, scattering debris everywhere. He raises his whistle daggers, while Cries just gapes in disbelief and yells, asking what he's doing here when he's the weakest of the bunch. Ankrid flings both whistle daggers, the frog ducks, and they bury themselves into the chair. He lands on the desk, and Ankrid winds back his sword and swings, but the frog slips that too, leaping over him, drawing its own blade and counterattacking. Ankrid ducks under the strike, and now the two are dead even. The very next moment will decide who seizes the upper hand. They charge each other and trade blows at lightning speed, sparks bursting with every clash until the entire room rings with the clang of steel. Cries can't process it. He wonders if this is honestly the boss, because Ankrid's matching a frog blow for blow. He knows a rookie would just keep blocking against the frog's monstrous strength, but keep that up and your bones snap. The frog lunges in with a stab, prompting Ankrid to bring up his blade, aware that the flowing sword is what he needs to deflect it. He nudges the blade off course, sparks racing down toward its point, and grasps that the single target worth hitting is the frog's one vulnerable spot, the heart. One clean stab there might choke off its healing, but the frog rams a kick into Ankrid's chest and sends him flying into a stack of crates by the wall near Cries. Cries cringes, saying that one looked brutal. If Ankrid blacks out like last time, they're finished. The frog taunts him for aiming dead at its heart and explains that beings of his sort go by the name skill readers. They can sniff out talent in an instant, but he makes zero sense to it. It says he should have hit his ceiling ages ago. As Ankrid hauls himself back to his feet, the frog puzzles over how he keeps pushing past the talent he was born with. Ankrid smirks and says even a frog's kick barely stings anymore. That only sours the frog's mood further, so it decides to finish him here and now. It swings its blade down from overhead, and Ankrid answers with a thrust. The frog realizes he's gunning for its heart again, and as they both fully commit, the frog's strike looks set to land first. He's aware that shutting down the heart is the sole way to stop its regeneration, yet landing that blow demands an opening he doesn't have yet, so he changes tack and severs the frog's arm, which goes whirling off through the air. He surges in right after, betting it can't regrow an arm fast enough mid-fight. If he exploits the openings now, this just might work. The frog sneers that one arm's plenty to finish off someone like him, then completes the swing it began earlier. Ankrid tries to parry, but the force is overwhelming and knocks the sword clean out of his grip. The frog closes in instantly, lifting its blade for the killing blow. Ankrid wonders if this is really how it wraps up again, telling himself he'll just take another crack at it next loop. But as the frog swings down to end him, the blade freezes right over his head, the sheer force ruffling his hair. The room falls dead silent except for the frog's low, rumbling croak, and Encred wonders why it stopped. Turning aside, the frog says it can sense something, a horrifying spell radiating off Esther, who's locked onto it with a glare. It says that Beast is issuing a warning. Kill this human and your own life hangs in the balance. As Esther eases into the room, the frog's throat bulges as it chokes back its croaks and confesses it genuinely wants to kill a human who shattered his own limits. Since Encred's impossible to predict, he's precisely the type of human they ought to wipe out early. Yet when it raises its weapon, Esther sees it isn't attacking, it's sheathing the blade. Staying alive counts for more. Before walking off, it tells Encred to remember this. Then we get its name, Merlune, and it says next time it plans to kill him. Encred honestly wanted to keep going, but Merlune strolls out. The instant he's gone, Christ starts picking himself up and asks if it's truly over. He says they lived, and he was dead certain he was a goner. He can't wrap his head around getting strong enough to brawl a frog like that, though he admits it still wasn't enough. The frog's parting blow caught his wrist and made him lose his sword. It's already swollen up bad. He clenches his fist and says 3 more loops would have sealed it, and then Merlune would have died.
As they walk into town, Christ says not one of the others turned up. He never imagined all those maniacs would voluntarily be away on missions. Encred says that caught him off guard too. Christ is just relieved the frog cleared out, but Encred can't shake the question of why, since Merlune could have killed them both whenever it pleased. He looks toward Esther and wonders aloud if she had something to do with it. She lets out a meow, and Christ gawks, asking whether he's honestly holding conversations with animals these days. Then the first company commander comes rushing up, asking where he's been, and spots the bandages on his arm. Encred says he got into a scrap. She says the timing couldn't be worse, but they don't need him brawling right now. His company commander asks him to come with her. Encred wonders what she's after. Surveying the battlefield, she says she finally understands why people call these men lunatics. Rem's carving through enemies with a bored expression, and after taking down just 3, he simply strolls off saying that's plenty for today. Even when someone shouts there's more coming, Rem says that's all he signed up for. Later, Ragna staggers into camp drenched in blood and lugging a man's head. Everyone had assumed he died after disappearing in the last battle. Ragna says somebody should have told him if the camp relocated, then dumps the head into a soldier's hands and announces he's off to sleep. The soldier sputters that the camp hasn't budged at all, then completely loses it upon realizing whose head, the enemy commander's, he's now cradling. They can't fathom that Ragna stormed the enemy base and walked back out alive, and now he's harassing the soldiers nearby, calling them too loud and in need of manners. Then he grabs a man's arm and pulps it with a single squeeze. The others panic. They're stunned it broke under his grip so effortlessly. Over with Jackson, not a soul can connect a hit, since he weaves past everything thrown his way. He doesn't even feel like bothering with Encred gone. As he moves to walk off, a soldier falls to his knees, begging for the chance to at least connect with one strike. The first company commander takes in the whole spectacle. Later, once they're back at camp, Marcus asks whether she truly managed to drag those uncontrollable bastards along. She says hauling them over was the simple bit. She told them she wants them to cover for their absent leader. Andrew says they'll gear up to move out. Rem fires back that she stole their squad leader, and now she expects them to do his job too. She tells them a leader answers for what his men do, then asks if they'd like Encred punished for their disobedience. Rem glares at her, but since that's the last thing he wants, he caps his daily kill count at 3 and refuses to go higher. With that settled, the rest gear up too. She's grateful the lunatics are pitching in this much, but the brass doesn't view it as anything good. Marcus says their unit is the tip of the spear in this war, and winning or losing will set the tone for everything afterward. She asks whether the Aspens are still goading them into one-on-one duels. Having lost an open battle, they've switched to dirty tactics. The approach is underhanded, but they only field skilled fighters, and her side hasn't won a single one. If the losses keep piling up, the soldiers might start believing the entire war's already lost. Marcus says morale will keep sinking, and all they need is strong fighters. If only those lunatics would deal with it, that'd be ideal. She says it's tough enough just dragging them onto the battlefield. Push for more, and they may flat out refuse to fight. Marcus says fighters that skilled are far too unruly, but tossing them aside would be a waste. On her way out of his tent, Marcus grumbles under his breath that the Aspen bastards are sharpening up. They were never this sharp before, but lately, there have been reports of a young genius strategist over in Aspen, and Marcus suspects this is his handiwork. That night in the barracks, Andrew chats with the others, calling himself the guy who will one day restore his family's house. Though for the moment, he's stuck riding herd on a pack of lunatics and keeping the lid on while Encred's gone. Henry inquires about his eye and urges him to ease up on the Rim duels for a stretch. Andrew asks who else could possibly handle Rim's bloodlust, noting Rim would happily soak the ground in their own soldiers' blood. On top of that,
that, every bout with him feels like brushing up against death, and somehow that keeps making Andrew stronger. Mac admits it's a pain, but it genuinely helps. He caught a beating as well. Henry notes that on the bright side, the rest of the lunatics mostly mind their own business and steer clear of starting brawls. Right then, a man screaming at Rem to do his job, saying everyone here is putting their lives on the line and asking if Rem thinks this is some joke. Andrew identifies him as the fresh platoon commander and wonders whether the man's actively courting death. Andrew steps between them and Rem, stating that nobody but their own commander has the authority to order the independent platoon around. The man fires back, demanding to know if they intend to slack off right out in the open, and brands them bastards. Rem mentions that ripping the guy's insides out would do wonders for his mood, and his bloodlust begins seeping into the air. Andrew figures he'd better bail this idiot out and tells the commander that any grievance can be hashed out in a duel, with the loser falling in line behind the winner. Then he asks if the man's scared. The commander flies into a rage, saying a mere squad leader dares challenge him, and hauls Andrew off to crush him. Rem watches them leave and sighs, saying this is boring. He'd been primed to shred that jerk, but the kid hauled the guy off, leaving him with zero entertainment. Back in his tent, he eyes his bed and starts mulling over quitting the army for good. And he isn't the only one in that boat. Ragna and Audun look just as glum. Ragna says there's still no word on Enkrid and wonders if he's dead. Audun figures he may have gone back into the soil, and with their leader gone, sticking around feels pointless. Jackson points out that hanging around would just waste time. He's already gotten what he came to the army for, so there's nothing left for him. They all agree that if Enkrid doesn't show by day's end, they'll head out and accept he's gone. But naturally, he's not. He's already striding through camp. The first company commander remarks that her fiancé is due back with his platoon now. Just behind him, Andrew's still scrapping with that platoon leader. Then Enkrid walks into camp while Andrew's tied up with the guy. He squares up to the gathered crew and announces his return. Rem starts to call him boss, but Andrew comes barreling into the tent already bawling. He yells at Enkrid, demanding to know why he took so long. Then he clings to his waist and says he's been waiting an eternity while drowning in non-stop garbage. That makes Rem crack a grin and let out a little laugh, asking why Andrew's butting in ahead of him. Soon the rest pile on too, ribbing Enkrid for being late and calling him boss. He starts to reply and the whole thing melts into a warm reunion. Later that night, Enkrid says, having looked around, it's obvious they hauled him back to wrangle these lunatics, so they ought to listen to their superior once in a blue moon. Rem replies he'll do that only when the mood strikes, though Enkrid admits it's not like he can actually make them. Rem says that's beside the point. The real question is whether his strength has gone up. Ragna likewise knocks his blade on the ground, declaring he's owed a duel as well. Christ tells them to chill and points out that Enkrid's wrist is busted up. Even so, Rem and Ragna start bickering over who gets first crack at him. Audun chuckles and tells them not to scrap over it. Pointing out it's been a minute, he suggests loosening up beforehand. Enkrid orders the lot of them to pipe down, and Christ figures it's high time somebody reined the crew in. But Enkrid, hopeless combat addict that he is, announces he'll take each of them on individually. Christ protests that he's hurt, yet Enkrid says the wrist isn't broken and still moves a little. Jackson chimes in that even minor injuries matter and wants a look so he can slap some medicine on it. He admits he can't pour full strength into it, but he figures he can still grip a sword. Between the frog and the crossguard opponent, he's certain he's improved enough to take on Merlune and hold the line. Naturally, he says he's still nowhere close to a knight. The level he's chasing is still a long way off, but he's climbed plenty already, and that progress counts. Now he wants to show them just how much stronger he's gotten. Jackson warns him not to overdo it, though if there are side effects, he'll handle them. Enkrid grins while the crew files outside, itching for a brawl. Rem takes the first slot. Noting that Enkrid seems awfully cocky, he charges in to test whether all that swagger actually holds water. His axe comes hurtling at Enkrid, but Enkrid follows the swing and strikes back, batting it aside. Rem instantly clocks that something about him has shifted. There's no hesitation anymore. He moves like a man who knows he's leveled up. Rem laughs, thrilled to see more. Enkrid lifts his sword again as Rem comes at him a second time. Jackson says they were apart for barely a week, yet he's changed more than he had in ages. Audun says his patience is wearing thin, and for once his eyes are wide and clear. Ragna tells Rem to hurry up and finish his turn. And he's not the only one. Everyone's drilling holes into Rem's back with their stares. Rem senses it and admits that, in their shoes, he'd be just as impatient. A while later, once all the duels are wrapped, Jackson tells Enkrid to explain what happened. Our hero brushes it off, claiming he only tangled with a frog right before reappearing. Andrew fires back that there is no way this counts as just anything. Then Rem mentions he heard the MC swung by crossguard, and wonders aloud whether the frog was lurking there. Kryze cuts in saying they ran into one at the Thieves Guild, and the wound showed up only after Ankrid returned. Auden asks how the job played out, so Ankrid lays it out. They strolled right into an ambush. Greyhounds, lycanthropes, even a mage were lying in wait. Andrew can only gape, baffled. He insists he's been grinding just as hard, trading blows with these lunatics daily, yet he still can't close the gap. The rest remind him that surviving with the whole world stacked against him is no small thing. Ankrid just chalks it up to luck while Esther dozes on his chest. He admits today's sparring schooled him plenty. Even so, he could feel them easing off because of his busted wrist. He's itching to heal and meet them at full tilt, already daydreaming about how monstrous this platoon could become. Rem grumbles that he refuses to watch them lose to a frog twice. Ragna nods that there's still mountains to learn, and Auden declares the cure is simply more training. Jackson chimes in that he can still spot gaps all over Ankrid's sword work. Our boy vows he'll take the win next round, and Rem cracks up at how cocky that lands. Bit by bit, the squad begins to nod off. Right as the MC is finally sinking into sleep, Rem promises another bout once he's patched up. The others pile on the tips. Break your bad habits, never stop training, lean on your other senses. Ankrid agrees they'll go again post-recovery while Esther plugs her ear, since they still won't quiet down. They start drifting off once more, but the chatter rolls on, and both she and he marvel that these clowns are somehow still going. Rem insists the MC just has to block first, then cave in the enemy's skull, and keeps right on lecturing. Ragna says he needs to dig deeper into heavy sword work, while Auden says he just needs beefier muscles. Jackson cautions him against getting cocky, because that's how mistakes sneak in. Finally, Ankrid orders the whole lot to sleep, and they flop down instantly with a chorus of goodnights. Honestly, shutting them up may have been the toughest fight of the whole day. Come morning, the MC bolts upright and groans that he slept way too long. He hasn't snoozed this late in ages, and it seems Esther overslept right along with him. The second he stirs, Kryze asks if he's good to move out. Ankrid wants to know if the men are up at the front, and Kryze confirms everyone fit to fight is already there. Only the guards and the supply platoon are still hanging back in camp. He drops into planks and immediately feels his wrist flare up. It's worse than the day before, so he knows he had no business fighting, but they were all so hyped he couldn't say no, and just thinking about it makes him crave the sword again. Then he clocks a blade on the rack and goes to grab it, muttering he's meant to wield it with both hands. Still, he's handled a sword one-handed on his right before, so maybe drilling the left could pan out too. But the instant he swings, it's all clumsy and graceless. He brands it a pathetic excuse for a sword path like his rookie days, which also makes it the perfect chance to revisit everything he's picked up. By the following morning, Ankrid is still grinding away with his left hand. Starting from scratch is brutal, but thanks to the isolation technique, raw strength isn't the issue. Vancento clocks him and mutters that even busted up, he's out here training. The guy's gotta be unhinged. Our hero figured Vancento had shipped off to the front, but Vancento explains his platoon pulled defense duty. Ankrid then spots the strap on his sword hanging loose. Vancento jabs that both the blade and its owner are wrecks, and there's no chance the MC fixes it one-handed. While nodding it for him, the MC notes Vancento used to pick fights non-stop, yet now he's playing nice. So what flipped? He winds up asking why Vancento despised him before. Vancento glances up and says it was all because of Jenny. Our boy just blinks and asks who on earth that is. Vancento tells him she's the herb merchant. Ankrid is hopelessly blank. So much time has rolled by for him that he barely recalls her. That only torches Vancento's mood. He shoves the sword back, snaps that he's finished, and stomps away. The MC shouts after him that he was never into her anyway, and then it clicks. She ran that herb stall close to the border guard outpost, and he was a regular there because her stock was so good. He figures she must have caught feelings for him, but Vancento was sweet on her too, while Ankrid only ever cared about the merchandise. Vancento admits he knows the MC's all about swords, not women. He was just eaten up with jealousy. Jenny never once looked his way and instead swooned over our boy's pretty face, so he spits a curse and clicks his tongue at him. The MC wonders what's even wrong with this guy, and Vancento simply tells him to mind his sword before heading off to work. Ankrid can only marvel at how fast this dude's mood whiplashes. Seriously, the man's a weirdo. Inside the tent again, Esther is mid-stretch and straining, so the MC notes she looks wiped and asks if she's sick. She shoots him a glare and pins the blame squarely on him. He kept brawling while hurt, and she overextended herself trying to take the edge off his exhaustion.
Now she's locked out of using magic for a while. Ingrid tells her to go rest outside the barracks. A few guards wander off toward the lake. One of them catches the water behaving oddly and keeps gawking. His buddy asks what's got his attention. He says he swore he heard something, and then an arrow buries itself in his skull. Alarm bells erupt, and Ingrid and Esther jolt awake. Vincento bellows that the enemy is on the attack. They can't afford to lose the supplies, so holding this spot is non-negotiable. He just asks where the attackers are, and Christ tells him to stay put since he's basically a cripple right now. Then soldiers start hauling themselves out of the water, and Ingrid stares, saying he never figured he'd cross paths with that man again here. It's Aspen troops, and at the head of the Greyhounds is Mitch. Our boy says he didn't see this coming, and Mitch glances over, locks onto Ingrid too, and clocks that they're standing face to face once more. Mitch declares his prayers have been answered. He's been craving this reunion for ages. Ingrid quips, surprise, Mitch actually still remembers his name. Mitch says the MC forced him to see his own arrogance, and because of that, he's climbed to a whole new tier. Now he wants to put Ingrid down with his own two hands. Our hero screams at Christ to grab Esther and bolt. As he unsheathes, he hoists the blade high and swings to meet Mitch's strike dead on. Their swords collide, but his injury means the MC can't match Mitch's force, and his weapon gets batted aside. Mitch asks if he's wounded. He says that's a real pity, then lifts his sword to finish it. The blade drops, but Vincento dives in and parries it, roaring at Ingrid to run. Then he charges Mitch, who warns him to back off. He's no match. A heartbeat later, Mitch's sword carves clean through Vincento's skull. Our boy goes rigid with horror as Vincento's head spins through the air and lands right next to him. Ingrid wheels around and sees it, while Mitch icily remarks that weaklings ought to stay out of this. Esther bolts forward, and Christ screams for her to stop and get back. Ingrid scrambles to stop her too because charging in means certain death, but she's already lunging straight for Mitch. He swings and drops her in a single stroke. Ingrid sprints to rescue Christ, but Mitch closes the distance too fast. It's too late. He stretches out a useless hand and watches Mitch run Christ through the throat, killing him on the spot. Ingrid can only stand by as everyone is butchered. Mitch sighs that it's a letdown, since with a healthy wrist, the MC could have shown how far he's come. Then he cleaves through the MC's head and sends it flying. Absolutely savage. Ingrid jolts awake back in camp and gently strokes Esther's head, lamenting he couldn't save a soul because of his bum wrist. He stares the wrist down, trying to crack the puzzle of what to do. Outside, Christ says he's relieved he's up. He replies that there's nobody he can lean on for help. The Greyhounds will strike before noon, so he's already outside drilling, working the blade with his offhand and hunting for a way over this wall. He recalls somebody telling him that weak, pathetic losers are exactly why the people guarding them die. As sweat rolls down his face, he wonders if that's precisely what he's become right now. Vincento strolls up and asks if he's training lefty because the right one's busted. He says training this obsessively feels like a disease, and asks whether it's even accomplishing anything. Ingrid swears he'll make it count, and this time he's saving every last one of them. Vincento just gawks at him confused when our boy abruptly apologizes about Jenny. Vincento is floored that he knew and insists it wasn't deliberate. Ingrid tells him to lift his head because some girls couldn't care less about looks. Vincento asks if he's begging to die, accusing him of flexing about being handsome, and the MC just laughs. Then the bells start clanging, and when the enemy hits the camp, he strides forward steadier than before. He squares off against Mitch, who glowers at him. Ingrid knows Mitch is a beast, always ranked above an elite soldier, and now he's even keener. Mitch parries the opening swing and shoves our boy back, milking the injury for all it's worth. Ingrid leaps clear, realizing he's short on power since he can't bring both hands into it. Mitch drives in with a thrust, and Ingrid tries to deflect it with his blade, but he just doesn't have the muscle. Mitch punches through and rips open his throat. He crumples, hacking. Mitch asks about his hand. Our boy concedes it's hurt, and Mitch calls that a shame. As he raises the sword, he says he'd wanted to face him at full power, then buries the blade in his chest. Ingrid realizes that no matter how strong he grows, there's only one path left now. He has to build up his left side, which means rebuilding everything. His grip, his swing, his stance, the whole lot. Starting with childhood fundamentals, moving through Ragna's heavy sword, all the way to the core of every style he's ever studied, he rebuilds the whole thing using his off arm. Mitch turns up again, and Ingrid falls again. Still, he keeps grinding, telling himself he's already walked this road once on his right. Again, he loses. He keeps tearing through a training dummy, slicing it apart, yet Mitch still toys with him and skewers him through the chest. Ingrid
Ingrid keeps at it, reminding himself that at least he's a fast study. Maybe that's actually legit this round, given his prior run at it. Yet 40 loops deep, the swing from his offhand stays sloppy. He puzzles over why, and while Vincento watches him drill, something clicks for the guy, who calls out asking Ingrid for a duel. The MC notes this never went down in the earlier loops and wonders what shifted. Still, one glance at Vincento tells him the man's bone serious, so he takes the offer. They set their stances and Vincento charges in, warning he won't pull punches. He brings the sword crashing down and Ingrid blocks, thinking Vincento's still a platoon leader, strong enough that meeting him head-on with only the left is rough. Our boy redirects the blade, then sweeps his legs out from under him. Vincento pitches forward and eats dirt. The MC says he won. Vincento admits he never expected a lefty fight, and the MC says that's exactly why he's been drilling it. Then he asks what made Vincento want the duel in the first place. Vincento says he honestly doesn't know. Watching him made his blood run hot. He says he's only been on the basics, but Vincento says that's the whole point. Watching our boy drags him back to when he first hefted a sword. That hunger to grow stronger. The rush of every single swing. But when he looks at Ingrid now, something about his blade feels off. The MC asks what he means, and Vincento says it feels like a dead man's sword. He asks what that's supposed to mean, but Vincento says it's tough to put into words. Our boy starts chewing on what he could possibly mean. Maybe he's still not strong enough, but Vincento snaps, asking if he's even listening. Then Ingrid pieces it together on his own. He's been blindly tracing the path of his right-hand swings, even though the left and right sides operate in totally different ways. So he decides to put the theory to the test, saying he needs a path tailored to his left hand. When he swings again, the dummy's arm drops clean off. The slice lands true, and the noise it makes is unlike anything earlier. He grins, thanks Vincento, and says he's finally found a way through. Then Ingrid says he needs to awaken that same feel in his left arm. That's the key. So he starts by switching up his habits, eating with his left hand. Kreis asks if he's always done that. The MC says his right arm needs the rest. Kreis says he's taking this way too far, especially when he fumbles his food and even pelts Esther with it. But Ingrid says eating, dressing, training, all of it. He'll run his left arm for absolutely everything. Once the session wraps, he stakes his sword in the ground and says that to speed all this up, he'll also rehearse Torres's move. He snaps his wrist to fling the hidden knife, but it just plops to the ground. Regardless, he figures a thrown knife like that could swing the whole fight. This is already his 50th loop when Vincento asks for another duel, then promptly slams him into the dirt. Vincento says Ingrid handles the left arm well now, but his sword still feels off. Our boy agrees that dead sword vibe lingers, so he'll keep grinding until it's gone. In the next loop, he and Vincento duel yet again. The MC blocks the sword, then the loops blur past, beyond 60, then 70. By the 80th loop, he can shove Vincento back with ease, and now he's also drilling the hidden knife. This time, the wrist flick is flawless, and later he disarms Vincento entirely, his sword spinning off into the ground. Vincento can't wrap his head around how sharp Ingrid's left arm has gotten. He catches him staring off and asks what he's thinking so hard about. Vincento vows that once they're clear of this place, his training will hit a whole new gear. Our boy notices he's stopped bringing up the dead sword, so he tells him to keep it rolling. Who knows, maybe Jenny will come around and spot him before long. That detonates Vincento on the spot. He demands another round and swears he'll beat the MC into the ground. The MC chuckles at how easy the guy is to wind up and says he still has to survive long enough to confess to Jenny. With that goal in mind, he walks out to the lake by himself. Out there, he ponders talent, deciding it's far from a simple thing. Conditioning the body is one piece, but true, unshakable focus is part of it too. His mind drifts to picking up the sword as a child, growing to love the weapon swing by swing. Now, with the sword settled into his left, he unsheaths it. For the first time, Ingrid feels what talent might actually be. In a mere 100 days, all that left arm grind has piled up enough to rival the 30 years he poured into his right. By now, it's loop number 112. Mitch surfaces from the water, and our hero is dead set on smashing past this wall called Mitch. Vincento roars for everyone to defend the camp and beat the enemy back. Kreis tries to haul Ingrid back while pinning Esther so she can't charge in, but the MC just keeps marching forward. Mitch thanks him, saying he'd hope to meet again. He says the feeling's mutual, and Mitch says our boy shook him out of his slump. Now he'll crush him and ascend even higher. Ingrid confesses he almost feels guilty since he's watched Mitch at his peak over and over and knows he can't outduel him blade to blade. So as he rushes in, that first move move blindsides Mitch, who nonetheless scrapes together a parry. As he skids back, Mitch digs in his heels and starts bullying Ingrid backward with sheer muscle. The MC seizes the hand gripping the sword and snaps Mitch's thumb, ripping a scream out of him as the blade drops. Mitch retaliates with a kick straight to Ingrid's chest. He stabs his sword into the ground to stay upright, and with Mitch's weapon now in the dirt, Mitch curses him for fighting so filthy. Our boy points out that, loop after loop, his only wins over Mitch have come blade on blade, yet endlessly repeating that won't sharpen his left arm one bit. The blade duel was a blast, but now he has to push beyond it. Mitch says this won't save him regardless. He grabs the blade in his left and warns that both arms serve him equally. Ingrid says right back at him, that's the very thing he trained for. Still, if he wants to clear the next wall, a sword alone won't cut it. He has to unleash the move he's been hoarding for a do-or-die moment. It's the pinnacle of the Volin mercenary sword style. Cocking his arm back, Ingrid heaves his sword with everything he's got. A baffled Mitch deflects it with his blade, but the MC barrels in and locks a hand on his windpipe, declaring that brute hand-to-hand is the sole path forward. He throws a punch, and Mitch barely weaves clear of it. Mitch snarls "bastard" and tries to swing the sword in, but Ingrid gives him zero space. He latches onto his waist and slams him down. He just has to get in close, whatever it takes. Both go crashing to the floor. He traps Mitch's wrist under his knees to neutralize the blade, vowing to take this even if it means tearing into flesh with his teeth. From the mount, he cocks his fist and starts hammering Mitch's face. He says victory means wringing out every weapon he's got. One blow staggers Mitch, and Ingrid pumps in the next. This, right here, is a genuine slugfest. Mitch reads the next strike and knows the play. He kicks up and flips our boy clear over him. The MC slams into the dirt and Mitch surges in, bellowing at him to quit playing around and wield his blade like a real warrior. He's after a proper duel. He brings the blade down and Ingrid doesn't even flinch. He eats it on his shoulder. Mitch is stunned, but he'd stashed armor right there for exactly this. Our hero tells him he's dead serious. Mitch attacks again, but Ingrid slips in the hidden blade technique and rakes it across his face while ducking the punch. The strike lands on Mitch's left eye and blood gushes down half his face from the concealed blade. Mitch lets loose a feral scream and bears down with all his might, slicing through the shoulder plate into the MC's shoulder. Then he follows up with another swing, gouging a deep gash. Ingrid figures his wrist was bad enough, and now his shoulder's taken a hit too. If this drags on, he loses, so before Mitch adapts to fighting half-blind, he has to pounce on that opening. Mitch storms in, livid, and our boy snaps his wrist, hurling the hidden dagger straight at him. Mitch raises his sword to block, but the dagger punches clean into his hand, and Ingrid bursts in for another tackle. He cashes in that opening, and as they slam down, Mitch's sword is knocked loose and skitters away from them both. Mitch barks out one more curse, but MC seizes his leg, traps the ankle, and snaps it with a single clean motion. Mitch howls and throws punches, desperate to shove him away. Ingrid just moves to the other leg and wrecks that ankle too. It hits Mitch that he's crippled now, and he tears off another lung-emptying scream. Everybody nearby is standing there baffled about what they just saw. To them, Mitch was always the lazy prodigy, gifted to the bone but happy coasting on the bare minimum. Then he came home from that last battlefield and the spark snapped back into his stare. He drilled on the training grounds until raw talent plus grind finally lit up his blade. And yet here he is, both legs shattered, dragging himself toward his sword. He genuinely can't wrap his head around how it spiraled to this. Ingrid beats him to the weapon and plants himself right in front of it. Mitch tilts his face up and calls out, while Ingrid stares down, not exactly thrilled about any of this. Even so, Ingrid admits Mitch was a towering wall, and both encounters slapped him awake hard. Mitch says this is nothing like the fight he was after. As that wall crumbles, Mitch claws forward and pleads for an honest duel. All he ever wanted was a true meeting of blades, and he stretches a hand toward the protagonist. Ingrid lifts the sword and tells him he craved the same thing, but this happens to be a battlefield. When you boil it down, it's war. Then he runs the blade through Mitch's neck, finishing him and staking him to the dirt. Even saying it out loud, Ingrid takes zero satisfaction from the kill. He's a swordsman himself, and his respect for Mitch was the real deal. Mitch's men come stampeding in, screaming his name, while Vancento bellows at his troops to open fire and erase the Aspen ranks. They get driven back and never reach Mitch's corpse. Ingrid throws him a final glance, fully aware that wall is gone for good. He pulls in a few slow breaths, his gaze already locked on the next wall waiting for him. Then he tells Mitch it was a good time. It closed out the wrong way for both both of them, but Encrid plans to use it as fuel to smash past his ceiling and climb. Back at the barracks, Christ says losing this spot would have been a catastrophe, and HQ bailed them out by sending archers on the off chance. Vancento strolls in and admits he only crawled back alive because MC bought them the seconds they needed. Then he flips over a sword he scrounged up, telling him not to leave good steel lying in the mud. Christ figures Encrid already owns a sword, but when the protagonist gives it a look and draws the blade, he says it's Mitch's, the man he just put down. Vancento calls it a quality weapon, and Christ is itching to examine it. The edge gleams almost blue under the light, so Christ decides it has to be dent steel. MC asks what that even is. Christ explains it's a legendary Aspen iron mine, and the metal runs pricier than the Valerian or Noir steel. Encrid's been carrying so he could cash it in, but he waves that off and asks Vancento if he's heading to the front. Vancento asks whether he wants to tag along, but the protagonist says he can't abandon his men for that stretch. Christ asks if he'll wield Mitch's sword from now on, and Vancento says stick with the blade you trust. Yet MC snatches it up and says why pick one when you can run both? Out on the front lines, the whole squad's gathered and Rem lets out a whistle. He figures the boss is primed for the next stage, and he can't believe he's grown fond of some mainlander. Encrid might even push deeper into Heart of the Beast and finally crack that secret technique. Auden's chewing on the same idea. The muscle is locked in, so now the joints are the project. After that, his stance and entire frame can shift, making him far tougher to crack with joint locks and crushing blows. But cramming it all in at once would be overload. Smarter to build him brick by brick. Deep in thought, Auden suddenly slows, and Rem faceplants straight into his back, clutching his head and grumbling, while Auden spins around and Rem demands to know what happened to his feet. He's got to keep the pace up. Auden remarks that Rem clearly still hasn't matured one bit, and the two are an inch from brawling when Ragna wedges between them with a yawn. Auden says sheer laziness is no reason to wedge himself between the two, and the pair both brand him a lunatic. Ragna says Encrid has to start conditioning his body to match the sword. He wants the protagonist to swing looser and steer the tip like it's a part of him, but priority one is sleep. Then Auden chimes in that coaching MC on how to walk could pay off too. He won't glide like an assassin, but he can trim wasted motion and fight a lot leaner. Still, Auden catches himself wondering why he's even putting in all this effort. While he's surveying the squad, Rem grabs Ragna to keep him from drifting off, calling him a moron who's always getting lost. Ragna fires back that he's still saner than Rem, and as the shouting kicks off, Auden says he refuses to let Encrid rot into idiots like these two. He'll keep him pointed straight. The ferry commander is on hand as well, and she clocks something, then orders everyone to freeze. Seconds later, Aspen soldiers emerge from the brush. She wonders if a fight's about to pop off, but a guy named Owl steps up and asks if anyone will meet him one-on-one. She mutters, and there it is, their go-to cheap stunt to bait a duel. It might seem trivial, but they keep dropping these bouts and morale keeps sliding. Brushing him off isn't an option either, or word spreads that they're too scared to win. She can't take the field herself since they'd brand that cowardice, and a single decisive win would lift the whole camp. She recalls Christ telling her to deploy the lunatics. Encrid's back, so the squad's in high spirits and will fall in line for a bit. She turns and asks Rem if he's up for it. He's got no clue what she's on about, then glances toward the soldiers as they start running their mouths at him. He says he'll take the duel just to kill the boredom. The men roar with laughter, mocking them for fielding a barbarian. Then Rem lops the guy's head clean off his shoulders. Before the rest can even flinch, their eyes follow it up and that lopped off head drops back, drenching them in blood as they shriek. Rem cackles like a maniac and asks who wants to be next. The soldiers call him deranged, but grudgingly admit the guy can throw down. When the Aspen side starts pleading for mercy, the ferry commander reckons that win ought to pump up morale, but her face curdles in revulsion as Rem keeps pulping the man long after he gives up. He won't quit, and even their own troops look away because it's just too savage. She finally barks at him to stop. A single Aspen soldier pleads with Rem to quit, but at that point his axe is already hacking into a dead body, earning him the monster label. Rem tunes him out and keeps butchering the body. He just cackles and claims the begging isn't reaching his ears. Everyone looks on in horror, muttering they don't even want to be on the same side as him. The ferry commander sighs that morale cratered all over again, so the whole stunt was a waste. The only one who can leash this crew is Encrid, and he's already inbound. Once camp is pitched, he finally shows up. Jackson wonders how the guy returned in even rougher shape despite orders to recover, and Rem notes he's grounded from any fighting until he's patched up. Then the ferry commander walks in, cracking that her fiancé really does like it rough. Ankrid greets her. She tosses him a tiny vial and tells him to put it to use. He asks what it is. Jackson clocks it instantly. The ferry's medicine isn't the kind money can buy. He even claims it beats his own ointment, and Rem ribs him that the fairy's clearly got feelings for him. Our boy thanks her, then asks what's behind the gift. She says they pledged a future together, and since she's never given him a thing, consider it a little engagement gift. He still can't fathom her stretching the bit this far, but she only welcomes him home and tells him to go rest. The three of them watch her go, and Christ says they should flip it for cash. Ankrid tells him to buzz off. Rem cracks that the guy handles women far better than he handles a blade, and Ragna agrees. He, meanwhile, is just stuck puzzling over why she keeps the engagement bit alive. A few days after hitting the front, the Aspens keep poking small skirmishes while dodging an actual battle. Because of that, his wounds get breathing room to mend while he trains. Catching sight of him at the crack of dawn, Auden asks whether his body's on the mend. Ankrid says the fairy's cream worked wonders. Auden asks if he's angling to get himself pummeled all over again, and the protagonist says maybe. Then we jump to the aftermath of that scrap. Auden gives him a once-over. His right wrist, his shoulder, bruises scattered across his body. He says Ankrid has no business pushing this hard yet, but if battle kicks off, he'll dive in anyway, won't he? MC answers that as long as he can still move, yeah. Auden sweeps the area to confirm nobody's watching, then waves him in close. He asks what he's after when a warm rush abruptly floods through his body. Auden starts blazing with a brilliant golden glow that pours into Ankrid. Our boy clocks that this is straight up divinity. As Auden keeps working him over, an enormous shaft of golden light pours down on the two of them. Then Auden draws his hand back, the glow dies, and Ankrid is left gawking. Auden warns him to breathe a word to no one. Ankrid vows silence right back, sealing the promise in the name of their lord. MC figures the monk must have his reasons, so he goes along with it. Auden wanders off, saying the morning mist is a blessing from God. Divinity is the badge of clerics in God's service, and miracles like that can mend the wounded. Even though Auden was always at prayer, he'd never tapped divinity before, so nobody could be sure he was truly a cleric. Now he's pleading with his lord for forgiveness. Ankrid figures there's gotta be some rule against it since it felt like Auden snapped one just to heal him. As Auden departs, Ankrid thanks him. Auden says that if word gets out he used divinity, the Inquisitors will come knocking. He left the church under brutal restrictions, and they sealed his body so he couldn't channel divine power. Even with the pain knifing through his chest, he couldn't bear to leave Ankrid in that state. Auden says the Lord forever watches over them, yet never answers back. But after crossing paths with the protagonist, he started to believe those words carry on through people, and he'll do whatever he judges right. After the meal, Christ asks MC if he needs another round on his wound, and offers to slap on more ointment, but he says he's good. The wound isn't all the way shut, but it's near enough, and to keep Auden's secret buried, nobody else can catch sight of it, so he'll have to fight cautiously. Then he wants to know when actual combat finally breaks out, and Christ says the two armies are still probing each other. Marcus heads up their vanguard, blocking the enemy from looping around while the main force sits tight at the Green Pearl. Since the Aspens already trashed the rulebook by hauling in sorcerers and casters, both sides are probably braced for all-out war now, with full night orders ready to go. Rem gripes that they should have been deployed there, and these dinky one-on-one duels are putting him to sleep. Christ says this stalemate can't drag on much longer. Sure enough, the situation flips. The troops start rolling, war horns blare, both armies square off, and Kryze and the entire squad are right there in it. Their commander stands beside the ferry, while three enemy guys swagger forward and start trash-talking like a pack of bratty kids. Rem wonders why they won't shut their mouths and asks if their swords are only fit for chopping vegetables. Kryze explains this is a war of words. With no knight-grade force to tilt the scales, both sides are dead even, so the Aspens are gunning to win the head game first. A single arrow could drop those loudmouths, but morale's already wobbly. Strike first and they bleed more. Meanwhile, the Aspens keep jeering, swearing they'll die before they ever touch a woman. Kryze says their commander's holding still because he knows it too. Marcus says he had a play, but it's useless here. Throwing the lunatics at that duel only dug the hole deeper. What they need right now is a single win. Kryze is praying for the exact same thing, just one beat to flip morale, while the enemy keeps branding them virgins and howling. And Kryze tells Andrew to take it easy. He says Andrew will get his shot to vent all that rage soon enough. Andrew just blinks, totally lost, and asks what on earth he means. So our boy tells him there's nothing shameful about being a virgin and to save that fury for the battlefield. That just leaves the soldiers nearby even more bewildered. Andrew insists he's not angry, but Encred tells him to chill anyway. Then Henry and Mac crack up, and even Rem joins the pile-on. Auden muses that since Andrew's already come this distance, perhaps the holy path is his calling. Ragna figures his turn will come down the road, while Andrew is left baffled about how he earned this treatment. The other soldiers murmur about him, asking if the taunt actually landed, and how a normal-looking guy his age is somehow still a virgin. Andrew snaps at them to shut it and swears he's not mad, which only fuels their laughter. They even offer to take him to a certain shop once they're home, and he flat out refuses. Jackson calls it cruel that MC needled him deliberately. MC explains Andrew's still a kid who might have internalized it, so he was only trying to keep him grounded, but Rem finds the whole thing hysterical. Kryze can't tell whether he's joking or stone cold serious, and he smirks. He says the protagonist really is a strange one and tells him to fire back at the enemy. MC claims he's got nothing in the tank, but Kryze volunteers to script him a couple zingers, and MC waves it off and walks out. Kryze says that Razor Tongue can boost their morale, and whatever he kicks off will ripple through the ranks. The protagonist strides out, and the enemy spots him at once and yells that he's coming forward. Kryze is convinced this paves the road to victory. He told Encred to march himself right into the enemy archer's range and bait them. Vancento asks what he thinks he's doing out there. MC says Vancento's luck must be rotten if he's still grinding it out in the vanguard after coming back. Vancento tells him to can it and cautions that one more fearless step forward and the arrows let loose. Then he presses him on what the goal is. The Aspen soldiers smirk, scoffing that some fresh loser just trotted out. Encred eyes them and recalls Kryze coaching him to just close the distance first, since he never knows what'll come out of his mouth until the moment lands. That brand of trash talk just flows out of him naturally. So our boy points at one of them and wonders aloud why that face is so busted, why the skull on him resembles a ghoul's. The guy flares up instantly and demands to know what that's supposed to mean. The others crack up and Vancento clocks that Encred pulled it on purpose. The insulted soldier scrambles to defend himself, insisting he knows he's handsome. MC says fair point, he jumped the gun. After all, maybe it was only his mother who was the ghoul. That tips the guy straight into a screaming meltdown. Auden says God will smite Encred for that one, but Rim laughs until he's crying. Even Ragna wonders if that guy's actually human with a mug like that. Andrew piles in too, saying no woman would ever want him looking like that, so he's got no business mocking anybody. Mac figures this has clearly been eating at the guy for years. The boiling mad soldier shrieks at him to step in close enough to get his tongue carved out. Our boy reckons that since the enemy bit down on the bait and craves a duel, the only thing left is to beat him senseless. He goes for his sword, but Rim bars him with his axe, and even Ragna cuts in. They block his path completely. Jackson points out that injury of his hasn't closed up yet. Encred knows he can't admit Auden already patched him up, so they just trade a look. Rem says Andrew should take this one and finish the guy. Andrew says he spent his entire life carrying his family, so he never gave a damn about pride or shame. Still, the mocking and the virgin label really light his blood on fire, so he rips his blade free, vowing to make that ugly bastard regret it. Ghoul, though, declines the bout. He wants the one who roasted his face and asks if Encred's scared. Andrew barks at him to zip it because that hideous jaw is about to get torn straight off his skull. He charges in with the opening strike, but Ghoul slides clear. Marcus warns that the Aspen troops who volunteered first are veterans, the type who can hold an entire line, no pushovers. Then Ghoul swings and knocks Andrew's blade off course, catching him slightly off guard. For a second, it looks like Ghoul's on top, but Rem insists Andrew isn't dropping this one. Andrew roars and drives in again, forcing Ghoul onto the back foot with a brutal swing. He winds up the next attack, hyping himself higher with every step. Then he starts bellowing his full name, him. Andrew Gardner. No matter how brutal it got, no matter what blocked his path, he always hauled himself back up for his family. As he lunges, his blade punches through Ghoul's throat and ends the duel. Andrew says a guy like that is nothing next to his resolve. Mac remarks that the talent was in Andrew all along, only smothered by the crowd he grew up around. Then the soldiers start hollering about the virgin again. Encred declares that Andrew clearly belongs with the crazies, and the rest of the squad runs with that label too. Now he's Andrew the lunatic, and he unleashes a massive victory roar. He bellows for the whole camp to admit they witnessed it, as if he's finally validated. Mac winces hard while Rem is wheezing, barely able to draw a breath through the laughter. He calls Andrew lame, but Auden and Ragna still clap for the guy. Even Encred lets slip a small grin. Kryze points out MC never lifted a finger, yet things still broke their way. Marcus calls time on it and commands his troops to smash the Aspen formation apart. Then Torres and his crew come crashing down from overhead, cutting through the soldiers standing directly
directly ahead. The Aspens wheel around and realize the border guards are slamming their flank, but by then it's far too late. They start getting torn to shreds. As the enemy scrambles to patch that exposed flank, Marcus tells the archers to knock up and let fly. A storm of arrows blackens the sky. Using that volley as a screen, Ingrid and the rest barrel forward. Just like that, the tide of the battle starts to turn. Marcus brands the Aspen troops a pack of dogs and says all the cheap head games on Earth mean nothing once you lose the real fight. Even as the rest finally surge in, they still keep Ingrid out of the thick of it. Then they drag forward the enemy commander as well, the one heading up Greyhound Company, known as the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are wrapped and they can begin. The commander smirks and says, finally. With the Aspens pulling back, it looks like the win is theirs. Kreis isn't buying it. This reeks of being way too easy. Even Marcus feels something's off. His men want to give chase, but he says they'll hold the line because the enemy is obviously cooking something up. That night, the Grey Dog slips into a tent where the commander waits with two others. The commander checks whether the order got passed along, and he confirms it did, though they still have to stay hidden. They're holding way back, and they've doubled the old guerrilla 100-man setup. The commander says Nolalia fights the way it always has. Border guards to harass, heavy infantry to punch through, but Abner's plan breaks that mold. The Knights already proved a small elite unit can dominate a battlefield, but a force like that doesn't have to be built from Knights. This time, the Aspens take the win. The next day at camp, a coin spins through the air. It's Kreis, complaining that they've been sitting idle for 2 whole days since rolling back from the field. He figured a fight would kick off immediately, but instead it feels like that eerie hush before a storm. The Aspens are down to 2 moves now: retreat or call in more muscle. The commander claimed he was braced for another spellcaster, and despite twice the scouts, they turned up absolutely nothing. Kreis can't read the enemy's game or grasp why nobody else looks rattled, and he's loosening up beside Jackson and Ragna. The ferry commander wanders over and asks if he's itching to move out already. He fires back, asking what brings her here, and she wonders aloud whether it's weird for a commander to look in on her own people. He points out that most company commanders don't bother showing up in person, and Ingrid steps up, saying enough days have passed that his body's mended itself, so he's good for a duel. Ragna asks what exactly he thinks he's doing. He explains that Ragna pulled his punches last time on account of the injury, but there's no need for that today. Ragna replies he had zero intention of taking it easy regardless. Then he slashes dead on at our boy, who parries it but still gets shoved backward. Ingrid remarks that Ragna's sword work is crisp, almost elegant, while his own is jagged and sloppy. But that's the style he's hammered together up to now. He barrels in, putting his lessons to work, scraping his blade across the dirt to spray grit straight at Ragna, who shields with his sword. Ragna clocks it as the Volan technique, and Ingrid says this is the path he's traveled, then brings the blade crashing down in a heavy overhead chop. Ragna backpedals and notes that's the very move he drilled into him. Ingrid says it's also a fine moment to debut something fresh. He snatches his second weapon with his left hand and unsheathes it as Ragna bears down on him. Ingrid stabs for the head, but Ragna sees it coming and twists out of reach just in time. He asks why Ingrid's suddenly fighting with 2 blades. Our boy answers that this is the road he's picked to keep pushing forward. Ragna calls that intriguing and lunges again, and Ingrid traps it between both swords. Ragna tells him to step it up. The bout's far from finished, and Ingrid grins. Their blades smash into each other over and over. Off to the side, Rem gnaws his nails, muttering that Ragna's dead serious today. He loathes that dumb wager and wishes his own turn would hurry up. Jackson admits he's no fan of charging into battle, yet he'd happily trade blows with Ingrid. That stray thought stops him cold. It doesn't sound anything like him. Auden's lost in thought, telling himself he'll go harder next training round, even if he snaps a joint or 2. He admits he's still short of that mark, even after nearly shipping Ingrid up to meet the Lord, and it makes him chuckle. Kreis gawks at the lot of them and calls them all unhinged, then concedes they've never been any other way. According to the ferry commander, the whole bunch acts like kids fidgeting in line for recess. She notes Ragna and the rest only catch fire like this around Ingrid, and puzzles over what's so special about him. He's got some odd magnetism, even on her. She admits she wouldn't mind testing her own blade, then sighs and asks if that makes her a weirdo too. Rem finally cracks, hollering that he's hit his limit and it's his turn now. He even vows to kill her if she cuts the line, commander or no commander. She asks if that
that counts as mutiny, and Encred reflects that everyone here is freakishly strong. They've never laid it all bare for him before, but now he finally glimpses a sliver of it because they're all starving for the win, every one of them eyeing him, awaiting their shot. Our boy says that ever since he crawled back from the recon run in the tall grass field, these were exactly the expressions he wanted to drag out of them. If they've got breath to talk, they've got breath to fight, and he won't quit until he's crossed swords with every last one of them. Later that night, he gets flung face first onto a cot. Andrew tells him to go clean up, but Rem says he's wrecked and should just be left in peace. Kreis points out they've sparred a ridiculous number of times, even though Encred had barely healed and could have torn his wounds wide open again. Rem asks if he's begging for a smack while Encred plunges into a dead sleep. When his eyes open, he's standing in a forest. Baffled, he wonders what flavor of dream this is. This time around, the boat's gone and so is that flower meadow. The place is totally unfamiliar. The animals scatter, bolting from something. Then he hears a man bellowing for everyone to fight. Encred recognizes the scene as a chunk of his history, his mercenary days fighting harpies, and he catches his younger self sprinting too. Somebody's tucked away in the trees grinning. He instantly knows it's the man who claimed they all died because of him, and it floors him. A second memory slams in, a comrade barking at him to get behind him, right as a harpy struck. Encred says those mercenaries were genuinely good people. They took him in even when he was dead weight, all except the one man who buried a knife in his own allies' backs. Our boy couldn't process it, and the bleeding man gasps out a why. Then the harpies rip into him, and another mercenary cries out to Encred, only to be cut down too. They realize they're cornered, scream that they have to fall back and call him Enki, but that man sells them out as well. He was the strongest of the bunch, and he turned that strength on the very people who trusted him. He tells Encred there's no way out. He dies right here. Encred demands why, and the man says he landed a sweeter deal than this garbage mercenary crew. He doesn't fancy leaving any loose threads. He adds that it grated on him how talentless they were while still yapping about friendship. Then Hawk spit on a corpse. He charges, but his sword gets batted away. The man pins him to the dirt and says he'll spare his life since he'll never amount to anything anyway. Then he pats Encred's cheek and labels him pathetic. Our boy admits the man was strong, or maybe he himself was simply too weak. All he could do was watch his comrades die, and the cruelest twist was that the one that man mercifully spared was him. That humiliation is part of why he trained like a maniac, because he was the one left standing. He kept chasing his dream, carrying his fallen friends in his heart, still convinced that with a bit more strength on that day, the man interrupts, snarling, asking whether Encred's eager to perish under his blade once more. He rushes him and hears Esther's voice telling him it's only a nightmare. She urges him to tear loose of it, and the instant he does, his heart begins to steady as Esther presses a palm to his chest out in the waking world. He drifts back slowly, and she calls him a total handful. Back at the rear camp, she'd done everything in her power to drain his exhaustion, but when he truly needed her, she couldn't do a thing, and she flatly refuses to let that repeat. A horn abruptly blasts across the camp, jolting everyone awake. Encred asks what's happening, and Rem reports those Aspen creeps have returned, so they're rolling out. The squad scrambles to gear up. Kreis grouses that they showed up way too early and it's murder on his complexion. Encred glances down at the sleeping Esther and thinks the voice at the tail of his dream sounded exactly like her. He quietly tells her to mind the tent, scratches her neck, and heads off. Marching out, Rem figures the enemy surely cooked something up after stalling this long, and his gut says today's gonna be a blast. Encred nods and wonders what trick they hauled along. Then the ground starts trembling and panic ripples through the soldiers. They yell to open fire immediately, and a giant lumbers into view. The archers draw and unleash a full volley, but the arrows just ping off without breaking its hide. Even Encred gets caught flat-footed when it hoists its club and swings. Anything in its arc is pulverized, flesh spraying in every direction. The men who live through the first blow lock up in terror, and then they spot that there's more than one giant. A handful of them bulldoze past the front line, cackling. Now we get a crash course on this continent's races. Frogs live for dreams and craving. Fairies bow to nature. Dwarves fixate on metal, while half-humans care above all about breeding. Half-dragons live as loners. Giants, on the other hand, hunger for slaughter. They adore killing with their bare bodies and are dubbed the beasts of red blood. Jackson warns that enemies are tightening in from both flanks, not just head-on. Mercenaries have surfaced on one side, fairies on the other. Kreis says if they don't choke this off right here, they'll be boxed in and annihilated. And Kreis simply says they only have to hold them off, leaving Kreis himself unable to fathom why Encred's so unbothered. Then the commander rolls up and says he's correct. Her own kin are on the left, so she'll claim that flank. Encred asks if that's seriously her plan, and she needles him. Will he at least plant a good luck kiss on her? He turns her flat down, which earns him a so cold. He marvels that she's honestly joking right now, but if the left's hers, that leaves the giant over on the right flank for him. Rem smirks and says that piece is his. If our boy keeps his eyes peeled, he'll catch what he's supposed to pick up next. Ankrid wonders why Rem looks so jazzed and what on earth he's planning to do. Rem steps up, calling this a riot, saying it feels like the very first time he ever set foot on a battlefield. He hoists his axe and says that, going back to before he learned Heart of the Beast, a blade swinging at his skull never once made him flinch. That's exactly why it became his training weapon. The thing serves a purpose all its own. His pulse starts hammering, and he says he can crank it past its normal rate, sending blood tearing through his body. Meanwhile, the soldiers lose it and shout asking where the retreat order is. Right then, the giant pounces, and Rem rockets straight at it, heart still thudding like a war drum. The giant brings down a flattening swing, and Rem hurls himself before the troops, catching the whole thing on his axe. He skids backward, but he holds the blow. He breaks it down. The harder that heartbeat slams, the more his vessels dilate and his muscles swell and tighten. This technique, sparked from the heart, juices his entire body. Then he yells for Ankrid to burn this into memory. Inch by inch, Rem forces the giant backward, bellowing that a superhuman's heart is what's powering this. He shoves with everything he's got, and his axe head snaps clean off, but it's enough. The giant's arm gets blasted back too, and the collision rips a shockwave across the whole field. It even rips the helmets clean off soldiers standing close, and one of them's left too dazed to budge. Rem charges in with his one surviving axe. The giant snarls, brands him an insect, and swings again. Rem scampers up its knee to its head, fists its mustache, and buries his axe in the side of its skull. The giant shrieks and flails. Rem ducks the blow, but the rest of his axe gets wrecked. Eyeing the busted weapon, he gripes about how cheaply made these axes are. His final good one is now buried in the giant's skull. A spear suddenly whips toward him, and he snags it without even looking. When he peeks back, a soldier screams that he absolutely has to win. Rem laughs and says that's honestly not bad. Before his next charge, the men start chanting that backing the lunatic means victory, and they begin flinging spears toward the giant so Rem stays armed. Watching all of it, Ankrid realizes Rem is going toe-to-toe with the giant as a genuine equal. No, with the upper hand and raw strength, a power no normal human should ever touch. If this is the lesson waiting for him next, a grin sneaks across his face. Ragna tells him he's seen plenty. Ragna's just toying with the thing at this point. Kryze points out the commander took the left, and with Rem busy wrangling the giant, breaking the Aspens just means crushing the right flank. Ankrid agrees. With the rest of the squad already scattered to their own tasks, he turns and asks Ragna about his plans. Ragna says he's tagging along, just spectating is dull. He reminds himself that now's not the moment to geek out over learning some shiny new skill. Step 1, actually win this battle. Off to the side, Vancento's men are apologizing, but he snaps at them to zip it and stay behind him. One man cackles and jeers at their loyalty before rushing in, taunting Vancento about just how long he expects to stay upright. Ankrid instantly eats the gap and swats the attack aside with a single swing. He tells Vancento he looks like death warmed over, and Vancento replies, "These are wounds of honor." Our boy just stares him down while the attacker catches his name, halts, and yanks back his hood. The second Ankrid sees his face, he knows precisely who it is. The man grins and says, "It's been ages. Surely Ankrid hasn't forgotten his old friend." Ragna asks whether that's genuinely a friend, and Ankrid says that in the days he had to bow to how strong the guy was, sure, maybe he couldn't deny it. Those days are over. A man who slaughters his own comrades is nothing next to those who throw their lives down to shield each other. Then Ankrid says he does recall the name. Was it Bitch? The man blows up and says, "Right, that was just the nickname. His real name is Piece of Shit." Seething, the man charges, screaming that Ankrid needs reminding of his place. Our boy meets the blade effortlessly and says he couldn't manage that the last time they met. Then he counters, knocking the guy's sword loose and sending it spinning skyward. As the traitor gapes in shock, Ankrid tells him this is payback for his friends. Laughing, the man admits he'd always puzzled over how some weakling like Ankrid stayed breathing, and figures this explains it. Kryze bolts in, asking if he's brawling again. Another mercenary sneers that he'll die too. Their whole pack couldn't beat their leader, so one soldier hasn't got a prayer. Ragna sizes them up and says their stances and weapons mark them as students of the murderous blades, sharpens, a style sharpened in real combat. The leader says he kept marching forward with his life, while Enki stayed chained to revenge. He attacks and brags that once this battle's done, he's been promised a lordship. He'll climb so high he won't even spot his own feet. Encred simply gives him a flat look and wonders aloud whether that's the extent of it. That answer sets him off and he leaps in, shrieking that he always despised Encred's stare. He thrusts, but our boy glides right past it. Encred clocks that the blade's needle thin and bows the way an Eastern Kai sword does. As he lifts his own weapon, he remembers the man sneering that even if he survived, he'd never amount to a thing. Encred charges as those old memories come flooding back. The traitor lunges, vowing to end him for good and tossing out that Enki once more as his blade starts to corkscrew. Kreis yells that there's no way our boy can read that strike and shouts a warning, yet Encred presses forward, eyes glued to the blade. Turns out Ragna had already drilled him on countering exactly this style. Encred dives beneath the attack as Ragna's advice rings in his head. Trust his own way and pour weight into every swing. However deadly a murderous blade wielder gets, failing to trim away pointless motion always leaves an opening. Ragna shrugs that he's well aware. Then Encred swings and slices the man clean in two. Blood pours from his mouth as our boy sets him straight. He was never worth enough to become Encred's life goal. Encred's blade carries all the way through, splitting him fully, and he declares he's done being the kid who just stood by while his friends were slaughtered, refusing to let this man keep stalking his nightmares. Glancing upward, our boy says he can't hear the dead reply, but he hopes his friends can savor this. Ragna's scabbard scrapes along the dirt as he strides up, slips it off, and says, "That was solid." Now it's Ragna's turn to wade in. One mercenary starts running his mouth, asking who he thinks he is, but Ragna lifts his blade, blurs past the guy, and lops off his head with a single tidy cut. The head thumps to the ground and the other mercs freeze. Cool as ever, Ragna wonders aloud whether the guy had been talking. Kreis notes that's a tough one to answer after getting decapitated. The rest swarm him all at once. Ragna takes a single step, slides past an attack, and lops off another man's head. Then he rams his blade into the next guy, and without breaking rhythm, runs another clean through the throat. The whole thing's done in a blink. Encred notices that with barely a few paces and the smallest possible movements, Ragna had finished them off. Once again, he's stunned by how strong his squad is. 3 more mercs charge, vowing to bring him down together this time. Ragna tells Encred to watch carefully. It's a lesson he still has to pick up. He lifts his sword and sinks his stance as the men rush in. He exhales. His gaze fixes on his mark, and a single stride later, he's standing behind the trio, every torso already split open. Encred's left speechless, like a wall just shot up in front of him. Ragna says he just thought up a name for that move. Sission. Encred just gives him a blank stare and asks whether that's honestly the finest name he managed to land on. The war rages on and the Aspens feel cozy with a giant on their roster. The Nolalia soldiers start to crumble until Aura looms up behind them. He swings his clubs and pulps the front line. Now it's the Aspens coming unglued, shrieking over how the enemy somehow fielded a giant of their own. Aura laughs and insists he's just a regular human. They call that a flat-out lie. He's absurdly massive. Then he says he'll grant them a little time to save themselves. Thrown off, they demand to know his meaning, and he begins marching ahead, ticking down from 5. Every number closes the gap. One of their commanders screams at the soldiers to lock into formation. They charge when he hits 3, but Aura keeps counting down to 1. Then he stomps and the shockwave alone hurls soldiers flying and shatters their weapons. He'd actually torn in with both weapons crossed. Blood runs off the blades as he claims he invoked the war god this day and pledged to deliver a handful of souls up top. The troops shatter and flee in terror, howling that he must be killed, but Aura barrels back in, tearing through the ranks and tossing bodies into the air, dropping some on the spot. Their screams swell, but Aura just laughs harder and says he'll ship them all off to meet God. Over on the left flank, the fairy commander squares off against one of her own kind. She explains that fairies typically keep to family-run forest villages, hidden from the world, but those times have moved on. When one of them calls out to her, she explains some fairies now peddle their skill in their niddles for coin, turning mercenary or signing on with armies. The man raises his niddle and says he won't give chase if she runs. She draws hers and says the feeling's mutual. He's itching to find out whose aura wins. A single leaf floats down between them, and just like that, both fighters disappear. The only clue to their positions is the ringing of steel on steel. She retreats, scattering sparks as she goes. He rotates his wrist, flips to a reverse grip, and slams the blade right into the patch of ground she'd been standing on. And that's the moment it dawns on him, he's done for. She materializes at his back and tells him no fairy weapon outranks another. What matters is the hand that wields it. He hauls his blade free, just barely parrying her in time to keep his head. Then he clamps a hand around her throat and barks at his soldiers to pile in. Except in that very instant, every last one of them keels over dead. While the corpses crumple, a blade withdraws from one man's neck, and Jackson coolly cleans the steel. The guy is essentially the Flash out here. The man demands to know how that happened, and the commander tells him using his troops as a distraction was smart, just not smart enough. Then she rams her blade clean through his skull and hoists the body up with her aura. She flings the corpse away. Afterward, she asks Jackson whether Encred will pull through. Jackson says if a thing like that could finish him, he'd have been gone ages ago. She reads that as faith in him. Jackson doesn't deny it, but points out the momentum is theirs now. She notes that Commander Marcus genuinely understands combat, nothing like the dead weight they had before, so blowing this opening isn't an option. Marcus gives the order for the heavy turtle infantry to advance. The Aspen troops clock who they are and start shrinking back in terror. Andrew rushes the line, hollering that nobody's escaping today. Panicking, they peg him as Andrew the Virgin, muttering that sticking around means sharing the ghoul's fate. That lights his fuse, and he hurls himself at them with the exact same berserk abandon Rem's famous for. Even Mac takes note and remarks that the maniacs are starting to rub off on the kid. Mana saturates the spring air, and that air seems to seep outward over the whole battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. As the group reunites around Encred, that spring wind reads like the opening note of something fresh. The enemy commanders start fleeing, and Marcus tells his men to signal the border guard. The ball's in their court now. He's shattered the enemy's strategy and flipped the whole fight, all thanks to a single squad of madmen. Christ says their platoon never used to throw down this fiercely until Encred rewrote that. One man's pull bent the entire battle. The ferry commander scans the bunch and says they all look high on spring mana. Then Marcus roars for everyone to chant the heroes' names, and the cheer for the lunatics goes off. A couple even shout for the Virgin. Rough day, Andrew. Christ admits he's not totally sure about all this, but if it makes Encred happy, that's good enough. He throws his fist up and the noise swells even louder. The Aspen commanders keep falling back. One of them says Lord Abner's plan was solid. They just never figured anyone would be strong enough to drop a giant. He muses about whether Marcus saw this whole thing coming. The Greyhound's out there too, seething, snarling that this bastard ruins everything and even put down Mitch. Then 3 daggers bury themselves in his horse's hindquarters, making it shriek and buck him off. He yells at the other commander to move. The border guard's here. The soldiers wheel toward the cavalry and come charging. A flail comes whipping at the Greyhound, but he deflects it right before the border guard commander crashes down on top of him. This commander tells him the Greyhounds always strut around like their peers, but right now they're spent from grinding through the rear line. Their soldiers begin dropping at an alarming rate. The Greyhound concedes too many of his people died propping up Mitch, and there's no taking on the border guard in this state. The other commander throws a glance over his shoulder and just mutters, "Oh crap." And that slip is all Torres needs to dart in and hand him the haircut he was overdue for. The Greyhound catches it, swings with everything he's got, and bowls the commander off himself. He commands his troops to fall back. Torres asks his commander whether they should give chase, but he gets a flat no. They'll be tossed out like the mutts they are, and whoever's left is just a pack of strays. It's a massive victory over the Aspens, but this clash was only the opening move. The genuine war is still lurking out in the tall grass fields. Back inside the tent, Kryze says they're breaking camp tomorrow. They'll hold near the crossguard and keep squeezing the Aspens. Encred notes there's no drink or celebration for the win, but the ones who pulled the most weight do get rewards. Rem says their reward is getting out of helping with the move, which rules, and they owe it to the protagonist for dropping the giant. Auden says he flattened a ton of enemy soldiers, and Ragna throws in that the murderous swordsman would have been a nightmare if he hadn't intervened. Rem barks at them for showing off and demands to know who asked them to chime in. Jackson watches the whole circus and writes them all off as idiots. Encred says knock it off. If they're so eager to scrap, they can duel him instead. Jackson says he never lets an opening slide. Andrew is over the moon, saying he's never felt anything close to this before. Hearing the whole crowd chant his name was unreal. Rem says that's just because he's young and tacks on virgin again. Andrew tells him to cut it out, and Rem asks if he's looking for a fight. Encred exhales, then glances outside and spots Henry sitting by himself. Henry doesn't look pleased. The MC asks what's eating him, and when Henry jumps, the MC drops down next to him and asks what's on his mind. Probably that widowed florist again. Henry chuckles and goes red.
The MC says he caught wind back in the grass fields that Henry wants to marry her, but that's off the table if he sticks around fighting, so does he want to head home? Henry confesses that he does, but says it feels lousy to bail while everyone else is still in the thick of it. Henry reminds him they've dodged death more than once thanks to his hunter's instincts. He got them through the grass fields and tipped them off about the snakes hiding under the rocks. He's a crack shot with a bow too. Then the protagonist rises and starts heading off, while Henry calls out after him. Incred says the reason he carries a blade is a dream, and Henry ought to go chase one of his own. Henry's left standing there, puzzling over what that was supposed to mean. The following morning, inside the ferry commander's quarters, she informs Henry he's earned a special discharge. She tells him to climb aboard the wagon with the wounded since it pulls out shortly. Baffled, he asks what she's talking about, and she explains his platoon commander put in the request as a thank you. Henry's left speechless, then heads off to pack. Rem asks if he's actually shipping out. Auden sends him off with a blessing, while Ragna jokes that he's finally free to sleep as long as he likes. Christ tells him he held his own with them, and Andrew claps his shoulder and tells him to make it home in one piece. Henry nods and steps outside, where Ancred's already waiting. The MC observes that where Andrew and Mac slotted in fast, Henry never really gelled with the crew, probably because soldiering was never his thing in the first place. He sets a hand on Henry's shoulder and tells him he's rooting for him to win her heart. Henry grins and thanks him for all of it. Henry hauls himself onto the wounded soldier's wagon and rolls out. The commander asks Ancred if he showed up to wave him off. He offers thanks for her granting what he asked, and she says a fiancé is worth at least that much to her. Then she asks when exactly he intends to marry her. He says 10 years from now. She says that suits her fine, but she's not into old men. He shoots back that if they're being real, fairies aren't exactly his type either. She freezes and shoots him a withering look, saying he truly has no clue how badly words can sting. Ancred says she looks perfectly fine to him for what it's worth. She clicks her tongue and tells him to tag along with her before they make their way back. As they go, she mentions Marcus is asking for him. On the walk over, Marcus is standing there waiting with his back to them. Kreis had cautioned Ancred this could be coming, that every mission he's run, yesterday's battle included, might land him a transfer. The protagonist halts in front of him, and Marcus asks if he's a tea drinker and wants a cup. Ancred turns it down. Marcus says he's probably swamped with the move and hopes he isn't dragging him from his work. The MC says he's got nothing going on. He's barely got anything to pack. Marcus chuckles, saying flattery wasn't something he expected from him. He replies he was just being straight. Marcus says fair point, and it's equally true the protagonist has accomplished plenty. The MC notes that if Marcus is angling to poach him with his own commander standing right there, then he must want him pretty badly. Marcus asks whether that means he already figured out he was a favorite. He says yeah. So Marcus asks for his answer. Ancred says no. Marcus says word is the protagonist has waved off other commanders before, but this offers a different beast. The MC says he's got a dream, even if it sounds outrageous. Marcus asks what it is. Ancred says he's going to make himself a knight. Marcus says a man carrying a dream burns bright. He was that way once too, back when he was training to become the crowned sword, but the years ground it out of him, and he made his peace with reality. These days, he's just coasting through a flat, dull life. A life stripped of any dream turns into a shackle that drags others down. He says he's got no business keeping Incred under him, then raises a hand to send him off. Incred bows. After he's left, Marcus turns to her and wonders aloud whether the protagonist will truly make knight. She says she has no idea. That's on him. Marcus says that brand of blunt honesty is a fairy's greatest asset, and their weakness too. All the same, he admires Incred's dream, and it stirs up the urge to chase something himself. Nolalia answers to the crown. Yet of late, the aristocracy has been amassing clout, so their reach runs deep. Marcus says he once lined up with the nobles himself, but now he wants to go after a dream of his own again. With the base on the move, there's nothing for them to do in the thick of it. Rem says being off the hook is nice and all, but he's bored stiff. Auden tries to rope Ancred into training, insisting muscles only build through relentless grind. Ragna jumps in ahead of him. First, he wants the MC drilling sword technique. When the blanket comes up, he brushes it aside, saying that fighting with two blades demands tighter balance. Jackson says Ancred ought to be honing his senses instead. With all this mayhem around, it's the ideal window for it. He asks whether Jackson bellowing at him from a distance counts as training too. Rem tells the whole lot of them to get lost. The protagonist still has the heart of the superhuman left to learn, but the commander interrupts, pointing out that's the very spot the tent's going up and they're blocking it. On top of that, Ragna's stretched out across her blanket. She says she gets a kick out of the banter, but they've still got to move. They get herded
off to the side to fend for themselves. Rem gripes that Auden should have been folded up since he hogs so much room, and Auden says Rem has a real gift for pinning things on other people. That kicks off yet another brawl while everybody else looks on. Max says they didn't even do a thing. Andrew figured only Ingrid could talk to that crew that way, but Max says the commander is a whole different animal. Kreis reckons she's just as unhinged as everyone else in the bunch. Andrew wonders whether he's even allowed to say that, and Mac warns him off getting sucked in with the lunatics. Kreis says these fields feel off, like this place used to be the enemy's camp. He starts surveying the dirt and announces he's found something. Ingrid asks what he's up to, and Kreis says soldiers tend to stash their valuables before marching to battle. The MC asks how he knows where to dig. Kreis says it's obvious once you actually think about it. If he were a soldier, he'd tuck his stuff somewhere easy to locate, even if the camp got leveled. Then he quizzes him on what sort of spot fits the bill. He replies, someplace easy to pick out. Kreis says bingo. He points to an odd-looking tree root, both unmistakable and within reach, so something's surely buried there. Ingrid tells him he's scary smart. Even mid-battle, Kreis keeps an eye on the whole board and reads the flow sharper than just about anyone. Kreis says that instinct grew out of scraping by to survive, though his true dream is opening a salon catering to rich women, since he's still a cash-crazed lunatic. Then he unearths a map. The instant the protagonist lays eyes on it, he clocks what it is and wonders what it's doing here. Rem says he's getting way too fired up over it. If they're out here for the big eyes business, Ingrid looks up, points out it won't be dark for a while, and says they could use a task to fill the time as the tents rise. Then he prods Rem to finish whatever he'd been getting at earlier. Rem smirks and says it concerns the heart of the superhuman. He explains he built it to break through ordinary human ceilings. It dumps massive strain on the heart, and botching it can flat out kill you. Ingrid tells him not to sweat it. Death by itself won't be enough to stop him. Rem says that's lunatic levels of greedy, but it's exactly why he can't help betting on the guy. He sets a hand on his own chest and the MC copies the motion. Rem says now they can detonate their hearts side by side. He's grinning while Ingrid gets pumped to pick up the new technique. Rem says humans only tap superhuman power when they're cornered, and this technique lets him summon it on command. But the whole thing hinges on focus and razor-sharp senses. Sizing him up, Rem says he's soaked up something from every one of them, so he ought to manage this too. The piece he lacks at the moment is faith. The task is to make his heart swell while stopping short of bursting it. Ingrid asks what exactly that's meant to mean, and right then Rem's heartbeat reaches him. It hammers so hard it feels ready to burst straight out of his ribs, and the protagonist can pick it up through his fingertips. Now it finally clicks what Rem was getting at. Rem tells him to start tiny, maybe a quarter of that. Any more and his heart could rupture and kill him. Ingrid says that means all he has to do is exactly what Rem laid out and make his heart swell. Everyone watches as Rem works his hand for a while, then admits all that worrying was pointless because Ingrid isn't making a dent. Normally he picks things up like a prodigy, but this time he just slams face first into a wall. Rem asks if he's pulling their leg. Auden says he can't even push back on that, and Jackson and Ragna nod along. The MC asks if reining in his own heart is even doable. Rem shoots him a glare, and Ingrid says he's giving it everything he's got, and it just keeps going like that. Next morning, Rem asks if he's even putting in effort, and the same scene plays out day after day. Then Rem comes barging into the tent. Kreis asks where he's gone off to, and Rem says Ingrid wandered off to swing his sword again. Jackson says maybe he can't crack the skill because it's worthless, and he'd be better off training under him instead. Rem tells him to hold his horses. Ragna chimes in that if it isn't a drive problem, then maybe the teacher's the issue. Rem snaps back that there's zero chance he's worse than Ragna. While they keep bickering, Rem mulls it over. He says this technique came out of reworking his tribe's old methods. Normally, a spell hands you the first taste of it, and from there you pick up the control on your own. No matter how hard Ingrid grinds, the thing still won't click for him, and Rem reckons even his village's spellcasters missed it on their opening attempt, and even when they did, most nearly died by accident, so he knows forcing the pace won't help. He thinks back on the sheer amount of time the protagonist needed to master the heart of the beast. Ingrid wants it so badly, all he can do is keep hammering at it, and if there's genuinely no hope, then walk away. That line of thinking still gnaws at Rem, so he decides to crash and forget it. Yet come nightfall, the MC is out there drilling anyway. Grinding solo, he's trying to crack how to mimic that sensation by morning.
The next day, they're right back at it, and Rem heaves a sigh. He says they ought to call it for today since it clearly isn't happening yet. Ankrid grabs hold of his hand and insists they press on. Rem acknowledges the effort, but figures it's pointless when not a thing is shifting. He tells him to shove his heart harder. That throws Rem completely. He says Ankrid must be blanking on something. If his heart gets pushed too far, it'll rupture. Surely he isn't begging to get himself killed. The protagonist insists he go through with it, and Rem balks. He says playing along with this isn't going to teach the MC anything. He'll just die or scrape by as a cripple. Even though Rem isn't the one in pain, he still can't bring himself to turn him down. So he gets started, wondering how anybody can be this dense. Then he decides Ankrid must be asking precisely because he's certain it'll work. Rem cranks it harder, and his heart starts pounding out of control. His face tenses up, and his eyes go bloodshot. Kreis says this was the right call. Rem asks what he means, and then feels the heart give out. Blood spills out of the protagonist's mouth, and it hits Rem that he's blown it. Jackson wrenches his hand off. Auden drags Ankrid back, and Ragna very nearly takes Rem's arm clean off. They all blow up, hounding him over whatever he just did to their brother. As the MC's vision blacks out, he resurfaces in the underworld. The boatman says this baffles him. There was no wall today. Ankrid answers that he decides where his own walls are. The boatman asks what's running through his mind. He says this is the sole route he knows toward mastering the heart of the superhuman. We jump back to the moment right before he kicked off the loop. Ankrid's working to sense his own pulse. He can pick up on the way Rem manipulates his heart, yet copying it stays out of reach. He recalls Rem warning him off forcing it, that he has to recognize his limits and sometimes just quit. The protagonist can't stand that idea. In his eyes, surrender is just accepting weakness for good, and the day he quits advancing is the day he's basically a corpse. So he goes with the method that suits him best, the same approach that once let him square off against someone far stronger without locking up. Now he has to pick up a sliver of the superhuman, and step one is simple: get a grip on his heart. On the next loop, his heart blows again, and everyone rushes over, scrambling to wake him. The boatman asks if that's honestly all he's got, but Ankrid just keeps dying the same way, heart bursting every time. He explains the heart of the superhuman hands him access to that buried strength he taps only when life's on the line. So flinging himself into such a moment should make triggering it simpler. The boatman calls him out of his mind and asks if he's even factoring in the pain. Ankrid says he can ride it out, as long as it pushes him forward. On the next loop, Rem says today's another bust and tells him to clean up, get some rest, and stop grinding by himself. This is already the 27th loop. The MC admits he still can't pull it off solo. Then he orders Rem to crank it up harder. Rem fires back. Is he seriously asking to be killed? Ankrid says yeah. That only sends Rem over the edge. He tells him to leave him out of this insanity. He's got no interest in killing his own commander. That throws our boy for a loop. He fires back that Rem obviously couldn't care less about rank given he's cut down nobles in the past. Rem dares him to keep mouthing off and find out, while Ankrid puzzles over why the guy's acting so different this go around. Even if this barrier is one Ankrid built in his own head, biting it just rewinds the day, so the drilling never has to stop. He can't crack why Rem won't budge, but he resolves to grind on until it clicks. 40 loops in, he's still barking at him to hit harder. Loop 50 plays out the same. So does 60. Then he just hands it down as a flat order. Rem snaps to it, and Ankrid clocks that obedience only kicks in when it's a command. So he locks back in on the work. He figures Rem and the crew drifted to him precisely because they ignore orders, and he never bothered commanding them, sure they'd just tune him out. Yet somewhere along the line they started falling in line, and the why nags at him. But that's a later problem. Right now, it's all about himself. He feels his pulse climbing higher and higher. Ankrid tells Rem, don't let up. Rem looks rattled, but keeps the pressure on until our boy's heart ruptures and blood comes spilling out of his mouth. That was the pattern every single loop. He kept dropping dead from a burst heart until the sensation finally sank in and he could trigger it solo. Rem asks if he honestly nailed it in a single day, while Ankrid sits there with his heart hammering. After all that looping, he finally lands it under his own power. He snatches up his sword and says there were 100+ loops, though he lost count somewhere. Then he strides to the edge of a cliff while the rest look on. Rem catches on to what's coming. Blade still sheathed, Ankrid jabs the wrapped sword out and drives his heart faster and faster until the blow meets the rock. The cliff splits instantly and stone explodes outward. Ankrid says he finally caught it. He's punched clean through the wall he set up against himself. Ragna and the others are floored by the raw force of it. Then Rem says he's got two questions. 1, was Ankrid born out west? 2, is he secretly a prodigy? He shoots down both. Sometime later, he's flat on his back in bed,
head, admitting he picked up Heart of the Superhuman but not the fine print. Steam pours off his body as he asks Rem whether being totally frozen is normal. Rem says his frame still isn't built for it. Auden chimes in that he shoved his muscles way past their ceiling for the first time, so this was always coming. Even so, Ankrid keeps straining to budge, insisting that as miserable as this is, Heart of the Superhuman is incredible. It carries him beyond what a body should do, even if it trashes him in the aftermath. He can feel every bit of that wreckage. Still, he reckons knights already live above ordinary folk. They might wear human faces, but they pack giant-grade muscle, frog-grade speed, and fairy-grade precision. That's the real article, so he's got a long road ahead. Auden orders him to lie still a full day at minimum. He says he'll nurse him back with a little blood, sweat, and tears. Ankrid asks what on earth that means, and then Auden clamps onto his calf and launches a savage massage. Our boy howls into his pillow, swearing this is going to finish him, like a wall the ferryman built himself. Auden tells him to log every spot he's digging into, since the technique unknots locked up muscle. Its proper name is the Bala-style massage. Ankrid says fine, he'll pick it up too then, it'll come in handy, and he'll grit through it even with tears welling up. As the ferryman starts swimming back into view, Rem tells Auden to ease off before he actually offs the guy. Come morning, Ankrid says Auden nearly shipped him to the ferryman, but his muscles really do feel loosened. He was ordered to rest and sit on his hands, yet it feels like dead time. Bare minimum, he reckons he can keep his weapons serviced, but Auden pops up behind him and spooks him, snapping that he's doing nothing of the sort. He already said don't twitch a muscle, and Ankrid says he was just going to clean it and that he's got it covered. He notes he never lifts a finger for free. Kreis smirks and says, nice catch, 20 coppers. They haggle, and when Ankrid asks if he's serious, Kreis slides it to 17. Take it or leave it. Our boy wants to know why the price is so steep, and Kreis says that blade is massive and top shelf, so it demands a delicate touch. Then he asks for the second one too, since Ankrid runs 2 blades. He says yeah, he did call the dual wield, but everybody's being way too chill about it. He figured at least one of them would push back. Even elite swordsmen tend to steer clear of it. Most call it tougher and dicier than the payoff. Without real training, you can't carry both blades properly, and your cuts shed power next to a single grip. Still itching to know, he asks why none of them are talking him out of it. They just give him a look like the reason's painfully obvious. Auden asks what makes him think they would. Jackson says it's because he's pig-headed. When Ankrid challenges that, Auden says he's demonstrating it right now by refusing to swallow their answer. Our boy insists the stubbornness isn't deliberate, and Ragna wants to know whether 2 swords even serve a purpose. Ankrid says yeah, he wants a shot at it because it just felt right to him. Same exact reason he set out to be a knight. Way back in his merc days, he caught a tale about a knight dubbed the Peacemaker, the one fated to end wars, and it set him ablaze. Then some guy kicked him and scoffed that a sappy little song wouldn't turn anyone into a knight, branding him pathetic. Even with the whole crowd cackling that he'd never arrive, Ankrid stayed locked on the things he craved and adored. So the knighthood dream stays, and the 2-sword plan stays too, no matter who runs their mouth. Rem can see how unlike himself Ankrid is, a man who held everything and tossed it. He started out with 1 lone sword and still keeps grinding forward. Rem laughs and says that's the very reason he likes him. Ragna says he always figured Rem had busted taste, and Rem tells him not to fret. He hates the rest of the bunch just fine. Ragna says the feeling's mutual, and Jackson nods along. Auden says God preaches loving all of creation, but he's only a man, and he doesn't like them either. Rem says Auden's no better and runs his mouth too much. Ankrid remarks that they really are thick as thieves. Then Jackson strolls up and says if our boy's sick of lounging, they ought to train. Ankrid reminds him Auden ordered him to hold still, but Jackson says he can train anyway. Just use his eyes. Dodging instinct is what he wants to drill into him next. Meanwhile outside, Kreis is polishing Ankrid's blade, promising it'll come out good as new. He catches soldiers muttering that the main clash is dragging on past expectations since neither side will give ground, so he keeps his ears open as they wander past. Turns out the enemy's fielding a fresh unit, stitched together from the ones who fled after tangling with them. Kreis knows that spells trouble, but he needs the finer points. If Aspen's shifting tactics, he has to figure out how. While Kreis starts cooking up a scheme, Jackson explains dodging is about spotting what to duck and redlining your reflexes. But that also leans on razor eyesight.
fight, so he's going to chuck stones with letters scrawled on them and have Ingrid call them out. He whips one past him and our boy just stares, lost. Jackson exhales and mutters, "Not this again." So they run it back over and over, Jackson barking at him to lock in. All through it, Auden keeps grinding him through pain and recovery until at last he says Ingrid's cleared to move. But the second he tries to sit up, a rock screams past his face. Jackson wonders which letters were carved on the stone. Then he asks if Ingrid stalled until his guard slipped on purpose, adding a real fight won't sit around waiting for him. Out beyond the fortress, somebody's tucked away nearby, prepping a weapon. Back at camp, Jackson keeps lobbing stones. Ingrid wheels around and snatches a split-second glimpse of the writing before the stone lands beside him. He opens his mouth to answer, but before a word lands, the camp goes off. Men are bellowing that they're under attack and everyone needs to rally. Even then, Jackson's still pressing about the letters, and Ingrid can't fathom he wants it right now. The letters were CR. Jackson says he finally cracked it after 40 tries, congratulates him, and says it's time to chisel out a new skill. He asks if that was meant as praise. Before he gets further, the ambush sends Rem barreling out of the tent, roaring for the enemy. Ingrid wonders if Rem's finally lost it, and Jackson says he's just bottled too much up with no duels to vent on. Apparently, he's been hounding poor Andrew non-stop, and even that didn't scratch the itch. Rem charges over, then starts howling about why everyone's just loafing around, like he was expecting giants or something juicy to brawl. Andrew asks a soldier what went down, and the man says the enemy loosed a single arrow and bolted. The border guard's already chasing the shooter, so there's nothing left for them to do. But then Rem catches something. The border guard won't cut it. He points up ahead and tells them to look at the arrow. It's longer than standard, and the fletching's reversed, so it flew from a special bow built for absurd range, which means it's the same guy as before, the claw of the hawk. Our boy cracks that no hawk has fingernails, then floats teeth instead. Rem says wrong again, and our boy gripes that his memory's garbage. For the others, only a handful of months have gone by, but for Ingrid, it feels like years on years. Rem jogs his memory about the time the frog laid him out, that the bowman was carving up the battlefield back then. Ingrid says he remembers now. A soldier named Bell yanked him out of getting killed. And right, that name was the Claw of the Hawk. Later, he wanders back into the tent, where Ragna asks whether an attack honestly happened. He starts to ask what he was up to that he missed it, then spots the drool and pillow creases and lets the question drop. Ragna says he's been mulling over the dual blade fighting, and now his body has to be trained up to lug both. When Ingrid asks how, Ragna says he'll lay it out. From here on, it's like our boy's juggling two girlfriends. Ragna asks how his fiancé would feel about that, and Ingrid says again she's not his fiancé. Ragna says the fix is dead simple. Eat, sleep, even take a dump with the swords on hand until hauling both feels like second nature. When Esther hops onto the bed, she finds there's no spot for her, so she plops onto Ingrid's chest and grumbles that even his sleep training is a pain. Then another alarm jolts them awake, but it's just one more hit and run, so they crawl back into bed. Rem says this is dull, and poor Esther gets dumped onto the floor. She raises a paw at Ingrid and starts pummeling him, telling him to sleep like a regular person. While that unfolds, Kryze watches. He can't believe a second attack's already landed. They really came back for round 2. Jackson's drill keep rolling, and the Claw of the Hawk's arrows keep coming right along with them. Another stone zips by, and he says it read, "Someone else gets blindsided," and Rem's livid about it. Ingrid keeps calling out each stone that streaks past again and again. Esther gets crankier and crankier since she still can't get any sleep. Then another rock sails past, and Jackson asks what it said. Ingrid answers, "Ian," so strung together the words spell out "crazy barbarian." That sends Rem over the edge. He vows to grind the guy into mincemeat. Our boy points out Jackson's been kicking up a lot of fights lately. He just shrugs as some border guards trudge by, whining they can't even lay eyes on that bastard. Kryze overhears and works out the strikes are hitting several times a day now, and nobody can pin the shooter. The damage is minor for now, but it's only headed downhill. So why are the brass still twiddling their thumbs? Kryze heaves a sigh. He meant to keep clear of danger, but now he steps forward and tells Ingrid he's got an idea if they can land a sit-down with the commanders. Soon the commanders are huddled in the tent, arguing they should hit the Aspens immediately. As the back and forth drags, Marcus says not one of these ideas is worth a damn. He owns that brawling's his lane, not untangling this kind of mess. Then the ferry commander rolls in late, apologizing, and Marcus asks what held her up. She says Incred's wild platoon ask for temporary command over operations to pitch a plan. Marcus asks if Incred honestly dreamed up something worth a listen. She says no, the credit goes to one of his men, Kreis. When the others press for the plan, she spells it out. As she lays it out, Marcus says it's not half bad and signs off on it. He orders everyone to gear up to move and ships the Lunatics platoon out to bag the Hawk. Up in the mountains while the crew scales the slope in full kit, Rem says he expected a blast, yet now he's demanding to know why they're snaking through enemy turf rather than going straight for the mark. Kreis lays it out. They're not stalking the claw of the Hawk, they're luring the guy in to come to them. Incred says their platoon will strike like a guerrilla outfit. If they keep hammering the enemy's rear, the enemy will peel someone off to chase them too. Rem asks if that Hawk bastard will actually bite, and Kreis says yes if the plan holds. And even if he doesn't, they'll still bleed the enemy. Rem calls the plan needlessly convoluted, but Kreis says he knows Rem's a meathead and this is the smart play. Rem tells him to repeat that and shoves right up in his face, but Incred kills it. Rem says Kreis should count his blessings, and Kreis cops to nearly soiling himself. He asks if they're nearing the target, and the one answering is Pen. She says she thinks she can spot it. Our boy explains the whole plan hinges on moving fast enough to strike and slip away. For that, they needed a sharp ranger who knows safe paths. So he asks Command for a hand, and Pen signs on as a new squad leader. Incred asks why she had to join the platoon outright when a temporary posting would have done. She says she's got her motives. He puzzles over what they might be, and all she offers is that throwing in with them has put her in a bind. Incred thanks her, and she says he can settle up later. Make it a good one next time they're alone. He asks if she's seriously still riding that, and Rem warns him to watch himself since he's got a fiancé. Incred reminds them yet again he's not with the ferry commander. A while on, they halt on a hill looking down over the enemy camp. Pen tells everyone to keep low because the base is dead ahead. Kreis says if it all goes sideways, they'll need an exit, and since he can't fight, they can park him here while the rest run the hit and run. Rem gets juiced and leaps down on the spot, hollering that blood's calling to him and he'll drop anyone in his path. Incred says nobody asked him to do that. Ragna says he'll use this to gauge how rock solid our boy's form is. Incred realizes it's another lesson, so even out here, training grinds on as he and Ragna set up. Rem then bellows at the Aspens, and when they swing his way, he cheerfully waves hello. The guards puzzle over who he is, and while they're thrown, he chucks his axe and drops one on the spot. The other guard shrieks that enemies are on them. By the time Incred and Ragna close in, they catch Rem dropping low and detonating forward at insane speed, already running Heart of the Superhuman to eat the distance. Incred blurts out what in the world that was, and Ragna smirks, dubbing it the fastest charge ever to cross his vision. Rem's still sitting on moves Incred hasn't seen, and that only stokes his hunger to learn. Now the Aspens know the Greyhounds are here. He tells everyone to fall back before the enemy can rally, while Ragna whines he didn't even get a turn. Our boy says Rem needs to read the room too, since it wasn't his moment either. Rem threatens to come at him next if he's sour about it, and our boy tells the pair of them to can it. They're still mid-fight, and there'll be more openings down the line. A few hours on, Jackson and Auden are with them. The Aspens are braced this time and fling a dagger, trying to choke off another breakthrough. Incred recalls Jackson's lesson, uses his eyes, reads the path, and ducks it, pulls it off clean. Jackson says it took him 0.4 seconds to clock it and slip it, but he's got to react quicker before anyone can call him a master of dodging. Still, he's getting there. Incred asked if Jackson was honestly timing him. Auden says training's well and good, but they need to focus, the enemy's incoming. He says good, that means it's time to bounce. They reel the chasers deeper into the forest with Andrew and Mac running along too. Kreis, slung over Auden's shoulder, says he had his doubts these lunatics could land the mission, but now he's got zero to sweat. As they push farther into the trees, Rem asks why they don't just spin around and pulverize these idiots. Incred shuts it down, then hauls Ragna back when he starts wandering off. Even with Ragna insisting it's a shortcut, our boy still says no. Kreis admits he genuinely never saw himself steering them this smoothly. He didn't even know he had it. When they finally stop, Incred says the chase is dead for now, so they can pitch camp here. Ever since the loop where he picked up Heart of the Superhuman, wrangling his squad got way smoother. They take his orders well now. Still, Rem's charge from this morning was on a whole other tier. Rem's been heating him lately, so Incred figures a direct order might pry the technique loose, and he speaks up to ask about that charge. Rem stonewalls him instantly, telling him to rethink the question. He points out Rem's never once turned down teaching him before. Rem says wanting to learn is fine, but our boy's missing something crucial. That's the moment it lands for Incred. He admits it never crossed his mind. He got too cozy bossing people around, but growth someone hands you stays shallow. He needs to circle back to the basics. Rem grins, glad it finally clicked. Rem adds that if Incred works it out himself, it'll carry more weight. Incred sits there racking his brain over the skill. Next day, they're on the march again. Andrew is spent. Holding this pace this long has him feeling like he could drop any second. He banked on the maniacs being fine, but even Kreis hanging in this well throws him. And then there's the boss. Anchorage sure wasn't this monstrous when Andrew first crossed him, so how'd he jump this far this fast? Andrew lets out a worn-out sigh. It stings, but it also lights a fire to claw stronger himself. Mac catches the spark in him. Ever since he stepped into Andrew's life as his father's friend, Mac stuck by him. He carried it for the comrade he buried back when House Gardner collapsed. To Mac, Andrew had always been a kid, but that's over now. These days, he can feel something massive closing in. He gets choked up, realizing Andrew might truly rebuild their house. Ankrid then tells Rem he thinks he's cracked the charge. It tapped Heart of the Superhuman to supercharge the leg muscles and explode forward. Rem says nice, so he really can puzzle things out when he bothers to think. Now he should put it to the test, and he's on board. Then Penn calls a halt and points them forward. The next base sits jammed in a gap between two cliffs, which means their way out could get sealed off quick, but it's also a prime spot for an ambush. Ankrid says it's plainly a trap. Kreis agrees. They're likely betting the group dodges this route. Then they can herd them onto another path and finish them there. But the instant Kreis drops Claw of the Hawk's name, the others light up. He can only gawk. Stunned, they're brushing off the danger yet again. Our boy wonders if they ought to play into it. Ragna says they should just flatten the enemy already. It's tiresome and he wants sleep. He says he's leaning the same way. Still, if the trap flops, the Hawk shows up that much faster. Since the place is crawling with armed soldiers, they should all pile in together. Kreis asks if that counts him, but Ankrid tells him no. He'll hang back with Penn, Andrew, and Mac on guard. They agree, and Kreis is plainly relieved. Ankrid tells the rest to gear up, and they push in. Inside, a familiar face turns up, the Greyhound. This is the final shot he's been handed. The assignment? Back up the Hawk's Claw and running down the guerrilla force and smashing their rear bases. For Aspen's celebrated elites, babysitting a single soldier stings their pride, but he'll swallow it if it gets him back on top. Then his men yell that the guerrillas have shown up. He can't wrap his head around them strolling into a trap this obvious. Then his eyes land on Ankrid, and it floors him to find the kid among the guerrilla force. He just stands there baffled. He asks Rem whether he knows the guy. Rem fires right back, wondering why on earth he'd ask him. The MC admits the face rings 0 bells, and Rem informs him his memory is garbage. The Greyhound brands him a punk and says it changes nothing. Recognized or not, Ankrid is going to die right here. He'll serve as the springboard for the Greyhound's comeback. The Greyhound lunges, and the MC unsheathes a single blade and stops the swing. The Greyhound clocks it instantly. That's Mitch's sword. And now Ankrid remembers too? This was the man minding the banner back in the fog of annihilation. The Greyhound says nostalgia won't keep him alive and cuts in from the flank. He bats it away, shoving the man's arm back. He flashes back to when this guy was someone he could do nothing but flee from. Now he's itching to measure himself against him and gauge how far he's climbed. A second man pipes up that sure, they've got a past, but none of it matters once everyone's slaughtered. He struts over toward Rem and the others, gets ignored so completely that it makes him lose it. He charges, and Rem kills the swing on contact. Rem tells him to zip it, they're busy watching something. The Greyhound drives a thrust dead at Ankrid's skull. The MC reads it, slips aside, and rips open his back. Jackson clocks that the dodge landed 0.1 seconds after the read. Barely good enough. Jackson says the reaction speed passes, but only by a hair. Riding the momentum, the Greyhound spins straight back in. Ankrid pulls his second sword and parries with both edges. Ragna points out he drew and blocked in one motion. Bit by bit, the MC is figuring out two-sword fighting. But with both hands gripping one weapon, the Greyhound still owns the raw muscle. He muscles past Ankrid and knocks one sword spinning away. Auden notes that's another rock tossed onto the pile of his training. He didn't have the arm strength to halt it one-handed. The MC plants his feet again. Right as the Greyhound rushes back in, jeering at him for fooling with two swords, the MC barely registers the words. His pulse is hammering way too hard, and Rem breaks into a grin. This is the exact thing he'd been waiting on. Heart of the Superhuman, Ankrid cranks it up another notch, throws his arms wide to slice the air, and explodes forward the way Rem does, so fast the Greyhound never sees it land. He can't answer it, so he's stuck blocking. But the second their steel collides, his blade begins to crack. And while the man has just one sword, Ankrid has two. He rams the second straight through the guy's throat. The Greyhound topples backward and bleeds out in the dirt. His soldiers can only gawk. Their commander just got dropped. Rem howls with laughter, saying he always knew Heart of the Superhuman was tailor-made for Ankrid. Don't tag Auden in. Just admit it was genuinely impressive. Jackson naturally says zilch. Rem hefts his axe and says time to wrap up the
the rest. His weapon is thirsty to party with blood. The soldiers come barreling in, screaming they'll show what greyhounds are made of. One brings an iron club crashing down and Auden catches it with a bare arm. He says the man's guts earned him an express ticket to God. Then he slams his hammer onto the soldier's skull, caving in the helmet and dropping him where he stood. Andrew watches, jaw on the floor. He can't believe Auden tanked that with his actual body. What is this guy even built from? Pen says that's precisely her type, and obviously no slouch. Rem hoists his axe and takes a swing toward a soldier's hammer, but Ragna slices in with a broad cut, making Rem leap away. Rem cusses him out, demanding to know if he was aiming for him too. While they squabble, the soldier tries to capitalize, but Ragna ducks and skewers him through shoulder and throat, sighing it's a pity he botched the opening swing. Rem warns that Ragna will pay for that, but a second soldier springs at his back, and Rem instantly cleaves the man's arm and head clean off, saying Ragna can wait his turn. Ragna asks if he's too chicken to settle it right now. Rem tells Auden to give his god a heads up that a new buddy's on the way. Auden says God's got no use for him, and Christ snaps that now's not the time. The soldiers attempt to surround them during the distraction, yet the moment they move, blades are already sliding out of their throats. Jackson folds 8 men in the blink of an eye, then calls them fools, and Christ says there's no reason to kill every last one. Most of them are already out of the fight. Then something rustles in the brush. Jackson catches it first, just as an arrow comes whistling in. He bats it away using his dagger. Once it lands, they recognize the arrow. It belongs to the Hawk's Claw, and Christ asks if he's finally arrived, and Jackson confirms it. Rem asks if he knows the gap between a sharpshooter and a hunter. A hunter's a whole lot more fun, especially when the hunt's done with an axe. The MC asks where he's going with this. Rem says they got a present, so now it's payback time. Then he starts scaling the cliff like some feral creature. Penn asks if they seriously allow him to pull stunts like that.
Christ figures the guy will survive, so just leave him to it. Andrew says they've got to move. If the enemy throws in more men, parking here paints a target on them. Ankrit agrees. They can keep whoever's left busy, then slip out. So they torch the camp. The MC says this is turning into a routine. Penn asks what he means, and it's not hard to guess. He's becoming a little arsonist. From up on the cliff, the Hawk's Claw complains the smoke is killing his view. One soldier says the enemy's vanished from sight and asks what the move is. The answer's simple: run them down. As the group sidles along the cliff face, Ankrit figures Rem's play was a surprise, but not a bad one. Since Rem's hunting the Claw while the Claw is chasing them, they decide to be the bait and yank his attention. The terrain might tip off the plan, but they pick the spot because it's a nightmare to shoot into from any angle. While the group hugs the cliff and waits, Ragna finds a crevice to wedge himself into and tells Rem to hunt however he pleases. Out in the woods, Rem does exactly that, saying it dredges up old memories. He was once a brilliant hunter, and his tribe had huge hopes pinned on him. He walked away and can never return, but this is enough to stir those memories back up. And from the moment he first crossed paths with him, the Claw's been nothing but prey. As Rem steals up behind the group, he mutters to himself about times long past, and then a man's head suddenly tumbles away. The rest clue in too late that it's an ambush, and they yell as they bolt in every direction. Rem couldn't care less. His one target is his prey, and he carves down anyone blocking the path. He hacks open one soldier's flank, and before that body even hits the ground, takes another man's head. The soldier closest to the Claw starts shrieking, and all the Claw can hear is his man getting shredded. He grinds his teeth, stunned he never caught that barbarian's approach, but by then Rem's already on him and swings. The Claw snarls that he's meant to be the hunter, not the prey, and looses an arrow. Rem brings his axe up and cleaves the shot clean in two, then plants the blade in his shoulder and slams him down into the dirt. Rem tells him to cut the whining and get back on his feet. Ages have passed since he last went hunting, and this round was a painful snooze. When the Claw lifts his own arrow, terror flickers over his face an instant before Rem buries it in his chest. Rem calls it pathetic. He'd wanted the man to drag it out longer, but it was still enough to rouse his hunting instincts. Then he catches himself acting like Ankrit, wondering if hanging around him too much has rubbed off. The MC flat out owns the fact that he's got no talent, so he's forever hunting for ways to get better. If Rem embraced that very outlook, accepting who he is and rising rung by rung, he wonders just how far it might carry him, and the spark in his eyes begins flickering back to life. He admits he can't say whether the decision he made carries any weight, and maybe it amounts to nothing, but he still wants to give it a try. Mirroring his boss, the time has come for him to pursue growth.
After the platoon finishes off the Hawk's Claw, the camera cuts to the tall grass fields with a knight posted there and waiting. Facing him is an Aspen knight. The Nalalian knight drops to a knee, then bursts forward and swings dead at the other's helmet. The strike gets blocked, but the shock alone ripples across the field and snags Encred's attention. Even from that distance, he hears it. Jackson points out the ones up front aren't true knights, they're squires. The MC says he wants to watch. Rim says he wants to head over there, but he shoots it down. Securing the win matters more, and going by Kreis's scheme, Marcus and his troops should be reaching Crossguard any second. Back at the Aspen camp, everyone's in a frenzy, shouting the enemies at their gates and Crossguard can't be allowed to fall. Some want to peel off a chunk of the night force and send it back. Vancento says the city's already got troops, so they should keep their focus here. But they bark at him, demanding what a lowly peasant could possibly know. He gets that nobody's going to listen as long as nobles run the show. Even a few lost knights swings the entire engagement, and that spells defeat in the war. So he commands his troops to fall back to the capital. Over at Crossguard, a guy up on the rampart wants to know the enemy's whereabouts. He says they're just past the hill, but when he looks, there's nobody there. Marcus lays out that the entire plan was to stage a fake assault on Crossguard. The instant Aspen sent troops back, that was all they needed, because their knights would pounce on the gap. With the enemy stretched thin, they couldn't hold off the force, and the squires sliced right through them. Marcus says this one plan handed them a massive win, all courtesy of the lunatics. After that defeat, Aspen had soaked up too much damage to keep going. They begged for a ceasefire and offered up the territory ringing the tall grass fields, and Nolalia accepted. Back in the city, the gates swing open and spring has come. The long war with Aspen is finally done, and everyone can finally exhale. Encred notes that 10 days have passed since their return to Border Guard. Most soldiers have gone slack, coasting on the bare minimum, but he flat out refuses to live that way. He's still got battles to dissect and skills to hone. Then a soldier approaches wanting to be trained, giving his name as Paul, a low-ranking nobody. Encred recognizes him as part of the small handful who kept grinding like he himself had. He remarks that Paul rings a bell and questions the choice, given he's never mentored a soul and doubts his advice is worth much. Paul presses him anyway, eyes blazing with passion. Even the MC can spot that fire. He can't brush it off because it mirrors his own past, so he agrees to spar. While they drill, Ragna nearly nods off on his feet. Encred darts in with one sword, and the thud of Paul hitting the dirt jolts Ragna awake. The MC points out Paul's legs lack power, but Paul wants another go. Ragna's stunned he's actually teaching somebody. He really should be solid at coaching, having trained under a top-tier mentor like Ragna, but the fundamentals have slipped his mind, so Ragna promises to drill them back into him later. As the session wears on, Encred remembers a line from an old instructor. Growth starts with knowing precisely where you stand. After being hemmed in by platoon members far above his grade, he's at last up against somebody weaker, and the contrast lays bare exactly where he stands and which gaps remain. He'd been chasing flashy techniques far too long, so now he circles back to basics, tightening up his form. Ragna picks up on it instantly, that Encred cracked it and made the fix. That starts lighting a fire under Ragna too. Rim asks what he just muttered and tells Auden that Ragna's gotta be possessed with all that murmuring. Auden counters that possession doesn't come that cheap, the guy's most likely praying. Auden asks what God told him and Ragna tells him to get lost. Rim cackles that those are awfully harsh words for a god. The two launch into bickering until Auden tells them to quit acting like morons. Encred says there they go again, and Jackson points out they've drawn quite a crowd. The MC flinches a little since he never noticed Jackson standing there. Jackson says the audience is pretty rowdy and asks whether he's truly been sharpening his senses. The MC doesn't follow, so Jackson breaks it down. The crowd isn't watching those clowns, it's watching him. The low-ranking soldiers nearby all envy Paul. They're sick of withering on the vine, and now they reckon some training might level them up and maybe make them like Encred too. Soon it's time for announcements, and Marcus strides onto the stage. He says the man who climbed from running the losers to running the lunatics has, through relentless growth, turned into a model soldier and a war hero whose name everyone knows. He's called Border Guard's nobles and soldiers alike together to pay tribute to the people who carried this war and bent it their way. If he's forced to name the person, then their skulls don't even deserve a helmet sitting on them. A handful of nobles are rattled by his bluntness, but Marcus figures the clueless ones won't grasp it, whereas the soldiers definitely will. Then Marcus roars out that their victory was steered by the lunatic. No, platoon leader Encred. His mind drifts to his previous turn up on that platform, the day he shattered the curse. Back then, people eyed him with disgust. Now the crowd goes dead quiet instead. Marcus says he chewed on the question of what prize a soldier like the MC would truly value for a long while, then prepped something special, a present he genuinely agonized over. He cracks open a chest, and Encred realizes it's a royal dagger. Marcus explains the crown bestows this blade on anyone who has done it great service. It's a badge of honor and grants its owner the right to be received by the royal household whenever he likes. Encred sees the daggers coated in ornamental engravings, but as an actual weapon, it's worth little. Regardless, the feeling of honor finally clicks for him while the crowd roars his name on repeat. It dawns on him that a strength-obsessed knight amounts to nothing more than a mercenary. A real knight needs honor right alongside skill. He balls up his fist and raises it high, declaring this is what defines them all. He's certain this moment marks his opening step on the road to knighthood, the kind he'll carry forever. Rem gripes that he was in that fight too, so why's Encred the only one on stage? Boris reckons heaven itself is replying to all the cheering.
The racket keeps rolling and Ragna asks if they can bail already. Andrew starts hollering too, calling the MC amazing while bawling his eyes out. Marcus says he's delighted the prize landed well, but warns him not to get comfortable just yet. Marcus also lined up a personal gift for him, which he'll see soon. Encred is still puzzling over what it might be when Marcus suddenly roars that a banquet's happening. He's stocked the finest wine and everyone's free to drink themselves under the table. The nobles grumble again that he's too crude, but the MC can tell Marcus is just amped up. The idea of a banquet sits just fine with him, and come nightfall, the whole crew gets absolutely hammered. Rem is living his best life. Encred asks Ragna why he isn't drinking, and Ragna says his palate's too refined for this swill. Rem hurls beer in his direction and orders him to quit sulking and just drink. Ragna snaps back that he won't touch a drop, a filthy barbarian's choice. Then Auden tips an entire keg over both of their heads and tells them to knock it off. Rem suggests they just dunk Ragna straight into the barrel and be done with it, while Ragna's sole complaint is how sticky he's gotten. Encred quips that bad wine would have him busting heads, but the whole room's having a blast. Then it hits him that Jackson's missing, though a bash like this never really suited the guy anyway. When Esther clambers onto him, the MC says he'd sooner be drilling with his sword than parked at a feast. Penn comes over and asks if he's daydreaming about training again. She tells him to loosen up for once and grab a drink with her. Then Leona, the ferry commander, turns up. She makes a beeline for Encred without slowing down. With a teasing smirk, she says he's got yet another woman setting her heart racing. What an awful man. He tells her to drop dead, and the whole room instantly rounds on him for being so cold. Her eyes even look wounded, enough that even Penn's taken aback. Encred defends himself, insisting he did nothing and her eyes just glitter like that. Esther cuts in, saying she gets the picture now. While the rest of them are breaking their backs to help someone, he's kicking back over here playing the flirt. Then she cracks her forehead into his. The others crack up that even the leopard's jealous, and Encred's charm now reaches across species. Poor Vancento groans that first there was Jenny, and now this on top of it, he's reached his limit. He declares he'll show the MC exactly what he's capable of. The MC just smiles, and Vancento immediately realizes he blew it. He says that's precisely the outcome he'd been hoping for. Vancento instantly rams his sword back into its sheath and caves, but the others push him forward anyway. Soon they're chanting for a brawl, and Christ spies a chance to cash in, so he opens up the betting. Some guy approaches Leona and remarks that apparently the entire gang has gathered. He mentions that this is the very person he'd planned on introducing to Encred. The man is plainly smitten with her. She says the MC is usually stationed at the border, so he's probably never met many of the battalion's big names. Still, they pick the worst possible moment. At this moment, the MC is fixated on sparring alone. The crowd begins baying at Vancento to give back their cash. Encred says that if they're calling a bout with him unfair, then this still isn't enough for him. Once he gets rolling, he only wants more fights. If he's putting in the time to spar, he wants a tougher opponent. So he swings toward the ferry commander, but she instantly shakes her head. Then his gaze shifts to her companion, but the fellow's far too sloshed and too fixated on staring at her anyway. Encred asks why nobody's willing to duel him. Christ says nobody's as unhinged as he is. Meanwhile, Mac asks Andrew if he's really going through with this. Andrew confirms it, saying this is the way he'll earn his stripes. Auden and the rest turn to look.
Stunned to see Andrew step up next. Ankrid doesn't look the least bit annoyed. As Andrew draws his blade, he says the MC showed him the meaning of never backing down. Ever since he was a kid, he wanted to bring his family name back to glory, just like his mom hoped. But being weak kept him jittery and on edge. For a guy like that, watching the protagonist march dead on toward his goal turned Ankrid into both his blueprint and someone he genuinely looked up to. Andrew mentions he even begged his commander for a sparring match, and he's been grinding too. No way is he getting left behind, and he's gonna show it here and now. Ankrid breathes in the breeze. He says folks swear the spring wind carries mana, and this gust really does feel like a fresh start. Glancing up at the moon, he says tonight's basically made for a duel, so he takes Andrew up on the offer. He's bringing absolutely everything he's got. Andrew looks jittery yet pumped, and he's the one who swings first. Ankrid parries and brings up that time Andrew swore he could take command if he ever won. Going red in the face, Andrew tells him to drop it. That was ages ago. Ankrid shrugs in agreement, then flicks his blade and bats Andrew's sword skyward. Andrew insists he's a different man now. Ankrid says, yeah, obviously. Off to the side, Rem hollers at him to quit going easy, since their squad leader famously never lets anybody breathe. Andrew chops down again and Ankrid stonewalls it. He can feel that Andrew's old cockiness is long gone, swapped out for caution and hard-won experience. Andrew angles his blade and lunges, but the protagonist just ducks clean under it. Yeah, he's a whole new guy now. And it isn't only Andrew either. Their friendship shifted right alongside how strong they both got. Ankrid hits back and Andrew barely catches it, but the raw weight shoves him backward and onto the dirt until he totally loses the handle and gets flung across the ground. After tumbling, Andrew drags himself back upright. Ankrid extends a hand and waits for him to grab on. Instead, Andrew announces he's heading out. The MC keeps his mouth shut. Andrew says it's high time House Andrew Gardner climbed back up, and if Ankrid ever swings by the capital, he's welcome to crash at his manor, though with that royal dagger, he could honestly bunk at the palace. Ankrid musses up his hair and tells him he's counting on it. Andrew chokes down some tears, then grins and says he can't wait either. Ragna asks Mac if he's tagging along with Andrew, only to catch Mac absolutely bawling. Ragna calls it gross, while Mac marvels at when exactly Andrew got so grown. Auden tells Mac to dry his face, then yanks Rem by the hair, which makes Ragna recoil and sends Rem into a rage. Andrew warns Rem to lay off Mac, but Rem fires back that he's the one being manhandled here. Ankrid declares the party rolls straight through till dawn with zero regrets. He tells Andrew and Mac to soak up this last night messing around with the crew. Come sunrise, Andrew and Mac haul themselves onto a wagon headed for the capital. They look absolutely destroyed after the whole platoon tormented them all night, and they both cried buckets. Still, next reunion, Andrew will be a noble house head, so as far as goodbyes go, it wasn't half bad. Even after the big feast, Ankrid still doesn't bail on Dawn training. It's a vow he made to himself, one stretch of the road to knighthood. Marcus tracks him down out there and says, huh, you really do show up every single morning. The protagonist says, hey, then clocks who's lurking behind him. The frog and the squire, the duo that fought up on the front lines. Marcus reminds him about that personal gift he promised and tells him to keep his eyes open. The squire instantly drops low, coiling into a sprinter's crouch. Ankrid clues into what's coming right as she explodes forward. Streaming a red aura, she rockets straight at him. The MC blocks her swing while the frog starts dissecting the bout. The squire's impressed he held it and says she'd love to see what else he's hiding. Then she dumps a blizzard of stabs at his skull, and Ankrid registers exactly one thing: death. Blades feel like they're closing in from every direction at once. In his head, his entire body gets skewered. His arms get lopped off and his head gets taken clean. Every single one of those blades whispers the same message: back off and you live. Hold your ground and you die. But to Ankrid, dying is just one more stride forward, so he coolly picks death. He shoves himself onward. Every nerve is screaming at him to bolt, but he flat out refuses to let his dream stay nothing but a dream. Even if it kills him 100 or 1,000 times over, one step closer is plenty. If he can't walk it, he'll crawl it. When Ankrid genuinely forces a full step forward, the squire is floored. That's the cue for the frog to pipe up, saying that's enough, and she calls the fight. The squire confesses she's never run into anyone like him. He weathered all of that despite having zero control over it himself. Pulling off her helmet, she She says one more beat and he'd have actually died. Ankrid wants to know her name, and she calls herself Asia, a proto-knight. His sight goes fuzzy and he topples backward, falling right into Jackson's arms before blacking out. The rest of the crew is primed to pounce, and Rem snaps that being a proto-knight doesn't give her a free pass. Asia only asks who they are while sizing them up. The frog's just as stunned, baffled how people like these ended up out here. The barbarian up front, the silent one, and the big oaf. Every last one of them is freakishly talented. She's especially locked onto the swordsman in the back, noting that with blonde hair and red eyes, he reads as northern stock. He seems half asleep, but the way he cradles that sword gets her so worked up she basically starts vibrating.
Marcus tells everyone to chill, it's not what they're assuming. Asia clocks that these are the lunatics and says, yeah, the nickname checks out. Rim demands to know what the hell they're on about. Then Marcus asks the frog whether Ingrid can become a knight, which blindsides the whole group. Now it all clicks into place. Marcus dragged Asia along because the frog can read a person's talent and call whether Ingrid's got the goods. That was Marcus's actual gift, but sadly she says, nope, can't happen. His ceiling's painfully obvious, and frankly, getting this far is already wild. What she's actually curious about is Ragna, asking if he's tempted. Ragna shuts it down with a flat no, and she says she'd heard these lunatics only follow their leader. Looks like that's dead on. Waving off the Red Cape Knight Order is straight up unhinged. Asia tells Marcus she did the favor he wanted, and he thanks her. She then tells the frog it's time to bounce, but the frog wants to hang back. Asia asks why, and Marcus asks if she's seriously staying. She says she's got a request. Asia figures it's about the blonde one again, since frogs forever chase whatever snags their attention, but the frog says actually it's Ingrid she's hooked on. He took her aura head on and even pushed forward, something she's flat out never witnessed. She says if he ever wakes that power up, he'll turn into a monster, but hey, if it were simple, anybody could be a knight. While they haul Ingrid off, Vancento sinks into his thoughts. He'd caught a ruckus while on watch, but what he just saw left him reeling. The protagonist's knighthood dream was never any kind of secret. The entire battalion knew the deal. That's exactly what's eating at Vancento. The MC always kept his chin up no matter the trash talk, but hearing impossible from somebody who's already a knight, even for Ingrid, that had to land like a hammer. Vancento decides to look in on him, so he marches to the barracks and raps on the door. Rem greets him with a charming, ugh, the hell are you here for? Vancento snaps back, asking if he really has to be called that. Rem just shrugs and asks what he's after. Then Vancento locks up when he spots the frog parked right next to Ingrid. She asks what he wants, and he's too rattled to get a word out. Everybody's acting way too normal. Their leader's dream, the one they all rallied behind, had just gotten flattened. He figured Ingrid would be wrecked over it. Then the protagonist starts to stir awake. He asks where he is, and the frog says, about time. Rem bluntly informs him they said he'd never make knight, not even if hell iced over. Vancento lunges to clamp Rem's mouth shut and tells him to knock it off. Ingrid just asks if that's honestly how it went down. Vancento says the MC doesn't have to fake being okay, but Ingrid cuts in asking what on earth he means. Rem gets ticked about the hand over his mouth. Ingrid says he's off to train and Rem just stares. Right now the protagonist says he's got no time to burn. He already blew off dawn training by passing out. Once he's gone, Ragna wakes up and asks if the MC actually walked out. Then he announces he's going too. The frog tails along saying, ooh, this is getting good, and Vancento can't fathom how the guy is this unbothered. Rem says it's dead simple. Bro's just bullheaded. Auden adds that Ingrid would react the exact same even if a genuine knight had said it instead of a frog. Jackson says bullheaded's one word for it. Persistent sounds a touch kinder. Vancento can't wrap his head around the protagonist showing not a flicker of despair. No hint of quitting. That's precisely why nobody's ever managed to argue him out of a thing. And now Vancento feels like an idiot for stressing over it. Rem asks if he's tagging along, and Vancento says yeah, he ought to train too. He's not about to let Ingrid pull ahead. Out front, the MC is cranking out one-arm push-ups. He says Asia's power and that blizzard of blades cracked his eyes wide open. That wasn't your standard killing intent. It was something else entirely. The frog asks if he wants to know what Asia actually pulled out. Ingrid takes a guess that it's intimidation and asks if that's what it's called. Ragna paces over and asks what really sets knights apart from the rest of them. Plenty of people blast past their limits and dream of knighthood, but they'll never get there until they crack this power. Only 1 in 10,000 ever learns it. It's a bizarre power that simply won't click for everyone. The frog cautions
explains that hearing all this could make him fold, but Ankrid only asks what the power actually is. She's stunned he's still this dialed in. He insists he needs to know, and the frog explains that Asia's intimidation was only one slice of it. Ragna says the umbrella term for the powers knights wield to push past human limits is will. He says will is the sheer strength of one's own mind. You could call it willpower, but it's the single greatest gift humanity's got. To tap it, a person has to slam into their limits, smash through them, and truly get how it all works. Then he stops, saying the protagonist will have to dig out the rest on his own. The protagonist asks what he's getting at, but Ragna says he can't spell it out yet. When the MC asks if that means Ragna doesn't actually know, the frog says will shows up differently in every single person. The path to waking it is one of a kind for each of them. Even so, none of it counts for anything until he breaks his own ceiling. Ragna says that's the whole point, so the protagonist asks what he's supposed to do. The frog says he's the only one who can answer that. A person can't pin down their limit until they hit it, but there is one thing he can do right now. Before she can wrap up, Ankrid snatches his sword and says he gets it. He'll keep grinding exactly like he has been until he literally drops dead. The frog lights up and says, honestly, in her opinion, even that won't cut it. A frog's talent reading is basically instinct, honed razor sharp by experience. She's laid eyes on countless humans, and she swears no frog beats her at sizing up talent. She weighs two things. First, whether somebody's got real talent. Second, whether they've got the fire to keep pushing. Normally, the second one's irrelevant if the first one's a no-show, but with Ankrid, however many times she checks, his will outstrips everyone else's. His conviction sits on a totally different tier. He's a riddle. Maybe he's straight up will itself wearing human skin. Then she says frogs live to chase their deepest cravings. Some burn their whole lives hunting pure power. Others go after love. What she craves above all is studying the unknown. So she tells Ankrid she's sticking with him. He puts out a hand and asks for her name. She says it's Lua Garnet, and she can't help getting pulled towards somebody as weird as him. That night in the mess hall, every table keeps gawking because the lunatics now have a frog rolling with them. Vancento asks if she really committed to staying, and his men swarm in asking what's going on and why there's a frog at their table. They all mob him until he barks at them to back off. Rem calls them a pack of savages, and Jackson says that's rich coming from him. Rem tries to jam a fork into him, but Jackson slips it. That touches off a full-blown silverware brawl, and Christ writes both of them off as savages. Lua Garnet says she's already got the read on every one of them. All four of them are insanely gifted. They've each torn past their limits. Had they awakened their will, they could have been knights too, but luck plays a hand as well. Vancento asks why the MC isn't shutting them down, and the MC says they're fine. She tells him he must be blind. He says they don't keep secrets from each other.
They're tight enough that they probably won't actually kill each other, and the scrap will burn itself out. She's skeptical, seeing as Ragna's drawing steel and Rem's got his axes up, but Jackson abruptly asks Lua Garnet where she's planning to crash. She says somewhere close to the protagonist. An axe comes whipping over, and Ankrid swats it aside with his sword. Rem says that's his spot, and she'd better not poach it. Lua Garnet just says, yep, they're all certifiably nuts. The MC apologizes on his behalf, but Lua Garnet says it's chill. She cuts good-looking people more slack. He says he'd heard frogs are shallow about looks, and Vancento agrees, saying they're all pretty handsome. Lua Garnet says Vancento gets a pass too, and asks what he's itching to know. Grinning, he challenges her to a duel. She asks whether he's actually serious after drilling all day. Ankrid says he'll simply pick the training back up once they're done, and she dubs him the most unhinged one in the room. Vancento nods along, but Lua Garnet says anybody else would be dead on their feet after the day he had. His head's wired way past most people, and she wonders what he'd turn into with his will awake. The protagonist says he's just being practical, while Vancento calls him delusional. Lua Garnet says she never blows time on people she sees zero potential in, but she'll humor him for now. She peels off her robe, whips out a whip, and warns him she won't be gentle. Ankrid looks her over and smirks, saying, oh, he's totally into that. Then the story cuts over to the Principality of Aspen. Inside a noble's chamber, Abner says expecting a clean sweep was naive, yet even with all his scheming, he never figured on an outright loss. He taps his fingers on the table, fuming, and says the losing streak kicked off with Mitch's death. Then the provocations flopped, and their giant got slaughtered. Smack in the middle of it all stood one soldier, the lunatic's platoon leader. The war's far from finished. Once the truce expires, Aspen makes its move again. But if that soldier butts in one more time, Abner's at a total loss. The Greyhounds already loosed one assassin on him. It feels odd to throw that much at some low-ranking officer, but now that looks like the play. So he'll reach out to the swamps of Monterey, the assassin guild under Aspen's crown. They've never blown a contract. In the name of Aspen's crown, he gives the order to kill the soldier called Ankrid.
Back in the mess hall, an assassin watches from outside, peering in through the window. He raises his knife and breathes, "Target confirmed," but Jackson materializes right beside him, presses a blade to his throat, and asks who he is. The scene leaps to the edges of Aspen. At one of the Monterey Guild's safe houses, a man pounds his fist down and demands answers on whether yet another assassin has gone dark. That tallies past 5 at this point. One of his men says somebody keeps knocking them off. They even fielded an intermediate assassin this round, and he still got dropped before he could lift a finger. The leader points out this order came down directly from Aspen's crown, and because the guild serves that very crown, botching the contract could torch their whole future. That leaves exactly one team for the contract, the guild's finest killers, the Locke brothers, and this time it absolutely has to be done. The next day around town, folks treat Encred like a hero and wonder if he's making his rounds. They keep pressing gifts on him since so many of their family members were rescued by him in the war, and because he ended things quick, way fewer people ended up suffering. Even the cobbler asks if the shoes are to his liking. Close by, one assassin tucks himself low on the ground while another lies in wait up high. The third assassin is staked out on the second floor. The pair up top strike in sync, flinging poison needles while the one on the ground closes in. But the two overhead drop like stones, daggers, laying them both out cold. At that exact moment, the man below feels a wire cinch around his neck, and Encred turns toward the sound but spots nothing. As that assassin gets hauled into an alley, one of the brothers figures out who's behind all this. The same guy who's been torching every one of their jobs. He dives in, but Jackson glides right past the strike. He whips the wire around this one's throat too and body slams him into the dirt. Then the one from the second floor comes barreling out. He bursts from the building set to launch another poison needle, but the shot gets sliced to ribbons and a wire snaps shut around his throat. Then Encred wanders into the alley and asks what he's doing back here. Jackson says these wasted drunks nearly caught a hit out in the street, so he dragged this one out of the way. The MC picks up the reek of booze and asks if he'd really go out of his way for total strangers. Jackson asks if that's a problem, but Encred just says nope and walks off. Alone again, Jackson grumbles that he's got to keep getting stronger, and he won't let these clowns get in the way. Trouble is, the assassins keep leveling up, and just like before, more and more of them keep crawling out of the woodwork. That's what finally sets him off. Who do these people think they are, screwing around on his turf? So he makes his way to the red light district down in the slums, then heads up to the second floor of a jam-packed inn where a woman's waiting. She spins around the second he steps in, and he tells her he dumped 3 bodies in the market, doused in alcohol to cover the trail. She bows and reports they're out of the swamps of Monterey, then asks what he wants done about it. Jackson says to wipe them out their way, then turns to leave. She sighs, asking why he's always such a cold fish. Then she glances out the window as men roll up and orders them to fall in behind his command. She also tells them to fire off a warning straight to the swamps of Monterey. Later, the Monterey guild leader is glaring down at the 3 brothers' severed heads when she declares playtime's over. Any assassin who sets foot in the city from here on gets killed by her people. She's plainly cooking up something major. Later, a report reaches Abner from the Monterey guild leader, and he asks whether it truly can't be done. The answer's a flat no. Encred's shielded by people way out of their league. They might be top dogs in Aspen, but those guards rank among the whole continent's elite. Abner accepts the assassin plan is dead, so he calls off his request. If the protagonist really is that special, then he'll cross paths with him again on the battlefield. 3 months roll by, and the soldiers gripe that the heat's so brutal they feel worn out doing absolutely nothing. Even so, Encred hasn't skipped one single day of training. That's when they finally clock that his power was never some fluke, and somebody muses about just how much tougher all this grinding has made him. Rem calls it bullshit. Ragna says it's plain weird. He taught the guy everything by the book. Auden folds his hands in prayer and says his brother's straight up cursed. Even Jackson can't hide his annoyance. Lua Garn briefly second guesses herself, then decides nope, she was right all along. The guy really is as hopeless as he looks. She flat out tells Encred he's plateaued. He just grins and says nah. In his head, he's racing forward in giant leaps nobody else can see. Ironically, all the safety they give him might be holding him back without it. He'd have climbed quicker, even if it gutted him to do it. Next morning, while the rest are still snoozing, Kryze lies in bed puzzling over a weird letter wedged in some book. He's mumbling loud enough that Lua Garn hears it, so she marches over, rips the blanket off him, and demands to know why he's making a racket talking to himself.
Christ shoves the writing at her and asks if she can make any of it out. As the first light spills over the peaks, Ingrid snaps awake and declares it's morning training o'clock. Even mid-lunge with boulders on his shoulders, everyone silently agrees the man is not getting any better. Jackson figures Ingrid has to know he's stuck, and yet there he is, beaming. Ragna wonders what's rattling around in that skull. He acts like the dumbest guy in the room, but he might be one of the sharpest. A soldier strolls up and says he's wanted. The MC asks by whom, and the guy says Marcus is summoning him. Marcus tells him he's got a mercenary gig, clear out a colony near a frontier town. Marcus explains summer outside the walls is a death trap. Monsters and beasts breed fast, and once enough pile up and a leader emerges, they form a colony that can swallow an entire town. A big one turned up near the frontier, so he's handing Ankrid command of the town's defense and telling him to mop it up. Back at the barracks, Penn asks if he's seriously going, noting that just like at the border guard, he's hauling an arsenal. He says, better safe than dead. Luagar nods up against a colony that big, all that gear is fair. Christ chimes in that even dumb ghouls get nasty when they swarm. Eyeing the request, Ankrid says whistle daggers would be clutch, but they're too rare to restock right now, so oh well. Jackson keeps boring holes into him until Christ clocks what's up and abruptly yelps. He announces he's tagging along. Eyes practically ringing up like a cash register, he ignores Ankrid asking what's wrong with him and telling him to buzz off. Christ insists this is the score of a lifetime. There's buried treasure out by that frontier town. Word is, it's the lost fortune of the legendary merchant Dolph, stashed over a century ago. The MC clocks it instantly. It's the very map he scooped up on the last battlefield. Christ says anyone in the treasure game knows the tale. Dolph's hoard must be sitting in some ancient dungeon, and if it's that old, odds are the traps are long dead. They just have to locate it. Penn says she can't read a word of it, and Ankrid agrees it looks like some old-as-dirt script. Lua Garn casually mentions she already cracked it for Kryze. She's a scholar. Ancient writing is a breeze for her. Everyone gawks the idea that a battle-crazed frog is a scholar floors them, Penn included. Lua Garn scolds them for judging a book by its cover. Kryze asks if he can come dig it up with them. Ankrid okays it as long as it doesn't eat too much time, and Kryze starts whooping. He tells everybody they ship out at dawn, so pack up. Rem says count him out. Auden says the divine isn't pointing the way this time, and Ragna just wants to sleep in. Jackson says he's got loose ends to tie up. Kryze can't believe his ears. These guys are usually first in line to follow Ankrid anywhere. Penn frets about going in so short-handed, but Lua Garn says she's in. She's got no reason to hang around if he's gone anyway, and Esther elbows her in the ribs. Kryze insists they'll be golden with the frog along, so everyone should pack, but Ankrid is still chewing on it, eyeing the one staying. Either way, Marcus handed him this job, so out the gate he goes. When it's finally go time, Lua Garn tells him to move it. Kryze asks if the Panther's really coming too. She snarls at him, and he remarks she really can't stand him. Right as the MC's about to head off, Jackson stops him and slips him a bundle. Ankrid asks what the bundle is, and Jackson says whistle daggers, then adds, don't ask how he got them. The MC asks if this is what had him tied up yesterday, and Jackson says he'll need every edge he can get. Rem and the rest just watch Ankrid gear up to leave. And now it clicks. He says he gets exactly why they're doing this, then smiles and tells them he'll see them when he's back. And then it'll be even more of a blast. Rem still can't read him, and even Ragna admits there's zero proof Ankrid's improving. Jackson counters that there were still flashes where he leveled up hard and nobody caught it. Auden says he, for one, has faith in the guy. The others start guessing how he'll shock them this time and how much stronger he'll come back. Rem calls him a weirdo, grabs his axe, and tells Ragna he wants to spar at least 50 rounds of it. Ragna's down but says don't cry to him if Rem ends up dead. Even Auden and Jackson decide to throw their hats in. Rem says this had better be as fun as Ankrid promised, and they'll use the downtime to bulk up before he returns. Since colonies suck in every nearby monster and beast, they figured the road would be brutal, and sure enough, the MC is already mowing down monsters. Lua Garn and Kryze are swinging too. They've hit more than 6 packs since they left. Penn sighs that she was positive this was the right road. Ankrid tells her not to sweat it, they'll just push on. By nightfall, they reach a thorn-choked trail. The MC figures this stretch should be monster-free, and Penn ought to know the route, but wrong again, because a fresh wave of beasts comes barreling at them. Penn wants to know why this keeps recurring, and he shrugs that monsters find them whichever direction they pick. Lua Garn calls it bizarre, sure, a colony's nearby, but this is hardly Devil's Gate, so what's drawing this many of them in? Ankrid explains Devil's Gate is rumored to be the wellspring of all monsters and beasts, a place no human can reach. People believe every monster crawls out of there, and this whole setup is giving him the creeps. When they finally hit the town, the leader greets them with hollow, dead eyes. Ankrid says he's here for the mercenary
mercenary contract and asks about the colony. Another guy says he'll cover the details, and even though the leader tells him to hold on, he breezes right past. Christ seems to catch something.
The man introduces himself as captain of the town watch, Deech Pullman. Ankrid moves to give his own name, but the guy talks over him and flatly states the colony's already taken care of. He brags the town watch is stacked with elite mercs, so monsters don't have a prayer. He also gloats about their wall, built by a local engineer. With defenses like that, he says, no ordinary beast gets in, so the MC isn't needed. He'll mark the job done and Ankrid can hit the road. The MC tells him he'll be the judge of when this is over. Christ slides in and says they've been traveling forever, so they should rest before turning back. Deech Pullman agrees to hand them rooms and hollers for Hugo to sort it out. Hugo smiles and says he's on it, but Lua Garn instantly senses something off. When Christ asks, she says she can't even look at the guy without wanting to cave his face in. Christ tells her to chill, but she swears she feels something wrong rolling off him like he's one of them. She drops it there, and Hugo walks them to their rooms while Lua Garn tells herself it's gotta be a fluke. Once they're settled, Christ says the watch was openly hostile. Ankrid asks why, and Christ reckons that since he arrived outranking them, Deech Pullman likely feels control draining out of his hands. The MC says there's clearly more to it than just that. Penn asks Lua Garn if she buys that they wiped out the colony, and Lua Garn says probably not. Going by how many monsters they fought on the way, the colony's still out there, and crushing it without the town's help is gonna be rough. Ankrid tells her that honestly changes nothing. They'll do what needs doing. They ask how much longer he's gonna keep training, and the MC says there's still time. Then they wonder where on earth he even found those rocks. Penn's had it and says she's crashing. Christ says same.
Lua Garn notices he's grinding the exact same routine even though it's getting him nowhere.
Yet she still can't shake why he wears that look, like he's always having the time of his life. She remembers someone else once telling her training was fun, looking genuinely happy with every swing, and she never got it. Then she tells Ankrid she'll help him as long as he needs. She admits that person had been her lover. He lets the rock slip from his hands. Lua Garn says back when she had the mind link, the feelings shared between frogs and humans stayed intact, and if only her lover hadn't been killed by them. She asks Ankrid if he honestly thinks training is fun, and he says yeah, obviously. That answer sends her tumbling back into memories of her dead lover. Across town, the leader pleads with Deech Pullman, saying they've beaten the beast horde back over and over, but there are still too many they have to accept help. Deech Pullman is plainly livid, saying absolutely not. This is their town. Everyone here fled crooked nobles and built this place from scratch with their bare hands. Let outsiders muscle in over a few monsters, and those city folk will seize the whole thing. He tells the leader to relax. His men can handle it. Even now, his trusted watchmen are posted on the walls. The leader asks if Hugo's on duty there, and Deech Pullman says yeah. He says Hugo's new but solid and sharp. In reality, Hugo isn't anywhere near the tower. He's strolling up to the watch, asking if there's a problem. They say everything's set, and he smiles, telling them they can drop the act and get started. By dawn, a wall of glowing eyes piles up outside the city. The monster horde has shown up. The alarm bell starts clanging, screaming to everyone that the colony is attacking. A pack of gnolls bolts straight at the town. Lua Garn says her gut was dead right. These people are cultists, and Hugo says everything they pulled was for their god caged in Devil's Gate.
A flashback rewinds to a bit earlier. The chaos struck out of nowhere. People were just going about their day and Ankrid was still training. Then the howling kicked in and everyone knew something was very wrong. Before long, the whole town stank of blood. That's when the bell started ringing and the townsfolk tried to bolt only to get shredded by the gnolls. Deech Pullman charged in, barking at the watch to shield the townsfolk. Ankrid quickly fills Cries and the others in on the situation, then tells Lua Garn they have to stop the monsters. She says she's gotta go. She vowed she'd kill every cultist who tore her lover away from her. She smashes straight out through the house wall right as a gnoll springs at Ankrid. More gnolls come crashing in, 3 up front with a swarm right behind. The MC sends Penn to inspect the wall and has Cries and Esther both hold position beside him. As the gnolls close, he steps up and rams his blade through one's chest, then drives it deeper, plowing the others over like bowling pins. He says he's gotta carve a path. He's lived through a monster pack before. Now he just has to keep dodging and bulldoze his way out, whatever it takes. He cranks his focus to the absolute max, just like last time. He plants a foot on a gnoll's skull, hoists his sword, and the moment the pack glances up to attack, the blade drops and splits one clean in two. At the same moment, more pour in from the flank. He slips clear and notes mutant gnolls dwarf the regular ones, so this is nothing like the lycanthrope fight. Worse, he can't even see where the swarm ends. As the town watch gets butchered, he sees terror everywhere and screams ring out on all sides. Even Deech Pullman is desperate.
desperate, trying to save a kid with a weapon that's already snapped, but he keeps swinging anyway. He flings the kid out of reach so they get a window to flee, then throws himself at the horde alone. In mere moments, the town built on grit and hope is torn to ribbons by monsters.
One mutant rushes Encred and he tightens his grip, using Heart of the Superhuman to drop it, then bursts past and kills several gnolls in one motion. Esther says there's no way she's nuking a horde this size with magic unless she shifts back to her human form first. Christ gets impaled through the back of the throat. Esther turns away, thinking if only her curse weren't a thing. She scrambles onto a roof and says there's no other play if this drags on, she just dies here. So she ditches the fight and swears she'll avenge Encred. Hugo throws on a robe and makes for the back exit, saying it all went exactly to plan and he needs to slip out the rear. Naturally, Luagarn is lying in wait, bursting through the wall to say hello. When she swings, a purple barrier eats the blow, and she says she knew it, he's a cultist after all. Hugo levels a finger at her, and a deep violet sphere swells at its tip. She glares it down as it screams straight into her face. Back with Encred, a gnoll chomps into his back, but he keeps moving, lops off the attacker's arm, and kills the one in front of him. He realizes his body's wrecked, he can't even raise his arm anymore. Then he hears a child sobbing and spots one hiding beneath its mother. Too petrified to even breathe, Encred gets it instantly. Somehow he has to keep that child alive. Then every gnoll starts stomping in unison and parts to open a lane. The colony's leader strides forward. The child forgets how to breathe entirely. Frozen in fear, Encred calls the leader out and dares it to come. It charges dead at him. The thing thrusts, but the MC slips aside and tries to counter. He raises his sword to bring it crashing down, but the leader sidesteps it. Encred spins to keep going, but he's a beat too slow. The colony leader already has its blade lined up. It stabs straight at his face. Thanks to his eye training, he barely twists away, though the blade still slashes across his face. The leader streaks past and he turns for the next clash. Then it hits him, eyes going bloodshot. The blade was poisoned, which means the rest of them probably are too. A grin splits the leader's face as the gnolls keep pounding the ground and Encred starts coughing blood. He crumples, drowning in his own blood. The poison's frozen him solid, yet the morning still hasn't reset. Still spewing blood, he tries to drag himself forward and realizes the leader is savoring his pain instead of ending it. To wipe the colony out, he has to kill that leader. Unlike normal stubby-legged gnolls, this one is freakishly fast and its blade is poisoned. On the next loop, not a single hit can land, and he's got zero idea how to actually make that happen. The instant that crosses his mind, the boatman's realm swallows him, and he asks himself what a lone person manages against a crushing army. Then he snaps awake back in bed and snatches up his sword. He recalls ordering Christ to stay at his back, but toward the end his presence vanished, so he probably died. He dispatched Pen beyond the walls as well, and with no sign of her returning, she's likely gone too. While the others are still out cold, Luagarn is up and asks why he's fully armed this early. Instead of answering, Encred asks what she knows about the cultists. She's thrown by the sudden question and says they're complete maniacs. Of all the cults oozing across the continent, the nastiest is the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They treat Devil's Gate as sacred ground and worship the Demon of Sixes. Then she asks why he's even asking. Out beyond the door, Encred can already sense the gnolls on the assault. With screams rising, he warns Luagarn that something feels very wrong. He kicks the door wide and unsheathes his blade. He admits he has no idea what cultists are doing here, but it's plain she's got history with them. Vaulting overhead, Luagarn says she knew it. She felt a cultist nearby yesterday. Encred figures the frog would be useful at his side, though there's no way he can actually direct her. A gnoll lunges at an unarmed villager, and the MC dives in first. He catches the axe on his blade and shatters it, then runs his sword clean through the gnoll. The boatman's question echoes in his skull, what can one man do here? Yanking his blade loose, Encred decides there's only one answer: use everything he's banked so far. Kryze and the others stumble out, asking what's going on. Even Deitch Pullman and his men step up to defend the villagers, but they're stunned to find Encred already dismantling the gnolls. As 7 gnolls lunge to impale him all together, he taps Heart of the Beast to drop below their thrust, leaving them to gut one another instead. Then he hones every sense he's got, just like Jackson drilled into him, and hears a woman scream at his back. He whips out his whistle dagger and hurls it across the fight. It rockets toward her, grazing past before slamming into the gnoll's face and killing it. She spins around stunned, just as another gnoll swings for Encred's head. He ducks beneath it and
locks in, meeting the strike at one precise point to block it clean and yank the other gnoll's attention onto himself, pulling them off the villagers. Without dropping focus, he folds in some hand-to-hand too, booting one gnoll back and slicing it in half mid-air. He just keeps going, shredding through them like a machine. Kryze is left gaping, and the villagers start daring to believe they might live if Encred keeps this up. Even Deitch Pullman admits the fight is winnable now that he's around, then commands his men to reinforce the MC. However they can, they rush the nearest gnolls, and the fight erupts into an all-out brawl. Encred keeps both swords spinning, one mirroring the other, so the gnolls can't even get near. The instant they cross into his reach, he carves them apart. While he holds the line alone, the leader spots him from a distance and realizes he's the actual threat. The leader levels its blade right at Encred, ordering the rest to bring him down. As the horde stampedes him, the watchmen lose their nerve and start to bolt. Death presses closer, and the boatman murmurs that he's reached his ceiling and should simply give in. But Encred is far from done, tearing through the gnolls with both blades. His sword rips clean across one skull. Planting a foot, he drives forward. A gnoll snarls right in his face, but he stays dead calm. Surrounded, he keeps both swords whirling and drops them one by one. Still more come snarling, teeth bared. Without missing a beat, our boy answers, both blades up. Bodies pile around him, yet the swarm keeps pouring in. Then a hulking mutant gnoll rears up, twice the size of the rest. He cuts it down where it stands. Another lunges. He boots it back and runs it through midair. For a breath, everything around him goes still. Nearby, a gnoll corners a terrified villager. A defender takes a savage bite to the shoulder, blood spraying. The MC is already moving, low and fast, blade drawn back. He buries his sword deep through the gnoll's chest. The leader launches off the horde and comes down blade first. Both blades up, he braces, calling the thing a sly bastard. He throws it right back. The beast only stalled, waiting on the poison. Eyes blazing, he charges in under its guard. The blades whip across in one vicious arc. Blood streaks past, but he only manages another graze. Then a counterblow sends him flying. He hits the dirt, coughing blood, spitting that it wants to watch him suffer. The leader looms over him, eye glowing, in no hurry. Behind them, the town burns. Face down in the dirt, the poison drags him under. Yet his eye stays open, locked on the leader. Then he drags himself up and lunges again. He dies and resets, over and over, 20 times, then 40. Every loop, he stands and faces the same charge. So he wonders, what if he takes the fatal hit first to lure it close? The protagonist throws himself in, blade dragging behind. If he takes a bad hit, dodging that blade is off the table. With everything he's banked, can he really not climb this wall? Then a memory surfaces, a voice saying his evasion is still incomplete. It's not just seeing fast and dodging, something else matters more. Then he jolts awake in bed, the morning reset. He sits up and grabs his sword while the others sleep on. A grin spreads as the answer clicks. Coordination. His blade tears through the air. The lesson drives him on, toward what he can't do yet. Shorten the gap between thought and action, the mentor says. Back in the present, a gnoll lunges at him, jaws wide. He meets it head on and cuts it down mid-leap. Then he pushes deeper into the pack, both blades carving a path. His focus narrows to a single point. So when the moment comes, he doesn't hesitate. He drives forward and rams his blade through the gnoll's chest. The blade tears clean through, blood spraying off the edge. But another comes screaming in, jaws wide, faster than the rest. He sets both swords and meets the leader head on. This time he stays dead calm, reading every twitch of the thing. The leader leaps overhead. He twists with it, blade tracking the arc. Then the strike lands clean, biting deep into the beast. Sharp judgment, quick feet, stamina. Only when they lock does the coordination click. Teeth bared, he roars and throws everything into the next swing. The blade rips across the leader's body and it staggers back, bleeding. But its claws rake him, opening a fresh gash across his face. And the two crash together again, locked in the 101st run at this wall. The beast rears up, eyes blazing, both blades crashing down at him. Ducking under, he drives in low, telling himself to do it again and again. Then the blade comes down and splits the leader open. Encred will run it as many times as it takes until that blade can't touch him. A gnoll drops from above, blade swinging for his skull. Defenders scramble across the walls, screaming to protect the villagers. One eye-patched soldier just stares, jaw tight, unable to believe it. His own squad spots him too. That surely is their commander. From the smoke, Esther watches and decides he has finally snapped. Another defender gapes up, half wondering if it is some kind of stunt. He centers himself, one breath, trimming every wasted motion. The man means to read the strike and step step in ahead of it. Ducking the swing, he slips clean past the claws. Low and fast, he carves a path straight through the pack. His face goes still, locked on a single point. Cold-eyed and bloodied, he tracks every twitch around him. One arc and the knoll folds open. Then he turns downhill, the leader waiting across the slope. He knows the rule now. That thing only shows when he takes a killing wound. Blades meeting fur, the two crash together again. Face down and coughing blood, he's learned one trick from all those poison deaths. He throws himself off the horde, dropping at the leader. Better to eat the killing blow quick, he figures, than drag the pain out. Then he jolts awake. Reset. Another day to drill his evasion, geared up before the sun's even out. Suited up at dawn, he heads out while Lua Garnet watches from her seat. In every replay today, she's unchanged. Still grieving the man who chased the cult and vanished. Do you know the cult, she asks? The worst heresy alive, serving a caged demon god. They sacrifice humans in their summoning rites, and mercenaries whisper of a flame beast, a salamander. The cult was what summoned that flame. No rumor, she says. She watched the cultists summon one herself. Back in the loop, a knoll howls into the rain. At dawn, the monsters flood the village again. Endless hordes, endless attack patterns, and he reads every one. Then it clicks. He thinks he finally gets it, and the leader comes screaming straight at him. The count climbs past 170, then 80, then 90. Ducking under the leader's swing, he twists low. Blade sweeping, he closes the gap. His edge bites in, and the beast jerks back. Then he lunges, low and fast, blade trailing. Dodge, block, or counter, usually pure instinct picks. Bloodied, he keeps his eye locked on the thing. Both hands settle on the hilts. He leaps, the leader waiting below. The sun bleeds down behind him. Sweat-soaked, he holds his guard and watches. Below, the town smolders, knolls strewn through the ash. Above it all hangs a red, swollen moon. A grin cuts across his face. The core was never just seeing fast and slipping aside. Real evasion is judgment, then every action after, locked as one. The sense of evasion, that was the missing piece all along, and now he's got it. Then the dark water takes him again, that old familiar drop. The boatman drifts up. Merely enduring was never the answer, was it? His one eye snaps open. Morning, the bunk, the reset. The same day, brand new. Of course he knows, our boy thinks, and this time he has a plan. 200 todays survived now, by his own grim count. A red-haired squad mate jolts awake with a strangled "what?" He's already on his feet, telling the room to get up. Penn and Esther are rolling out with him, so move. Cries, though, draws a different job entirely. A bleary voice asks what's gotten into him this early. Not much time left, he says. At dawn, the gnolls hit the village. So first they finish prep, and then he crosses that wall. Back from his deaths, he tells the room he finally remembered. Cultists slipped away on an old mercenary job, and people here look just like them. Esther doubts the memory. No one beats him on that, he says. His instincts, he insists, were never wrong. On past loops, the scout he sent ahead never came back. Christ gets his orders. Drag Daichin, hostage the chief if need be. Penn, Esther, let's move, he says, ignoring the protests. Wall comes first, he tells them, the panther padding at his heel. Through the smoking streets they sprint, the horde already inside. To reach the village, the monsters had to pass a wall nobody thought could fall. Could gnolls even climb it, though, on those stubby legs? Right, the reason the scout never returned that first today. The wall guards were cultists all along. Two of them clock him. That's the one who turned up yesterday. Command here, he announces, now belongs to this squad leader. From this moment, every soldier on the wall takes his orders. A guard snaps back. Did he clear any of this with the captain? Insubordination, he answers flat, is punished by execution. Then he strides off toward the wall, the man cursing him as a lunatic. The alarm bell rings. Monsters again. If every wall guard were a cultist, nobody rings that bell. So one of them is a real militiaman, and he picks the face out. 200 loops, and he knows that face cold. Kill him, a voice orders, and steel turns on the old man. Don't shoot, the old man begs. He's one of theirs. One blade sweep, and Encred puts himself between. His edge tears through. Then the panther crashes in, blue eyes blazing. Esther pounces, riding a cultist off the wall. Both of them slam down over the cowering old man. Dawn breaks. Reset. And he stands before the palisade again, light bleeding over the spikes. Down the dawn slope, the whole colony pours toward the village. At the gate, two townsmen scramble, checking the latch over and over. The older one snaps, voice cracking, telling them to check it again. Something drops near him, and he wheels around. There it is, a long crack splitting the timber clean through. A gnoll slams into the breach, claws first. Up the wall, a young guard screams that the colony is rushing in. Hauling a fresh beam, the old man fights to brace the gate.
Then a townsman's eyes flash white, purple light coiling off him. He bares his teeth, snarling about work for his god. The dark-haired guard points and roars at the others to push them out. A red-haired soldier lunges, pinning the cultist from behind, but the magic erupts, flinging every defender off the wall. The old man tumbles through the air as the horde floods the open gate. Inside now, the maimed leader steps over a fallen guard, jaws wide. Hands up against the splintering gate, the old man makes his last stand. Up the slope the horde pours, a living tide of gnolls. One of them throws its head back and howls into the rain. Behind the walls, the militia mills in confusion, nobody sure why they're here. Word goes around. Cries haul Deech and his men in just in time. A red-haired squadmate grabs a townsman who swears he only did what he was told. Then Ankrid lays it out flat. The horde is coming for the village. The militia captain cuts in, claiming full command by his contract. Teeth bared, the eye-patched veteran fumes at this stranger barging in. A defender's scream rips across the yard as the first wave hits. Pick what matters, the captain barks. Arrows first. Fine, the veteran snarls. He'll explain it all later. Everyone up on the wall and rain it down. Bows and blades work over the edge, blood misting the air. Blocking the gate isn't enough, he knows. While the colony stands, today never ends. He flags down a man hauling sandbags. Hey, is that a side gate? The captain just gapes when he asks them to crack it open. On the wall, a defender screams that the line is breaking. Reinforce the front. Down below, another soldier roars for Esther to help them. From the rooftops, the Black Panther drops straight into the pack. A gnoll snarls, teeth bared. She slams into it mid-leap. Spears stab forward. There's an opening. The cat alone makes the whole horde flinch. That soldier lowers his voice. That's enough now, right? Beside him, a fighter buries a fist in a gnoll's jaw. Then our boy fixes on the slope. He'll break through this horde. The leader waits below, yellow eyes glowing. Both hands settle on the hilts. And he launches, blades trailing dust. A defender gapes. The crazy bastard jumped right into them. Cover him with arrows, someone screams, as he and the panther tear into the swarm. Arrows rain off the wall as the militia hold their volleys. A bowman grabs the next man, yelling there are too many gnolls and they're nearly out. Everywhere along the parapet the line buckles. The eye-patched captain grits his teeth. Up a ladder a squadmate calls to Kreis. Ankrid's outside, the wall's buckling! At this rate, he knows, it's only a matter of time before it cracks. The soldier grips his own head, the hopeless math closing in. He shakes it off. The commander's reckless move must be part of a plan. Out of arrows, he barks, so throw stones instead, and a militiaman points to the quarry. Pointing down the line, he calls every spare hand to haul. Townsfolk scramble, a woman wheeling a barrow of rocks toward the gate. Outside the wall, our boy tears low into the pack. One gnoll goes down with it, blood arcing off the blade. The whole point, drag every gnoll out there onto themselves. Blades out, he stands among the corpses, the panther at his side. Stones up, the squadmate roars the order, throw them! The blast hurls the defenders off the wall, bodies and rubble tossed like leaves. A chunk of masonry slams down at the gnoll's clawed feet. Even a sliver of chaos, he knows, cracks open into a gap. Good, he thinks, eyeing the route, if he moves along that line. Esther, cover my back, he tells the panther, and she answers with a puzzled growl. Then he drops low and launches, the cat at his flank. She tears into the first gnoll, and it shrieks. Across the broken ground she barrels, a fallen man clawing the air. A red-haired soldier reaches out, calling her name. But our boy's already gone, swallowed by the swarm below. Down among the gnolls, he ducks under a swiping claw. He smears himself in their blood to bury his scent. Using the terrain, he slips through unseen, saving every ounce of strength. The ferryman's wall meant taking a killing blow and still dodging the poison, now within reach. A gnoll throws its head back, roaring, as the dead pile in its wake. He drops down the slope, blades trailing. Never again, he swears. Not the dying, not the loop. Below the ridge he stops, the maimed leader watching from above. One goal got him this far, he reminds himself. The beast springs off the rocks, blade out. Take no killing blow, drop the leader. That's the whole plan. A yellow eye flares, fangs bared. Steel meets it mid-air, and the leader chokes out a grunt. It rears back, snout wide, bellowing. His edge bites deep, blood spraying. The pack closes, but every cut lands true. All of it, exactly as he called it. This thing only shows when the wind's locked, to make him kneel for everyone. Both eyes track him through the storm of steel. So he commits, blades carving one clean
clean line. Blades trailing, he carves straight into the leader. The panther tears in beside him, eyes blazing. A human dared touch its back, the leader snarls, so it'll punish him alone. Sword raised high, the knoll brings it down. Down it sweeps, claws white on the hilt. That, though, was its mistake. One arc, and the leader's blade goes spinning into the sky. Yellow eyes blow wide, the beast's face a mask of blood. Cold as ever, our boy presses in. No interference, the leader said, yet the pack closes anyway. On the wall, a red-haired defender watches the distant slope. His jaw drops at that lone figure below. Steel rips clean through another knoll. He killed the colony leader, a soldier breathes. Fast or venomous, none of it matters to a man who isn't tired. Down below, the panther fixes on the pack. It's just one knoll. The thing throws its head back and howls. A spear punches through it, blood spraying off the rock. Up top, they scream for him to run. Leader's dead, the colony's gone wild. Red eyes blazing, Ankrid cuts forward. His blade rips a white seam through the dust. Then he dives off the height, both swords out. Across the open slope he drops, knolls scattering below. He lands carving a wall of wind. Ahead of him, the whole colony spreads across the field. "Open the gate," someone roars, hands heaving at the timber. The eye-patched captain thrusts a hand through. "I'll make a path, so run in." Teeth bared, he reaches out. The stranger he cursed, now his only way home. Steel finds the heart, and it bursts red. The maned leader heaves its blade down. Below it, our boy carves up through the gap. Low among the falling pack, he cuts clean. Fangs red, the beast throws its head back and roars. Blades meet on every side, and the swarm folds in. At the gate, the eye-patched captain bellows, "Now!" He breaks low for the opening, blades trailing. Behind the stakes, two defenders brace and stare. A boot slams down hard. He skids to a crouch, both edges out. The eye-patched captain roars for the militia to fall back. "Get inside the gate," comes the call, and the line breaks for cover. Through the closing gap, the knolls pour, jaws wide. Right at the timber, the leader claws in, howling. Both men throw their weight on the gate. "All of you, back!" The maned leader throws its head back, fangs bared. Driven back, the pack turns on itself in a churning mass. Steel rings as knoll cuts down knoll. Inside the wall, the defenders sag, one of their own laid out on the grass. The red-haired soldier leans over the parapet, scanning the field. Then his fist shoots up. The colony's pulling back. Two men grab each other, half laughing. They're still alive. All along the wall, the survivors throw their hands skyward. Apart from the cheering, the eye-patched captain stands very still. A village on the brink, he thinks, and that platoon leader turned it. Head bowed, he stares down at the slope below. He only came here on contract, yet that stranger fought for it like home. "You wanted an explanation," the captain says, turning. "First I'll call the village doctor," and behind him a squad mate just blinks, lost. Walking off toward the houses, he adds, "Let's check your condition." Inside the walls, the dust settles and the debrief begins. A cultist among his own men, the eye-patched captain spits, barely believing it. Now it all makes sense. A colony that big forming naturally was never normal. Most colonies run a few hundred, a squad mate notes. This one neared 1,000, all armed. He asks why they'd hit his village. The answer's flat. Fanatics don't reason. These zealots wanted a base, somewhere to raise a whole kingdom of gnolls. Driven off for now, one townsman dares hope they're finally safe. "We don't know that yet," says the blue-eyed swordsman. "Killing the leader gnoll broke the loop, our boy thinks. The same today done at last. But it isn't over." Then he remembers the cultist still loose, the one the frog reader is hunting. He's the ringleader, the swordsman warns. And while he runs free, the village stays in danger. Lua Garnet herself is on his trail, so they hold and trust her. Out in the tall grass under a burning sky, two frog-like shapes bound through the reeds. "Damn frog," the cornered cultist snarls. "Just give up already." His blade sweeps in, and the beast lurches under it. Leaping in, the leader slashes down with a snarl. Violet eyes flare from the dark, a clawed hand rising. Far off, a blue-skinned cultist watches, glowing-eyed. The power of the cult. "Bow to the void," she explains, and the cult grants real authority. Back on the slope, our boy drives in low against the beast. By how many authorities it burns, she figures, this one's been a priest a while. Her staff cracks across, and the leader buckles.
Eyes blown wide, the beast chokes on the hit. Blades up, he comes down hard. Its power must be running dry by now. Teeth bared, the leader twists under a glowing claw. It throws its head back, bellowing across the massed field. A null pack, the cultist breathes, finally placing it. Mane bristling, the leader bares its fangs. Then the whole pack surges forward, eyes glowing violet. Down in the grass, the maned leader spits blood, cursing. Above it, the hooded ferryman watches, marking another wall cleared. Back in the town, our boy waits with 2 of his squad. Then the frog strolls in through the gate, and the cultist got away, she reports flatly. One squad mate ribs her. A frog who couldn't catch a single cultist? She rounds on the commander. His people are rude, says the rudest one here, a squad mate fires back. Turns out the cultist seized the colony leader spot and slipped away. He'll be back. Another whole null pack? The orange-haired one groans. Steel slides free. Better that way, he reckons. A scattered colony's still dangerous. Cleaner to take it and the cultist together. 1,000-strong cultist-led? That's actually better, he says. You can't read a monster, the red-haired one notes, but a man, you can. Then he leads them off to plan. A clawed shape comes screaming down out of the red sky. Down below, the villagers stare up, dread rising. Another pack already? Cultists, a demon, no way to hold again. The panic spreads fast. They sent word to Count Bantra for help, but the fastest relief is 7 days out. One of them bows his head. Do they just have to endure it? Then our boy steps in. It might not take 7 days. If the plan they've built holds, he says, the wait gets a lot shorter. The eye-patched captain just stares. He has a plan? This is land you raised with your own hands, the commander tells him. And he won't let a null pack trample a place like that. Steel sweeps through in a blur. Later, he moves through the village with the panther at his heel. Off on his own, he drills the swing again and again. Then, posted behind the stakes, his face hardens. Those bastards. Ladders go up against the wall. The gnolls came with siege gear. Taught ladders overnight, he marvels. That Hugo's a better teacher than cultist. Our boy warns. Once those things reach the wall, it's over. Then he names Lua Garnet. Good. The target's clear at last. Blades out, he calls it. Begin the operation. Down in the grass, the hooded cultist sneers. Idiots. Coming out to die on their own, he snarls. Across the open field, the 2 close fast. A colony only breaks when its leader dies. But scatter them, and hunting each one is endless. So first they thin the pack down hard. Clawed fists blur in. Dropping from above, he swings. The beast lunges, fanged and roaring. Steel lands and blood sprays wide. Both blades raised, he clears the stakes. Then he plunges into the pack, edge trailing blue. Cornered, the cultist whips around, eyes blown wide. She'd been chasing him when word spread. Our boy killed the gnoll leader, she scoffed. Not long ago, she recalls, he'd stalled out, no growth at all. Then something in him shifted. Blue light wakes along his blade. He tears straight through the pack. One man, enough to turn a battlefield. Strength like that, she marvels. He's nearly a junior knight now. Back at the village, the commander sinks low, blade planted. Out on the field, the maned leader looms. A claw closes around her, and her heart races. It hoists her high. Twisting free, she fixes on Encred, such an unknown. He almost makes her feel young again. Down in the thick of it, he carves through the pack alone. The hooded leader gapes. One man cutting down 100 gnolls. Pull back, he snarls, and the pack scatters off the slope. Spent, our boy breathes a single name, Lua Garn. Those violet eyes narrow, lost. Back at the gate, the squad leader buckles. Hands catch him, calling for a medic. Something clicks for the cultist, and he bares his teeth. Inside the walls, the eye-patched captain frowns. How do you even kill the cultist? Hugo won't show himself, he warns. Cautious, and he uses his head. The red-haired one nods. Zealots like that can't turn back. Surrounded by his glowing-eyed pack, the cultist broods that the squad leader is too strong. An ally hauls our boy clear, yet he only fights like that in short bursts. So I wear him down, the cultist purrs. 1 day, 2, 3, 4, the siege grinds on. They struck and fell back, again and again. On the slope, our boy holds his ground. Down comes the maned leader, blade first. A blue arc whips up to meet it midair. Both blades out, he watches it drop. To the beast, he's just a man who can't use his strength. One snarl. With this authority, it ends here. Then violet power coils down in a screaming spiral. A single cut lands and blood sprays. Eyes blown wide, the cultist reels back. Turns out the weakness was all an act. He straightens, blade up, perfectly calm. The red-haired one lays out the gambit, overwhelm them, then fake exhaustion. A cautious enemy spends its packs to grind him down, and loses them all. Sure enough, the moment it surfaced, our trap closed. Realizing it, the cultist howls that he's been tricked. Our boy just shrugs. Whose fault is it for getting fooled?
Up on the wall, the archers draw and take aim. Out on the open field, the hooded cultist stands alone. This madman's strength blew past everything he planned for. His whole position is gone. Is this as far as he goes? The demonic abyss's mission hangs on it. His eyes blaze purple and a hand reaches out. Think it ends here? Dark authority pools in his palm and drips to the dirt. Even if it costs his life, he'll see the mission through. Beside a defender, the blue-skinned priestess stiffens. Careful now.
Up out of the vortex rises a vast shadow. A summoning. Tear him apart, the cultist breathes. Huarin's hound. The beast looms, eyes and maw burning. Then it hurls itself down at the wall. A wraith braces and slams into the charge. Seen but never caught, the priestess warns. This cultist summons wraiths. Physical attacks won't touch a wraith, the beast warns. A whip snaps blue. Wait, that was a magic tool? The hound looms, but our boy's hunted cultists a long time. So he's ready for this, blade flaring up to meet it. They collide mid-air, claw against steel. The wraith throws back its head and roars. Down below, the hooded leader sneers that the hound was only bait. This is the real summoning, he snarls, the one he poured his power into. Purple energy erupts from his fist. Not one strike, but a wraith that pierces the heart. Up rises a warrior's arm, blade wreathed in violet. Blood bursts from his mouth. Two summons at once, too much for one body. Still, the violet eye holds, refusing to quit. The giant arm hauls its blade high, and our boy stands his ground. Then the cultist's eyes snap wide. Something's wrong. Dodge, the panther screams across the field. Too late, he sneers. The wraith slips past any guard. I win, he howls as the dark fist drops. Up comes the blade, edge glowing blue. One arc and the wraith splits clean in two. His killing blow undone, the cultist freezes. Light, he mouths. What even was that? Up on the stakes, the panther watches. He's always reckless. So last night, she'd quietly poured her mana into his blade. Her gift to him, she calls it. That sword, the cultist stammers. What is that thing? Our boy just shrugs. No idea. Which sets him off. After all that, that's your answer. The cultist snaps back, a strangled cry torn loose. Breaking that summon, the backlash slams into his heart. Blood-flecked, eyes blown wide, he sees the blade coming. Steel lands and it flings him through the air. Up on the slope, the main leader pauses. The summoned wraith just vanished. The priestess calls it off. Crouched over the body, our boy confirms it. Not breathing. Far off, the maned beast chokes, the link severed. Freed from the brainwashing, the rest of the pack scatters. A militiaman roars the call. This is the last of them. Down the slope they charge, uproot them for good. Then the eye-patch captain steps up, squad leader. Head bowed, he thanks the commander and begs pardon for day one. He waves it off, just the mission, and you did the same. Blade up, the commander calls it. Finish the rest, Luagarn. The eye-patched captain just stares. Who is that man, and how did he survive? A man warns him gnolls remain. Fine, he says. No real threat now. Together they look out over the cleared field. Behind them, the palisade stands battered and broken. It was only ever temporary, he notes. A proper city needs a real wall. About that rebuilt wall, how about a name for it? Out on the field, a blade drips red. The eye-patched captain grins. No, there couldn't be a better one. Down among the corpses, our boy fights on. Everyone will agree, the man says. A wall named for the hero who saved the village. Spear in hand, he stands easy at last. Blade lifted, the swordsman salutes the sky. And the village roars its new name to the sky. Encrid Wall. 2 barrels of beer crack together in a toast. Someone's already calling for another round. Don't even think about leaving, a villager pleads. Let us treat the hero. The man beside our boy says the crowd's more excited than he is. Down the whole table groans under a mountain of food, each family's secret dish. Beside him, a redhead chugs straight from his mug, eyeing a rare bottle of apple wine. Only 2 exist, and Kreis is already scheming. Sell it at Border Guard for a fortune. Grateful as he is, the commander can't shake the guilt of eating the village dry.
It's a token of thanks, the Panther tells him, from the people he saved. So could he maybe look a little happier about it? The big villagers just stare him down in silence. Drunk and beaming, one swears he'll marry his daughter to the squad leader. She's 5. A small boy pipes up that he'll join the hero and train. Right, Captain Deitch, the man laughs, and the eye-patched veteran, flushed, likes the idea. Betrayal, the redhead yelps, then pivots straight to talking shop with the master brewer. Let's do this every year, a villager beams. Call it Ankrid Day. Our boy looks down, calm and unreadable. A faint smile, and he calls it a fine sight. Over 4 days of deceiving the cultist and cutting gnolls, his strength had passed its limits. Yet without real will, that power stays unstable, propped up by borrowed techniques. Lua Garnet, the frog skill reader, leans in. So how does one obtain will? Perched on the rail, she presses him. Aren't you curious? She reminds him he was told he'd know when the time came. Watching him now, she figures that time isn't far off. Junior knights, she explains, pour will into 1 or 2 set movements, like the proto-knight Asia's intimidation, will carried in raw presence, or into the legs for 1 burst of explosive speed. Each of those is just will fired through a single fixed motion. A true knight goes further, wielding it at any moment, superhuman with every breath. Most who touch will part way, she notes, never make that leap. Then she asks it plainly. Even so, you still think you'll become a knight? It started as just a dream. One day our boy swore he'd become a knight. Watching him now, the frog reads the fire under his calm. Something in her chest tightens. Her duties call her back, she admits. A frog's covenant outranks desire. So this is goodbye, she tells him. You stayed longer than I expected. He frowns. Drop the formal tone, would you? I won't be stiff with the one I'm giving my heart to, she says. Become a knight, and I'll fall for you. To a frog, love means feeling, not blood. Even another lover wouldn't matter, she explains. They'd simply ask for understanding. A human earning a frog's love is rare and precious. Our boy just shrugs. Do as you like, she sighs. Does he even grasp what that means? Far off, newcomers crest the ridge. Is this really the village? A relief force crests the ridge. Count Bantra's men, late to the Gnoll colony. Down in the village, a spade bites into the dirt. Burying monsters, the crowd chants his name for the new wall. One bellows, monster blood makes fine fertilizer. Almost done. 2 riders frown. Weren't they expecting an attack? A villager jogs up. Are you Count Bantra's men? He rubs his neck. Wasted trip. The colony's already handled. Pressed for the story, he explains. 1,000-strong colony. Cultists stirred. But one hero felled 500, and the cultist, the Ankrid they keep chanting. A legendary free knight, the rider guesses? No. A former border guard squad leader. Just a squad leader, the lead rider mouths. Ha! He'd like to meet him. The villager says he's already gone. Resolving the colony was his only mission. He left without hesitation. I see. If it's safe now, the rider decides, they'll turn back. Hooves kick up dust as they ride. A man asks if any of it's true. 2 riders trade gossip. 500 alone? Pure exaggeration. The only witnesses to his feats are the villagers. Gnoll corpses are buried already, so good luck verifying. 50 at most. They write it off as a squad leader's bluster, though he did save the place. Up close, the helmeted one scowls. Arrogant fool, inflating his own fame. Next time, he sneers, someone should teach him his place. Then a hand presses flat against old stone. Finally, a redhead waves a map, itching to know what the treasure is. Is the blue one parting ways here? Who knows? Since he decided to leave anyway, no reason to linger, but he read the map for them, so he'll see how it ends. One man does the math. Fewer mouths, bigger split. What's wrong with you? The treasure sits a day's walk out. Rusted traps still bite. This, he tuts, is why rookies stumble. Aren't you a rookie too? Grinning, he promises to show them what real skill looks like. 100 years ago, Dolph's treasure dungeon was sealed away. Kryze wants the riches with 0 effort. Pretty materialistic, our boy notes. Map in hand, he heaves against a boulder. The rock grinds aside, bearing a hidden stairwell. Bingo. But the others stroll right past the entrance. Where are you going? Kryze yelps. Isn't that the way in? Turns out there's a technique. Guess where the vault sits and dig straight in. Skip the corridors, skip every trap. Just a trick, Kryze grunts. Easy, right? Doesn't look easy, our boy answers. He's only making trouble for himself. But tricks do pay off sometimes. Far off, a blue-skinned cultist watches the sky darken. Best to spend the night below, she decides, eyeing the ruins. Back at the dig, the ranger scouts ahead. Kryze frets over his gold. Boots quiet on old stone, the scout slips into the corridor. Bow ready, the ranger creeps deeper into the dark. Down a torchlit vault, a scout heads in. She slips past a sword planted in the stone. Up at the ledge, the redhead crows that it looks safe. Traps? Someone asks. None, the ranger answers. A ranger catches most traps by instinct. The rest need
magic beyond one old miser. Below, the panther prowls the corridor, ears pricked. Gripping the chest, the redhead grins. No traps, no holding back. You've already hoarded a fortune, someone notes. He's nowhere near done. His salon won't just top the capital, he wants branches across the continent. That desperate? The dagger man asks, arms folded. Of course, he says. A salon rakes in coin, and coin, he murmurs, is what saves a life.
The panther stiffens, sniffing the air. Something's off. A faint smell. Blade out, the redhead vaults the chest at a hooded shape. Both whip around as the cat snarls one warning. The chest. The old stone, someone realizes, carries a spell. Get away from there, Big Eyes, a voice barks. A blade bites into the rock with a crack. Light ripples out. The ward shoves the steel back. Sword up, the commander watches the stone glow. From the shimmer, a blue-clawed hand reaches for Cries. Then the panther drops in from above. She launches at the glowing magic, trailing light. Fangs bared, one blue eye blazing through the haze. Her claws rake the barrier and it shatters. Caught and calmed, the cat goes still in waiting arms. You said there were no traps, someone accuses Pen. It's a magic trap, how is she supposed to know? We're completely trapped. Are you okay, Esther? He asks. My mistake, the smell was just too old. The trap isn't hard to disarm, the panther says, but gathering the power is. 2 days, she figures. Cries hangs over the chest, wailing for his gold. Not completely empty, there's a note inside. Someone reads it aloud. Only whoever claims the treasure may leave. Sorry, the note adds. Backdug your way in or not, this is the only trap. So the technique was wasted effort, and he curses the old merchant, Dolph. One thing's left, a crewmate points out. That old sword? Worn at the edge after a century, but the core's still strong. A good blade. Junk by the look of it, but the only treasure here, Cries sighs. Both hands close on the hilt. He pulls, and the whole chamber floods with blue light. Then it swallows him, and he comes to, dazed. Where am I? In the rain, a shadow looms behind a young soldier. Terror floods her face. A red-haired man kneels at a sword sunk in stone, a comrade behind him. Then she reaches for him, alarmed. What's wrong? Some crazy guy came chasing with a sword, then just vanished. You just grabbed the sword, she tells him, stunned. Above them, an armored giant stares down, eyes glowing blue. Both flinch. Damn, crazy bastard, right? Here, the red-haired man offers. I'll try holding it. A gloved hand closes on the hilt. Then he wrenches the blade free. Now the blue-skinned priestess hefts it, studying the edge. Frog skin is oddly slick, so their loop weapons carry a ring on the grip. This blade has no pommel, she notes. Then, I see him. It might be a cursed blade, someone warns. An evil spirit bound inside. By Dolph's old note, you slay the spirit first, then pull the blade free. Can't we just yank it loose? It'll split your skull first. So a spirit lives in the steel. Blades do nothing to spirits, only holy power or magic bites. He grips the hilt anyway. The pull drags him somewhere pale and weightless. Back in the cult fight, this sword once flared and chased off a spirit, but borrowed light he can't command is no plan. Then it comes for him, blue-eyed and armored. One step in, he cuts. Steel meets the thing in a burst of cold light, and it lands. Physical force on a spirit that shrugs off blades. The spirit just stares him down, one eye glowing, as if the rules broke. Inside the blade, he trades blows with the blue-eyed spirit. Then he lands, and it dawns on him. Physical force works on this one, unlike a true evil spirit, so maybe it can be subdued. Deep in the shadow, a red heart pulses. Blade up, our boy braces as the thing dives. Their steel meets in a spray of cold light. He sets his grip and reads the next opening. Then the MC drops on the downed armor, pressing in. A mailed fist swings back at his face. Grinning, he carves clean through it. Both hands lock on the hilt. Right then, the vault snaps back. Cries asks what's wrong. His severed neck still aches. He died to that spirit just now. How long was I gone, he asks. Barely 5 seconds, comes the answer. Yet the fight felt like 20. Time runs different in there. Deep in that pale hall, the armored spirit waits, sword grounded. Then our boy comes to with one flat thought. He just died to the thing. Both crewmates scramble back. Died? Then what's standing in front of us? Yet he's right there, breathing, not a scratch on him. Anything else strange, someone asks? We crossed blades, he says. It read every attack he threw. Clean, high, orthodox sword work. Hand to her chin, the priestess only murmurs. I see. This is no ordinary cursed sword, the MC decides. The blade, she says, is a tutor. Long ago, a genius mage sealed a man's soul in steel to teach his heirs. But the mind tore loose, and now it lives only to pass on the sword. Whoever holds it dies, tries over and over, and still the lesson runs. Surpass the tutor at his own craft, only then does the soul go free. So the treasure old Dolph left was never gold, it was this swordsmanship. Give it up, the priestess warns. No human mind survives dying that many times. A stare like the spirit's would drive anyone irreversibly insane, he's told. Back with the crew, Kreis is wailing that this is all his fault. The frog Lua Garnet offers to try it herself. No, he'll take responsibility. Stepping to the planted blade, he settles it. He'll just do it. Then she throws out a hand. Stop. Strong will or not, she asks if he thinks this is a joke. She won't lose her future lover for nothing. Lua Garnet, he answers. His eyes lift, steady. This is something he can do. Quietly, she relents. A fist closes hard on the hilt. Blade drawn, the hall floods pale and weightless around him. Then the armored giant comes, blue-eyed and fast. Steel meets steel in the haze. Rough welcome, our boy mutters. Were you waiting for me too? As expected, neither sixth sense nor focus answers his call. Then steel meets the spirit in a flash of cold. One lunge and he carves through the haze. Blades lock, his own eyes flaring blue. Sword up, he reads the thing through the light. Right then he grins. Efficient, right? This tutor, he decides, makes the perfect sparring dummy. Back in the vault, he stands frozen on the chest. You fool, someone breathes. Nearby, the priestess weighs it. Even her god's priests fail 9 times in 10. Maybe he's shielding our minds, a crewmate frets, taking it on alone. Arms folded, our boy marvels at the cut that took his arm. He drills the move the tutor used. Something's changed in him. Back onto the chest he climbs. Just one more look. Getting it now, he murmurs. Yeah, a crewmate admits, my mistake. Back in the room, the squad just shrugs. Their boss has gone full madman again. Dinner? Inside the vision, a blue-skinned watcher studies him. Hard to understand. Doesn't it hurt? With talent like his, she muses, he'd have to die countless times. Not that it's ever real death, so why would pain matter? He looks perfectly fine, she notes. Does he even enjoy the pain? No matter the pain, our boy answers, he learns everything he can. Gripping the sunken blade, he calls it how a dull man moves forward. Even a dull man wouldn't push this far. A true, uncontrollable madman. It's a step, she allows. The move he keeps trying needs his right foot forward. You're good at teaching, he says. A scholar researches the sword too, she shrugs. Teaching is her specialty. An oath bars new techniques, but she can lend others. Meaning, if he'll try anyway, she'll help. Grinning, she vows to push him past the tutor's orthodox swordsmanship. Blue eyes sharp, our boy just grins back. Inside the blade, the pale hall stretches on, quiet. Outside, the crew sprawls across the cold stone, waiting him out. Lua Garnet keeps her eyes on the shimmer. Meanwhile, the panther feels her own power pooling, faster than she'd thought. She could shatter the trap on her curse right now. But across the haze, the blue-skinned teacher is fixing his arm. Not that move. Grinning, he resets and goes again. Back out, Esther stalls. Break it now and she might cut him off. The teacher reads his sword, mostly the heavy style from the blonde one. Every style shares one root, she says. Best to learn them evenly. Heavy means firm and weighted. Orthodox means reading the other blade. Understand his moves, then trap him inside your own. That's the core. Predict, respond, and learn the opponent whole. His hand locks hard on the hilt. Then the armored tutor comes, sword high. Both blades sweep up in a hard cross. Steel carves a long white arc. Through the haze, the armored tutor takes it standing, an upward diagonal. Step back here and the next move catches him. Then the spirit charges across the pale hall. Instead of giving ground, he steps in to block the path. Blue light flares along the edge. Their steel jams together in the white. Blades locked, the blue-eyed tutor bears down on him. One blue eye, fixed and reading. Good attempt, the priestess allows, but the block was too defensive. A fist closes hard on the hilt again. Step in like before, she says, only don't block this time. Aim for the ankle, comes the call, and he drops his line low. The tutor's stance buckles. Good, your posture broke. Now it's my flow, the spirit declares, and lunges. Blue eyes flaring, the armored tutor drives in. Steel bites deep and blood sprays. Our boy goes down again. Standing over the body, the blue-skinned watcher murmurs. A mid-level slash. The tutor reacts to every variable, she notes. A flawless orthodox style. Calm now, he rises over the downed armor. Then his head snaps round, catching the next strike. Twisting clear, he clicks his tongue. One swing and he reads it. A perfect textbook laid out before him. Sword raised, the spirit barrels back in. And a teacher who explains it well, she adds. This is fun, our boy grins. Easy enough to worry her. Glad I came along for Cries and his treasure, he laughs mid-clash. Outside, golden light pours over the quiet ruin.
Back in the vault, the crew and the panther just wait him out. Around the planted blade, the frog and the crew settle in to watch him work. He's been at it all day, one mutters. Did he even sleep? Why cling to a sword you can't even sell, another wonders. Why chase strength so hard? Cries just murmurs that he thinks he gets it. Move forward and the man will. No limit set by others ever holds him. Watching our boy, he says, reminds me of that all over again. A will no pain can stop, the priestess muses. He's killed the tutor hundreds of times. Bent over the hilt, he drives back into the haze. Every movement he caught off the tutor, he drills it now, and he can reproduce it perfectly. One blade sweeps clean through the pale light. This growth, the priestess decides, is no dull man's pace. Braced low, back to the chest, he sets himself again. Learning to dodge the wolf pack, he recalls. His body memorized what his head couldn't. After enough repetitions, the understanding finally caught up. A faster way to learn. A fist closes on the planted hilt. Talent learns faster than the rest. Something he never had, the watcher notes, has finally sprouted. There's no human will in him, she says. Scary, even creepy. Back in the vault, the crew floats a temple visit. He passes. Go surpass the tutor, she tells him. The training's done its work. Sword grounded, our boy stands ready, blue-eyed and calm. He squares off against the armored spirit across the pale hall. Raising the blade, the MC taunts it. Come at me like before. For the first time, the tutor speaks. Never seen anyone like you. You can talk, he blinks. Before all this, the spirit answers, I was human. It acknowledges his hunger for the sword. His passion woke its mind. Both blades come up and the spirit dives. Steel cracks together. The tutor recoils with a startled grunt. Grinning through the clash, our boy cuts it short. Let's fight first. Hundreds of bouts in, our boy can see every move the tutor makes. The spirit lunges, blade up. He clocks the strike mid-air, aimed for the heart. No, the arm's angled higher, straight for his head. One blade whips up to meet it. Steel cracks together in a burst of blue. Every move you make, he tells it, already sits in my palm. Right now, you're already in my trap, he adds, driving down. Truly worthy of praise, the spirit murmurs. His point bites home, white sparking off the armor. You've come a long way since we started, it admits. Light detonates between them. From your read of the blade to your footwork, it says, you've reached a solid level. Both fighters blow apart in a wall of blue. Braced low, he locks eyes with the helmet again. But the tutor starts and lets it hang. The tutor spots the gap and lunges, certain it's clean. Our boy meets it head on, blades ready. But that gap was bait, exactly what he wanted it to see. Steel bites home and the spirit jolts. Reeling above, the tutor scrambles to recover. Don't get cocky, it warns, planting its sword. Edges grind, notched and screaming. He levels his blade and squares off again. Fought brilliantly, the spirit allows. One blue eye burning in the dark. Then the strike lands clean across its helm. His blade drives straight through the armor. From the shell, a blue spirit lifts free. Standing over the crumbling tutor, the swordsman holds two blades. Huff. And at last, he's surpassed the tutor. Boots set in the mist, he wonders just how strong he's grown now. A last thought tugs at him. Get back to that place, fast. Behind the blue eye, the ghosts of every old battle crowd in. Standing over the downed armor, the spirit murmurs a quiet thank you. It starts to explain. Before the training, its soul was already broken. A lost clan art, it says, chased to its dying breath. Rambling again, our boy cuts in flat. He turns to leave. No time. 30 seconds, the spirit begs. Fine, make it quick, the MC relents. Their duels rekindled it, and the unfinished art is finally whole. And from here, it tells him the style is his to carry. Smiling at peace, it whispers that everything is over at last. Out in the hall, the teacher shivers, that creepy smile again. Back inside, the spirit grins a goodbye. Never want to see you again. Burning away, it adds one more time. Never again. You tormented me from the start, the spirit allows. But fine, it's over now. Inside the blade, the pale light goes still. Outside, the barrier just winked out, one of the crew blurts. They turn to our boy. Did you really do it? The spirit inside the tutor is gone now. His grip tightens on the planted hilt. Up comes the heavy blade, free of the ground. Just a sword again, he notes. No spirit left in the steel. Finally, we can leave, cries Cheers. But it's past midnight, so they settle in to rest. That tutor was stalling for time, he realizes, and the crew wonders where it went. How did he pull that off, the panther marvels. Around the planted sword, the crew beds down for the night. He sleeps, and the panther pads up close. Blue eyes glowing, she keeps watch over him, and our boy drifts off among soft blue petals. The spirit's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard. It looks around the glowing garden, a place it once knew well, purifying that soul with pure skill, no magic at all. Not even the rarest genius could promise the same. She watches him, something close to awe on her face. Is it that incredible, he asks? She says he doesn't even grasp what he just did. But there's more to it than that. Thanks to that, she kept far more of her own strength.
Back in the vault, his eyes finally open. The panther leans in close over him, waiting. Outside, Dawn spills gold across the broken ruin. Then he closes a hand on the hilt and pulls himself up. "Where's he off to?" one of the crew calls after him. "Time for morning training," our boy says, and walks on. The squad just stare after him, lost for words. "This dedication of his," someone murmurs, "is honestly terrifying."
Dawn breaks bright, and they're finally moving out. Inside the vault, our boy tells Kryze to quit whining and move. But the hall's a bust, and the tactician sobs over an empty chest. Someone asks what smashed the box. The magic trap snapping cracked it. Then gold catches the light in the cracked floor. He spots it and blurts out a strangled, "It's here!" Under the broken stone, a heap of ancient gold coins. Out comes a sack stuffed fat with coin. Kryze crows that old Dolph wasn't a villain after all. "Give it all to me," he begs. "Take it," our boy says. "Split it fair." Then the tactician notices he kept one extra item, that sword. Won't he sell it? It'd fetch a fortune, but no, the blade stays. His old swords broke against the knolls. This one will serve once he cleans it. Right then, the blue-skinned priestess says she's taking her leave. "See you around," he offers. "Take care," the crew calls. And the two parties drift apart across the open country. Down come blue-skinned hands, claws splayed over the cracked earth. The priestess tilts her head, lost. "If becoming a knight is your goal," she asks, "must it be for this country?" Back in a memory, a comrade calls after him. Turning back, he reflects. As a kid chasing this dream, he never understood countries. Grown now, he sees a knight sworn to a crown isn't the dream he held. Is there another path, she presses? Steel flashes and our boy launches skyward. "Put half your life on the line," a teacher once told him. The commander twists into the swing, blade trailing light. Sparks burst as the edge bites. A hulking shape looms, blue light flaring at its throat. Off to the side, two rookies gape. "Aren't those things monsters?" A gray-haired one slumps. "What's the point of trying? I'd never stand a chance among men like that," he mutters. Sunset over the town, a grizzled soldier sneers at cowards with no spine. This is Paul, a man who's only just learned to love the grind. Bandaged arm up, he brings his cleaver down hard. The blade carves a wide, screaming arc. A knoll splits open in the dirt before him. Fist raised, he charges the next wave up the slope. All this just to build a training ground for the lunatics. Rumors say the men are losing heart after watching that squad spar. Separate them then. And the ferry commander gives a crisp, "Yes, sir." One green eye narrows. Word is you've been joining their fights too. She storms in, blade lit, tearing through the line. Airborne, she lands a kick wrapped in white fire. "Aren't company commanders supposed to be busy?" Paul needles her. Leona just smiles. When her fiancé goes quiet, he always surprises her. And she dives back in, blade flaring. "A lover gives as good as she gets," Leona says under the moon. Back home, the crew figures their boss is overdue. One's itching for it. Comes back empty-handed, Rem grins, and he gets beaten half to death. Night settles on the barracks. The platoon commander and 3 others, home at last. Our boy steps in and reports for duty. "Lua Garnet's back at her post," he reports. "The job went clean." But the reports he's gotten don't line up. One scroll hails them heroes who slew 1,000 gnolls. Another says 50 tops. So which is true, the officer wants to know. "Out with it yourself," the warmonger says. "Believe whichever one you like," our boy answers flat. What weight does a platoon commander's word carry? A battalion man, maybe? He's likely worked out the answer already. Right then, he declares the unit a full company. "Carry on, company commander." That lands, and he's caught completely off guard. Not a platoon, the city's commander corrects. A company, even if it can't field 10 men. And running the whole city, he insists, makes that title make perfect sense. Leaning in, the green-eyed veteran says he wants one thing: love this city. Blue eyes steady, the young man takes it in and says nothing. Back at camp, our boy throws an arm up. "Captain, they built us a training ground." "We're a company now," he tells the crowding squad. "No, what does that even mean?" they press. "And did he break any bones out there?" "Their little brother commander is small and fragile," one starts, biting back a grin. "What's so funny?" the bearded one asks. "Nothing," comes the answer. Around the fire, the squad gathers, and a quiet thought lands. He wouldn't feel this otherwise. Then our boy grins and asks to spar. "You haven't even unpacked," someone laughs. "Right now sounds good." Hefting his maul, a grinning fighter says that's exactly what he wanted to hear. "Let's see how much more fun you've become," Rem grins, axe on his shoulder. Steel hisses free, blue light crawling up the edge, and the commander's grin sharpens. Sword in hand, blue light crawling up the edge, a quiet thought lands. At some point, Rem had become the yardstick for his own strength. Am I weaker than him, our boy wonders, or are we finally even? Maybe even stronger now, so where does he really stand? The squad watches from the dark, every monster a teacher. Then both blades fly and the spar explodes. Steel meets steel in a burst of blue. Rem's eyes light up. Coming on strong from the start, the berserker grins.
Take this lightly, our boy warns, and you get pushed back. Such confidence, Rem mutters, baring his teeth. Let's see what you've got, he roars and leaps. Down comes the swing, wild and committed. He throws his blade up, sparks scream off the lock. Both edges carve long arcs of light across the field. Arms crossed high, one eye blazing, he holds the line. Bandaged arm up, the soldier hammers his cleaver down. Steel meets Knoll in a burst of sparks. Across the yard, two fighters trade a brutal exchange. One onlooker mutters, "That's real strength, even borrowed from the barbarian's tricks." Coordination, he marvels. When did our boy get so sharp at dodging? Another squints, the righteous sword woven clean into the heavy style. Blue eyes blazing, the commander whips his blade around. The edge tears a wide arc of light. Sparks erupt where the two blades lock. His rhythm just won't break mine, the opponent grits. Before, Rem could toy with him, but now, not so much. Excitement and bloodlust surge up in him. They slam together again, sparks spraying. Damn it, he thinks. Rein it in or this stops being a spar. Axes grip tight, he commits to the next swing. Mid-swing, our boy pushes for more. Still more. Just a little further, he thinks. Just like this. He drops down hard, blade meeting Rem's block. A roar tears loose. Until he can truly risk his life, that's the goal. He lets out a long breath. Then he slips clean past the guard. Too late to pull the axe back now, Rem realizes. The bandaged fist drives through anyway. Steel and knuckle collide, the ground bursting beneath them. His eyes go wide. Trying to kill him the second you see him? Someone cuts in. Rem clicks his tongue. Why step in? I'd have stopped clean. Still, he admits he understands why the swing couldn't stop. A blonde swordsman watches, surprised. Our boy's been climbing fast. Blades up, our boy faces the next one down, worn but steady. Then Rem marvels. Somewhere along the way, the kid caught right up to them. Pushed yourself too hard, one offers. Too early to fold, he answers. He grins through the grime. Who's next? Me, says the giant monk, stepping into the ring. The whole crew crowds in, growling at him to hurry up and pick. Privately, the Axeman wonders just when the kid got this dangerous. A swing sends one of them flying. Hey, don't get involved. Words out. The reject squad's at it again. Why swing on a man just standing there? Because he was bored. A wrapped fist meets an open palm, dead stopped. Then the whole field turns into a pile-on. Rem rounds on a stranger swept up in it. Who are you? Me? Your new squad leader, our boy says, leaning in. I'm your commander now, so show some respect. A blonde brute hauls a man aside, maul on his shoulder. Ugh, you're in the way.
Squad 444. A soldier roars, sword raised against the sunset. Follow my lead.
Steel punches through his throat mid-cheer. Present day. A grizzled fighter grins. Heard you lot fight well. Let's see who's better. Down he goes, flat in the dirt, while someone prays may he go to heaven. Dazed and bandaged, he hears the call for a medic. Critical condition over here. Inside the medical barracks, the wounded gripe. Who is he to bark orders at us? A red-haired rookie flips a coin and shrugs. He just wants to make a name. Paul muses up at the rafters. These weak bastards sure have wild dreams. The new guy, Ankrid, he'd figured for another idiot who didn't know his place. Grappling the commander, the old soldier snarls. Reject squad leader, control your own man. If you're the leader, he barks, get him under control. Fine, our boy answers, blade in hand. Do as he says, the commander tells his unruly fighter, eyes gone flat. Behind him, the blonde sends another sparring partner flying. Huh, Paul breathes. Thrown. What the hell is with this guy? Steel slams into steel, and our boy roars through the lock. Teeth clenched, he refuses to give a single step. Both blades up, he holds off two armored men at once. Long before any of this, a voice snaps. You keep getting in my way, get lost. He stays put, head bowed, blade still in his fist. An old fighter had been watching this kid a while, wasting himself on something hopeless, the veteran figures. Yet the swings keep coming, hard and tireless. No talent, no gift, just a man hacking at a tree. So the old soldier finally asks why he tries so hard. Flat on his back, our boy only looks up at him. And if you go and die like that, the veteran presses. What then? Then it just ends there, he argues. All the less reason to bother. Does it even need a reason? Our boy says. He'll do what he can. The old fighter finds he has nothing to say to that. Privately, Rem admits it. You just can't hate the kid. Crouching over him once, he'd made the offer. Learn to get stronger? So he taught him Heart of the Beast first. And for years, nothing took. Somewhere along the way, Rem had quietly given up on him. Then a hand reached down through the wreckage of a battlefield. Back to back amid the fallen, the two of them held the line. Present day. Our boy lies resting in a quiet cabin. He stares up at the rafters, wide awake. Beside him, Rem speaks up. You up? What's with this guy, he wonders. Why the look? Then the berserker leans in. Get yourself into trouble? Who'd you kill? Or cripple? What do you take me for, the kid snaps.
You carved me up with your eyes, he shrugs. No harm, no foul. Then he opens up. The first weapon he ever learned was the spear. His father taught him. Turns out he's handy with a spear too. Handles most weapons fine, he shrugs. Bragging now? Rem snorts. No, listen, and listen quiet. Then around 15, he says, the Western War broke out and he fought hard. Our boy catches on the words. It was the Western tribes each crowning themselves. The throne struggle. One tribe finally won, but the cost was catastrophic. The whole West lay in ruin, swallowed by the Empire. Just a kid then, was he barely scraping by, our boy wonders. Even so, Rem goes on, there's something he wants to ask. Are you really set on becoming a knight? Yeah, the MC answers. Not like he'd quit now. Quiet settles over the dim room. Rem just sits there, saying nothing. Then I'll become one too, he finally says. You're probably wondering where this came from, he admits. Knocking a superior flat won't make you a knight, the old fighter muses. Become a knight, he says, the words landing on our boy. The grizzled Westerner just watches, weighing him. What an interesting guy, he thinks, the smile tugging loose. Sparring later, right? The old soldier asks as the commander pulls on his cloak. Obviously. If this stays fun, he decides, weapon to his shoulder, he can't let anyone pass.
Out on the mainland, they think there's one road to knighthood. The truth runs different. Even out west stand knight-like figures, named for a legend, the hero who tames the continent. Boots turn and walk off. He was the best of those hero candidates. Should I go back for what I left behind, the Westerner wonders? Down a sunlit corridor, a blonde-robed figure paces with a book in hand. Up close, the pointed ears and violet eyes mark him plainly. Someone calls out, Bishop. Bowing low, a bespectacled cleric stammers an apology for running. Side by side, the two clerics head off down the cathedral hall. Far off, a blonde figure broods. The siege failed to take the pioneer village. Beside a bespectacled man, the question hangs. Were they one of the knights? Absolutely not. Nolalia could never run a private knight order, she says, and threats close in everywhere. Their handful of knights is far too thin to stop the coming disaster. Resources poured into the Knoll Horde. That village was to become sacred ground. It should have been the key stronghold for bringing the whole kingdom under their god. She smiles thinly. A feat that big can't be one platoon leader's doing. Down the sunlit hall they walk. No living in the past, only what comes next. Still, she won't let anyone defy their god's will and walk away. The order lands, and the bespectacled man goes pale. No way. Because what they're sending is the Manticore. Oh, nameless platoon leader, she murmurs. Coincidence doesn't strike twice. May you go to God's side. The beast bares its teeth, chains glowing tight around its jaw. Then a hooded rider looses it, lion-bodied, scorpion-tailed, gold eyes locked on our boy. Spires crowd a gray stone capitol under a wide sky. Inside a torchlit hall, a voice calls the officers to gather. Why summon us off schedule, one mutters. This isn't a council day. The battalion commander gives it straight. Marte has declared war on the border guard. War? Already? They've barely caught their breath since Aspen.
Marte, a green-eyed officer, murmurs, weighing the name. Its territory has always been disputed ground, claimed by Nolalia and an Eastern mercenary king alike. Right now, it sits under Nolalia, packed with Eastern blood and hard fighters. Border Guard isn't just a fortress, an officer notes. It's a trade artery worth seizing. Then, a self-styled general has taken Marte and is forging it into a mercenary city. Their soldiers are still gutted from the Aspen campaign. Full force is out of reach. One officer pushes. Send for support from the neighboring territories now. Even if they ask, a bald commander cuts in. Will anyone actually help? Worse, he warns, those neighbors might side with Marte and carve up the border guard themselves. Then the safer play, a blonde officer presses, over allies who could turn on a coin? There is one good option, the old commander says, a grin spreading in the shadow. A bald baron grins and pitches an alliance with the Black Blades. One green eye narrows at the words. Laughter rolls down the table. Work with raiders with trash like that? A blonde officer pushes back. The Baron just preaches the long term. Then a cup slams the wood. Enough. Down a table of daggers and goblets, every eye turns to the man at its head. The border guard, he says, are no weaklings. We take no outside help, the white-haired commander rules. We beat Marte on our own. Head bowed, the Baron swallows it. Off to the side, he seethes. Later, the commander muses he half expected a punch to the face. No one's mad enough to swing at the warmonger. So who gave him that title? I did, he admits. You're good at that. He'll take it as a compliment. Then his grin sharpens. About Baron Bancento. He's not hiding the guild ties, and that shadow at his side is surely their bodyguard. Want him gone, she asks. Killing him in the city, he says, would just be murder.
Across the square, an old hand sizes him up, too reckless by half. Spires of the capital rise over the rooftops. Down in the market, a stall goes flying, apples and all.
The vendor wails over his wrecked goods. Two men nearby badmouth the noble Marcus. Got something to lean on, one mutters. Those lunatics in his squad. Their leader Ankrid? 1,000 killed in one pioneer village, supposedly. Pure nonsense, the other scoffs. Just a tall tale. Then a hand snaps out and slams the loudmouth down. Pinned by the jaw, he chokes out, "How dare you?" The hooded man looms over him, cold and silent. Right then, a dark-haired stranger leans in. "Sorry, didn't see you there." Our boy strides off, the loudmouth glaring at his back. "Trash," the man spits. "Why does Marcus shield someone like that?" "So that one's Ankrid," the hooded figure murmurs, "if not for him." By now, Marcus would have closed the alliance with the Black Blades. In close, his face hardens. Wouldn't killing one man be enough? Two schemers lay it out. Seize Nolalia, build the guild a kingdom, forget one soldier. A scar-faced man grins and says to reach out to the Black Blades. Under a cold moon, hooded figures gather below the border guard's walls. Eyeing the fortress, one of them murmurs that this is the place. These are elite killers of the guild, and one man should be easy work. Why drag mercenaries along too? Another asks. The noble wants the target absolutely dead, though that beast folk hire looks like a fool. She turns out to be well known across the mercenary trade. Her eyes drift shut a moment. One golden eye snaps open. That smell. Lifting her head, she draws the night in deep. Crouching low, she ignores the jeer behind her and warns that something's coming. Blades ready, she adds that it's something very strong. The hooded killers tense and pull their weapons free. Then she breaks first, twin blades flashing as the assassins scatter around her. Out of the dark, a huge clawed hand presses down into the grass. Behind it, a hooded rider keeps the manticore on a short chain. A manticore. He tamed one, the watchers breathe. Surely a heretic. Someone calls up to him. "Who are you?" "Black Blades," he answers. "So what do you want?" "None of your business," he says. "We're here to execute one who defied God." Then he names the mark, the border guard squad leader. "We're going to kill him." His masked companions catch the name. Ankrid? Grinning wide, the rider savors it. "Hey, beast folk, lower your weapon," he calls. "Then we're not enemies," the beast folk answers. "We want him dead too." "Seems our goals align," comes the offer. "How about it? Work together, and wouldn't this be a sure thing?" The rider only stares, cold and unreadable. Far off, the village sleeps under a full moon, and there's our boy, hauling stone up the hill, no idea what's coming. Sweat slides down his jaw as he hauls the stone, locked in. Behind him, a deep voice. He's been pushing himself too hard lately. The giant monk Auden towers behind him, bandaged fist resting easy. "Enough for today," he says. "Come join me for a relaxed night patrol." Our boy glances up, hand still on the cold stone, weighing it. Up on the moonlit wall, the two of them walk the ramparts. At the gate, the watch straightens. "Squad leader, what brings you here?" "Just a routine patrol," Auden waves off. "Though our boy was promoted and freed of duties." "That's the funny part," the monk grins. "Every time he looks, the man's training." "Can't afford to waste the time," comes the flat reply. "Admirable, sure, but worrying too," the monk adds. Side by side, they stride on, the towering monk dwarfing him. "The book says steady daily progress beats one day of burning yourself out," he muses. Our boy listens, eyes ahead. Inside, a quieter truth. A talent he never had has woken, and he's chasing those ahead. Bigger strides than ever now. Maybe, he thinks, he's pushing too hard to master will. On the wall, the big man nods. He'll keep it in mind. "Good," our boy says. "But you push us past our limits," he presses. "That's the right way," comes the answer. Out in the dark, the beastfolk mercenary breaks into a charge, blades bared. Hooded killers crouch low, mapping it out. Draw their eyes here first. While that happens, the rest link up with the spy at the gate. The rider lays a hand on his beast. "Let's go." Loosed, the manticore tears forward. Time for some fun. Two guards patrol the wall, spears up, none the wiser. Then it leaps the stone straight at them. Jaws gape wide, one golden eye glaring. Both men go flying, one screaming. On the wall, our boy and the big man snap toward the noise. Down below, a guard cries it out. "High-level monster, call in the whole force." The beast drops again, fangs aimed at the fallen man. Stone bursts apart under the impact. Then a pair of bandaged hands clamps down and stops it cold. A huge fist comes down on the manticore's skull. Both arms overhead, the brawler hammers the beast into the dirt. Bone cracks and the golden eye reels under the blow.
This cat, the big man grunts, is awfully noisy. Grinning, the rider counters. It's nighttime, keep it quiet. Sprawled in the grass, the killers can only gape. Is that a bear? One chokes out, and the manticore's already down. Get inside before they notice, another hisses. Open the gate. At the wall, 2 helmeted sentries stand watch. One eye flares purple in the dark. Then the hooded figure drops on a guard from above. A scream tears across the yard, and our boy's head snaps around. There's more than one enemy, an ally warns. Can you take this one alone? Go help the others, the brawler says, pinning the cat. Leave this to me. Low and fast, the commander breaks into a sprint. The assassin snarls a strangled curse as a blade meets his own. Death will lay the foundation for the black blades, the rider crows. Then our boy hurls himself forward, blades drawn.
Claws and blood tear through the dark. Pulling up beside a wounded soldier, he asks how bad it is. After dying so many times, he can read a wound at a glance. The man hunches over, clutching a gash in his side. Get to the infirmary, our boy says. The way you're shouting, you'll live. Still, he begs. If he dies, tell his little sister. Not happening, comes the reply. Off to one side, a hooded infiltrator strains at the gate bar. Failing, he panics and bolts to save himself. But our boy is already on him, surging through. One strike doubles the runner over, breath gone. He tells the wounded man, keep an eye on him so he can't slip away. Hand on the gate, he counts maybe 10 of them still outside. Even sealed, he knows they'll just find another way in. So the gate creaks wide and a grinning assassin slips through. A blade comes whistling out of the dark. Backed against a gate, our boy already has hooded killers folding around him. He drives forward, cold and unhurried, twin blades drawn. Alone, he stepped out to meet every last one of them. The killers grin. Their target walked right into them. Target, he echoes, you know me? And he marks how skilled they look. One catches his eye most, the beast folk hanging back. She's strong, he thinks, and the corner of his mouth lifts. Across from him she coils, 2 curved blades low. Nose to the air, she reads his level by scent, and it stops her cold. Kill him, someone barks, and the hoods rush in. Steel meets steel as the first one drops on him. One cut and blood arcs across the dark. Through the press he carves, bodies falling, while she only watches. Dangerous, she realizes, on a whole different level. Then both blades come up and our boy hurls himself at her. A blade rips through the dark, blood arcing after it. Inside the walls, the alarm goes up. A manticore's broken in. Take your positions, a soldier bellows. High-level monster, hold the line. Bandaged knuckles clench and the big man wades in. Down his arm comes, slamming the beast by its mane. From overhead, the spearmen freeze, the monster already pinned in the dust. Jaws gape, one golden eye still glaring up. The soldiers gawk. Is the thing actually dead? Auden turns and strolls off, musing on belief in the wrong path. Still the cat snarls, eyes burning under his grip. He hurls it screaming across the stone. The tail whips around, stinger lashing for him. Fist cocked, the monk preaches, submit and purge your sins. Another blow drops as the scorpion tail coils past. Both arms hammer down. Seek forgiveness, he tells it. Beaten low, the beast can only growl on all fours. Pray for your salvation, the monk roars, fist already falling. Down the bandaged hand drives, smashing the beast into the stone. Up on the wall, the guards howl, half terror, half awe. Broken, the manticore sprawls limp across the rooftop. Bare-chested above them, Auden stands. The monster's dead, the watch shouts. High monsters are clever, he muses, yet this one stormed a fortress. Never retreating against the odds, that's not how a manticore behaves. Out in the dark, the rider curses his ruined plan. So it was you, the monk calls down, a devout hound of a heretic cult. Caught, the hooded man bolts, sprinting into the night. A madman who downs a manticore bare-handed. He never expected that out here. Teeth bared, he runs flat out, fear all over his face. Something heavy slams the earth. Off the wall, the monk dives, one huge hand outstretched. The rider glances back, and a giant shadow is already on him. I was once a heretic inquisitor, Auden says. I hunted monsters and heretics across this land. The monk Auden lunges in. He can no longer bear his old title, but his faith, he growls, is still intact. A bandaged fist closes around the beast. May God forgive you, he tells the manticore, fist raised. Then he brings it down, jaw clenched. The blow launches the cat clear off the wall. It slams down in a burst of stone and dust. Embedded in the cracked wall, the manticore goes still. Huffing, the monk figures he'd have joined sooner if he'd known it was this fun. Behind him, the squad strolls up. Having all the fun yourself, big guy? What took you so long, he asks. Without their commander around, Esther started causing trouble. Right on cue, the panther pounces Rem, who yelps, why take it out on him? So where's the commander?
By the gate, someone says. He should be there by now. Down at the gate, hooded killers lie scattered in the grass. Damn, the beast folk mercenary breathes. She took him for an ordinary soldier. Turns out, she realizes, he's almost on the level of a knight. There's no way she can kill him, and she knows it. Teeth bared, she lets out a strained breath, a grim half-smile. Guess this is where she dies. She's always lived half ready to die anyway, and if her last opponent turns out to be someone like this. Across from her, our boy stands calm in his armor. Then this, she decides, is a fine place to die. Beside her, a hooded killer balks. What is she talking about? A blade finds him mid-sentence. He gets hammered into the dirt. Done. Hey, our boy says, turning to the mercenary. Come on, let's fight for real. The gap between a monster and a beast folk, he weighs. A beast that looks human with animal traits is a beast folk. Beast folk carry a wild streak and it sharpens their fangs. Its fur thickens, bristling out into a wild mane. Then the whole shape of it warps and swells. Our boy stares. He's never seen anything like this. A beast folk pushed its change this far, lion-maned, twin blades out. It growls back that it knows the feeling. Because it's never met a beast folk like itself either. Half ready to die its whole life, maybe. Still, it won't throw that life away cheaply. Then our boy lunges, blade punching upward. Steel meets fang in a spray of sparks. One cut opens its shoulder, blood spraying. Twin blades flashing, he drives the beast back. Cold-eyed, the commander presses in. Its torn claw reaches, the words faltering. To the very end it will fight, and die as a warrior. A clawed paw rips down at him, and he's already moving. His eyes snap to it. Too fast, almost too late. Ducking low, our boy lets the strike tear past his head. The mercenary's gone full beast now. Golden eyes, fangs, a screech. Steel and claw lock up between them. Then he reads the move, a Valen-style headbutt. His skull cracks into hers, and the beast snaps back. She blends sword work with beast folk instinct, he notes. People who've made peace with dying, he thinks, fight a different way. Blood sprays as she snarls through the cuts. Up she rears, mane wide, towering over him, but the obsession driving her that he can't place. Another clash, sparks bursting off his guard. Both squared off again, blades up, no give from either. What gets him is the desperation in her eyes. Jaws wide, the maned mercenary lunges, golden eyes blazing. Steel meets fang in a shower of sparks, blood spraying from her shoulder. Crimhalt, she breathes, the one true god of the beast folk. Across from her, our boy whips his blade around in a wide arc. Every beast folk dreams of reaching that holy hall after death. She believes only one road leads there, to die as a true warrior. Then they collide again, blades grinding. Blade raised overhead, the MC turns aside her strike. Down she comes, roaring, claws reaching for him. The beast folk who fall as warriors are drawn into an eternal, deathless tide. Sparks burst as the two clash mid-air. Fangs bared, she snarls, one eye locked on him. Locked together, the two grind through the blur. One clean cut snaps her head back, blood spraying, a strained grunt torn loose. Bloodied and broken, she asks if she can still come to his side. Her own kind rejected her, she says, and she had nowhere to belong. Trying to prove her worth, she turned mercenary, and even that fell apart. Her golden eye narrows, teeth bared.
A ragged cry tears loose. She hasn't even had a child yet, she chokes. Why is it always her? The beast howls. Mane bursting, she barrels into our boy. He answers with one cold blue stare. A blade carves clean across her. Both of them stand winded, his point at her throat. Blood on her muzzle, she breathes. Why only me? Was this the life she was ever meant to live? She sobs. Ankrid just watches, saying nothing. Then he asks her, quietly, if she wants to live. Tears spill down the lion's bloodied muzzle. Aren't you going to kill her? Someone asks our boy. The squad strolls up. How long have you been here? Since you started fighting, they say, ringing the beast woman in. Cat got your tongue? Rem taunts. Fed on curses, not meat? Or were you just born this way? She snarls back. Who the hell are you? One brutal chop hammers her down. What's with the snarling? The berserker leans in. Trying to die? Rem, don't, the commander cuts in. Scattered around lie special grade frontier elites, every one. To trace who sent them, he tells her, spill everything you know. The beast woman just stares, eyes brimming. So this is it, she thinks, buying a little more time to live. Then her head bows, the fight gone out of her. The fight done, our boy lets out a slow breath. Embers drift past as he turns for the walls. Out on the ledge, the squad waits, the panther snarling at the dark. Rem grumbles the beast wouldn't shut up the whole time he was gone. Crouching, the commander pats the cat. Go back inside. Indoors, the white-haired officer says he'll report to the battalion commander first. Our boy answers that the prisoner is secured, ready for him to confirm. Hand to chin, Marcus mutters this has Baron Bancento written all over it. Still, he admits, the man moved sooner than expected. Nice work, the officer tells him. You lunatic of a company commander. Now he's got the perfect excuse to wipe that face off the board. So the battalion commander knew all along, our boy realizes. This ends fast. Including, he thinks, whatever comes for that beast woman. Bound and bloodied, she kneels in the ropes, fangs bared. Done with the report, the officer asks, and our boy says yeah. Sitting up in his bunk, he says he still needs to go over the battle. Can't be helped, he mutters, he'll just run it through in bed. His eyes drift shut mid-thought, still chewing on what he needs to do. The squad eyes him, already out cold. Learn to rest, one grumbles, training maniac. Why drag him to the wall, someone asks Rem. Advice the boy needed, he says. Out he goes, breathing slow and easy. Down he sinks into still blue water, a single droplet rising. Cross-legged on the surface, he turns it over. Quick footwork, flexible reactions. She fought like she wanted to die, he thinks. But in the end, the beast cried that she wanted to live. How would it have gone, he wonders, if he'd played it another way? Spectral and maned, she closes in around him, curved blades flashing. I want to fight her again, the thought lands. Push past every limit, he tells himself, and the blade comes up. Blades drawn, our boy walks into a tide of ghostly warriors with no end. Training even in your dreams, a voice teases. Esther, he says, placing the face at once. There she stands in full, the long-haired woman behind the panther. No wonder the fatigue never lifts, she notes. He's high maintenance. So this is your true form, he asks. Glowing blue eyes, a face he's never once seen awake. Around them rise spectral beast warriors, jaws wide, blades drawn. Her hand sweeps the air. At a gesture, the whole vision scatters into petals. Don't pretend you understand this world, she warns. Right, our boy concedes as she turns away. But you're the one who keeps wandering into my dream, he thinks. Dawn breaks over the town below. On the bed, the panther snores, dead to the world.
Ah, you're up, Rem calls. Where'd you slip off to so early?
Cries had the guild haul off the Manicore. High-rank monsters are pure money. Last night's raiders, our boy notes, were black blades. They used the Martai Chaos to hit Border Guard, he adds, then asks about that front. Word is their army's mustered and ready. The territory war is nearly here. Too dire for the battalion to let it slide, Cries reckons. The beast woman hangs soon. He says nothing, eyes lowered. A torch gutters against cold stone. Beyond the bars, a cell waits in the dark. Inside, the maned mercenary slumps in her chains, head bowed. Someone wrinkles a nose, what a stench. Down the corridor strolls Marcus, asking why he was dragged all the way out here. The beast woman was a raider, the warmonger explains. The Black Blades hired her. His blonde companion goes pale, sweat beading. Their target was a soldier called Encrid, though hired muscle never learns who's paying. So they leaned on the Black Blade spy taken at the gate, Marcus goes on. But a clawed kick hurls the beast woman aside, the eye-patched captain flinching back. Killed himself before they could interrogate him, a soldier reports. That dead man, the captain realizes. The one he'd ordered to open the gate. So whose side are you on, a soldier presses. You pushed the Black Blades alliance. Damn it, the captain seethes. I have to shake these accusations. Teeth grind behind a slick of sweat. Then he slams the cell bars, snarling you. You ran with the Black Blades, he roars at the chained beast woman. All lies. Slumped in chains, she only watches, golden eyes flat. It's all a setup, he pleads. The Black Blades and I are both clean. Of course, the Baron murmurs. I know you're innocent. Huh, he breathes. If the Black Blades did this, the Baron says, it was amateur. A hand settles on his shoulder. A border guard noble would never deal with such fools.
Ah, ha ha ha, the captain laughs, thin and sweating. This taught me something, the Baron muses. Border guard, the Baron says quietly, really doesn't have the numbers. Following your lead, the warmonger says, he'll petition the Black Blades for help. An envoy with an escort is forming. Would our boy go as their man? Leave it to me, the blonde commander cuts in with a grin. Chained in the dark, the lion woman wonders why the Black Blades rate an envoy. What the hell is even going on, she thinks. No point dwelling, she decides. She's dead either way. Daylight breaks, and the scheming Baron has no shame at all. Move the frontier guard out now, the order goes. Beat that envoy there. They'll pay for daring to target border guard. Fist to chest, Vancento bows. As you command. Black Blades, Martai. Why does border guard collect so many enemies, he mutters. Martai's spies already slipped into the city before the war even starts. His fist tightens.
If they want to look down on us, then let them. He just needs to use that. And yet, eyeing the dark-haired swordsman, he resolves to keep his trump card hidden for now. A yawn drifts behind him as a squad member asks, "What escort?" The battalion commander ordered an escort to the Black Blades, the people who hit the city. "That can't mean a real escort," the redhead starts. "I know," our boy cuts in. "It means they kill him. The target, Baron Bancento, likely runs with the Black Blades. Is that why he brought the barbarian?" Rem asks. "Killing traitors is his specialty." Up he leaps, axe swinging. "Here comes my specialty." A scream answers. If he's a known collaborator, someone wonders, why not kill him here? Killing a noble in the city is a crime, so they do it out here. Not the commander's only reason, the MC notes. Martai's spies are already worming into the unit. "Let him go, Rem," our boy says, as the redhead's soul drifts halfway out. By the way, boss, comes the next question. Why is that thing here? The thing is the maimed mercenary, standing quiet in the yard while the squad stares. "Special request," he admits. "Taking your dog for a walk?" Rem deadpans. Coughing, the redhead reasons it out. She's gallows-bound anyway, brought to bury beside the noble. Lost in thought, our boy turns the coming mission over. The chained mercenary hangs trussed between her guards, hauled along for the ride. Then the convoy rolls out, one lone carriage and its escort. "Only 3 guards for so grand a delegation," the envoy sniffs from his window. "A braggart and 2 barbarians," the noble rages. "Lowly peasants, the lot of them." Rem, our boy says. "Uncanny as always," he adds, watching the axe come down. Up ahead, the escorts mutter, "We kill him anyway, so why drag this out?" "Hey, beast man," the envoy leans out. "You look different in the light." She gives him nothing, eyes fixed on the road. "Tonight," he leers, "she'll have the honor of his carriage." Now, if the commander wanted her body, the mercenary thinks, that'd be different. Right on cue, our boy strolls up, blade on his shoulder. Then he walks on past, sword slung, the road rolling by. Morning training? Our boy hauls a steel bar at dawn. No time before they left. "Don't skip your sword work either," the blonde says. "Of course," he answers, never stopping. "My body can't be what he's after," the chained beast woman tells herself. "Definitely not." Then why, those golden eyes wonder, did Encred order them to spare her? Down the open road he walks, the bar still across his shoulders. "Are we almost there?" Kreis calls from the carriage window. "We've passed the marker," the hooded driver answers. Elsewhere, a smirking blonde sneers about hauling trash into the dawn of his Black Blade kingdom. From behind a tree, the beast woman watches the carriage roll in. That carved sign, it's the Black Blade's ambush marker. Night falls. The party eats by a fire while she watches from the dark. "How dare they serve such slop," cries Wines. "Not even fit for pigs." Beside him, 2 of the squad just eat, tuning the whining out. "Clean up your food before sleep," the big man tells Ragna. One of them's out cold. "Just make the barbarian do it," a voice grumbles. Tied to a tree, the lion woman thinks the squad's too calm. Easy prey, surely. Then a plate of bread swings into view and she startles. "Food?" our boy asks, holding it out flat. She eyes it, then mutters she's good. "Suit yourself," he sets the plate at her feet. "Eat it if you want." As he turns to go, she wavers. Maybe she should warn them. "Aren't you going to run away?" he asks. "Run away?" she echoes. And he says she's not very bright. "Why else?" he asks. "Do you think I dragged you along?" Golden eyes go wide, a tear slipping free. "It can't be." "Were you giving me a chance to escape?" she breathes. "Why?" "You wanted to live," he says. Pure thirst for life, he thinks. A longing for the choices she never got to make. The vivid memory is too hard to shake. He never asked a thing of her, yet he'd still set her free? Impossible, she thinks. Bound and tear-streaked, she stares at the ground. Our boy crouches to leave her food, and she blurts out a panicked, "Wait! The Black Blades are about to ambush you," she warns. She caught their marker on the road. That noble means to kill him. One savage kick sends a soldier flying. A masked blade goes down screaming, blood in the air. He just looms over her, unbothered, while she gapes. Flat on the grass, one of them mutters, "Oops, he did it." Throat in her grip, she figures he tossed his table manners to the dogs. This came earlier than planned, he thinks. Did we hold back long enough? It was a setup, the rider realizes. They never came to parley, only to kill him. Damn it, he spits and bolts. Alone, he's outmatched, so he rides for his waiting ambushers. Across the clearing, Rem and the commander watch him bolt for his ambushers. "The beast woman tipped me off," he notes. "Oh, she earned her keep then. Let's go catch him," our boy decides. "Wait, I warned you so you'd avoid them," she snaps. "Why chase him?" "Because I want to fight," he says, plain as that. She just stares. Right, of course. Then the blade comes up. One stroke and her bonds fall away. "You're free, run if you want." She rises, ropes coiled at her feet, and says nothing. Was that, the lion woman finally manages, supposed to be obvious? 3 of them tear across the field, chasing the runner down. The maned mercenary trots beside our boy, piecing it together, so that's why he brought her. Beastmen your type, she teases, all giddy grin and blush. Rem joins in. Is that why he turned down the ferry? That's bullshit, he says flat. Just focus, the commander says, boots skidding to a halt. Up ahead, the hooded driver crouches over the runner's downed mount. A glowing blade punches clean through it, blood spreading in the dirt. So you followed me, the cornered rider breathes, with nowhere left to run. Looks like it, our boy shrugs. Too bad. For you, not me, the rider barks. Out front, the blonde clocks the masked driver, lurking by a tree. Then the ambushers step out. Your little act ends here. Surrounded in the clearing, they get the offer. Beg for your lives while you still can. Whoa, an ambush, the squad deadpans, so very surprised. And the enemy leader just grins wide, certain he's already won. Out of the rain, the ambushers charge, screaming for blood. Down comes a hooded blade, and the commander meets it. One kick lands clean. Freed in the chaos, the beast woman bolts. Now she can just run. Run away and survive, she tells herself. That's all that matters. I can make it, those golden eyes insist. Then she falters, slumping. What is she even running for? Because I want to fight, the commander had said, plain as that.
His spirit sits closer to Krimhalt than anyone's, she marvels. How? Long ago a voice told her, your path differs, but you bloom and wither in battle. When you long to die, it promised, your life's guide will appear. The memory stops her cold. Ankrid saved her the moment she wished to die, so that means... Then her clawed feet go still on the grass. Out of pity, she'd assumed, but if that old fortune teller back home was right, those golden eyes narrow. Then she wants to stay at Ankrid's side. Off she springs, claws bared. Learn his way of life, she vows. Headlong, she dives through the downpour. Die at his side too if it comes to that, and ideally bear his children. Become part of his pack, she howls it into the rain. To pull any of that off though, first she has to save him from the black blades. Up ahead, blood's already in the air. She skids short, blinking. Turns out the ambushers are the ones screaming for mercy. A masked blade goes down screaming, blood in the air. Another drops beside him, the ambush folding fast. Did you see my moves, Rem crows? Do it just like that. Mid-swing, our boy nods. Now that's a good reference. Reference for what, she balks? Torture methods? Ankrid was monstrous enough, she thinks, but these others? A furred leg kicks out, dirt flying. The squad closes in over her sprawled form. Above her, Rem grins down, all teeth. Her claws curl tight, ready. Planning to attack too, he sneers. She freezes, every instinct screaming no. Absolutely not, she yelps, while he just sighs. Was that all of them? Ignored, she splutters as the 2 stroll off. Disappointed, our boy mutters, me too. Up goes a masked ambusher, flipped clean off his feet. The hooded killers manage. The prey just hit back. Across from them, our boy only blinks. Who are you people, one demands. Stole my words, comes the reply. The beast woman gapes. These guys are the Black Blade headquarters. Cornered, the hooded pair grit their teeth. Elsewhere, their Nerelia branch burns to the ground. Inside, a gutted survivor wonders if this is the end. Our branches across the continent will come for you, he swears. A red-eyed kingdom blade cuts the word short. We've all but wiped them out, a knight reports. Almost, their leader echoes. Well, the blonde admits, a few slipped out in the chaos. Should we chase them? One asks. Forget it, too late now. Orders were to wipe them out completely, one escort frets. The commander will have his head. Around them, the misty clearing holds the bound beast woman and a ring of hooded killers. A sword in the grass, the rider grins. You came to meet your Black Blade comrades. Blade up, our boy obliges him. He'll let them all meet in heaven. Caught flat, the escorts manage a strangled what the hell. She watches the blood fly and decides they truly are madmen. Even so, the beast woman thinks, if she can just stay by his side. Blade snatched up, she throws herself into the fray. One clean stroke and an enemy folds. Become a madman then. Weren't they on the same side? A squad member wonders. Killing her own allies, her specialty? That beast girl, Ankrid muses, eyes on the carnage. Now she fights grinning, gold eyes blazing, one of the pack